welcome to the reincarnation world. This is an exotic realm filled with dangers and opportunities. Here, you may become a powerful being and attain immortality, or you may lose your life at any moment. Good luck to you all. Su Rue was immersed in his dreams when these words suddenly echoed in his ears. He thought he was still dreaming, turned over irritably, and prepared to continue sleeping. But strangely, why is the bed so hard? Wait, where's my blanket? Suddenly awakened, Su Rue instinctively touched himself and found that he wasn't covered with a blanket and was wearing a simple white cloth robe. Heaven's Way has assigned you to Novice Village number 250. Note, each Novice Village accommodates 2,000 people. A cold and emotionless notification sounded again, striking directly into his mind. Looking around, Su Rue found himself lying in a simple wooden hut. Apart from the wooden bed, there was almost no furniture in the room. As an anime fan and a seasoned bookworm, he quickly realized that he had traveled to another world. At the same time, a panel appeared in his mind. Name, Su Rue. Attack, 7. Defense, 0. Speed, 9. Level 1, 0/100. This thing looks just like a game panel, Su Rue remarked. I just don't know if these values are outstanding or if they represent extraordinary talent. Just as he was hesitating, messages suddenly popped up in the chat box at the bottom left of the panel. What's going on? I was clearly still at home having breakfast. How did I end up being dragged here? Based on my years of experience with TV dramas, we've probably been exiled to an unfamiliar world. Nonsense. Do you even need to say that? The question is, what should we do now? That guy who claimed to be the Heavenly Tao just said this world is full of slaughter and danger. Su Rue noticed that the speakers all had their real names and avatars displayed, without any beauty filters, exactly resembling their appearances in the Novice Village. He glanced at his own handsome and charming face in the mirror and felt secretly pleased. He had always been confident in his looks. Woo, I'm really so scared. Am I going to die right away? A delicate and lovely young lady began to cry, immediately attracting a group of kind-hearted men to comfort her. Miss Wang Lan, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will protect you. Don't worry, girl. With me, Li Chang, here, no one can harm you. After a brief moment of panic, everyone gradually calmed down and began to accept the fact that they were in another world. Hey, what are your stats? My attack is 9, defense 0, speed 5. Someone started reporting their stats, and others quickly followed suit. Looking at these numbers, Su Rue made a judgment in his mind. Most people's attack values were around 10, speed about 6, and defense all at 0. This should be the normal level for an average adult. Although his attack power is slightly weak, he has the advantage of speed, as he was once the school sprint champion. Sigh, it's his own fault for lacking exercise usually. At this moment, the voice of Heavens will echoed in his mind again. In 2 minutes, all players can draw the beginner's gift pack. The gift pack includes basic weapons and items, with a chance to awaken talent skills. Wow, I'm about to draw the beginner's gift pack. I hope I can get a talent. Sigh, since it says there's a chance to awaken talent, based on my experience, the probability is at most 1%. I really hope to get a talent. I'd trade 10 years of my life for one. The chat box instantly exploded with excitement, as everyone hoped to draw a talent skill. At this moment, Su Rue was also extremely nervous. He didn't dare to hope for awakening a talent, only wishing that what he drew wouldn't be too bad. After all, he knew his luck had always been poor. He had never even won a try again drink. 2 minutes quickly passed, and a treasure chest appeared in front of everyone. Su Rue stared at the treasure chest in front of him without opening it immediately, clasping his hands together and silently praying in his heart. Perhaps the treasure chest couldn't wait any longer. It gently shook twice, then automatically opened, and 3 dazzling golden beams shot straight at Su Rue's forehead. Buzz! The golden light merged into his mind, and the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded once again. Congratulations to the player for awakening the SSS level talent Endless Devouring, the SSS level talent Super Conversion, and the SSS level talent Eye of Insight. What the heck? No wonder I was so unlucky before. Turns out all my luck was saved up for this. Su Rue was overjoyed, his heart racing with excitement. He immediately opened the talent interface to check the descriptions. The highest level talent in the reincarnation world. According to experience, anyone who awakens an SSS level talent can become a ruler of heaven and earth. So powerful? I actually awakened 3 at once. This is simply defying the heavens. Su Rue's heartbeat quickened, and he couldn't wait to continue exploring the functions. Endless Devouring can devour all creatures and convert them into one's own combat power. Super Conversion can transform any item. Eye of Insight perceives the essence of all things. Note, talent effects improve with player level. This is just too powerful. After reading the introduction, Su Rue's excitement was hard to contain. He was eager to test the power of these 3 divine skills. But at the moment, he was in a wooden cabin, with no creatures to devour and no items to transform. Helplessly, he could only activate the only available talent, the Eye of Insight. Instantly, a line of text appeared before his eyes. Beginner's Village Cabin, doubles stamina recovery effect during rest. A shabby cabin with such an effect, Su Rue couldn't help but marvel marvel at the whims of fate. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao suddenly rang out. Reminder, player has awakened an SSS level talent and will receive a brand new upgrade system. A brand new upgrade system? Su Rue quickly looked at the panel, only to see that the level column still displayed level 1, but the numbers behind it had changed. Level 1, 0/50. What's going on? It was 100 before, but now it's suddenly half to 50. Could it be that I only need half the experience of others to level up? This is simply too powerful. Announcement, all beginners gift packs have been distributed. There are 4 awakened talents in beginners village number 250. The chat box exploded once again. Where's the 1% awakening rate? Only 4 awakened talents in a village of 2,000 beginners? Yeah, it's such a scam. Su Rue then understood that only 4 people in the entire novice village had awakened talents. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. After all, there were only 4 people with awakened talents, not to mention an SSS level talent. At this moment, someone took the lead and asked, "Can the 4 big shots with awakened talents come out and show yourselves? What talents have you all awakened?" As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted a large number of people to follow suit, eager to know who the 4 lucky ones with awakened talents were. In the chat box, a handsome man in his late 20s, Zhang Yuanshan, spoke up. The talent I awakened is a defensive aura, which can add a layer of shield to the target. After saying this, he added, "To be honest, the talent I awakened is an F-level talent, which belongs to the worst category." "Oh, so talents are divided into levels?" someone asked curiously. Zhang Yuanshan enthusiastically explained, "Yes, talent levels range from low to high as F, E, D, C, B, A, and then S-level talents. As for anything higher, I don't know. The heavenly Tao hasn't revealed it. My goodness, I never thought there were so many levels of talent. High-level talents must be incredibly powerful," someone exclaimed. "I really wonder what kind of extraordinary people can awaken an S-level talent. At this rate, it probably takes tens of millions to find just one. Anyway, you're one of the lucky ones among us. A 1 in 500 chance." Su Rue thought to himself, so my talent level is this high, and yet it wasn't even mentioned in the introduction. At this moment, a new message popped up in the chat box from a beautiful woman with a cold and aloof demeanor. "Gu Haitang, I awaken a D-level talent, healing." This was self-evident, and everyone immediately shouted, "She's a healer. We must protect Miss Gu Haitang at all costs." Instantly, a large group of people expressed their willingness to protect her, not only because she had awakened a talent but also because Gu Haitang's stunning beauty was on par with movie stars. However, after saying this, Gu Haitang no longer paid attention to the crowd. As the crowd gradually calmed down, another awakened individual stepped forward. "I've awakened a Class C talent, Lightning." His name was Joey, and he looked only about 18 or 19 years old, with sharp features and an air of arrogance between his brows. As soon as Joey spoke, he immediately drew a wave of flattery. After all, a C-level talent is 2 levels higher than Zhang Yuanshan's defense aura and 1 tier above Gu Haitang's healing. Wow, C-level talent. It must be really powerful. Lightning, huh? Could Joey, the big shot, control lightning like Thor? Respect to the big shot. I want to follow you from now on. Brother Joey, I want to follow you too. The chat box was filled with words of praise. However, the attitudes of the 3 awakened ones, Zhang Yuanshan, Gu Haitang, and Joey, were completely different. Gu Haitang was as cold as ice, while Joey was even more arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone. The 3 of them have already appeared, but Su Rue has yet to show up. He is well aware that he has awakened an SSS level talent, and if he reveals it too easily, it might frighten everyone. Moreover, he has not yet matured, so keeping a low profile is the wise choice. As time passed, people began urging, "Who else has awakened their talent? Come out and let us worship you." Someone speculated, could it be that their talent is too strong, so they don't dare to show up casually? Su Rue saw this comment and felt a tightness in his chest. Joey, however, sneered and said, I think it's more likely that their talent is too weak, and they don't have the face to step forward." "Joey, you're absolutely right. Their talent can't compare to yours. It must be like this. Brother Joey has a C-level talent, who can compare to him?" At this moment, Joey already faintly had the demeanor of being the number 1 in Novice Village 250. Whatever he said, the people below would echo, making him feel elated. Su Rue secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed up, saying, "It must be a trash talent, that's why they don't dare to show up." Announcement, the cabin is now open. Everyone can go to the Novice Village Square to familiarize themselves with weapons and talents. As soon as the words fell, Su Rue saw the door of the wooden house open automatically. He walked out of the wooden house, and the others also came out one after another, flocking to the wide square in the center of the Novice Village. Just as he stepped out the door, Su Rue suddenly thought, everyone else has drawn something, either a weapon or a talent. If I end up with nothing, that wouldn't make sense. He keenly spotted an old, worn-out broom placed beside the wooden house. He activated the talent Eye of Insight on the broom. A completely useless, worn-out broom, only suitable for cleaning. This line of text appeared only in Su Rue's vision. "Great, you're the one." Su Rue gripped the broom tightly and stepped toward the square. The square was was spacious enough to accommodate the 2,000 people in the novice village. The ground was paved with massive stone slabs, and a high platform stood in the center. At this moment, the square was bustling with people, gathered in groups of 3 or 5, chatting among themselves. As expected, people held various types of cold weapons in their hands: iron swords, short knives, spears, long knives, bows and arrows, shields, everything imaginable. Some people wore strange necklaces or bracelets around their necks, constantly showing them off to others. Su Rue scanned the surroundings with the eye of insight, and a flood of textual information instantly filled his vision, almost overwhelming it. This information included basic details such as names, levels, and attack power. Dazzled at first, he gradually mastered the use of the eye of insight after some practice. A burly man scratched his head and said, "Hey, what did you guys draw? I only got an iron sword. My luck is so bad." Su Rue fixed his gaze on the iron sword. Iron sword, attack +4. The man next to him, looking dejected, continued, "You're still doing okay. Mine is a beginner's short dagger, supposedly the worst item in this lottery. Beginner's short dagger, attack +2. I just saw in the chat box that someone got a basic accessory, a bracelet, and it actually adds 10 attack points. 10 attack points? Even Su Rue couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. His own attack value was only 7 points, so it seemed accessories were even more powerful than weapons. Reminder, players have 1 hour to form teams. After the time is up, teaming will no longer be possible. At this moment, everyone's interface displayed an additional team-up option. Oh my god, we can actually team up. Is there any pro who can carry me? I'll cheer you on with 666. I'm also looking for someone to carry me. I'm just a soft girl here. Any handsome guys willing to help me win effortlessly? Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the stone ground of the square directly, leaving fine cracks and scorch marks. A few timid girls screamed in fright. Oh my god, what is that? A figure gracefully leaped onto the high platform, with electric sparks flickering in their palm. This is my awakened sea-level talent, lightning. The higher the level, the greater the power, Joey said as he jumped onto the high platform. I'll become even stronger in the future. If anyone wants to team up with me, sign up quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately erupted into a frenzy of registrations. Me. Joey, big boss, pick me. Pick me. Boss, my base stats are really high. Wow, brother Joey is so handsome. Can I join your team? Originally, everyone had only heard in the chat box about Joey's powerful talent. It was only after he personally demonstrated his strength that people truly understood the astonishing power of his talent. I only recruit the strong. Weaklings, don't bother me. Joey stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowd with utter disdain. This arrogant attitude has caused quite a bit of resentment among many people. Team activities proceeded as usual, and the 3 players who had awakened their talents naturally became the center of attention in the novice village. Others around them also began searching for their own partners. At this moment, someone noticed Su Rue holding a worn-out broom and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, buddy, what did you draw? Could it be a talent?" As soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding people turned their gaze toward him. Everyone had been speculating about who the person was that had drawn a talent last but had yet to reveal themselves. Even if the other party awakens the worst F-level talent, they are still much stronger than those of us who only have basic weapons. Su Rue calmly raised the tattered broom in his hand and said, "I got this." The person who asked the question was stunned for a few seconds, and the others also fixed their gaze on the broom before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Ha, am I seeing this right? Isn't this just a broom for cleaning? Ha, I thought I was unlucky enough, but I didn't expect someone to have even worse luck than me. At least we all have weapons. Are you really planning to fight with a broom? I think you should stop thinking about leaving the beginner's village. Just stay here and sweep the floor for us. Seeing Su Rue's broom, the people who were complaining just now suddenly felt much more balanced. Su Rue felt the complex gazes around him. Some were relieved, some were gloating, and some silently encouraged him from the crowd. Humph, useless. A cold snort rang out. Following the sound, Su Rue looked over and saw Joey, who had awakened the lightning talent, standing on the high platform. With a mocking smile, he glanced at him disdainfully. Su Rue's gaze was as calm as water, thinking, just awakening a sea-level talent and already so arrogant, he won't even know how he dies when the time comes. I can't be bothered with him now. When I get stronger, crushing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Forget it, he doesn't even have a weapon. Let's not team up with him. Yeah, what's the use without a weapon? Naturally, when forming a team, everyone wants to find partners stronger than themselves. The strong only need to wait for others to come to them, and can even freely choose teammates. The weak can only run around, looking for equally weak people to form a team. Female players with decent looks have no trouble finding a team. Since Su Rue had not revealed his talent, he was naturally regarded as weak, but he did not actively seek out others to form a team, because forming a team would inevitably expose his talent. Moreover, he possesses 3 SSS level talents, so why would he need to team up? Going solo is the real deal. However, he also discovered a problem. Whether players obtained accessories or talents, they at least had a beginner's short dagger, while he had nothing but talents. Could it be that he really has to use a broom to fight monsters? Su Rue felt a bit troubled and inwardly cursed the heavens. You gave me 3 SSS level talents but couldn't even spare a beginner's short dagger. Here, take this iron sword. Suddenly, a gentle voice sounded beside Su Rue's ear. He looked up and saw a beautiful woman with delicate features and a sweet smile handing him an iron sword. Su Rue remembered her. She was the one who had encouraged him in the crowd earlier. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "If you give me the weapon, what about you?" The delicate beauty pointed to another iron sword on her back. I was lucky enough to win 2 iron swords in the lottery. Only then did Su Rue notice that she indeed had another one on her back. He no longer hesitated, took the iron sword, and felt deeply grateful. This was truly a timely help in his hour of need. "Thank you. When I become stronger in the future, I'll definitely repay you with an even better one." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Sure, my name is Lin Xiaolu. What about you?" "My name is Su Rue." He straightened his back and responded, "Got it, I'll remember that." Lin Xiaolu nodded and said with a hint of regret, "It's a pity our team is full, otherwise I would have invited you to join." Someone just discovered that each team can have a maximum of 10 members. Su Rue secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't wanted to join a team, and if he were truly invited, it would have been hard to refuse. After the two said their goodbyes, Lin Xiaolu returned to her team. Someone curiously asked, "Xiaolu, why did you help him? I noticed all our weapons have durability." "Yeah, if you can't use it, you can always sell it. The iron sword is much better than the beginner's dagger. Most people draw the beginner's dagger with +2 attack, which is exactly half as strong as the iron sword with +4 attack." Lin Xiaolu smiled calmly and said, "It's fine, I still have another one." Another female player teased, "Xiaolu, don't tell me you gave it to him because you think he's handsome?" Lin Xiaolu lightly bit her lower lip and nudged the other person with her shoulder. "That's not true, don't talk nonsense." On the other side, Su Rue, who had obtained the iron sword, discovered that his SSS level talent super conversion had activated, indicating that he could use his talent on the iron sword. He couldn't wait to return to the cabin to conduct an experiment. Inside the wooden cabin, Su Rue repeatedly examined the iron sword. With a thought, he activated the super transformation. As the thought was triggered, the blade of the iron sword gradually shifted from bright white to grayish white, and the hilt gained a touch of ancient charm. Transformation successful. The iron sword has been upgraded to a subordinate Xian iron sword, attack power +8. No way! The attack power actually doubled. Su Rue was overjoyed. This inferior Xian iron sword's attack power is even significantly higher than his own attack power. Holding the Xian iron sword, Su Rue's attack value was instantly raised to 15 points. In a novice village of 2,000 people, this is definitely above average. Can it be converted one more time? He immediately tried. Transformation failed. Player level insufficient. It failed. It seems he'll have to wait until his level increases to try transforming again. Su Rue put away the Xian iron sword, slung it on his back, and walked out of the wooden house. Each person's cloth back and waist are equipped with positions for carrying weapons. Announcement: the novice village is now open. All players have 2 days to level up. After 2 days, a collective mission for the novice village will be randomly selected. Rewards will be distributed based on the mission level, and failure will result in total annihilation. This is too terrifying. Failure in the mission leads to total annihilation? It seems everyone has to level up desperately, or we'll all die if the mission fails. That's right, the mission is collective, and everyone must work together. The beginner's village opened, and the protective barrier covering the entire village disappeared along with it. After the barrier disappeared, a burly man walked straight out of the beginner's village. "Hey, Wu Meng, where are you going? Aren't you teaming up with everyone?" someone called out to him. The surrounding crowd turned their gaze toward him, noticing the long-handled broadsword in his hand, which made him particularly eye-catching. In the novice village, it was rare for anyone to draw such a large weapon. Wu Meng turned around, his tone confident. "Didn't you see the team-up prompt? If we kill the beasts together, the experience has to be shared with teammates. I'd rather go solo, leveling up will be faster that way." "But can you handle it alone?" someone questioned. Wu Meng smiled proudly. "To tell you the truth, I am a martial arts school coach. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child. Even 3 to 5 people can't get close to me barehanded, let alone now that I have this knife." Su Rue secretly activated the Eye of Insight and glanced at Wu Meng. Name: Wu Meng. Attack: 20. Defense: 0. Speed: 7. Attack power is actually as high as 20? He then looked at the guandao in Wu Meng's hand. Long-handled broadsword, attack power +6. This was the highest attack power Su Rue had seen among basic weapons. Su Rue nodded and murmured, "No wonder his base attack power is 14 points. Truly extraordinary. Flocks of cattle and sheep move together, but fierce beasts walk alone." After saying this, Wu Meng casually carried his blade and walked out of the novice village. This sentence inspired quite a few people. "That's right, with this power bracelet, my attack power doubles. Forget teaming up, I'll go take on the beasts directly. I also want to see how strong the beasts outside really are." Su Rue, however, understood that things weren't aren't that simple. The rules allow a team of 10, which indicates that the beasts outside aren't something one person can easily handle. Otherwise, why would there be a need to form a team? Suddenly, a piercing scream came from outside the novice village. Reminder, newbie village's Wu Meng was killed by a level 1 demonic beast, the gnawing rat. What? He just went out for a short while, and he's already dead? And killed by a level 1 demonic beast? The cold, emotionless notification instantly made those who still thought this was like a game snap back to reality. This world is fraught with dangers, and the most terrifying thing is people can actually die. I'm going. Who wants to team up with me? I'm very strong. No more soloing, never again. I want to team up. The people who were shouting about going solo earlier were now all trembling with fear, scrambling to find teammates. Before long, nearly all 2,000 people in the beginner's village had formed teams. A few powerful teams were the first to leave the village, with the rest gradually following. In the square, only Su Rue stood alone. Wu Meng's death had a significant impact on him, but he still refused to reveal his talent and join the team. He waited until the others had gone far away before stepping out of the novice village. As soon as he left the village, a dazzling light from the sky enveloped Su Rue. The player chooses to act alone and earns the title Lone Wanderer. Title bonus, attack +5, speed +5. Reminder, when the character reaches level 5 and has not joined a team, the title will automatically upgrade to Lone Ranger. What the heck? It directly added 10 attribute points. Su Rue looked at the panel. Attack, 20, speed, 14. These attributes are already top tier in the novice village. As his attributes improved, he felt his body becoming lighter and filled with strength. This indicates that attribute bonuses can indeed bring a leap in power. However, he recalled that Wu Meng should also have this title, yet still died at the hands of a level 1 monster. This made him vigilant, realizing that an increase in strength does not mean he can afford to be careless. Walking out of the novice village, a moderately sized grassland stretched out before him, with forests extending into the distance and the occasional roar of wild beasts echoing. He hadn't walked far before he saw chaos all around. Bright red bloodstains and signs of fierce battles were visible everywhere. On the ground lay the corpses of rodents, some of them smashed to pieces. These rodents are as large as rabbits, with exceptionally sharp teeth and claws. The prairie appears calm, yet countless rodents lurk beneath the surface. Su Rue immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan the corpse. Level 1 beast rodent, social creatures, often active underground, skilled in tunnel ambushes. Living in groups and skilled at ambushes, no wonder Wu Meng encountered danger as soon as he left the village. The number of gnawing rats is overwhelming, making it difficult for even someone as strong as Wu Meng to handle. Fortunately, the novice village had strength in numbers and had already trampled the gnawing rats' territory flat. Otherwise, Su Rue might have followed in Wu Meng's footsteps. He approached a relatively intact gnawing rat corpse and immediately activated Endless Devour. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged from the corpse and surged into Su Rue's body. Devouring successful. Speed +1. Damn! Just one rodent gives me 1 point of speed. Then with so many corpses, wouldn't that make him invincible? Su Rue did not hesitate and began devouring several in a row. Devouring successful. Speed +1. Devouring successful. Speed +1. Just as he was about to devour the fourth one, a prompt appeared. Reminder, player level is too low. Each level 1 beast can be devoured up to 3 times. I see. Su Rue recalled the talent description. The effective SSS level talent will improve with level progression. Currently, the number of devours for each beast is limited. After leveling up, Endless Devour will evolve, increasing the devour limit. Even so, the 3-point speed boost had already increased Su Rue's speed to 17 points, nearly 3 times that of an average person. He could visibly feel the increase in speed. At this moment, the cold prompt from the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Novice Village's Wanlan was killed by a level 1 beast, the Gnawing Rat King. Wanlan? It was the girl who had been crying and saying she was scared at the beginning. It seems her caring teammate failed to protect her. In this world, you ultimately have to rely on yourself. Novice Village Shou Yong was killed by level 1 beast Gnawing Rat King. What? Another one died. Is the Gnawing Rat King really that formidable? Soon, a message appeared in the chat box. Damn it, where did this black rat come from? It's already killed 2 of our team members. Yeah, this guy is great at burrowing underground, making it impossible to guard against. It attacks and then retreats, never engaging in a direct fight. When I encountered it earlier, I was lucky to have brother Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura, or I would have been done for 2. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and solemnly reminded everyone, be careful. This rodent king is very strong and specializes in ambushes. Try not to act alone. Su Rue silently nodded, secretly staying alert as he cautiously moved forward. Before long, Su Rue discovered a human corpse ahead. It was none other than the once aggressive Wu Meng, now devoid of his former vigor. His neck had been bitten through, and blood stained the ground red. Scattered around were the corpses of several rodents, along with marks clearly left by slashes from a large blade. Su Rue thought to himself, it was indeed as expected. Wu Meng, so formidable and with astonishing attack power, was defeated by a group of level 1 beasts. After After all, while individual rodents are not strong, they attack in swarms. In terms of sheer strength, his large blade would have been more than enough to deal with ordinary wolves. When Su Rui approached the corpse, he was surprised to find the endless devouring talent activated. He hadn't expected that even a player's corpse could be devoured. With a thought, he activated endless devouring on Wu Meng. Devouring successful. Attack +3. Damn! One person can add 3 attribute points. It seems the stronger the target, the greater the devouring bonus. Unfortunately, Wu Meng's large saber was nowhere to be seen, clearly taken by someone else first. If he could get his hands on the +6 attack saber, Su Rui could use the super transformation skill to modify it. He couldn't help but wonder what it would turn into. Looking around, there was nothing else usable. He was preparing to leave, following the main group from the novice village to a farther place. For Su Rui, these beast corpses were treasures. He just needed to follow others and pick up the remains. Level 1. At this moment, a small moving mound in the distance caught his attention. The mound quickly approached him and stopped about 10 meters away. Su Rui immediately drew the secondary Xian iron sword from his back, nervously staring at the mound. The small mound suddenly split open, and a massive black giant rat leaped out. It was over a meter long, its fur standing upright like steel needles, its blood-red eyes blazing like fire, fixed intently on Su Rui. It was none other than the rodent king, the most formidable existence among rodents, adept at burrowing and incredibly fast. Su Rui scanned it with the eye of insight, secretly on guard. The rodent king, it was the one that killed his 2 companions. Unexpectedly, the first demonic beast he encountered was so formidable. Su Rui wasn't entirely confident he could defeat it. The rodent king burst out from the ground, charging at Su Rui at lightning speed. It opened its bloody maw and lunged fiercely. Su Rui quickly rolled to dodge. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he successfully avoided the attack, causing the rodent king to miss its target. He noticed that this rodent king was covered in wounds, with one of its front claws already severed. It seemed that it had been severely injured by others before. Losing its claws, its speed greatly decreased, otherwise, its speed might have been even faster. Injured like this, yet you still dare to provoke me? Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Su Rui tightly gripped the Xian iron sword and steadied his footing once more. The rodent king failed to strike and quickly turned to pounce at Su Rui again. He skillfully dodged, landed gracefully, and simultaneously swung his sword toward its back. The blade sliced through the fur, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. With enhanced attributes, Su Rui felt a significant improvement in his body control, and his reaction speed far surpassed before. Roar! The rodent king roared in pain and anger, turning back to glare at this formidable foe. It was stronger than any human it had ever encountered, especially as it was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of speed. Outmatched in speed, the rodent king was helpless and began digging the ground in an attempt to escape. Still trying to run? Su Rui let out a cold snort, leaped up, and thrust his sword straight into its back with both hands. The blade pierced deeply into its body. The rodent king shrieked in agony, running wildly, but it couldn't shake off Su Rui on its back. Its speed had dropped to a quarter of its peak, struggling in pain. How much longer can you run? Su Rui twisted the sword hilt, causing the blade to rotate inside the body. Roar! The rodent king was in unbearable pain, finally collapsing heavily to the ground, barely clinging to life. Now you can't escape, can you? Su Rui drew his sword and stood up, walking slowly toward the fallen enemy. The rodent king stared at him with blood-red eyes, its breath weak. Prepare to die. Su Rui raised his long sword high, ready to deliver the final blow. The rat king suddenly leaned back and opened its mouth to bite fiercely. Su Rui remained calm, gripping the sword hilt tightly and thrusting it with all his might. The blade pierced through its gaping maw, penetrating its throat. The rat king's attack came to an abrupt halt as it collapsed heavily to the ground, its pupils gradually losing their luster, life fading away. Su Rui leaned on his sword, panting. This was his first encounter with a demonic beast, and his nerves had been taut the entire time. Only when the enemy fell did he breathe a sigh of relief. Killed level 1 demonic beast, gnawing rat king. Experience points +30. Level 1/30/50ths. 30 experience points added. If I kill a few more gnawing rats, I should be able to level up. He learned from the chat box that killing a gnawing rat grants 5 experience points. Announcement: the gnawing rat king has been slain, and gnawing rats will no longer respawn in the novice prairie. What the heck? This is too unfair. Our team was counting on farming gnawing rats here to level up. Yeah, the gnawing rats were already almost wiped out by us. It was hard to find even one after half a day, and now there's no hope at all. Who killed the rodent king? Now we can't farm it anymore. In fact, Su Rui was the one who truly felt upset he hadn't killed a single rodent and didn't gain any experience at all. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward and said firmly, "Alright, everyone stop arguing. I believe there's nothing wrong with killing the rodent king. It already killed 2 of our members. If we don't eliminate it, who knows who will be next? Besides, no one can be certain that the rodents won't respawn after the king is killed. Let's get ready and enter the forest together." Originally, everyone was just complaining a bit, but now that Zhang Yuanshan spoke, the topic naturally subsided. Everyone began discussing the plan to enter the forest. Now, Zhang Yuanshan's reputation in the novice village has gradually surpassed Zhou Yi's, mainly thanks to his sincere and genuine character. Su Rui's gaze locked onto the massive black giant rat in front of him and once again activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Speed +3. Su Rui let out a sigh of relief. The 3-point speed boost was not in vain. He scanned the panel attributes. Name, Su Rui. Attack, 23. Defense, 0. Speed, 20. Level 130/50ths. The corners of his mouth slightly curved up. These attributes were already top tier in the novice village. He couldn't recall any level 1 player with higher attributes than his, though he didn't rule out the possibility of some exceptionally gifted individuals yet to reveal their strength. Closing the panel, Su Rui browsed the chatbox content and noticed that many weaker teams were preparing to follow behind the stronger ones. Although the experience gained is limited, at least it can save his life. He decided to follow as well. The more people there are, the more beasts they can kill, making it easier for him to take advantage. Soon, based on the chat information and footprints on the ground, Su Rui pinpointed the location where the main group entered the forest. The forest was dense with trees, sunlight struggled to penetrate, and the air was filled with an eerie atmosphere. He took off the secondary Shen iron sword from his back, gripped it tightly, and proceeded cautiously. Although his attributes were high and his combat strength was impressive, his defense was still 0. If ambushed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Caution came first in everything. In the forest, a large group had already cleared a passable path, and Su Rui followed it forward. Zhang Jing from Novice Village was killed by a level 1 Grey Wolf. Wu Jiang from Novice Village was killed by a level 1 Ring-tailed Snake. As the progress continued, the Heavenly Dao kept broadcasting player death information, creating a heavy atmosphere. The forest is indeed more perilous than the grassland outside. Su Rui proceeded more cautiously. Suddenly, he smelled the scent of blood in the air. Clearly, there had been a fierce battle nearby, and it was highly likely that there was a beast's corpse. Following the scent and traces, he discovered the corpse of a wolf in a bush. Level 1 Beast Grey Wolf, known for its speed, agile in the forest, equipped with sharp claws and fangs. The wolf's body was covered in knife wounds, with an arrow lodged in its throat. It was clear it had been besieged, a truly tragic sight. This was the embodiment of teamwork. A lone wolf stood no chance of fighting back. Su Rui approached and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Speed +2. It seems the Grey Wolf's strength surpasses that of the rodent. Soon, he discovered the corpses of 2 more grey wolves in similar condition, also the result of being besieged. Without hesitation, he devoured the 2 once again, gaining 4 points of speed. Now Su Rui's speed has reached 26 points, surpassing his attack power. He felt that if he sprinted, he would be so fast that even a grey wolf couldn't catch up. His confidence soared, believing he could easily escape even when facing a formidable enemy. Suddenly, sounds and shouts came from not far away. "Chase it! Don't let it get away! This thing is worth more than a grey wolf. Don't worry, it's seriously injured and won't be able to run for long. We can wear it out to death. Don't get careless. Archers, keep shooting. Finish this quickly to avoid any delays." The voices were getting closer. It seemed their team was almost there. Su Rui didn't want to be discovered, so he quickly hid in a thicket of bushes. Just as he entered the bushes, a white figure darted swiftly ahead. Su Rui's sharp eyes and quick hands caught sight of a pure white wolf, its fur completely unblemished. He immediately activated the Eye of Insight. Level 1 Rare Beast White Wolf. Killing it grants additional rewards. Rare mythical beast? And additional rewards? How could Su Rui let it go so easily? He leaped forward, sword in hand, and gave chase. The white wolf, startled by the sudden appearance of Su Rui, broke into a full-speed sprint. But its wounds tore open, staining parts of its white fur with blood, resembling plum blossoms in the snow. It moves extremely fast, far surpassing ordinary grey wolves, truly living up to its name as a rare beast. Although Su Rui was fast, he still kept up the chase relentlessly. A man and a wolf were fiercely chasing each other in the forest. The white wolf had an arrow stuck in its hind leg, bleeding profusely, and its strength was gradually waning. Multiple teams encircling it have left the white wolf exhausted and severely bloodied, knowing it cannot shake off the humans behind it. It gradually slowed down, closing the distance with Su Rui. Seeing this, Su Rui prepared to launch a fatal strike at the right distance. Suddenly, the white wolf, which had been running, abruptly turned around and lunged at Su Rui. Su Rui widened his eyes and quickly raised his sword horizontally in front of him. Clang! The sharp claws clashed fiercely with the long sword. The immense force of the impact sent Su Rui tumbling to the ground, looking utterly disheveled. The white wolf occupied an absolutely advantageous position, opening its mouth and lunging fiercely at Su Rui's throat. The white wolf's bloody maw was just inches away, and Su Rui could already feel a scorching breath rushing toward his face. However, he remained calm, gripping his longsword tightly in his right hand and thrusting it fiercely at the white wolf's neck. The longsword pierced through the white wolf's neck, instantly freezing all its movements. In the end, Su Rui was one step ahead. Immediately, he pulled out the longsword embedded in the white wolf's neck pushed its corpse aside and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had just barely escaped death, and the immense physical exertion left Su Rue needing to catch his breath. These two encounters made him deeply understand that no creature should ever be underestimated. Their survival instinct is extremely strong. Once cornered, they will fight desperately. Killed level 1 white wolf. Experience points plus 50. Congratulations. Player level increased to level 2. Attack plus 10. Speed plus 10. Name, Su Rue. Attack, 33. Defense, 0. Speed, 36. Bang. Level 230/100. Wow, leveling up actually added so many attributes. Looking at the numbers on the panel, Su Rue's lips curved slightly upward. He could clearly feel the tremendous changes brought by the attribute boost. Player killed a level 1 rare beast and received a reward, 1 beginner teleportation scroll. As soon as the words fell, a white light flashed, and a brown leather scroll appeared in Su Rue's hand. Beginner's teleportation scroll? What's it for? He immediately activated the Eye of Insight to check. Beginner's teleportation scroll can be used to randomly teleport to any location within a 500-meter radius. Bang! Note, disposable item disappears after use. Any point within a radius of 500 meters? It's practically a life-saving tool. Roar! Although 500 meters isn't very far, in a jungle where visibility is limited, it's enough to shake off any pursuers. After all, the enemy has no way of knowing where you've teleported to. Damn it, why did this white wolf suddenly get faster? I just saw its trail, and now it's gone. Don't rush, follow the blood trail. It can't run far. The sound coming from not far away interrupted Su Rue's thoughts. He knew it was the group chasing the white wolf, following the blood trail all the way. He immediately gripped his sword, walked toward the white wolf's corpse, and activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Speed plus 2, attack plus 2. Not bad, another 4 attribute points gained. After finishing the Devour, Su Rue quickly left to avoid a direct confrontation with the pursuers, as he had just scored a huge bargain. He moved extremely fast, running a great distance in an instant, and paused briefly behind a large tree. At this moment, messages kept popping up in the chat box, and he couldn't help but open it to check. Damn it, who the hell did it? Who stole the beast from our team? Bastard, don't let me find you, or don't blame me for being ruthless. Put. Su Rue's lips curled slightly, thinking, I'm no saint, of course I'll take advantage when I can. What's more, for now it seems he's the only one in the novice village without a team. Opportunities are scarce, and he must desperately grow stronger to survive, otherwise, he'll be the next to die. No, I need to find more beast corpses to devour and quickly become stronger. After the earlier chase, Su Rue felt an even greater urgency to improve his strength. If he had been slower back then, he might have been the one to die. He focused his thoughts, opened the map and coordinates, and began searching for the location of the main force. After chasing the white wolf, Su Rue had deviated from the main route. Fortunately, the system has a map function. Although only the areas he has traversed are displayed while the rest remains shrouded in darkness, it is enough to help him return to the right path. After confirming the route, he followed the main group. As he walked, he suddenly caught a faint, fresh fragrance. Strange, how can there be a scent in the forest? Could there be wildflowers here? Although Su Rue was curious, he didn't plan to investigate the reason. After all, this place is fraught with dangers, and curiosity can be harmful. But he continued to follow the route indicated on the map. However, the fragrance grew stronger, shifting from a faint scent to a sweet fruity aroma. Su Rue immediately recognized it with a sniff. It was the scent of fruit. Is there a fruit tree nearby? This temptation was so irresistible that even the cautious Su Rue couldn't help but start following the scent. Not far away, he discovered a massive fruit tree. The trunk was so thick that 5 or 6 people together couldn't encircle it, and its branches and leaves were lush like an umbrella. The branches were laden with pale yellow fruits of various sizes. Su Rue immediately observed with the Eye of Insight. Centennial white spirit tree, bears fruit once every 3 years, producing white spirit fruits. White spirit fruit. First consumption can enhance physical fitness and greatly restore stamina. Enhance physical fitness, greatly restore energy, truly a treasure. There are so many fruits here, it's simply a great opportunity to make a fortune. He couldn't wait to pick a few. Suddenly, a burst of chirping bird calls sounded around, instantly startling Su Rue to retreat into the bushes to hide. Looking up, several white birds were circling above the white spirit tree. They are twice the size of pigeons, with sharp and long beaks. Level 1 demonic beast, white spirit bird, resides near the white spirit tree, fond of eating white spirit fruits. Characteristics, extremely protective of food, skilled in aerial ambushes, sharp beak. This is obviously their territory. Su Rue carefully observed, standing only 7 or 8 meters away from the white spirit tree. 5 or 6 translucent pale yellow fruits hung on the branches. He was confident he could pick a few fruits within seconds. The problem was how to retreat safely. Although fast, it is far from matching the soaring white spirit bird. Su Rue frowned. Could he really give up this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Suddenly, he remembered there was a teleportation scroll in the pocket on his chest. Put. A bold plan flashed through his his mind. He took out the scroll and set the direction and location for the teleportation. Fixing his gaze on the white spirit fruit, he took a deep breath and suddenly dashed out at full sprint speed. The white spirit bird, upon seeing the intruder, immediately launched an attack from the air. Su Rui moved swiftly, reaching the white spirit tree in an instant. He acted swiftly, plucking 3 connected white spirit fruits. Chirp chirp chirp. The white spirit bird swooped down at an astonishing speed. Su Rui quickly dashed to another cluster of fruits and picked the second set of 3. Just as he was picking the third one, the sound of something cutting through the air suddenly arose behind him. He didn't dare to be greedy, tightly clutching the fruit as a thought crossed his mind. Activate the scroll. Whoosh! Su Rui's figure disappeared from the spot along with the white spirit fruit. Several white spirit birds, caught off guard, crashed into tree trunks and tumbled down like a white waterfall. The remaining birds, realizing what had happened, stopped to rest, chirping as if discussing the whereabouts of the person just now. Within the 500-meter teleportation range of the white spirit tree, accompanied by a blue light, Su Rui's figure appeared here. Phew, what a close call. I was almost pecked by those ferocious white spirit birds. Holding 5 crystal-clear white spirit fruits in his arms, the fruits emitted a tempting sweet fragrance. Without hesitation, he grabbed one and took a bite. Wow, so delicious. The white spirit fruit melted in the mouth, incredibly sweet, and Su Rui couldn't help but finish it in one go. The fruit's flesh turned into a warm current that flowed into the body, subtly enhancing the physique and bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. Consumed white spirit fruit, physique enhanced, attack +3, defense +1. Su Rui's eyes lit up. He actually gained a defense attribute. Though it was only 1 point, it was more exciting than 3 points of attack. He moved his body slightly and felt that he had become much sturdier. The long journey and 2 fierce battles earlier had already consumed nearly half of his stamina. After consuming the white spirit fruit, one feels energized, with strength doubling throughout the body. It truly is a divine item for greatly restoring stamina. He wondered if eating another one would further increase his attributes. Thus, he activated the Eye of Insight to examine the fruit's description. White spirit fruit enhances physical constitution and restores stamina upon first consumption. Subsequent consumption only restores stamina. It seems you can only gain attribute boosts once. Otherwise, if you ate all the fruits on the tree, wouldn't you become invincible? After the attribute boost, Su Rui eagerly glanced at the panel. Name, Su Rui. Attack 38. Defense 1. Speed 38. Level 230/100. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. This attribute was already top tier in the novice village. He couldn't recall anyone in the chat box having attributes higher than his. Of course, it didn't rule out the possibility of someone with hidden talents and extraordinary abilities. Close the panel. Su Rui glanced at the chat box and found that many weaker teams were preparing to follow the stronger teams. Although they would gain less experience, at least they could stay alive. He decided to follow behind the main group. After all, with many people and beasts around, one can take advantage. Soon, based on the chat information and footprints, Su Rui pinpointed the location where the main group entered the forest. The forest was dense with trees, sunlight barely penetrated, and the environment was eerie. He took off the secondary Xian iron sword, gripped it tightly, and proceeded cautiously. Though its attributes were high and its combat power impressive, its defense was still 0. If ambushed, the consequences could be dire, so he had to be careful. He advanced along the already cleared path. Novice village Zhongjing was killed by a level 1 gray wolf. Novice village Wujian was killed by a level 1 ring-tailed snake. The heavenly Dao frequently broadcasts death notifications, creating a heavy atmosphere. The forest is far more dangerous than the grasslands outside. Su Rui proceeded with greater caution. Suddenly, the smell of blood filled the air, indicating that there had been a fierce battle nearby, and there were likely demonic beast corpses. Using scent and traces to search, he discovered a wolf carcass in the bushes. Level 1 beast gray wolf, known for its speed, agile and nimble in the forest, equipped with sharp claws and fangs. The wolf's body was covered in knife wounds, with an arrow piercing through its throat, a gruesome sight. This is the symbol of the power of teamwork. A lone wolf cannot defeat a group of people. Su Rui approached and activated Endless Devouring. Devouring successful. Speed +2. The gray wolf's strength was clearly superior to that of the rodent. Soon, 2 more gray wolf corpses were discovered, in similar condition, both having been besieged. He did not hesitate, devouring both and gaining 4 points of speed. His speed soared to 26 points, surpassing his attack value. He felt himself sprinting like the wind, the gray wolf struggling to catch up, his confidence surging. Suddenly, sounds and human shouts came from afar. Quick, chase it. Don't let it escape. This thing is worth more than a gray wolf. Don't worry, it's badly injured and can't run far. We'll wear it out. Archers, keep shooting. Finish it quickly to avoid delays. The voices drew closer, and the pursuers approached. Su Rui hurriedly dove into the bushes to hide. Just as he concealed himself, a white figure flashed ahead, and Su Rui caught sight of a pure white wolf without any blemishes. He immediately activated the Eye of Insight. Level 1 rare beast white wolf, killing killing it grants additional rewards. Rare mythical beast, extra rewards. How could it be easily let go? Surue leaped up, sword in hand, and gave chase. The white wolf, startled by the ambush, burst into a full-speed sprint. Blood-stained parts of its white fur, resembling plum blossoms in the snow. Extremely fast, far surpassing the gray wolf, truly a rare mythical beast. Although Surue was fast, he still pursued relentlessly. A man and a wolf engaged in a fierce chase through the forest. The white wolf had an arrow in its hind leg, severely bleeding, and its strength gradually waned. Multiple teams surrounding him had already left him exhausted. Knowing he couldn't shake off the enemies behind him, his speed slowed. Seeing this, Surue prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, the white wolf turned sharply and lunged at Surue. Surue widened his eyes and quickly raised his sword to block. Clang! The sharp claws struck the sword, and the impact knocked him to the ground. The white wolf gained the upper hand, opening its mouth to bite his throat. This is an 8-person squad, currently besieging a raging wild boar. Surue stroked his chin, secretly speculating in his heart, why do these people look so familiar? Suddenly, he recognized one of them. It was Lin Xiaolu, who had given him an iron sword in the novice village. So it's their squad, no wonder they look familiar. At this moment, the 8 people divided their tasks clearly, with 2 strong men holding shields to steadily fend off the wild boar's fierce attacks. The members wielding swords and short blades continuously hacked at the wild boar's hind legs, while the archers in the distance kept harassing it. Surue recalled the wild boar carcass he had seen earlier, its hind legs severed and body covered in wounds, clearly the result of this team's tactical efforts. First, they rendered the wild boar immobile, then surrounded and attacked it, turning it into a sitting target. At the moment, one of the wild boar's hind legs had been slashed and was bleeding profusely, enraging it greatly. However, its speed was not fast, and its injuries were severe, while the shield bearers effectively blocked its attacks. Whenever the wild boar launched an attack, it would inevitably suffer a counterattack from behind. The battle entered a fever pitch, with the 8-person team holding a clear advantage. The man with a black face and a knife seized the opportunity and slashed the wild boar's hind leg with one stroke. Well done, boss. Impressive, boss. Amid the team's cheers, the offensive grew even fiercer. The wild boar collapsed to the ground, roaring repeatedly, but was no longer a threat. The swordsman rushed forward, slashing and stabbing fiercely, and the wild boar soon died. After killing the wild boar, all 8 people gained experience. Ha, I actually got 10 experience points. I only got 3 points, that's so few. Who told you to always stand at the back? Look at how fierce our boss is. Boss, how many points did you get this time? 20 points, the dark-faced man answered with a smile. Wow, boss, you're really amazing. The girl looked at him with admiration. Through their discussion, Surue finally understood that team experience was distributed based on contribution, avoiding the unfairness of slackers receiving the same rewards as hard fighters. But, although the experience was divided among 8 people, everyone was still cheerful. It was much faster than scavenging with the larger group. Take a break, and later we'll look for the next wild boar, the dark-faced man said, glancing at everyone. After the battle just now, 8 people were injured to varying degrees, even Lin Xiaolu and another girl had scars on their faces. Surue remembered that they were a full team of 10 in the novice village, but now they were clearly missing 2 members. The team sat down on the spot to recover their strength. This place is really great. The wild boars give as much as 50 experience points and aren't hard to deal with. That's right, after coming here, the experience grows much faster. Lin Xiaolu sighed, her expression sorrowful. Alas, it's just a pity about Shui Yong and Lu Ming. She lowered her head, and everyone followed suit with heavy expressions. The dark-faced man walked over and patted her shoulder. Xiaolu, don't be too sad. This world is inherently dangerous, and casualties are inevitable. I'm fine, brother Hong, Lin Xiaolu replied softly. Surue, hiding in the grass, secretly activated the Eye of Insight. Name, Hong Wanquan. Attack, 25. Defense, 0. Speed, 15. Level 2, 23/200. Seeing that Hong Wan's attributes were not high, Surue was somewhat surprised. Just now, his combat power was formidable. It seems I overestimated his strength, but he is indeed the strongest among the 8-member squad. Surue's current stats: Attack 45, Defense 1, Speed 38, Level 230/100. Attack is 20 points higher than Hong Wanquan, and speed is more than double. No wonder Hong Wanquan's movements were slow. With this strength, Surue could easily crush Hong Wanquan, and even killing a wild boar alone wouldn't be a problem. After all, his speed was abnormal, and the wild boar simply couldn't catch up. But Surue still didn't want to have direct contact with this group of people. He planned to wait for them to rest and secretly devour the wild boar's attributes. Seeing that the 8 people were resting for a long time, Surue couldn't stay hidden forever. He decided to scout around first, looking for other demonic beast remains, and come back later to devour them. Just as he was retreating slowly, he stepped on some dry grass, making a noise. Who's there? Come out. The 8 people immediately became alert, ready for battle. The archer raised his bow and aimed at Surue. Surue exhaled helplessly, slowly stepping out of the bushes, and said, don't be nervous, I'm human. Although the other party was vigilant, they posed no threat to Su Rue. He moved extremely quickly, easily shaking them off without any hesitation. Su Rue? Lin Xiaolu looked at him in surprise. Hong Wanquan turned his head and asked, Xiaolu, do you know him? Lin Xiaolu nodded. Yes, he's my friend. Hearing this, everyone gradually relaxed and lowered their bows and arrows. Lin Xiaolu asked, why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I saw footprints on the ground and followed them here. My teammates are still waiting for me outside, Su Rue said, pointing toward the depths of the jungle. Before the conversation ended, another female member of the team suddenly realized, oh, it's you. I was wondering why you looked familiar. Chen Shui, who is this person? I don't know them, the burly man holding a shield asked. Chen Shui and her teammates briefly explained the situation in the novice village, and everyone understood why Lin Xiaolu knew Su Rue. Chen Shui smirked mischievously. You wouldn't have secretly followed Xiaolu all the way here just to join our team, would you? At this moment, the team leader Hong Wanquan spoke with a serious expression. No, our team is already full. Adding one more would only become a burden. Their team of 8 was already considered full. In fact, many strong teams only had 3 or 4 members. When there are many people fighting beasts, it's often hard to get involved, especially weaker individuals who instead drag down the team and affect the leveling up speed. Hong Wanquan must consider the overall situation. However, Lin Xiaolu looked at Hong Wanquan with a tone of concern. Brother Hong, it's very dangerous for Su Rue to be out there alone. Why not let him join us? Seeing her speak up, Hong Wanquan no longer objected and turned to look at the other team members. No one spoke upon seeing this. This world tends to favor those with outstanding looks, especially beauties like Lin Xiaolu. With everyone's tacit approval, Hong Wanquan said helplessly, alright, for Xiaolu's sake, we'll let you join. Unexpectedly, Su Rue shook his head and said, no need, my teammates are still waiting for me outside the swamp. I'll reunite with them soon. He was completely unwilling to join someone else's team, not only fearing the exposure of his talent but also worrying about slowing down his own pace. Lin Xiaolu frowned deeply, full of concern. But it's too dangerous here, what if? Su Rue chuckled lightly. Don't worry, I came here alone just now, going back won't be a problem either. After saying that, he turned and left. Looking at Su Rue's gradually receding figure, Chen Shui pouted and said, seriously, Sister Xiaolu, you even invited him, but he still refused to come alone. He has his own team. I'm just worried about his safety. Someone teased, Xiaolu, you're so concerned about him. Do you like him? Of course not. Don't talk nonsense. You still say you don't like him. Your face is all red. Lin Xiaolu quickly covered her face, her actions betraying her guilty conscience. Everyone saw it. You still say you don't like him. Hong Wanquan also laughed along. Xiaolu, if I had known earlier, I would have insisted on keeping that boy here. Brother Hong, I don't have it anymore. The 8-person team immediately burst into laughter, and the atmosphere eased considerably. On the other side, Su Rue opened the map and marked the spot where he had just encountered Lin Xiaolu. After the main group left, he planned to return and absorb the attributes of that wild boar. Who knew? Just after walking a short distance, a scream came from behind. Oh no, something happened to the team. Su Rue didn't hesitate and immediately turned back. The closer he got, the louder the sounds of fighting became. He drew his back sword and moved to a concealed spot to observe the front. He saw Lin Xiaolu's team entangled in a fight with a toad larger than a bull. The toad stood nearly 2 meters tall, with a round body and an enormous belly. Ahead, a sturdy shield guard was struggling to block the toad's heavy blows. Several attackers wielding short weapons surrounded and assaulted, while archers from afar continued shooting. Unfortunately, the attacks had no effect on the toad, as its defense was extremely strong. Lin Xiaolu struggled to cope with the toad's charge. Su Rue activated the Eye of Insight to examine the monster's information. Level 2 Beast Swamp Frog, flexible long tongue capable of swallowing prey, extremely strong jumping ability, astonishing defense value. Level 2 Beast? Su Rue frowned deeply. This was the first level 2 beast he had ever encountered. No wonder its strength was so formidable. The 8-man squad was completely powerless to win. However, its massive size made it less agile, unable to attack enemies behind it. Otherwise, the team might have already suffered heavy casualties. The archer asked in confusion, why is this monster's skin so thick? The arrows can't penetrate it at all. That's because your attack power isn't strong enough. It's a level 2 beast. Su Rue had no time for words. The battle was critical, and every second counted. He dashed out from the bushes and shouted to the archer, don't panic, aim for its eyes. The archer snapped out of it, drew the bow, and shot a precise arrow. The arrow flew toward the swamp frog's eye. The frog sensed the danger and swiftly turned to dodge. The arrow struck the hard shell and slid off ineffectively. The swamp frog, feeling the threat from the distant archer, opened its mouth and spat out its long tongue. Quick, dodge! Su Rue shouted, simultaneously drawing his sword and closing in. The archer's movements were sluggish, making it hard to evade. The tongue swiftly coiled around the archer Han Ji like a living snake. He watched as the gaping maw closed in, his expression filled with despair. A teammate cried out, Hang, no! Everything happened too quickly. The archer was swallowed in an instant. Humans were as insignificant as flies before it. From sticking out its tongue to swallowing, it took only a few seconds. Among everyone present, only Su-Rue reacted in time. The others couldn't stop it at all. Bastard! I'm going to kill you, you monster! Hong Wanquan roared in fury and bravely charged at the swamp frog. The whole team followed closely, besieging the monster. It must be stopped from attacking with its long tongue again, or else the group will struggle to resist. The swamp frog suddenly kicked its hind legs, leaping 7 or 8 meters out of the encirclement. Don't let it widen the distance, keep attacking, Hong Wanquan shouted. But as everyone turned around to continue the chase, the swamp frog once again stuck out its tongue. This time, the target was Lin Xiaolu. The long tongue swiftly wrapped around her slender waist. In the next second, the tongue began to retract. Lin Xiaolu suddenly realized something was wrong, aware that she was about to be swallowed into the monster's belly. A complex expression appeared on her face, revealing her yearning for life. The crowd was shocked at the sight, turning pale with fright, and rushed forward to rescue her. But their speed was no match for the swamp frog's tongue, as if moving in slow motion, powerless to stop it. At the critical moment, Su-Rue finally arrived at the battlefield. Holding the secondary Shen iron sword, he swung it toward the extended tongue of the swamp frog. A flash of cold light streaked by, and the swamp frog's tongue was severed. Lin Xiaolu immediately fell to the ground. Roar! Knock knock knock! The swamp frog howled in pain, retracting its remaining tongue. What swift swordsmanship! Someone exclaimed in amazement. The crowd reacted and hurriedly helped Lin Xiaolu up. The swamp frog let out a roar, glaring at Su-Rue. Its powerful hind legs suddenly sprang forward as it opened its mouth to pounce on him, intending to swallow him whole. Su-Rue remained calm and composed, gripping his long sword tightly. With a sliding maneuver, he passed beneath the swamp frog and simultaneously swung his sword at its belly. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the thick abdomen, spraying red and white innards. This sequence of moves had once existed only in his imagination, but now, thanks to his enhanced attributes, he could execute it effortlessly. The swamp frog collapsed helplessly, its innards exposed, creating a somewhat gruesome scene. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, knowing the monster was doomed. At the same time, a figure fell out from inside the toad. It was the archer Hanji who had just been swallowed. He was covered in mucus and unconscious. Hanji, are you okay? The team members hurriedly checked him, patting his cheeks. Wake up, Hanji. Not long after, Hanji woke up, looking around in confusion. Am I dead? Is this heaven? Have you all died too? He had just had a brush with death. No, you're not dead. Su-Rue saved you. That's right, he saved you, and he saved us too. Everyone's gaze focused on Su-Rue. At this moment, Su-Rue was crouching on the ground, panting, using his sword to support himself. The immense potential he had unleashed earlier had consumed a lot of his strength. Defeated level 2 demon beast, swamp frog. Experience plus 70. Congratulations on leveling up to level 3. Attack plus 15, speed plus 15. Attack, 60. Defense, 1. Speed, 53. Level, 30/250. 70 experience points are just enough to level up. Reminder, upon reaching level 3, the Inside Eye talent has been upgraded. My talent has been upgraded. Su-Rue was overjoyed and couldn't wait to check it out. After activating it, his field of vision expanded, allowing him to clearly see the movement trajectories of all team members and even predict their next actions. This greatly enhanced combat effectiveness, with a clear advantage in taking the initiative. Amid his excitement, he noticed several people approaching him. Leading them was none other than Hanji, who had just been devoured. With a face full of gratitude, Hanji quickly walked over. Hello, my name is Hanji. Thank you for saving me. He reached out his hand to shake, but seeing it covered in slime, he awkwardly withdrew it. Su-Rue smiled. It's the right thing to do. Your archery is impressive. If not for the lack of strength and insufficient speed, that arrow would have hit the eye. Hanji scratched his head and said with a smile, I started learning archery in elementary school. Never thought I'd actually use it here. Hong Wanquan walked over and said, Hanji's archery skills are indeed outstanding. He's an important asset to our team. He then turned to Su-Rue and said solemnly, thank you for saving us. Without you, our team might not have escaped this calamity. Everyone also expressed their gratitude one after another, their eyes full of admiration. When a comrade is in trouble, it is only right to help, Su-Rue said with a smile. Hong Wanquan nodded and was about to respond when a strange noise suddenly came from the bushes. Everyone became alert, drawing their swords and staring intently at the bushes. Suddenly, a wild boar burst out of the bushes. Everyone was panicked, exhausted, heavily injured, and their formation was in disarray. Some people gathered around Su-Rue, while several others were scattered in the lowland, all showing signs of fatigue. Having just survived a life-and-death ordeal, they relaxed slightly, leading to a dangerous situation. The wild boar charged directly at the nearest person, who was injured and unable to dodge, seemingly about to be knocked away. Suddenly, a flash of cold light streaked past. The wild boar's head flew off, sliding several meters due to inertia, and stopped in front of the injured person. Blood gushed from the neck, the wound clean and precise. Su-Rue stood beside the wild boar's corpse, holding his sword. Killed level 1 wild boar. Experience plus 50. Level 350/250. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The wild boar they had struggled to deal with was instantly killed by Su Rue with one strike. Is this even human? It really makes one extremely jealous. Hong Wanquan was also dumbfounded. Although the swamp frog had previously died at Su Rue's hands, its formidable strength had not been witnessed firsthand. As for the wild boar, its strength was well known, even when facing multiple experienced teams. Now, to his disbelief, he was easily slain by Su Rue. To be honest, Su Rue himself had once doubted the extent of his strength, but after the fierce battle with the swamp frog, he confirmed that both his attack and speed had reached a terrifying level. Now, regardless of the number of wild boars or grey wolves, Su Rue is confident he can take them down one by one. Everyone was shocked by Su Rue's strength and turned their gazes toward him. Su Rue took the opportunity to crouch down, turning his back to the crowd, and silently activated Endless Devour. Devour successful. Attack power +3. Taking advantage of the lack of disturbance, he then approached the swamp frog and the wild boar corpse from earlier, continuing to devour. Devouring successful. Defense +1. Devouring successful. Attack power +3. The swamp frog's attribute turned out to be defense, which brought a surge of joy to Su Rue's heart. He felt his physique gradually strengthening, a benefit brought about by the increase in defense. At this moment, Lin Xiaolu walked over with minor injuries and asked with concern, Su Rue, what are you doing here? Su Rue casually replied, I'm observing the weaknesses of these beasts so it'll be easier to deal with them in the future. Lin Xiaolu praised, I didn't expect you to be so meticulous. No one in our team has thought of this yet. Su Rue merely smiled faintly, knowing in his heart that this was just an excuse. Also, thank you for saving me just now, Lin Xiaolu said softly. Su Rue responded with a smile, not at all. It was you who gave me the iron sword in the beginner's village, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to leave the village. Without a weapon, he truly wouldn't have known what to do. At this moment, Chen Shui excitedly ran over from the team. Brother Su Rue, you were amazing just now. One strike to take down the wild boar, it was absolutely awesome. Yes, Su Rue, the wild boar has extremely strong defense. Our blades couldn't even cut through. How did you manage it? More team members gathered around, their eyes full of admiration. Su Rue smiled and said, work hard to level up, and you can do it too. Then he looked at Hong Wanquan and asked, how are things going for you now, and what are your plans next? Hong Wanquan looked around at his injured teammates and said with a wry smile, I've discussed it with everyone, and no one is willing to return to the novice village to recuperate. Su Rue asked in confusion, why? Hong Wanquan explained, the wooden house recovers too slowly, and the round trip wastes time it could take up an entire day. Everyone chimed in, that's right, Heaven's Path only gives us 2 days to level up. If we fail the mission, we'll all die. We can't afford any delays. We all want to get stronger quickly and not hold the team back. Su Rue used the Eye of Insight to scan them and found that most were still at level 1, yet to advance to level 2. With this level of strength, the impact on collective tasks is minimal. So you're planning to seek treatment from Gu Haitang? Su Rue asked. That's right. Hong Wanquan nodded. That's perfect. I'll go with you, Su Rue said. With his current strength, he no longer needs to hide in the rear to pick up corpses. Killing beasts at the front absorbs attributes faster. Moreover, the wild boar's attributes have already reached their limit. Staying here is pointless. Really? Brother Su Rue, you're coming with us? That's great. Chen Shui was overjoyed. Everyone's faces lit up with joy. Having a strong companion brought much peace of mind. A peculiar sparkle flashed in Lin Xiaolu's eyes. Hong Wanquan quickly expressed his gratitude, admitting that he had been worried about the team's situation earlier, fearing dangers along the way. Now that Su Rue is guarding, it's much safer. After everyone got ready, they set off, with Su Rue leading the way. Not only was his speed astonishing, but his Eye of Insight also gave him observational skills far beyond ordinary people, leaving no movement unnoticed. Brother Su Rue, didn't you say your team was waiting for you in the jungle? Where are they? Chen Shui curiously leaned closer. I've left that team, Su Rue said calmly, looking ahead. Ha? When? Chen Shui asked in surprise. Just now, when you asked, Su Rue replied with a smile. Chen Shui was stunned, standing in place. Hanji walked over and said with a smile, Xiao Xue, are you silly? Brother Su Rue is so strong, he doesn't need teammates. He was just making excuses earlier. Chen Shui suddenly realized, so Brother Su Rue is a lone powerhouse. Su Rue suddenly drew his sword and slashed toward the bushes ahead. The bushes were sliced open, and the corpse of a ring-tailed snake fell out. The snake's body was severed into two, writhing violently before gradually coming to a stop. Defeated level 1 ring-tailed snake. Experience +20. The ring-tailed snake is highly venomous, skilled in ambushes, and often causes the death of novice players. Its defense is relatively weak, and the experience gained is low. Su Rue crouched down, devouring its attributes. Devouring successful. Attack power +2. At this point, the ring-tailed snake has reached its devouring limit. Su Rue has reached his limit with the common beasts on the jungle outskirts. Boss Su Rue is really amazing. If I were walking in front, I'd definitely be in trouble. Su Rue turned turned around and reminded everyone, stay away from shrubs and piles of fallen leaves. Everyone nodded one after another. As they continued forward, they saw multiple corpses of gray wolves and ring-tailed snakes along the way. All have been devoured, without lingering, quickening their pace. Before long, they caught up with the slowly advancing main force. Though called the main force, it was actually several small teams scattered around, supporting each other. Su Rui took the lead, quickly arriving ahead to meet Gu Haitang and the others. Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang's teams were both at the forefront, separated by several meters, advancing in the same direction. Gu Haitang's team had only 6 members, but Su Rui observed through the eye of insight that 4 of them had already reached level 3, and the lowest level was 2. With their combat strength, they could easily handle 5 or 6 wild boars without any trouble. Hong Wanquan saw this and immediately jogged over, preparing to ask Gu Haitang for help in treating his injuries. After all, this is a matter for their team, and he felt embarrassed to let Su Rui speak. The members of Gu Haitang's team also noticed Hong Wanquan's arrival, stopped in their tracks, and understood the purpose of his visit. After all, most of the team members were injured. A young man holding an iron sword said impatiently, "Here we go again? I've already said, injured people shouldn't come to us. Can't this guy see that?" Another person echoed, "Yeah, they really think we're a hospital." Gu Haitang, tall and slightly pale, said calmly, "All right, everyone, say less." The man holding the sword frowned and said, "Haitang, you're too soft-hearted. Why bother with them? Their injuries have nothing to do with us." "Exactly, Haitang, it's because you keep treating others that your level hasn't gone up." Gu Haitang said firmly, "We're all from the same novice village. If someone gets hurt and comes to me, how can I just stand by and do nothing?" Her cold exterior and warm heart were fully revealed. At this moment, Hong Wanquan ran up to her and pleaded his case. Sword-wielding Zhao Zhui shook his head and said, "Sister Haitang has already exhausted her strength treating you all and can't use her talent for now. You'd better head back." Hong Wanquan was completely dumbfounded, not expecting that using his talent would also consume physical strength. Gu Haitang had previously helped many people with treatment, which indeed drained her energy significantly. As a result, she rarely fought with beasts, her experience grew slowly, and she was already the lowest level in the team. Gu Haitang stepped forward and said, "Don't listen to him. Call all your teammates over, and let me check the injuries first." Hong Wanquan's face lit up with joy as he waved to gather the team members. Zhao Zhui pursed his lips and said nothing upon seeing this. The team members arrived one after another, and Han Ji greeted them warmly. However, they seemed to look down on Hong Wanquan's group, and no one paid attention to Han Ji. Instead, the men in Gu Haitang's team turned their gazes toward Lin Xiaolu. Beauty is indeed the center of attention. Gu Haitang checked the injuries one by one and found that everyone's injuries were not serious, with the most severe being only fractures. "But," Zhao Zhui said discontentedly, "you come to Sister Haitang for treatment for such minor injuries?" "Exactly, Sister Haitang's talent consumes stamina. Can't you go back to the novice village to recuperate on your own?" Hong Wanquan and the others felt a bit awkward. They hadn't known before that talent usage would consume physical strength. Su Rui also learned about this for the first time. His talent could be used at will without any side effects. He looked at Gu Haitang, whose face was pale, presumably due to exhaustion. Lin Xiaolu stepped forward apologetically. "I'm sorry, we didn't know that treating others would consume physical strength. We should still." Gu Haitang interrupted, "It's fine, but I can only treat you 3 more times at most." Hong Wanquan repeatedly expressed his gratitude. 3 times is enough. Thank you so much." Afterward, the 3 most severely injured team members were helped out, and Gu Haitang used her healing ability on them one by one. A faint green light emanated from her palm and entered the bodies of the 3 individuals. The injuries have greatly improved. Although not fully healed, combat effectiveness has been restored. The 3 people gratefully thanked Gu Haitang. She nodded slightly, sweat on her forehead, and her face grew even paler. Su Rui took in the scene and thought to himself, this is the price of using talent at the expense of physical strength. He took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and walked toward Gu Haitang. "This is a fruit I picked from the white spirit tree. Eating it can restore your strength." With that, he handed it over. As soon as the white spirit fruit appeared, its sweet fragrance spread, making one's mouth water. "Can this thing really restore strength? Is there such a good thing?" Zhao Zhui and the others curiously looked at Su Rui, while Lin Xiaolu and the others also showed surprised expressions. Gu Haitang did not hesitate and took the white spirit fruit. She was exhausted, and if this fruit was truly effective, it would surely be greatly beneficial. "Take a light bite, and your mouth is filled with fragrance. The flesh melts instantly upon entering. In no time, it is completely swallowed. A sense of comfort immediately spreads through the body, strength quickly recovers, and the pale complexion returns to a rosy hue." She looked at Su Rui in surprise. "Can this fruit also enhance defensive attributes?" Everyone was equally shocked upon hearing this. Their defense attributes were all 0, and leveling up brought no improvement, yet a single fruit could increase defense. "It only boosts defense the first time you take it. Its main function is to restore stamina," Su Rui explained. Gu Haitang felt her whole body brimming with strength, her fatigue completely swept away. A single fruit can actually restore strength. How amazing. Thank you so much. It's the least I can do. You've been helping everyone with their treatment all along. Su Rui, filled with gratitude, gifted her the white spirit fruit. With her strength restored, Gu Haitang treated the injured members of Hong Wanxuan's team, leaving Zhao Zhuo and the others speechless. Instead, they began to fix their eyes on Su Rui, the effect of the white spirit fruit stirring greed in their hearts. After the treatment was completed, Hong Wanquan and the others expressed their gratitude repeatedly. Just as they were about to leave, Zhao Zhuo suddenly called out to everyone, "Wait a moment." Everyone turned to look at Zhao Zhuo, including Su Rui. Zhao Zhuo walked over with a big smile, his tone carrying a hint of probing. "Brother, may I know your honorable name?" Su Rui. Su Rui glanced at Zhao Zhuo and immediately sensed his ulterior motives. Zhao Zhuo nodded and said meaningfully, "Su Rui, we all saw the effects of that white spirit fruit just now. I wonder if you could lend me a few." Su Rui frowned and immediately understood that the other party was coveting the white spirit fruit. Hong Wanquan and the others also became vigilant. "Zhao Zhuo, what are you talking about? That belongs to someone else," Gu Haitang reprimanded coldly. Zhao Zhuo's smile remained. "Sister Haitang, don't rush, let me finish," he said seriously. "Look at them, their abilities are average. Holding on to such treasures is simply a waste. Rather than letting those people enjoy it alone, it's better to give it all to us. That way, it can be used to its fullest potential." Everyone understood clearly that what they valued most was the fruit's ability to restore physical strength. After hours of fierce fighting, their stamina was severely depleted, and frequent breaks slowed down the leveling speed. Zhao Zhuo continued, "This way, our elite levels can also improve faster and play a crucial role at critical moments." He added, "If the group mission fails, it's total annihilation. Keeping the fruits then would be useless." He spoke passionately, as if everything was for the benefit of the novice village. These words swayed many team members, who echoed in agreement. Zhao Zhuo is right, the fruit restores energy, and we can level up faster. Yeah, this way we can better support the beginner's village. Isn't being together all about helping each other? This kind of thing should be shared. Gu Haitang listened, staring in astonishment at these teammates, not expecting someone to side with Zhao Zhuo. She underestimated the greed of human nature, especially in life and death situations where everyone wants to seize the opportunity to become stronger. Su Rui understood but did not agree. "You just said the fruit would be most effective in your hands? What makes you so sure?" Su Rui asked coldly. Zhao Zhuo replied confidently, "I'm stronger than you, and I level up faster. Wasting time recovering is different for me than it is for you. If you truly are stronger than me, I'm willing to give you the fruit." But, he chuckled, full of disdain, "only the strong deserve good resources." "The strong? You think you're worthy?" Su Rui responded with a cold sneer. Zhao Zhuo's face darkened. "I've already reached level 3. I don't know what level you're at, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? Do you want me to teach you a lesson so you know how to respect the strong?" In the main force, there were very few people with a higher rank than him, and most of them were either on the front lines or in solo squads. He was confident he could easily defeat Su Rui. "Then give it a try," Su Rui responded calmly. Zhao Zhuo was surprised by Su Rui's toughness, provoking him despite knowing he was no match. "Prepare for battle. Don't blame me for being rude." Zhao Zhuo drew his sword, ready to teach Su Rui a lesson. The atmosphere instantly became tense and confrontational. Gu Haitang wanted to step forward to mediate, but it was already too late. Su Rui drew his sword and leaped up, his figure turning into a blur as he instantly charged toward Zhao Zhuo. Zhao Zhuo hurriedly raised his sword to defend, but in the next moment his movements froze. The tip of the sword was already pressed against his throat, almost piercing the skin. Zhao Zhuo's face instantly turned pale, his heart raced, and he dared not move a muscle. This was the closest moment to death in his life. Everyone was shocked. They never expected that Zhao Zhuo, the strongest in the team, would be completely powerless against Su Rui. Although Hong Wanquan and the others knew Su Rui was strong, they didn't expect the gap to be so vast, with the outcome decided in an instant. Several nearby teams, including Zhang Yuanshan's, witnessed this scene. "Damn! Look, isn't that Zhao Zhuo? Who's the person in front of him?" Zhao Zhuo is one of the top fighters in the main force. How could someone be pointing a sword at him? Zhang Yuanshan, seeing this, hurried over, unwilling to witness internal conflict among humans. His teammates followed, as they were somewhat familiar with Gu Haitang's team and wanted to see what was going on. Su Rui raised his sword and coldly asked, "Now, do you know how to respect the strong?" Zhao Zhuo, with the sword tip pressed against his throat, dared not nod. His Adam's apple trembled, and his voice quivered. I understand." Su Rui withdrew his sword. Zhao Zhuo stepped back a few paces, gasping for air, his eyes filled with terror. "Anyone else who thinks they're stronger than me, feel free to try." Su Rui's gaze swept over everyone one by one. Everyone avoided his gaze, their arrogance completely gone. Zhao Zhuo was the strongest in their group, and even he was powerless to resist. If anyone else stepped forward, they would likely meet the same fate. At this moment, Zhang Yuanshan and the others arrived. After glancing at Su Rui, they turned to Gu Haitang and asked, "What happened?" Gu Haitang regained her composure and recounted what had just happened to him. Zhang Yuanshan cast a cold glance at Zhao Zhuo, Manhwa, who lowered his head in shame, not only because of greed but also because he was subdued by Su Rui with a single sword strike. It was evident that Zhang Yuanshan held considerable prestige among the crowd. Su Rui couldn't help but use the eye of insight to scan Zhang Yuanshan and discovered that his level was as high as level 4. Level 4? He was astonished. No wonder Zhao Zhuo was so obedient in front of him. In contrast, Gu Haitang is only at level 2, lacking deterrence. Strength is the hard truth. Unwilling to waste time, Su Rui turned to leave. Please wait. Zhang Yuanshan's voice came from behind. Su Rui turned around and asked calmly, anything else? Zhang Yuanshan, with an apologetic expression, said, this matter was handled wrongly by Zhao Zhuo and the others. They caused you trouble, and I truly apologize. Su Rui was somewhat surprised upon hearing this. Zhang Yuanshan turned his head to stare at Zhao Zhuo and said sternly, hurry up and apologize. Although Zhao Zhuo was somewhat unwilling, he still stepped forward and said, I'm sorry, I was momentarily confused. Zhang Yuanshan's attitude won the favor of Hong Wanquan and the others. Su Rui glanced at Zhao Zhuo, who was bowing his head to admit his mistake, said nothing more, and turned to leave. He didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. The most important thing right now was to quickly improve his strength. If he hadn't displayed overwhelming power just now, the white spirit fruit would have been snatched away. If that had happened, everything that followed probably wouldn't have occurred. In this world, strength is the most crucial factor. Su Rui was about to leave when the delicate-looking girl beside Zhang Yuanshan spoke with a face full of dissatisfaction. Hey, brother Yuanshan has already helped you get justice, so why are you still acting like this? Su Rui stopped in his tracks, smiled faintly, and said, the one who got justice for me was my own strength. If an apology counts as getting justice, that is. Then just now, when I pointed my sword at Zhao Zhuo and forced him to apologize, it could be considered as seeking justice. The young girl was so angry that her face turned red, feeling that Su Rui was too arrogant. Zhang Yuanshan saw this and asked, brother, may I know your name? Su Rui. After speaking, Su Rui took another step, ready to leave. Hong Wanquan and the others also got up to say goodbye, but Zhang Yuanshan was unwilling to let go and asked, Su Rui, are they all your teammates? Su Rui responded briefly, then your teammates. Zhang Yuanshan wanted to continue asking where Su Rui's teammates were. Su Rui felt his questions were endless and a waste of time, so he ignored him and walked straight ahead. Zhang Yuanshan smiled helplessly. The purpose of his questions was very clear. He wanted to invite Su Rui to join them. Just now, Su Rui displayed his strength, which he witnessed firsthand, knowing that this was a formidable opponent not inferior to himself. Unfortunately, the other party clearly had no such intention, so he had to give up. However, the young girl was clearly unwilling to let it go. She quickly caught up with Su Rui, blocked his path, and said, hey, brother Yuanshan is talking to you, and this is your attitude? In the novice village, who doesn't treat Zhang Yuanshan with utmost respect? This is not only because of his strength but also because of his character. Even the unruly Zhou Yi wouldn't ignore him, but this guy in front of him is simply too arrogant. I am not obligated to keep answering his questions, Su Rui said calmly. Zhou Xiaoke gritted her teeth in anger, turned around, and said to Zhang Yuanshan, brother Yuanshan, you should teach him a lesson and show him your strength. Xiaoke, stop it. No way, he absolutely can't leave today unless he makes things clear. Zhou Xiaoke crossed her arms, looking defiant. Forget it. Faced with such a person, Su Rui could only shake his head helplessly. He looked at Zhang Yuanshan and said, if you have something to say, just say it directly, don't beat around the bush. Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile, actually, I want to invite you and your team to join us. With Su Rui's strength leading the way, it's more than enough to pave the path ahead for the main group. Here, everyone can support each other, and there are more beasts around this area than elsewhere, so there's no need to spend time searching for prey. As soon as Zhang Yuanshan finished speaking, Zhou Xiaoke exclaimed, what? Brother Yuanshan, you actually want him to join us? How is that possible? The more people, the stronger we are. Su Rui is so powerful, why not? For Su Rui, this was indeed a good choice. But if his innate skill entered the main force, it would easily be discovered. The risk is too great. He is more suited to act alone. Sorry, I'm still used to being on my own, Su Rui politely declined. Zhang Yuanshan nodded slightly with a hint of disappointment. Alright, everyone has their own aspirations. Zhou Xiaoke let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that this annoying guy, Su Rui, would agree. Then she stepped aside and returned to Zhang Yuanshan's side. Su Rui turned and left, with Hong Wanquan and the others gradually following. After everyone had walked away, Zhang Yuanshan suddenly realized and carefully pondered Su Rui's last words. Alone, he said he's used to being alone? Zhang Yuanshan frowned slightly and murmured to himself, brother Yuanshan, what are you talking about? Zhou Xiaoke looked at him curiously. The people around also turned their gazes toward him. Zhang Yuanshan immediately shared his speculation with everyone. What? Are you saying Su Rui is a lone wolf without teammates? Zhang Yuanshan nodded. From my judgment, that should be the case. But, how is this possible? How could he survive alone in such a dangerous environment? Zhou Xiaoke's face was full of disbelief. Zhang Yuanshan stroked his chin and said, it only shows that his strength strength is even greater than it appears on the surface. He suddenly remembered that 4 talent awakeners had already appeared in the novice village. Could the last one remaining be Su Rue? He didn't voice this thought, as it was merely speculation. Whoosh! If that's really the case, his strength is indeed remarkable. Gu Haitang also agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's opinion. A treasure like the white spirit fruit is not something just anyone can obtain. If there were no beasts guarding, they would have been eaten by the wild animals in the jungle long ago. Only Zhou Xiaoke was still unconvinced. So what if he's a lone wolf? He's no match for brother Yuanshan anyway. Swoosh! Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a smile. He looked at everyone and said, "Alright, stop wasting time. Let's move on." On the other side, after Su Rue and the others distanced themselves from the main group, he turned to ask Hong Wanquan, "Brother Hong, what are your plans next?" Hong Wanquan, who was much older than Su Rue, was a responsible team leader. He immediately replied, "We plan to stay behind the main group and level up first." Previously, they encountered a second-level demonic beast in the swamp, letting them know that some places cannot be easily intruded upon. Otherwise, they might lose their lives at any moment. This is indeed much safer. Su Rue also agreed with this decision. He said again, "Then let's part ways here. I'm heading deeper into the jungle." Hong Wanquan nodded, "Alright, take care on your way." Su Rue's strength far exceeded that of their team, making it indeed unsuitable for them to act together. "Alright, see you again if fate allows." Su Rue waved goodbye with a smile. Everyone also waved in response. Although she had anticipated it, Lin Xiaolu still couldn't hide her disappointment. She waved to Su Rue, her red lips slightly parted, and softly said, "Be careful." Soon, Su Rue's figure disappeared into the dense forest. "Stop looking, they're long gone." Chen Shui gently bumped Lin Xiaolu with her shoulder. After bidding farewell to Hong Wanquan and the others, Su Rue once again embarked on a journey alone. This time, however, his state of mind was calm, no longer as flustered and tense as before. After several intense battles, he had grown increasingly confident in his own strength. As his level increased, his talent also underwent changes. The Eye of Insight granted him the ability to predict the enemy's next move, significantly enhancing his observational skills, which greatly boosted his combat effectiveness. At that moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao resounded once again. Announcement: the 250 Novice Village Power Rankings are officially open. First place, Li Xiao. Second place, Long Wu. Third place, Su Rue. Fourth place, Zhou Yi. Fifth place, Zhang Yuanshan. 10th place, Zhao Zhua. Note: the power ranking only calculates basic attributes and does not include talent skills. Reminder: the power ranking will be updated in real time based on power. Leaderboard rewards will be distributed before the Novice Village Group quest begins. Whoosh! First place reward, Silver Treasure Chest. Second place reward, Bronze Treasure Chest. Third place reward, Wooden Treasure Chest ×2. Fourth to 10th place reward, Wooden Treasure Chest. Su Rue saw the combat power rankings and felt slightly surprised inside. I can only rank third? It seems there are indeed many experts hidden in the Novice Village. However, this was within expectations. Previously, he hadn't spent much time hunting beasts to level up. Among an army of over 2,000 people, it's natural for some strong individuals to temporarily take the lead. With his current strength, apart from groups of level 1 beasts being somewhat troublesome, when facing other single first-level demonic beasts, he could almost kill them in one move. He could even easily defeat some second-level demonic beasts with weaker defenses. Next, he must intensify his efforts to kill demonic beasts and enhance his strength. Crack! The first-place position will inevitably be his sooner or later. At the same time, the chat box instantly boiled over. This is the most straightforward way to showcase the list of the strongest players in the Novice Village. Ha, Huan, weren't you bragging about definitely being on the combat power rankings? Now that the list is out, where did you go? Huan was the most active one in the chat box, not weak in strength, and often bragged there. Well said. I wonder which of those guys who brag about how strong they are every day actually made it to the list. Everyone joked and laughed for a while, then began to discuss the strong individuals on the list. The most attention-grabbing were none other than the top 3. These 3 rarely appeared in the chat box, shrouded in mystery. Who would have thought that Big Boss Zhou Yi and Big Boss Zhang Yuanshan could only rank 4th and 5th? It seems that the true big shots prefer to grow quietly and avoid showing off. Does anyone know the top 3? Just how strong are they? At this moment, someone jumped out to answer. I know, I've seen that Su Rue. Sizzle. He seemed to have had a conflict with Gu Haitang's team just now and defeated Zhao Zhua in one move. What? Zhao Zhua, ranked 10th? That's right, it's him. Immediately, the fangirls also chimed in. Yes, I saw it too. Su Rue Ruwei is just so handsome. Not only does he look handsome, but his moves are incredibly cool too. The scene was witnessed by many, and everyone started discussing it fervently. Zhao Zhuo looked at the heated discussion in the chat box, his face instantly darkened, but there was nothing he could do. Being instantly defeated by Su Ruwei was a fact, and he didn't dare to come out and argue. Originally, he was secretly pleased that he could make it onto the combat power rankings, but now he would rather not be on the list at all. He had completely become a stepping stone for Su Ruwei, and the chat box was filled with discussions about the two of them. Zhang Yuanshan and the others looked at the combat power rankings, showing expressions of surprise. They hadn't expected that Su Ruwei was actually so strong, having been working hard to level up all this time, thinking that no one in the beginner's village could surpass them. There are always people better than you. The most surprised was Zhou Xiaoke. Su Ruwei was actually ranked higher than Zhang Yuanshan on the list. This combat power ranking doesn't take talent abilities into account. If we count it, brother Yuanshan, you would definitely be more impressive. Zhou Xiaoke held back for a long time before saying this sentence. Zhang Yuanshan shook his head with a smile. Since I have talent, how can you be sure he doesn't? What? Brother Yuanshan, are you saying? Before the words were finished, Zhang Yuanshan continued. Those who can awaken talents are by no means ordinary. And the last person to awaken their talent, it must be among the three of them. I've already met Su Ruwei, but as for Li Xiu and Long Wu, who exactly are they? I still haven't figured it out. This is not only the doubt in his heart, it is also the confusion of most people in the novice village. Su Ruwei has appeared in the public eye, but Li Xiu and Long Wu have never shown up. Originally full of pride and confident that the first place was firmly in his grasp, Zhou Yi, his face darkened after seeing the power ranking. He had awakened a sea-level talent, making his efficiency in killing beasts far superior to ordinary people, but ultimately, he only took 4th place, which was hard for him to accept. In the chat box, someone subtly mocked those who had previously praised Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi's teammate couldn't help but step forward to refute. Didn't you see the notes below the rankings? Yes, if you count talent, Zhou Yi would definitely be first. But no matter what, Zhou Yi's ranking was still 4th. He said to his teammates, don't waste your breath. Since the combat power rankings update in real time, I'm going to take back the first place right now. Shut those people up with strength. Deep in the jungle, a burly middle-aged man pulled a machete out of a black panther, glanced at the newly announced combat power rankings, muttering to himself, Li Xiu, wiping the blade with the corpse of the black panther, he said, let me allow you to hold the top spot for now. At the same time, by a small stream in the jungle, a slender man carrying twin blades on his back approached the stream. Bending down, he prepared to scoop up water to drink. Suddenly, the sound of wind being sliced through arose sharply behind him. He quickly turned his head, only to see a patterned giant python hidden behind a boulder lunging at him. The man drew his twin blades as fast as lightning. Crack! With 2 slashes, the giant python was cut into 3 pieces. Sheathing his blades, he walked to the stream to wash his face. Glancing at the battle rankings again, as expected, he is the first. At this moment, Hong Wanquan and the others also saw the combat power ranking. Oh my god, brother Su Ruwei is actually ranked 3rd, surpassing Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan. Chen Shua's face was full of admiration. Han Ji echoed, of course, brother Su Ruwei is so strong, being ranked 1st wouldn't be surprising. Su Ruwei was not satisfied with his ranking, and planned to focus entirely on slaying beasts to level up, in order to reclaim 1st place as soon as possible. Filled with fighting spirit, he gripped his sword and stepped deeper into the jungle. After walking for a while, Su Ruwei noticed a gray wolf ahead staring at him. The gray wolf, sensing that Su Ruwei was alone, immediately charged toward him. Crack! Perfect timing. Su Ruwei gripped his longsword tightly and stepped forward to meet it. When the distance was close enough, the gray wolf suddenly leaped, baring its sharp teeth as it lunged straight for Su Ruwei's neck. But, with the eye of insight, Su Ruwei had already caught its movements. He deftly sidestepped to avoid the gray wolf's pounce, and swiftly thrust his longsword toward the airborne gray wolf. Slash! The blade pierced through the gray wolf's neck, running through it from left to right. Kill level 1 beast gray wolf, experience plus 30, level 3, 100/250. Su Ruwei drew his sword, wiped the blood off the gray wolf's corpse, and continued forward. He had already devoured the gray wolf's attributes 3 times, reaching the limit. Therefore, he had to rush to the depths of the jungle to hunt new beasts and continue devouring. There, the beasts were more numerous, stronger, and naturally offered richer experience. After the combat power rankings were announced, many people were filled with fighting spirit. Those who didn't make the list desperately hunted beasts to level up, vowing to break into the rankings. This way, not only can you earn rewards, but you can also brag and show off in the chat box, attracting a large group of admirers. As for the strong contenders on the leaderboard, they strive desperately to improve their rankings, especially the top 4, each of whom is tirelessly grinding monsters day and night. Joey even asks his teammates after killing each beast, how about it, has my ranking improved? The answer is always negative every time. His teammates couldn't help but remind him that without upgrades or item boosts, his combat power wouldn't increase. Once I reach level 5, the first place will definitely be mine. Joey had already reached level 4, but the experience required for level 5 was considerable, and he was still far from it. At this moment, even Zhang Yuanshan was putting in more effort than usual to kill monsters and level up. Su-Rua ventured deeper into the jungle alone, while the others did not slack off either. But he had an advantage. The experience required for him to level up was only half of what others needed, which was indeed a bit unfair. While hurrying on his way, Su-Rua suddenly noticed a ring-tailed snake coiled around a branch ahead. Though not large in size, its colors were exceptionally vibrant, making him faintly sense a strong aura of danger. If not for the extraordinary observational ability brought by the Eye of Insight, it would have been difficult to spot it lurking on the high branch. Level 1 highly toxic ring-tailed snake contains deadly venom. Humans below level 5 will die upon contact. Killing it grants snake venom toxin. Highly toxic ring-tailed snake. Humans below level 5 will die from poisoning? Su-Rua secretly felt fortunate to have the Eye of Insight, otherwise, he might have fallen into the trap. Killing it also grants toxin? This toxin can directly kill humans below level 5. Its power is undoubtedly extraordinary. He pretended not to see and walked straight under the tree branch entwined by the snake. The highly venomous ring-tailed snake flicked its tongue, its head closely following Su-Rue's movements. When Su-Rue reached directly beneath the branch, the snake suddenly dove down, aiming straight for his neck. Su-Rue's gaze locked onto the top, drawing his sword to slash out a semicircular arc. The sharp blade of the long sword instantly severed the body of the venomous ring-tailed snake, splitting it into two. Snap! The two halves of the snake's body fell to the ground, coiled briefly, and then stopped moving. Defeated level 1 venomous ring-tailed snake. Experience points plus 50. Unexpectedly, there were 50 experience points, and a look of joy appeared on Su-Rue's face. Immediately afterward, a transparent small bottle appeared next to the dead snake, containing a green liquid. Su-Rue picked up the small bottle. Highly toxic ring-tailed snake venom can kill any level 3 demon beast, has a slight effect on level 4 demon beasts. It can kill a level 3 demon beast. This poison is quite potent. When the time comes for battle, apply the snake venom to the blade of the sword. As long as it injures a level 3 demon beast, it will undoubtedly die. Putting away the snake venom, Su-Rue stepped forward and activated Devour on the corpse of the venomous ring-tailed snake. The ring-tailed snake had already been devoured by him 3 times, reaching the limit. It is unknown whether this highly venomous ring-tailed snake is also subject to this restriction. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 2. It actually works. It seems that as long as they are not the same type of beast, it can be devoured 3 times. After finishing the devouring, Su-Rue once again stepped deeper into the jungle. The direction he chose was the same as Zhang Yuanshan and his group, with parallel routes. If he encounters a powerful beast, he can still run to them for help. After all, there is strength in numbers. While thinking, Su-Rue suddenly noticed a huge gray wolf standing on a small hill ahead. Its size was twice that of an ordinary gray wolf, and its fur was darker. Su-Rue immediately activated the Eye of Insight to scan the gray wolf. Level 2 Beast Gray Wolf Leader. Overall strength far surpasses ordinary gray wolves. Can summon nearby ordinary gray wolves to assist in battle. After killing, there is a chance to drop items. Gray Wolf Leader? If we kill it, does that mean gray wolves won't respawn anymore? Su-Rue felt doubtful. Last time he killed the Rodent King, the rodents in the Novice Grasslands stopped respawning. While hesitating, the Gray Wolf Leader had already spotted him. Its massive body stood up from the hill, eyes fixed intently on Su-Rue. It bared its sharp fangs and let out a low growl. The intruder dared to enter its territory alone, courting death. It clawed at the ground with its sharp talons, then leapt fiercely from the hill, charging straight at Su-Rue. Seeing this, Su-Rue no longer hesitated. Since the Gray Wolf Leader took the initiative to cause trouble, he naturally wouldn't hold back. Drawing his sword, he stood firmly, staring intently at the rapidly approaching Gray Wolf Leader. The Gray Wolf was incredibly fast, originally separated by 100 meters. In just a few seconds, it rushed to Su-Rue's front, its speed far surpassing any athlete on Blue Star. Even Su-Rue at this moment couldn't keep up. When it was close to entering the attack range, the Gray Wolf Leader leapt forward directly. The sound of wind breaking accompanied its body as it lunged forward. Su-Rue did not take the hit head-on, but instead used the Eye of Insight to capture the attack range and skillfully dodged. Let the Gray Wolf Leader lunge at nothing. This pounce came from its full-speed sprint from 100 meters away, combined with its massive and sturdy body. Even if Su-Rue took it head-on, it would be hard to withstand, not to mention being forcefully knocked down and put at a disadvantage. After dodging, Su-Rue immediately got up, gripped his sword, and stared directly at the Gray Wolf Leader. At this moment, the Gray Wolf Leader was about 10 meters away from Su-Rue. After a failed pounce, it did not rush to attack again but turned to face Su-Rue and began circling to probe. Slash! Trying to find his flaw. Su-Rue also used the Eye of Insight to observe the movements of the Gray Wolf Leader, and circled around from the opposite direction. The two went back back and forth, circling half around. The gray wolf leader was the first to lose patience and suddenly launched another attack. Its speed was still astonishing as it pounced toward Su Ruei. Fortunately, Su Ruei used the Eye of Insight to predict in advance and narrowly avoided the strike. Damn it! This guy's speed is ridiculously abnormal. Su Ruei couldn't help but curse. If it weren't for the assistance of the Eye of Insight, he would hardly be able to dodge the attacks of the gray wolf leader based on speed alone. How exactly should this gray wolf leader be dealt with? Su Ruei immediately felt troubled. He simply couldn't match the opponent in terms of speed. Got caught in a passive position. The gray wolf leader repeatedly missed its target, showing anger on its face. Clearly faster than its opponent, yet always evaded. It abandoned single lunges and switched to continuous attacks. The gray wolf leader growled and charged at Su Ruei. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him, opening its bloody maw, aiming to bite his left leg. Su Ruei had anticipated this, lifted his left leg, and sidestepped to avoid the bite. At the same time, the long sword in his hand slashed towards the gray wolf's back. The blade struck the gray wolf's back, producing a crisp metallic sound. This strike felt as if it had hit a rock, causing Su Ruei's wrist to go numb. However, the gray wolf leader still felt pain, its back slightly hunching. The blade sliced through the back skin but was stopped by the hard spine, unable to penetrate deeper. What kind of monster is this? Its bones are so tough. Su Ruei was astonished in his heart. He was certain that if this sword struck an ordinary gray wolf, it would be split in two. But the one in front of him was a second-level demonic beast, the gray wolf leader. The gray wolf leader regained its composure and opened its mouth to bite Su Ruei's chest. Su Ruei reacted swiftly, using his longsword to guard his chest while stepping back half a step. The blade was caught in its jaws, and Su Ruei gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, exerting all his strength to pull the sword out. The blade swept across the gaping bloody mouth, gripping the longsword tightly once more. At this moment, the gray wolf leader's mouth was dripping with blood, becoming extraordinarily ferocious. It suddenly raised a massive claw and swung it toward Su Ruei. That claw was as large as half his face, and one strike could leave him gravely injured in no time. Su Ruei showed no fear and raised his sword to counterattack. I don't believe your claws are harder than bones. The long sword clashed with the giant claw. The gray wolf's front paw was neatly severed by more than half. The gray wolf leader howled in pain. Su Ruei took advantage of the moment to dart to its side. The long sword thrust straight at the neck. The gray wolf leader sensed danger and turned sharply. The sword tip pierced the side of the chest but got stuck in the bone, failing to go deeper. Even so, this strike still caused significant injury to the gray wolf leader. It was no longer able to continue fighting and turned to run toward the small hill. Su Ruei gripped his longsword tightly and quickly gave chase. The giant wolf, having lost half of its front paw, could not run fast, and its wounds tore open continuously as it ran, blood dripping profusely. Seeing Su Ruei in hot pursuit, the gray wolf leader was both furious and anxious, howling as it ran. The wolf howls around echoed one after another, some distant, some near. Su Ruei knew something was wrong. He must quickly deal with the gray wolf leader. Otherwise, if reinforcements arrive and the gray wolf leader escapes, it will become a major threat. Thinking of this, he accelerated with all his might. The distance to the gray wolf rapidly shortened. Vile beast, meet your end. A sword strike came down, hitting the gray wolf leader's hind leg. Su Ruei unleashed his full strength, directly severing one of its hind legs. Losing its hind leg, the gray wolf leader lost its balance and fell to the ground while running, looking utterly miserable. It struggled to turn its head to look at Su Ruei, only to see a flash of cold light. The long sword thrust straight at the throat. Su Ruei delivered a fatal strike to the throat, ending the gray wolf leader. Killed level 2 beast gray wolf leader, experience plus 100. Congratulations, player has leveled up to level 4, attack plus 20, speed plus 20. Whoosh. Leveled up to 4, attributes increased by 40 points. The changes brought by the level up were evident. His speed and strength had significantly improved. If we were to fight now, winning wouldn't be so difficult. Su Ruei looked at the panel. Name, Su Ruei. Attack, 90. Defense, 2. Speed, 73. Level 4, 0/400. The 100 experience points from the gray wolf leader just allowed him to level up. Looking at these data, Su Ruei felt completely satisfied. Almost forgot to devour the attributes of the gray wolf leader. He reached out to touch the corpse. Devouring successful. Attack plus 1, speed plus 3, defense plus 1. Great. This time, it actually increased the defense attribute. The gray wolf's speed and defense are its strong points, which is why it can devour so many speed points. At this moment, Su Ruei noticed a silver bracelet next to the corpse. He approached and picked it up, examining it closely with the Eye of Insight. Attack enhancement bracelet can double the damage of the next attack. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Double the attack damage? Although it only provides one chance, it greatly boosts combat power. The sound of wolf howls echoed, growing closer and closer. Soon, he saw 4 or 5 gray wolves appear ahead. Apparently, they had heard the leader's call for help and came to assist. Su Ruei was instead delighted at the sight. sight, putting the bracelet on his right wrist. He had just risen to level 4 and was worried about having no place to practice. And this pack of grey wolves seemed to have delivered themselves to his doorstep. 5 grey wolves bared their sharp teeth upon seeing the leader's corpse, and charged madly towards Su Rue. Su Rue showed no fear, raising his sword to face them. Fighting 5 grey wolves alone, the two sides quickly engaged in battle. A grey wolf was the first to pounce on Su Rue, and he swung his sword straight at the wolf's head. Crack! The grey wolf's head was split in two. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. This was a testament to Su Rue's formidable attack power. Immediately, 2 grey wolves attacked from both sides. Su Rue leaped nimbly, dodging the pincer attack. Just as he landed, 2 more grey wolves lunged forward. Su Rue swung his sword, slashing out 2 flashes of cold light. The sword tip sliced through the throats of 2 grey wolves, severing their necks instantly. Snap! Snap! The bodies of the 2 grey wolves fell to the ground. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. In just a few seconds, he had already slain 3 grey wolves. At this moment, Su Rue's speed and attack power far surpassed these beasts, making it easy to deal with them. The remaining 2 grey wolves, sensing the unfavorable situation, had flickering eyes, and their bodies slowly retreated, attempting to escape. However, a few grey wolves came running from afar, evidently drawn by the howl of the grey wolf leader to provide support. They formed a pincer attack with the 2 wolves attempting to escape, instantly reigniting their courage to continue the fight. The grey wolves did not believe Su Rue could handle it as calmly as before. A few more? Then I'll just kill them all at once. Despite being surrounded, Su Rue's face showed no fear, but instead, his fighting spirit grew even stronger. With his current speed and the assistance of the Eye of Insight, it was difficult for these grey wolves to get close. The grey wolves launched a coordinated attack simultaneously. Su Rue charged head-on toward 2 grey wolves. Swish! Swish! 2 sword lights flashed, and 2 grey wolves were killed on the spot. The pack of grey wolves behind followed closely. Su Rue turned around to face the pursuit. Cold light flashed repeatedly, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. Kill level 1 beast grey wolf, experience plus 30. In less than 2 minutes, Su Rue had dealt with the entire pack of grey wolves. He looked around, surrounded by wolf corpses and blood. A total of 8 grey wolves were killed, earning 240 experience points. Unfortunately, the attributes of these beasts have already been extracted to their limit. Otherwise, more attributes could have been added. This time's harvest is already quite substantial. An average team would spend a lot of time just to find 8 grey wolves. These demon wolves saved him quite a bit. Just as he was about to leave and continue forward, messages in the chat box kept popping up. Su Rue couldn't help but click to check. Wow! Su Rue has risen to 2nd place. Really? He pushed Longwu down. His strength has improved again. Brother Su Rue is amazing. Surpassing Longwu is a piece of cake. He'll soon surpass Li Xiu and reach the top. That's right, Brother Su Rue will definitely take 1st place. It's just a matter of time. Many fangirls and admirers have been praising Su Rue. After all, he is both strong and handsome. His popularity in the novice village is second only to Zhang Yuanshan, and he is as famous as Zhou Yi and Gu Haitang. Su Rue finished reading the chat content and immediately checked the combat power rankings. Sure enough, he is now 2nd, with Li Xiu still in 1st place. It seems he just leveled up and surpassed Longwu. However, Li Xiu's strength is formidable. He has already reached level 4 and absorbed quite a few attributes, yet his combat power is still higher than mine. It seems the other party is truly an expert. At this moment, Longwu suddenly appeared in the chat box. The 1st place is mine. Let the 2 of them stay there for now. Sooner or later, I will reclaim my rank. This was the first sentence he said in the novice village, and it also allowed everyone to see his appearance. This is a rugged big man with thick eyebrows and big eyes. One look and you can tell he has a burly build. Whoa! Dragon Wu is here. Boss, how did you level up so fast? Teach me. Dragon Warrior, what level are you now? The chat box instantly boiled over. Everyone started asking questions. Unfortunately, he disappeared before finishing his sentence. Then Zhou Yi also spoke up. The 1st place is mine. No one should even think about taking it. Zhou Yi's words once again ignited everyone's enthusiasm. People began to fervently discuss who could become the 1st in the novice village. Many people have high hopes for Zhou Yi. After all, he possesses sea-level talent, making him quick at killing beasts and improving combat strength. Some also have high hopes for Su Rue. He demonstrates absolute potential, just recently rising to 2nd place. There are also people supporting Longwu and Li Xiu, who are mysterious and low-key, more like reclusive masters. There are still arrogant individuals making statements, claiming they want to fight for the top spot on the power ranking. Su Rue is naturally determined to win, but he is also facing difficulties. A level 1 beast only grants 30 experience points, while leveling up requires 400 experience points, and level 1 beasts are not common. Su Rue cannot always have the same good luck as earlier. The pack of gray wolves came to deliver experience points, especially since all the gray wolves around just came over. Now, it might be difficult to encounter another gray wolf. Leveling up this way is too slow. It might be very difficult to take first place. He is hesitating whether to head straight into the depths of the jungle, where there must be more tier 2 or even stronger demonic beasts, and the experience would definitely be more rewarding. While pondering, the voice of the heavens resounded. Announcement: a special monster will soon be released in Novice Village 250. Special monster. Based on the overall combat strength evaluation of the Novice Village, a monster with corresponding strength will be released, requiring everyone to join forces to defeat it. Killing special beasts will grant a large amount of experience. All participants in the kill and those who deal damage will receive corresponding experience. Special beasts? A large amount of experience? Su Rue's face immediately showed a look of joy. It was the opportunity he had been waiting for. If he could slay this special demon beast, the first place would undoubtedly be his. At the same time, the chat box instantly erupted. The crowd, who had been enthusiastically discussing the combat power rankings, all turned their attention to how to deal with this special monster. Reminder: the special monster has been released, and all members of the beginner village can view its location in real time. Wow, this is amazing. I was just worrying about how to find the special monster. It's practically a blessing from the heavens. As long as you participate in the kill, you'll get experience rewards. Great, let's all go together to besiege the special beast. If we're late, there'll be nothing left. The chat box was filled with excitement. With the exact location of the beast, no matter how many people there were, they weren't afraid of not being able to kill it. Su Rue immediately opened the map, seeing a slowly moving red dot appear on the map. This should be the special beast. After confirming the location, he grabbed his sword and sprinted toward the beast. The special beast was placed on the outskirts of the forest, where the most members of the novice village were gathered. If we go late, we might be hacked to death by everyone and won't get any experience. Meanwhile, in the team led by Zhou, a man with a shark face and monkey-like features asked, "Brothery, a special beast has appeared. Are we going?" They were quite far from the beast and worried that going late would be a wasted trip. "Nonsense. The special beast is mine. Of course I'm going," Zhou said confidently. This is an excellent opportunity to level up. How could he miss it? In two other directions deep within the jungle, two figures were also darting swiftly. Their target was also a special monster. At this moment, almost everyone in the novice village was heading toward the monster. They all regarded this as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but ignored the immense danger hidden within this unique demonic beast. Only Zhang Yuanshan felt a sense of vigilance. Leading the team forward, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Zhou Xiaoke saw this and curiously asked, "Brother Yuanshan, what's wrong?" Zhang Yuanshan frowned tightly. "I have a bad feeling." Zhou Xiaoke didn't understand what he meant. Zhang Yuanshan didn't say more and opened the chat box to type. "Everyone must be careful. Special beasts are deployed based on overall combat strength assessment, and are by no means easy to deal with. It's best to wait until everyone is gathered before taking action." But the excited crowd completely ignored his words. "Ah, what's there to be afraid of? We have over 100 people here. Are we really unable to take down a single beast?" Zhang Yuanshan, you're exaggerating too much with your words. No matter how strong a special beast is, can it withstand an attack from so many of us? Several members of our team are at level 2, and our combat power isn't much weaker than yours. Some even suspect that Zhang Yuanshan is trying to stall for time, so he can arrive and act together, so as not to miss out on the experience in the end. A guy named Xiao Hai said this. "Ignore him, we'll just kill the monsters as soon as we get there. I think he just wants to hog all the experience for himself." That's right, quick and decisive. Fewer people with more experience. Zhang Yuanshan looked at the chat content, feeling a wave of helplessness in his heart. He had said everything that needed to be said, but others wouldn't listen, and he was powerless to do anything. Why are these people like this? Brother Yuanshan kindly reminded them. Was maliciously speculated upon. Zhou Xiaoke angrily wanted to seek justice for Zhang Yuanshan. At this moment, Gu Haitang walked over. "Let's hurry over. I also think this beast isn't that simple." Zhang Yuanshan nodded, grabbed Zhou Xiaoke's arm, and quickly ran toward the direction of the beast. "Hey, I haven't stood up for you yet," Zhou Xiaoke shouted as she was being pulled along. On the other side, Su Rue ran while keeping his eyes fixed on the location of the beast on the map, also paying attention to the activity in the chat box. He fully agreed with Zhang Yuanshan's judgment. Based on the overall strength assessment of the novice village, special monsters would definitely not be weak. He was well aware of his own strength. Even if surrounded by dozens of level 1 or level 2 humans, he could easily break through with his speed and attacks. In his eyes, these people, at most, could only take on wild boars or grey wolves among the top few on the combat power rankings. Never truly seen the real strength of him, Li Xiu, and others. Even strong individuals like Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan, their strength is only known to their teammates, making it difficult for outsiders to assess. They greatly underestimated the threat of the special beast. The strength of this beast is by no means inferior to Su Rue and Li Xiu, and may even far surpass them. Not only is it not something that can be easily dealt with by sheer numbers, but it requires true strong individuals to join forces to defeat. In the chat box, Chao Hai proudly said, "Ha, our team has already arrived. This beast is ours." Someone shouted, "First come, first served, everyone in the novice village. We won't hold back." These people were the closest to the special monster. It was also one of the first teams to arrive. Soon, kill notifications appeared one after another. Novice village Chao Hai was killed by the special beast Berserk Giant Ape. Novice village Fangping was killed by the special beast Berserk Giant Ape. Novice village's Lu Xiaomei was killed by the special beast Berserk Giant Ape. Novice village's Kong Yuan was killed by the special beast Berserk Giant Ape. News of members being killed kept coming in. These were the unfortunate ones who first encountered the special beast. At this moment, the chat box was completely silent. Everyone was stunned. In just a short while, over a dozen members of the novice village had already perished at the hands of the Berserk Giant Ape. The team that first surrounded and attacked the giant ape had completely collapsed. Their encirclement appeared extremely fragile. At this moment, someone couldn't help but ask, "Hey, are there any survivors? Is this giant ape really that strong?" Everyone was eager to know the answer. "Oh my god, it's terrifying. This giant ape is 3 meters tall and impervious to weapons. Don't come here to die," a girl said tremblingly. "Woohoo, my teammate was punched to death by it. Yeah, it even uses a wooden stick as a weapon, and its speed is astonishing, jumping 10 meters high in one leap. We have so many teams here, all retreating. Luckily the giant ape didn't catch up. Otherwise, everyone is doomed." In the chat box, terrifying descriptions of the giant ape flooded in, instantly causing weaker teams to retreat. Originally, most people in the novice village were heading toward the giant ape, but now it had turned into most people desperately avoiding it. Of course, there were also some teams and strong individuals who were exceptions. The man with a sharp face and monkey-like features in Zhou Yi's group asked worriedly, "Brothery, in this situation, are we still going?" Based on the messages in the chat box, their team was no match for this giant ape. Zhou Yi's expression also turned serious, but he still said firmly, "We go." But the man hesitated, while the other teammates also showed troubled expressions. Zhou Yi said firmly, "What are you afraid of? We're not the only team here. I don't believe no one in the entire novice village dares to stand up against it." The team of Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang looked serious and stopped after seeing the kill notification. "Honestly, if those people had listened to you, they wouldn't have died in vain," Zhou Xiaoke complained with a pout. Gu Haitang turned to Zhang Yuanshan and asked, "What should we do next? This giant ape is even stronger than we imagined. With just our two teams, it might be hard to accomplish anything significant." At this moment, almost no team in the chat box was willing to approach the giant ape for an encirclement. Everyone preferred to stay in a safe place and slowly level up, rather than risk challenging this ferocious beast. Zhang Yuanshan knew that relying solely on the strength of their two teams was insufficient. After pondering for a moment, he opened the chat box and said, "Anyone who wants to continue challenging the giant ape can gather here." After speaking, he shared his location. Zhou Xiaoke asked curiously, "Brother Yuanshan, are you planning to join forces with the strong players in the novice village to deal with the giant ape?" Zhang Yuanshan nodded. "That's right. Their thoughts are the same as ours. They all want to kill the giant ape to gain experience. But individual strength or that of a single team is no match. Only by uniting can we have a chance of winning." Soon, someone replied, "This beast is so dangerous. I advise you not to try and stay far away. Yeah, the giant ape is even stronger than you imagine. It's simply not something we can handle at this stage." Many people were scared out of their wits by the power of the giant ape, having never seen such a terrifying beast. Zhang Yuanshan read these words, his brows furrowed tightly, and he felt a bit disappointed. This is a perfect opportunity to level up. Is there really no one brave enough to step forward and give it a shot? Gu Haitang walked over and said, "It seems everyone has been intimidated by the giant ape, and no one is willing to join forces against it." At this moment, Su Rue spoke in the chat box, "Alright, I'm heading your way now." "No way, Su Rue is here. Su Rue, don't be reckless. This giant ape is insanely strong. You know nothing." Su Rue is the number 2 figure in the novice village. His strength is absolutely insane. Su Rue's appearance inspired many people, greatly boosting morale. "Why is it him?" Zhou Xiaoke pouted and muttered softly. Although she had minor conflicts with Su Rue, she had to admit his top-notch strength. Zhang Yuanshan saw Su Rue's response and smiled. He replied in the chat box, "Alright, we'll wait for you here." Soon someone responded, "Our team will be there shortly." It was Zhou Yi, who was also struggling to find help, and Zhang Yuanshan happened to step forward. "Great, now Zhou Yi is here too. That giant ape is in trouble." Yeah, Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan's teams are full of strong fighters, including people from the combat power rankings. This time they will definitely definitely be able to defeat the giant ape. The chat box was filled with optimism, with most believing this time they would succeed. However, a survivor who had fought the giant ape stood up to remind them, "You are underestimating the giant ape." That's right, those who haven't witnessed its strength don't know how terrifying it truly is. I think this giant ape is simply not something we can handle at our current stage. These remarks caused the chat box to fall silent once again. Although most people had not seen the giant ape with their own eyes, judging from the frequent kill notifications, its strength was indeed astonishing. At that moment, two more people in the chat box expressed their willingness to join Zhang Yuanshan. They were the mysterious expert Li Xiu and Long Wu. The appearance of the two instantly made the chat box lively. This was Li Xiu's first appearance, and everyone was surprised to find that he looked very young, with sharp facial features, but he was thin and pale, as if he were ill. Who could imagine that this seemingly sickly young man was actually the #1 in the novice village? Li Xiu, the Great, your fangirl is here. Which team does Li Xiu belong to? Li Xiu, how are you so amazing? Li Xiu's appearance ignited the enthusiasm of many lurkers. Wow, even Li Xiu and Long Wu are here. Zhou Xiaoke was extremely excited, and the team members were equally thrilled to finally meet the top-ranked fighters. Zhang Yuanshan looked calm, as if he had already anticipated the arrival of the two. He understood that no matter how confident the two lone travelers were, they wouldn't dare face the giant ape alone, so they chose to join forces. Before long, Zhou Yi and the others were the first to arrive at the meeting point, followed shortly by Su Rue, who came alone. Everyone knew that Su Rue was a lone powerhouse. Although he had previously teamed up with Hong Wanquan and others, he had no other teammates, clearly acting on his own. Su Rue, we meet again. I knew you would come, Zhang Yuanshan said with a smile. When Zhou Yi saw Su Rue, his expression slightly froze. Isn't this the broom kid I mocked back then? Unexpectedly, he turned out to be ranked second on the combat power list. Zhou Yi awkwardly turned his head away. Su Rue naturally ignored him and walked straight toward Zhang Yuanshan. Soon, Long Wu also arrived. He was indeed tall and burly, nearly 1.9 meters in height, with muscles bursting through his coarse clothes. Holding a large machete and draped in Black Panther skin, he looked as wild as a savage. Everyone turned to look at him, and their expressions immediately changed. Everyone's gaze fell on the Black Panther hide on Long Wu's body. Long Wu laughed heartily and explained, "This hide was a reward from the heavens when I killed a rare beast, a Black Panther. Wearing it increases defense." Su Rue glanced at the Black Panther hide, his heart stirred. Black Panther hide, dropped after killing the rare beast Black Panther, defense +3. It actually has a full 3 points of defense, and his own defense is only 3 points at the moment. It seems he's not the only one with good luck in the novice village. I see. Zhang Yuanshan quickly stepped forward enthusiastically to greet him. Long Wu was not as arrogant and aloof as everyone imagined. On the contrary, he was open-minded and cheerful, quickly blending in with the group. The last to arrive was Li Xiu. He had a small and slender figure, a youthful appearance, and carried two twin blades on his back, forming a stark contrast with Long Wu. If not for his name on the combat rankings, no one would likely regard him as a formidable fighter. Su Rue's gaze, however, rested on the twin blades behind Li Xiu. Second-tier weapon, Gale twin blades, attack +15, speed +10. Second-tier weapon. Such significant bonuses, it seems Li Xiu also has extraordinary fortune. Under the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Long Wu strode forward and teased, "Hey, are you the Li Xiu on the combat ranking? Don't share my name, impersonation won't do. If you die later, don't blame me." As he spoke, he reached out to place his hand on Li Xiu's shoulder. Li Xiu waved his left hand, smack. He directly slapped Long Wu's outstretched hand back. Long Wu shook his hand and laughed without a trace of embarrassment. "Looks like you're the real deal." At this moment, almost all the top fighters on the power ranking were gathered together. Everyone also noticed that the top three were actually three lone warriors. Could it be that being alone is truly stronger than teaming up? Zhou Yi even had the thought of leaving the team. Long Wu's earlier commotion instantly livened up the atmosphere. Everyone gathered around, asking Li Xiu all sorts of questions. After all, he was the #1 in the novice village. Li Xiu responded indifferently, "When are we dealing with the giant ape? You're so boring. It's rare for everyone to gather together. We should." Long Wu was about to suggest drinking and celebrating, but was interrupted by Li Xiu. "I don't have time to waste." Su Rue also agreed. "That's right, don't waste time. Dealing with the giant ape is the real priority." Zhang Yuanshan looked around at everyone and said, "Alright, we have enough people. Let's set off." The top-ranked warriors on the combat leaderboard were all present, along with many level 3 fighters, with the weakest being level 2. This was already the peak combat strength of the novice village. If they couldn't defeat the giant ape, then there would be no solution. Following the coordinates of the giant ape on the map, the group quickly arrived at the destination. "Right here, the giant ape is about 500 meters away," Zhang Yuanshan said, staring at the map. They arrived at the grasslands outside the novice village, where tall grass was densely packed ahead, obstructing their view. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's charge in together and take it down," Long Wu said impatiently. Zhang Yuanshan, however, said, said, "I think it's better to discuss a plan first." Su Rui nodded in agreement. If they all rushed forward recklessly, they might perform poorly due to lack of coordination. But the others had no patience to listen to advice. "Stop talking nonsense, I'll take the lead." With that, Long Wu charged toward the giant ape. Li Xiu silently followed, Su Rui close behind, Joey unwilling to lag behind, and Zhang Yuanshan and the others could only trail after them. When they were 200 meters away from the giant ape, Su Rui saw it half sitting in the tall grass. Sure enough, as mentioned in the chat box, the giant ape stood nearly 3 meters tall, with brown fur as hard as steel needles and massive iron fists. Its upper limb muscles were exaggeratedly strong. No wonder it could kill a player with a single punch. The giant ape sensed someone approaching, let out an angry roar, and charged forward on all fours. Su Rui and the others showed no signs of retreat, rushing toward it together. Rampaging giant ape, a special beast deployed in the novice village based on overall combat power, possessing strong offensive and defensive capabilities. The distance between the two sides quickly closed. Su Rui and Li Xiu charged at the front. Long Wu followed closely behind, while the others lagged slightly. Su Rui and Li Xiu were the first to reach the giant ape. The giant ape's first target was unexpectedly Su Rui, swinging its fist toward him. The fist came whistling through the air with a fierce gust. Su Rui, who had anticipated this, nimbly dodged to the side. The fist slammed heavily into the ground, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Li Xiu seized the opportunity, drew his blade, and leaped up, slashing toward the giant ape's shoulder. The twin blades left 2 shallow wounds on the giant ape's shoulder. Even the usually indifferent Li Xiu showed astonishment, unable to inflict substantial damage on the giant ape. "Try my blade technique again." Long Wu arrived wielding his blade, leaping up and slashing with both hands. The giant ape's face showed anger as it swung its fist to counter. The blade clashed against the fist, sending Long Wu flying over 10 meters. The giant ape's fist bore only a faint blade mark, its thick fur impenetrable. Su Rui refused to back down, circling behind the giant ape and thrusting his sword toward its back with both hands. Swoosh! The sword pierced only an inch. The giant ape felt the pain and suddenly swung its long arm back. Su Rui quickly withdrew his sword and retreated, dodging the strike. Li Xiu did not pause, targeting the giant ape's throat, the weakest and most vulnerable spot. Dual blades swung from both sides, leaping to slash at the neck. The giant ape reacted swiftly, raising an arm to block in front. The dual blades struck the giant ape's arm, and Li Xiu landed immediately, his expression suddenly changing. The giant ape's other fist roared towards him, and Li Xiu had no chance to dodge. But in an instant, a faint golden light shield appeared around Li Xiu. The fist slammed into the light shield, causing it to be covered in dense cracks before shattering instantly. Phew! Li Xiu took the opportunity to dodge this fatal blow. Immediately afterward, Zhang Yuanshan, who arrived panting, cast a defensive aura at the critical moment. The taciturn Li Xiu cast him a grateful glance. If not for Zhang Yuanshan's intervention, Li Xiu would likely have been severely injured, or even on the brink of death. "Vile beast, taste my lightning," Joey roared, and a thick white lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Put! The lightning was even more powerful than in the novice village, growing significantly larger. The lightning struck the giant ape's back, leaving a large scorched mark. The giant ape grinned and touched the wound, then let out a long howl toward the sky, pounded its chest several times, and charged madly at Joey. Everyone could see that the giant ape had been enraged. "Impossible," Joey muttered to himself. "Spread out, surround and attack it," Zhang Yuanshan immediately commanded. The group quickly dispersed, but the giant ape stubbornly pursued Joey. Joey fled in panic, while the others circled behind the giant ape to launch an attack. Unfortunately, their attacks had no effect on the giant ape. Even Li Xiu found it difficult to harm the giant ape, let alone the others. The giant ape ignored their attacks and focused on chasing Joey. "Why is it always after me?" Joey looked distressed as he unleashed lightning at the giant ape once again. Lightning struck the giant ape's nape, causing it to stagger and stop in a daze. Su Rui followed closely, leaping up and slashing his longsword straight at the giant ape's back. The blade tore through its fur, leaving a deep gash. The giant ape let out a painful roar, quickly regaining consciousness, and glared angrily at its attacker. At this moment, its threat to Su Rui greatly increased, leaving him astonished. Dang! It quickly turned around and began chasing Su Rui. Not good. Joey breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. Without hesitation, Su Rui started running frantically while shouting, "Everyone, attack the wound on its back." The crowd reacted swiftly, launching fierce attacks on the wound. An arrow whistled through the air and pierced the wound. The giant ape writhed in pain again, its movements slowing. Zhang Yuanshan and the others seized the opportunity to attack. Although they didn't always hit the wound, their repeated strikes accumulated into a significant threat. The giant ape still did not give up chasing Su Rui, worried that he might strike again. In fact, Su Rui's attack-enhancing bracelet had already entered cooldown. At this moment, Li Xiu appeared once again, wielding dual blades. Taking advantage of the giant ape's sluggish movements, the dual blades slashed horizontally at the wound. Screech! Crack! The blade perfectly aligned with the wound, causing it to split wider, exposing the ghastly white bones. jaws. The giant ape roared furiously, swinging a powerful punch backward. Li Xiu swiftly retreated. The punch naturally missed but forced the pursuers to fall back. Excellent! Zhang Yuanshan exclaimed. As long as the wound is continuously attacked, the giant ape won't hold out for long. But the giant ape was clever, its survival instincts erupting as it dashed madly into the depths of the jungle, its speed increasing by 30 to 40% compared to before. Zhou Yi, don't let it escape! Zhang Yuanshan shouted. Zhou Yi unleashed lightning once again. The lightning temporarily halted the giant ape's advance. It shook its head and charged into the jungle once more. Su Rui seized the opportunity, leaping up and landing on the giant ape's back. Although the giant ape sensed someone on its back, it remained focused on running, unable to pay attention to Su Rui. Whoa! Su Rui is way too bold. He actually dared to jump onto the giant ape's back. Isn't he afraid of being smashed to death? Crack! Everyone was shocked. Stop wasting time talking, hurry and chase. Zhang Yuanshan led the group in pursuit. Dang! It's a pity that the giant ape's ability to escape is top-notch, its speed far surpassing theirs. Before long, the giant ape darted into the jungle and disappeared. Everyone, panting heavily, stopped one after another. This giant ape is truly skilled at escaping. I originally thought it only had strong attack and defense, but I didn't expect it to run so fast. Zhang Yuanshan said, panting heavily, we can't stop. Su Rui is still on the giant ape's back. We have to catch up quickly, or he'll be in danger. Someone waved their hand and said, forget it, we can't catch up to the giant ape. By the time we do, Su Rui will already be dealt with. Yeah, Su Rui is really reckless, jumping onto the giant ape's back alone. Whoosh! Just wait to see the notification of his defeat, it shouldn't take long. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoka, panting heavily, looked at everyone with a face full of dissatisfaction and said, how can you say such things? Su Rui rushed forward, risking his life for the sake of our novice village. Gu Haitang walked over and said calmly, forget it, since they don't want to continue the chase, we'll go after it. Before she finished speaking, she quickly strode in the direction where the giant ape had disappeared. With Gu Haitang and Zhang Yuanshan leading the way, many others followed suit. On Zhou Yi's side, the sharp-faced, monkey-like man found a place to sit down and sighed as he said to Zhou Yi, Brother Yi, do you think this Su Rui is stupid? Daring to go alone. Hey, Brother Yi, where are you going? Zhou Yi was already seen chasing after with his sword. Meanwhile, Su Rui was still tightly gripping the brown fur on the giant ape's back, fearing he might be thrown off. On the back of the giant ape, the feeling was even more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. The bumpy ride almost displaced his internal organs, and the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Roar! One hand tightly gripped the giant ape's body, while the other held a sword and thrust it toward the creature. Before the sword could pierce through, it slipped off, unable to break its defense. Moreover, being on its back, Su Rui was completely unable to hit the giant ape's wound. Damn it! Without doubling the attack, I can't break through its defense at all. Su Rui fell into distress. In a one-on-one fight, it was very difficult for him to strike the giant ape's wound, making it impossible to inflict substantial damage on it, unless he waited for the cooldown of the enhancement bracelet. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Su Rui remembered that he still had the ring-tailed snake venom with him, which could kill a level 3 beast and was effective against level 4 beasts as well. He was unsure about the level of the giant ape as a demonic beast. Without hesitation, he took out the small bottle containing snake venom and poured all the venom onto his longsword. After shaking off the pursuers from a distance, the giant ape suddenly came to an abrupt stop and reached for Su Rui on its back. Crack! Su Rui had already anticipated this and used the momentum to leap forward, landing in front of the giant ape. The giant ape swung another punch, smashing towards Su Rui in front of it. Su Rui landed and immediately retreated, dodging the blow. The giant ape roared angrily and continued to press towards Su Rui, its fists repeatedly smashing the surrounding sturdy trees. One by one, the large trees crashed to the ground, shaking the earth. Su Rui's speed was similar to that of the giant ape, but the eye of insight allowed him to anticipate its movements. The jungle environment was highly advantageous for the nimble human, while the giant ape's massive body made it clumsy. While dodging, Su Rui continuously searched for weaknesses. The giant ape couldn't hit Su Rui and grew increasingly irritable. It angrily smashed the trees, moving with increasing speed. Its irritable state left it full of openings. As two large trees fell to the ground, Su Rui took advantage of the giant ape's limited vision and circled behind it. He swung his sword with all his might, thrusting it into the wound on the giant ape's back. Screech! The blade pierced through flesh, deeply embedding into the body. The giant ape roared furiously towards the sky, scattering the nearby birds and deafening all around. This strike dealt a heavy blow to it and caused it pain. After succeeding, Su Rui decisively withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. The giant ape frantically swung its fists, causing the surrounding trees to collapse and the ground to tremble incessantly. Su Rui cautiously retreated as the giant ape, blinded by rage, focused solely on smashing its surroundings, unaware that Su Rui had already moved far away. Large areas of jungle were leveled, with trees and shrubs completely destroyed. This guy goes crazy, and his destructive power is truly terrifying. Su Rui Rue sighed. Before long, the giant ape slowed down and collapsed, swaying as it fell. Su Rue noticed dark green blood oozing from the wound on the back. Great! The toxin is working. The ring-tailed snake venom is indeed effective against the giant ape. He cautiously approached. The giant ape, lying like a small mountain, had green blood continuously seeping from its wound. Su Rue understood that it couldn't survive, but there was still no kill notification. Could it be playing dead? He picked up half a piece of wood and smashed it toward the giant ape's head. The wood hit, but there was no reaction. Put. Unwilling to give up, Su Rue picked up a rock and hurled it with force. The stone struck the giant ape's head heavily, and the giant ape suddenly stood up, clearly in pain. It saw Su Rue and charged toward him. Sure enough, it was pretending to be dead. Su Rue was startled and quickly retreated. Fortunately, kept a distance and wasn't hit. The berserk giant ape's running speed was astonishing, rapidly closing in and throwing punches in quick succession. Relying on the terrain and the eye of insight, Su Rue narrowly dodged 2 punches. Puzzled in his heart, why was it so ferocious despite the toxin taking effect? Immediately, he saw the giant ape chasing from behind gradually slow down, its punches losing strength. Finally, the giant ape succumbed to the toxin, collapsing heavily after a few weak punches. Special beast frenzied giant ape slain. Su Rue let out a long sigh of relief. This guy was finally dead. That was its final burst of energy, exhausting its last strength. It had just gotten back up and was chasing after him. He even thought the giant ape was indestructible. At the same time, news of Su Rue chasing the giant ape had already spread in the chat box. What? Someone actually dares to hunt down the giant ape alone? Su Rue must be crazy. What do you know? This is the true demeanor of a hero. How many people have this kind of courage? TCH, so what if they have courage? In the end, it's a dead end. Staying alive is what matters most. Yeah, if you lose your life, what's the use of courage? But Su Rue really has some skills, managing to hold on for so long without being crushed. Announcement: the special beast, rampaging giant ape, has been slain by Su Rue in the novice village. Later, the system will distribute experience based on kill contributions. Thud, thud, thud. The 2 pieces of news instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire beginner village. Whoa, Su Rue, you're amazing. 666. This is incredible. Su Rue, you're awesome. Solo kill on the giant ape. I just want to ask, who else? My turn. Even those who previously claimed Su Rue was doomed all stood up and called him awesome. Zhang Yuanshan and the rest of the team chasing the giant ape stopped in their tracks upon seeing the news. They looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? How did Su Rue manage to do it? At this moment, they even doubted their own eyes. It was Su Rue who killed the giant ape, not the other way around. They had just fought the giant ape themselves and were well aware of its terrifying strength. Anyone facing the giant ape's fists would find it hard to withstand. During the chase, they were constantly worried about hearing news of Su Rue being killed, but instead, Su Rue had slain the giant ape. Even Li Xiu's face rarely showed an expression of disbelief as he immediately ran to the last place the giant ape appeared, wanting to see with his own eyes what had happened. The others paused briefly and then quickly followed, eager to uncover the truth. The crowd that arrived at the scene was instantly dumbfounded. My goodness! Zhou Xiaoke couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding forest within a 100-meter radius was in complete disarray, almost flattened to the ground, with the ground covered in the giant ape's fist and footprints. Seeing this scene, everyone could imagine the intensity of the battle that had just taken place. Su Rue, however, stood unscathed beside the giant ape's corpse. This scene was deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts, lingering for a long time. Su Rue felt the gazes of the crowd behind him, straightened his back, and enjoyed the admiration directed at him. Someone described the scene and posted it in the chat box. Boss Su Rue is incredible. The battle with the giant ape actually destroyed an entire forest. Whoa, really? The battle is actually this intense? Absolutely true. I'm right now at the place where Su Rue is fighting the giant ape. If you don't believe me, come and see for yourselves. With that, he uploaded the coordinates of the scene. I have to go check it out. Maybe I can even meet Su Rue in person and ask him how he did it. I'm going too, and I need to ask him if he needs a girlfriend. Thud. Hey upstairs, brother Su Rue is mine. Don't steal him. Beside the giant ape's corpse, Li Xiu was the first to walk toward Su Rue, and the others quickly followed. You, how exactly did you do it? Zhou Xiaoke couldn't help but voice the question in her heart. Li Xiu noticed the abnormal wound on the giant ape and said in a deep voice, poisoned to death? Su Rue nodded. That's right. I previously killed a highly venomous ring-tailed snake and obtained its venom. After applying it to my sword, the giant ape was poisoned and died. He spoke casually, as if it were a trivial matter. But everyone knew it was far from simple. The scene before them was the most compelling evidence. Announcement, calculation complete, distributing experience for killing the giant ape. As the voice of the heavenly Tao faded, beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating everyone who had fought the giant ape. I slashed the giant ape twice, didn't even break its skin, and still got over 10 experience points. I just scratched scratched it with my arrows, and I also got over 10 experience points. That's so unfair. I took a punch from it. My bones are almost falling apart, and I only got 8 experience points. Longwu complained in the chat box. He had just started the game and was sent flying by a punch from the giant ape, taking quite a while to recover after landing. Zhang Yuanshan gained 50 experience points, which wasn't too bad. Joey gained 100 points. He repeatedly attacked the giant ape with lightning, which, though causing limited damage, managed to briefly stun it. Whoosh! Li Xiu slashed open the wound on the giant ape's back, dealing massive damage and earning over 150 experience points. If they both got so much experience, how much did Su Rue, the big boss, get? Yeah, the giant ape was basically killed by Su Rue alone. The experience must be off the charts. In the chat box, everyone speculated about Su Rue's gains. Even Li Xiu, Zhang Yuanshan, and others were full of curiosity. Defeated the berserk giant ape, EXP plus 800. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 5, attack plus 25, speed plus 25. Detected that the player is still a lone wanderer. The title is automatically upgraded to Lone Ranger. Title bonus, attack plus 15, speed plus 15, defense plus 1. Faced with a series of messages, Su Rue couldn't help but slightly curl his lips. He opened the panel to check carefully. Attack, 131. Defense, 4. Speed, 116. Level, 5640/800. This strike caused Su Rue's combat power to soar significantly, with noticeable changes in his body. If he were to fight the giant ape again now, he would never be so battered. At the same time, his ranking on the combat power leaderboard jumped to first place. Wow! Look, everyone, Su Rue has become the number 1 in the beginner's village. Really, so amazing. I didn't expect brother Su Rue to not only be handsome but also so strong. I'm totally in love. This was to be expected. Big boss Su Rue soloed the giant ape. I just want to ask, who else can do that? The entire chat box of the beginner's village was filled with praise and admiration for Su Rue. Even Li Xiu was left speechless. Taking down the giant ape alone was something he couldn't come close to achieving. Li Xiu stepped down from the giant ape's corpse and said to Su Rue, I'll concede the first place to you, but only temporarily. I will do everything to take it back. With that, he turned and walked toward the depths of the jungle. Alright, I'll be waiting, Su Rue confidently responded, watching his back. Su Rue was full of confidence about firmly holding the top spot on the power rankings. This is not only because he can devour the attributes of demonic beasts, but also because the experience he needs to level up is only half of others. Truly unfair. Hey, don't forget about me. I, Joey, am also a man who aims to be number 1. Joey interjected, unwilling to be outdone. If Longwu were present, he would probably chime in as well. Looking at Li Xiu's back, someone nearby couldn't help but say, hey, do you think Li Xiu is going to fight monsters and level up again? Doesn't he ever get tired? Yeah, I'm already about to collapse. I wish I could just lie down on the ground and take a nap right now. After the intense battle and prolonged chase earlier, everyone was almost completely exhausted. Not to mention, they had already fought quite a few beasts outside the novice village earlier, so they were already running low on stamina. If Su Rue hadn't eaten the white spirit fruit halfway, he probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. Zhang Yuanshan spoke at this moment. Our stamina is almost exhausted. The beginner's village is not far from here. Let's prepare to go back and rest for a while. Who wants to come along? Su Rue naturally didn't need to rest. He still had 3 white spirit fruits on him, and whenever his stamina was depleted, he could just eat one to recover. Seeing that Su Rue wasn't resting, Joey, who had initially planned to go back, decided to stay and continue farming monsters, fearing that he would be left far behind by Su Rue and Li Xiu. Zhang Yuanshan knew that Su Rue had spiritual fruits to restore his strength. Seeing that Joey also wanted to stay, he smiled and said, Joey, don't push yourself too hard. If you die at the hands of a beast because of exhaustion, that would be truly frustrating. Earlier, a few of his teammates couldn't keep up. Now Joey had already kicked them out of the team, leaving him essentially alone. Alright, let's rest for 10 minutes. You can't gain much experience in 10 minutes anyway. After saying this, Joey turned and walked toward the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan and the others also waved goodbye to Su Rue and headed toward the novice village. Su Rue likewise responded with a farewell. After they left, he approached the giant ape's corpse. He hadn't had the chance to devour the giant ape's attributes earlier and wondered how much improvement this powerful beast could bring. He reached out and began to devour the attributes of the giant ape's corpse. Devouring successful, attack power plus 8, defense plus 2, speed plus 3. Not bad, it actually increased defense by 2 points. The defense boost made Su Rue feel physically stronger and more resistant to attacks. He then opened the chat box to check the situation. Most people in the novice village have exhausted their stamina and have returned to the wooden huts to rest, where stamina recovery speed doubles. Surprisingly, even though it's already afternoon, no one feels hungry. It seems there's no need to eat here, but stamina does get depleted. Suddenly, someone sent a message. Big discovery. Drinking jungle stream water can restore stamina. As soon as the the message was out, everyone's interest surged, including Su Rue. Someone questioned, really? Don't lie to us. It's true, I just tasted the stream water, and it's actually sweet. It even restored some of my strength. Someone else added, there's also spiritual herbs. Eating them can strengthen the body and restore energy. Su Rue nodded. It seemed that most of the edible things in the jungle could restore strength. As soon as the news came out, many people couldn't wait to give it a try. Joe E was one of them. He came to the creek, drinking the water while gnawing on grass, muttering, damn it, when have I ever suffered like this? Do they really think we're water buffalo? Gulp, gulp. He buried his head in the creek, drinking in big mouthfuls. The chat box remained lively. I drank the stream water to regain my strength, but now I feel a bit full. No, I ate so much grass but it didn't work. Could it be the wrong kind of grass? Idiot upstairs, only spiritual grass can restore strength. Are you eating wild grass like a sheep? Joey saw the message and felt insulted, immediately throwing away the wild grass in his hand. Su Rue was preparing to continue heading deeper into the jungle. Since even someone like Li Xiu, who didn't have spiritual fruits to restore his strength, was working so hard, he naturally couldn't slack off. Just as Su Rue was about to leave, someone called him from not far away. Su Rue. He turned around and saw Lin Xiaolu and her group hurrying over in this direction. Hanji ran the fastest. Seeing Su Rue looking around, she asked with concern, Brother Su Rue, are you okay? Are you hurt? The others were also full of worry, and Lin Xiaolu looked especially serious. I'm fine. Why are you all here? Su Rue was a bit surprised. He had just killed the giant ape not long ago and didn't expect them to arrive so quickly. We came as soon as we heard you were going to face the giant ape alone, Shen Shui said. Su Rue felt a warmth in his heart. The terror of the giant ape was known to all. Name, Su Rue. He had thought everyone would stay far away, but unexpectedly, they came to help despite the danger. Aren't you afraid of the giant ape? Su Rue asked. Han Ji immediately replied, you are our savior. How could we not come to help when you're in danger? Last time their team encountered a level 2 swamp frog, and if Su Rue hadn't appeared in time, they would have likely been wiped out, with Han Ji undoubtedly meeting his end. He looked at the giant ape's corpse, scratched his head, and muttered, but it seems like we came too late. Chen Shui added, along the way, Sister Xiaolu kept mentioning your name, so many times I lost count. Lin Xiaolu rolled her eyes at Chen Shui and turned to Su Rue. It's good that you're okay. We were all terrified when we heard the news about you dealing with the giant ape. At the time, they all thought Su Rue was doomed. Don't worry, I value my life and won't do anything I'm not confident about. Hong Wanquan looked around and said, I didn't expect what the chat box said to be true. This place has actually been destroyed like this. Yeah, Boss Su Rue, you're amazing. How did you do it? Right, you must have fought the giant ape for 300 rounds. Su Rue smiled and said, I'm not that capable. It was all caused by the giant ape in its berserk state. Just looking at the giant ape's corpse scares me. I never thought Boss Su Rue could take it down alone. Boss Su Rue, your strength should be enough to instantly kill a level 1 beast now, right? In your opinion, what level beast would this giant ape be considered? Su Rue not only single-handedly killed the giant ape but also firmly held the top spot in the novice village, so naturally, everyone had a bunch of questions to ask. He patiently answered them one by one. After a while, Hong Wanquan saw that the situation was about right and stepped forward, saying, alright, Su Rue definitely needs to hurry and level up by fighting beasts, so let's not delay him any longer. Hearing this, everyone reluctantly stopped their questioning and bid farewell to Su Rue. Before leaving, Su Rue solemnly said, if you encounter any danger, remember to contact me in the chat box. I will rush over to help immediately. Since they might face difficulties, he would also go to their aid without hesitation. Alright, we definitely will. Hong Wanquan nodded solemnly. After speaking, Su Rue turned and ran into the depths of the jungle. At this moment, another group of people arrived at the scene. Seeing the devastating aftermath, they couldn't help but exclaim repeatedly in astonishment. Suddenly, someone pointed at Su Rue heading into the forest in the distance and shouted, hey, everyone, look, Big Boss Su Rue is over there. Everyone turned toward the voice and exclaimed excitedly, it's really Su Rue. Big Boss Su Rue, don't go, we came here just to see you. Brother Su Rue, I love you. This scene was just like an idol fan meeting. Hearing this, Su Rue couldn't help but quicken his pace, clearly not wanting to become a celebrity. Sister Lin Xiaolu, it seems you have quite a few competitors. Chen Shui leaned close to Lin Xiaolu's ear and teased softly. In return, Lin Xiaolu naturally gave her a sidelong glance. Su Rue quickly stepped into the jungle, shaking off the crowd swarming behind him. At this moment, he realized that his super transformation talent could be used again, likely due to reaching level 5, allowing him to transform the subordinate black iron sword. He eagerly drew the subordinate black iron sword from his back and began the transformation. Transformation failed, item quality too low. It actually failed. It seems that the same item cannot be transformed infinitely. Su Rue originally thought that as long as his level was high enough, he could keep transforming this sword, but it seems impossible. Suddenly, he remembered an attack-enhancing bracelet. Previously, his level was insufficient to transform it, but now it should be possible. He immediately activated the super transformation on the silver bracelet on his wrist. As the talent activates, complex patterns emerge on the surface of the bracelet, gradually converging. Transformation successful. Attack enhancement bracelet transformed into attack frenzy bracelet. It worked. Su Ruwei immediately checked the transformation effects. Bracelet of Berserk attack allows the next attack to deal triple damage. Cooldown time 15 minutes. Triple attack. Su Ruwei felt a surge of joy in his heart. With this, he had more confidence in facing the powerful defenses of the beasts. At this moment, a system message arrived. Announcement: it has been detected that there are individuals in the novice village capable of defeating special beasts. Special beasts will now begin to spawn. First kill of a special beast will receive additional rewards. Note: special beasts will only appear for 2 hours and will disappear afterward. As soon as the news broke, everyone in the novice village was stunned. A berserk giant ape was already hard for them to handle, and now even more special beasts were going to spawn. What the heck? How are we supposed to survive like this? Spawning special beasts, I don't even dare to leave the beginner's village now. Calm down, check the map. The map? Wow, their locations are all marked. Now I can avoid them. That's right, these special beasts, like the giant ape, are all marked on the map, but their strength is definitely not on par with the giant ape, as the giant ape was chosen as the special beast based on the overall strength of the novice village. This is great. I was worried about not having a place to grind and level up. Su Ruwei opened the map to take a closer look. Since the special beast only exists for 2 hours, he naturally had to deal with the nearest one first. The first kill also grants extra rewards. How could he miss it? He believed that Li Xiu and the others were also heading toward their respective targets. It's you! Su Ruwei chose the nearest target and sprinted toward it. Although it was the closest, the complex jungle environment still slowed him down, and it took nearly half an hour to arrive. He reached the marked location on the map and discovered it was actually a cave. No way, a special beast actually has a lair? Drawing his sword cautiously, he probed into the cave, and a strong stench of blood hit him in the face. 2 wild boar corpses lay conspicuously on the ground, their heads pierced with 2 large holes, clearly not caused by humans. There must be an even stronger demonic beast in the cave, most likely the special target beast. Su Ruwei tensed his entire body, fully activating the Eye of Insight. The deeper he went into the cave, the dimmer the light became, but the space gradually opened up. At the end of the cave was a circular hall. Suddenly, he spotted a giant python thicker than a bucket. Su Ruwei took a step back and immediately prepared for battle. Strangely, the giant python remained motionless, leaving him puzzled. Due to its massive size, he couldn't see its full appearance and dared not act rashly. Level 2 demonic beast, patterned giant python, enormous in size, capable of swallowing a wild boar, with astonishing constricting power. Level 2 demonic beast. This is obviously not a special demonic beast. Su Ruwei vigilantly searched around but found nothing. No, the map clearly shows this place, so how could there be no demonic beasts? Suddenly, he thought of a place he hadn't checked yet. Looking up, he saw a giant spider staring at him from above, with several beasts around wrapped in spider silk. The spider suddenly launched an attack, thrusting one of its legs straight at Su Ruwei. Relying on the Eye of Insight, Su Ruwei dodged. The spider's leg pierced deeply into the ground. If he had dodged half a second later, Su Ruwei might have been pierced through. The spider leg got stuck and couldn't be pulled out. Seizing the opportunity, Su Ruwei swung his sword in a horizontal slash. Slash! The blade flashed, and the spider leg was severed into 2 pieces. The spider let out a painful howl, retracting its severed leg, with green bodily fluid oozing from the wound. It seemed that the spider's defense was far inferior to the giant ape, and its speed wasn't fast either. Su Ruwei felt a sense of relief. However, the spider suddenly spewed out a white thread from its mouth. The silk thread spread out in midair, forming a large web that wrapped toward Su Ruwei. Su Ruwei quickly sidestepped to dodge the spider web flying straight at him. Poof! Poof! The giant black spider continuously spat out silk, trying to trap him. However, as agile as Su Ruwei was, he always managed to evade effortlessly. Humph, is that all you've got? He sneered mockingly. After repeatedly missing its target, the giant spider grew increasingly agitated and began to slowly crawl down from the top of the cave, closing in on Su Ruwei. It continued to spit silk from its mouth faster and faster, while the distance between them gradually shrank, greatly reducing Su Ruwei's reaction time. But this was exactly what Su Ruwei wanted. He had been waiting for it to come closer. If the spider kept hanging on the wall or the ceiling of the cave, it would indeed be hard to make a move. The spider approached, forcing Su Ruwei into a corner. The space to dodge gradually narrowed, and entanglement seemed only a matter of time. Whoosh! The spider silk flew over again, and Su Ruwei narrowly dodged by turning sideways. This time, he didn't dodge to the side but chose an extremely risky sidestep. Immediately, he swiftly raised his sword and, taking advantage of the brief pause after the giant spider spun its silk, leapt up and slashed downward with his long sword. At the same time, he activated the Berserk attack bracelet on his wrist. Dazzling white light surged from the bracelet, enveloping Su Ruwei's sword-wielding right hand, illuminating the entire cave and clearly revealing the spider's full appearance. Su Rue aimed at the hideous head and swung his sword down. The spider sensed danger and hurriedly raised a front leg to shield its head. The long sword, enveloped in white light, was incredibly sharp, directly severing the spider's front leg. The sword's momentum did not wane as it continued to slash toward its head. The blade deeply cut into the spider's head, splitting it in half, and thick, disgusting liquid instantly spilled out. Several of the spider's legs went limp, and its entire body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Defeated the special beast sharp-legged spider, EXP plus 200. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 6, attack plus 30, speed plus 30, attack 169, defense 6, speed 149, level 640/1600. After killing the spider, Su Rue leapt to level 6, and his strength soared once again. Suddenly, the voice of the heavenly Tao resounded once more. Congratulations to the player for completing the special beast first kill mission. Reward, wooden chest ×1. A flash of white light appeared in the cave, and a wooden chest materialized out of thin air. A wooden chest? Su Rue remembered that this reward was usually reserved for the top 10 on the power rankings. He hadn't expected that the first kill of a special beast would also come with one. He couldn't wait to open it. Congratulations to the player for obtaining a fine iron sword, attack plus 8. Inside the treasure chest lay a shiny longsword, which Su Rue took out to examine closely. Fine iron sword? He remembered that the iron sword in his hand had already reached its limit after one transformation, with an attack power of 8, comparable to a lesser black iron sword. However, this sword can still be transformed. He immediately activated his talent to transform the refined iron sword. Transformation successful. Refined iron sword transformed into black iron sword, attack power plus 16, with piercing effect. Great! Attack power doubles, and it comes with a piercing effect. Su Rue put the secondary black iron sword back behind him and switched to the brand new black iron sword to test it. He thrust fiercely at the spider's corpse, the sword darting out like lightning. The blade smoothly pierced the corpse. Nodding in satisfaction, the piercing effect made the Shin iron sword strike faster and more fiercely, catching opponents off guard. The sword's color was darker, its weight heavier, and the grip exceptionally good. He glanced around the cave, as he hadn't had the chance to observe it carefully during the fight. The spider has been dealt with, and the cave was discovered to be the lair of a patterned giant python. The giant python had been staying in the cave but was killed by the large spider. The surrounding dead beasts were all prey of the spider. Su Rue began to devour the attributes of these beasts one by one. First, devour the pointed leg spider. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 3. Then devour the patterned python. Devouring successful. Attack plus 5. Then he looked up at the top of the cave, and those beasts wrapped in spider silk were devoured by him one by one. Devouring successful. Attack plus 2. Devouring successful. Attack plus 1. Most of these beasts were level 1, and some weaker birds only provided 1 attribute point. Adding up, there are 7 or 8 attribute points. This trip was quite fruitful. Just by devouring attributes, over 20 points were gained, and he also obtained a Shin iron sword, making it a rewarding journey. As he walked out of the cave, he noticed a system announcement. Announcement: Novice Village 250 Su Rue has completed the first kill mission. Subsequent kills of special monsters will no longer grant additional reward stat. At this moment, the chat box was in an uproar. Boss Su Rue is amazing. Completed the first kill mission for the special beast. TCH, who else could it be? If not Su Rue, then who? That's right, Su Rue is now the #1 in the beginner's village. Faced with these praises, Su Rue was not arrogant. The 3 SSS level talents had already awakened. If he still couldn't dominate the novice village, that would truly be embarrassing. At this moment, a message caught his attention. Brother Su Rue, come save us quickly, there's a special monster beast chasing us. It was Chen Shui who sent it in the chat box. TCH, being chased by a special beast? Can't you just run? Why bother Su Rue, the big boss? Yeah, Su Rue is very busy. How would he have time to deal with you? Chen Shui hurriedly explained, this beast is too fast, we can't shake it off, and it seems to be coming straight for us. Chen Shui and the others were extremely anxious. They had been avoiding the special beast marked on the map, but it unexpectedly headed straight for them. The map showed the distance getting closer and closer, as if it were aggressively pursuing them. Su Rue immediately replied, send me your location. Whoa! Su Rue, the big shot, actually replied, oh my! Su Rue, not only are you incredibly strong, but you're also such a good person. I'm growing more and more fond of you. Su Rue simply filtered out these irrelevant messages automatically. Not long after, Chen Shui sent over her location. Su Rue immediately responded, alright, I'll head over right away. You all start retreating toward my direction as well. Swish! After speaking, he sent his own coordinates over and quickly headed in the direction where Chen Shui was located. That's great. Brother Su Rue is already on his way. I knew he would definitely come to save us, Chen Shui said to her teammates, full of joy. However, Hong Wanchuan's expression was serious as he immediately reminded everyone, don't don't stop. Quickly move toward the direction of the location Su Rue sent. They were still far from Su Rue, but that special demonic beast was getting closer and closer to them. Hong Wanquan was extremely anxious, worried that the demonic beast would catch up to them before Su Rue arrived. The others, upon seeing the coordinates sent by Su Rue, also looked grim. But everyone was giving it their all, sprinting madly in that direction. With their current strength, encountering such a special beast meant they could only desperately flee, as they had no ability to confront it head-on. During their escape, the group maintained a basic formation, with the stronger members like Hong Wanquan choosing to stay at the rear. They had just run a short distance when a deafening roar sounded from behind. Chen Shui glanced at the map and discovered that the special beast had already caught up behind them. Swish! Her face changed drastically, and she exclaimed anxiously, "What do we do? It's catching up." At this moment, a resolute expression flashed across Hong Wanquan's face. He stopped in his tracks and looked at everyone. "You go first. I'll cover the rear." Crack! "Captain, how can we?" As everyone hesitated, Hong Wanquan immediately shouted sternly, "Go. Your strength is limited. Staying here would only make you cannon fodder. I'll stay behind to hold it off and buy time so everyone can survive." "I'll stay too. I have a bow and arrows. I can harass it from a distance, which will be quite effective." Hang stepped forward. "I'll stay too." For a moment, several second-tier powerhouses in the team decided to stay behind to hold off this special demonic beast. Time was running out, and Hong Wanquan stopped trying to persuade them. He simply nodded and signaled, shouting to the remaining people, "Go quickly. If we delay any longer, it'll all be over." Lin Xiaolu remained calm, fully aware that staying behind would only burden everyone and distract her teammates. She nodded to Hong Wanquan and the others, then took the lead, sprinting swiftly in Su Rue's direction. Tears glimmered in Chen Shui's eyes as she waved goodbye to those staying behind. Not long after they left, that piercing roar echoed from behind once again. Roar! Poof! This time the sound was closer and more heart-shaking. "Prepare for battle!" Hong Wanquan shouted loudly. Everyone's faces were tense and grave as they turned to face the direction of the roar, gripping their weapons tightly. Amidst the rustling sound, a massive beast emerged from the bushes, appearing before Hong Wanquan and the others. It was then that they finally saw the true appearance of this peculiar beast, a hyena taller than a human, with sharp fangs and claws, a row of bone spurs along its back and an overwhelming stench of blood emanating from its body, so pungent it was unbearable. Seeing it, Hong Wanquan and the others finally understood that the reason this creature had been able to track them all along was due to its keen canine nose. After discovering them, the hyena did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, it stuck out its crimson tongue to lick its sharp teeth, slowly approaching as if waiting for them to make the first move. "Don't rush, wait for this beast to attack us first," Hong Wanquan immediately commanded. "As long as the hyena initiates the attack, it will fall into their encirclement. On the contrary, if they strike first, they might expose weaknesses and be defeated one by one." Seeing them huddled together and hesitating, the hyena no longer waited and suddenly pounced fiercely. On the other side, Chen Shui ran while muttering, "The captain and the others won't be in trouble, right? Just how powerful is that special beast? What if something happens to them?" The others didn't say much, but their heavy expressions betrayed their current feelings. Novice Village's Hong Wanquan was killed by the special beast bloodthirsty hyena. This notification struck Lin Xiaolu and the others like a bolt from the blue. They stopped in their tracks simultaneously, some with faces ashen, others bewildered, and at a loss, unable to accept this cruel reality. Lin Xiaolu couldn't help but turn back to look at the spot where Hong Wanquan was, tears sliding down her delicate cheeks. "Ugh, Captain Hong." Chen Shui broke down in tears. "Buzz." Lin Xiaolu was the first to recover from the shock and quickly shouted, "Let's keep moving. Otherwise, Brother Hong's sacrifice will be in vain." Everyone came back to their senses. Chen Shui also nodded. She understood this reasoning and ran along with everyone while crying. Su Rue, who was rushing quickly toward Lin Xiaolu and the others, saw this message and was also in disbelief. Crack! That reliable and responsible Captain Hong was actually killed by a demonic beast just like that? Squish! It seems they have already encountered a special beast. Thinking of this, Su Rue immediately took out a white spirit fruit from his pocket and swallowed it in 2 or 3 bites. Afterward, he burst out at maximum speed, sprinting toward Lin Xiaolu and the others. The notification of Hong Wanquan's death had just been announced when several others were killed by the bloodthirsty hyenas. Those were the people in Lin Xiaolu's team who stayed behind to hold back the beasts. At this moment on the battlefield, several corpses lay scattered on the ground. Only Han Ji was left, sitting weakly against a tree. Name, Su Rue. His left leg and one arm had been clawed by hyenas, leaving them mangled and bloody, with blood dripping profusely. Even so, his right hand still gripped the bow tightly, while his left hand drew an arrow. "Beast, if you dare, take this arrow," Han Ji roared, pulling the bowstring with all his strength and releasing an arrow. The hyena easily dodged the arrow. Even if Han Ji were uninjured, hitting such a fast-moving hyena would be difficult, let alone in his current battered state. The hyena gave Han Ji a disdainful glance, then turned and ran in the direction of Lin Xiaolu and the others, following the scent. In its view, Hanji was so severely injured that he would die sooner or later, so it might as well save time and go directly to hunt other targets. The bloodthirsty hyena had a natural instinct for killing. Its very existence was for slaughter. Bastard! If you have the guts, don't run. Stay and fight me to the death. Hanji cursed angrily. However, the hyena completely ignored him and disappeared beyond the horizon in just a few moments. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan and Gu Haitang each led their respective teams, heading toward the direction of the bloodthirsty hyena. Since the bloodthirsty hyena was closest to them, they planned to target this special beast first. These two teams were among the top in strength within the entire novice village, so dealing with these not-so-powerful special beasts was naturally a breeze for them. Brother Yuanshan, the people who were just killed by the bloodthirsty hyenas seemed to be the ones who were following Su Rui earlier. Someone in the team noticed this. Another person checked the information and then said, "That's right, it's them." They even asked Su Rui for help in the chat box, and Su Rui is heading toward the hyenas now. Ha! He won't steal the bloodthirsty hyenas' experience, will he? Zhang Yuanshan glanced at the chat box and said solemnly, "Stop wasting time, saving people is the priority. They're still being chased by bloodthirsty hyenas." At that moment, Chen Shui once again called for help in the chat box, saying they were about to be caught by the bloodthirsty hyenas. Zhang Yuanshan immediately quickened his pace, and the people behind him followed closely. Zhang Yuanshan's group was closer to Lin Xiaolu and her team, and soon the two sides met up. Chen Shui saw Zhang Yuanshan and the others and immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Great, we're saved." She stopped in her tracks, panting heavily as she spoke. Lin Xiaolu and the others also let out a big sigh of relief. Zhang Yuanshan gripped the iron sword in his hand tightly, stepped forward, and said, "Follow us. We all know the bloodthirsty hyenas are already on our trail." Zhao Zhuo drew his iron sword and said confidently, "Leave the rest to us." Lin Xiaolu nodded, "Be careful." As soon as the words fell, a strong, pungent smell of blood rushed over. A bloodthirsty hyena suddenly leaped out from the bushes ahead. It has a massive body, sturdy and powerful limbs, and exudes a strong scent of blood. Its eyes, as large as bronze bells, continuously scanned Zhang Yuanshan and the others, showing no sign of retreat. Zhang Yuanshan stared at it intently and reminded his teammates, "This special beast is not simple. Everyone, be careful. Humph, vile creature, prepare to die." Zhao Zhuo charged at the bloodthirsty hyena without hesitation, sword in hand. In front of the two beauties, Gu Haitang and Lin Xiaolu, he naturally wanted to perform well. Zhao Zhuo suddenly broke away from the group and charged forward, prompting Zhang Yuanshan to immediately shout, "Zhao Zhuo, don't act impulsively." However, Zhao Zhuo paid no attention. In his view, even if he couldn't defeat the bloodthirsty hyena, he could still retreat unscathed. But the reality was far harsher than he imagined. The bloodthirsty hyena's strength far exceeded expectations. The bloodthirsty hyena lunged at Zhao Zhuo with incredible speed. Zhao Zhuo had no time to react as the hyena was already in front of him. A faint golden defensive shield suddenly appeared around Zhao Zhuo, blocking the hyena's claw attack. The shield was instantly shattered by a single swipe of the hyena's claw. But it was this brief moment that gave Zhao Zhuo precious time to react, and he quickly retreated. Screech! Although Zhao Zhuo retreated in time, he was still scratched on the chest by the hyena's claws, revealing deep bloody marks with faintly visible ribs. The intense tearing pain made him cry out in agony. If not for Zhang Yuanshan's timely use of the defensive aura, he would have already lost his life. Fortunately, Zhang Yuanshan and the others arrived at this moment, shielding him behind them. "Everyone, don't spread out. Stay together, so it won't dare to act recklessly," Zhang Yuanshan immediately instructed. No one dared to relax anymore. They had already witnessed the terrifying strength of the bloodthirsty hyena. Devouring successful. Speed +2. As long as they unite as one, if the hyenas dare to attack, they will inevitably be surrounded. Previously, Hong Wanquan and the others also planned to do this, but their strength gap was too great. Now Zhang Yuanshan and the others adopt the same strategy, and the effect will be more pronounced. The bloodthirsty hyenas stared intently at Zhang Yuanshan and the others, slowly circling around them. Everyone understood that it was looking for a flaw. Once it discovered even the slightest flaw, it would launch a swift attack. Therefore, their eyes remained fixed on the beast, not daring to show the slightest carelessness. From the earlier clash, it seemed that only Zhang Yuanshan could barely hold his own against it. Moreover, even the strongest Zhao Zhuo, relying on the defensive aura, was severely injured, while the others were even less able to resist. They had clearly underestimated the strength of this special demonic beast. Both sides fell into a tense standoff, neither daring to make the first move. At that moment, the hyena suddenly turned its head to look in another direction. Soon, everyone heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from that direction. Someone was quickly approaching. Everyone immediately became tense, with part of their attention drawn over. Su Rui's figure appeared, his speed equally astonishing. Seeing him appear, Lin Xiaolu and Chen Shui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuanshan's teammates also showed expressions of joy. Initially, some were worried that Su Rui would steal the experience points, but now, they were immensely grateful that Su Rui had arrived. After all, the strength of the bloodthirsty hyena far exceeded exceeded expectations, and if they continued to fight head-on, casualties would have been inevitable. No one knows if the next one to fall will be themselves. Su Rue, be careful, this guy is insanely fast, Zhang Yuanshan warned in time. Su Rue nodded, gripping the sword hilt tightly, and walked toward the bloodthirsty hyena. The hyena stuck out its tongue to lick its sharp teeth, revealing a cruel expression. It sensed that this human in front of it was unusual, daring to approach it alone simply courting death. The bloodthirsty hyena unleashed its full power and charged toward Su Rue. Su Rue gripped his long sword, the berserk bracelet on his wrist glowing white, and the blade was enveloped in brilliance. Facing the ferocious, charging beast, he neither dodged nor avoided it, rushing forward to meet it head-on. The distance between the two instantly closed, and the hyena lunged again. Its massive body almost knocked Su Rue to the ground, but Su Rue decisively swung his sword. A dazzling white light flashed, and the hyena's two front paws were severed cleanly. The hyena, having lost its front claws, fell flat on its face. Su Rue quickly turned around and swung his sword down again at the immobilized beast. The black iron sword, with its piercing effect, stabbed straight into the hyena's head, pinning it to the ground. The hyena's round, bulging eyes widened, and it soon stopped breathing. Kill Special Monster Bloodthirsty Hyena, EXP plus 200. Su Rue stepped on its head with his foot, pulled out his sword, and reached out to devour the hyena's attributes. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 5, speed plus 4. Afterward, Su Rue turned and walked toward Zhang Yuanshan and the others. Is this the strength of the top ranked on the power list? Everyone stared at him in a daze. The bloodthirsty hyena that had once caused them so much trouble was now slain with a single sword strike. Although they had long heard that Su Rue had once single-handedly killed a giant ape, they had not witnessed that battle firsthand. Now, seeing it with their own eyes, the shock was indescribable. Even Zhang Yuanshan couldn't hide his astonishment, faintly sensing the immense gap between himself and Su Rue. Master Su Rue, you are truly amazing. The bloodthirsty hyena is no match for you. Master Su Rue defeated the bloodthirsty hyena with just 2 strikes, as expected of the top rank on the power leaderboard. These words came from the depths of their hearts. Even Zhou Xiaoka had to silently admit in her heart that Su Rue was indeed extraordinarily powerful. How is it? Any casualties? Su Rue turned his gaze to Zhang Yuanshan and asked calmly. We're mostly fine, but Zhao Zhuo is seriously injured. It might be difficult for him to recover in the short term. The team included Gu Haitang, who had just treated Zhao Zhuo. His wounds had improved somewhat, but full recovery would still take time. As Zhang Yuanshan spoke, his gaze shifted to Lin Xiaolu and the others not far away, a trace of regret appearing on his face. It's just their team. Lin Xiaolu and the others were heavy-hearted, with not a trace of joy from surviving, their eyes filled with endless sorrow. Su Rue understood their pain and walked toward them with heavy steps. Me too. Brother Su Rue, Captain Hong. Captain Hong was killed by the bloodthirsty hyena while saving us, Chen Shui said, wiping away her tears and choking on her words. Lin Xiaolu sorrowfully added, and Ding Jian, Deng Yon, Wang Zhen, they all chose to stay behind and sacrifice themselves to save us. Hearing these names, the other teammates all bowed their heads in silent mourning. Su Rue was about to comfort them when Lin Xiaolu suddenly raised her head and shouted, wait, Han Ji hasn't been killed by the hyenas. These words reminded everyone, and they immediately recalled that Han Ji was also among those who stayed behind, and the system had not indicated his death. This means Han Ji is still alive. Where is he now? Su Rue asked urgently. I'll take you there. Lin Xiaolu turned and ran toward the direction opposite to where Han Ji and the others had gone. Su Rue followed closely behind, and Gu Haitang also followed upon seeing this. She had already guessed the situation they were about to face. Soon, Lin Xiaolu led the group to the location where Hong Wanquan had separated from the team. This was also the place where they had confronted the bloodthirsty hyenas. Broken and battered corpses were scattered on the ground. Lin Xiaolu forced herself to endure the grief and began carefully searching the surroundings. Before long, she found Han Ji behind a large tree. At this moment, Han Ji was sitting on the ground, leaning against the tree, his breath weak, clearly having lost too much blood. Why are you here? What about that hyena? Han Ji asked anxiously. Don't worry, it's already dead. Su Rue's voice came from behind Lin Xiaolu. Han Ji saw Su Rue and let out a sigh of relief. Brother Su Rue, it's good that you're here. Don't speak for now, you're seriously injured. Su Rue turned to look at Gu Haitang, took out a white spirit fruit from his arms, and handed it to her. Come on, sorry to trouble you. He knew that treating Han Ji's severe injuries would undoubtedly consume a great deal of Gu Haitang's energy, so he handed over the white spirit fruit without hesitation. Gu Haitang did not refuse and nodded as she accepted it. Han Ji's injuries were severe, and without the white spirit fruit to replenish her strength, Gu Haitang feared she might not be able to ensure the success of the treatment. Please. Lin Xiaolu also spoke. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Gu Haitang stepped forward and activated her talent. A green light emitted from her palm, enveloping Han Ji's wound. The injuries began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, Gu Haitang's complexion grew increasingly pale, her strength gradually depleted, and she eventually consumed the white spirit fruit handed handed to her by Su Rui. After a round of treatment, Hanji's injuries improved by 70 to 80% and he was barely able to stand and walk. "Thank you so much," Hanji said gratefully to Gu Haitang. He once thought he was doomed to die. Gu Haitang nodded silently. "Although the external injuries have healed, I can't fight again in the short term. I'm afraid I'll have to recover in the novice village." Hanji scratched the back of his head and said with a smile, "It's fine, just being alive is already enough." After speaking, his smile gradually faded as he looked at Hong Wanquan and his former teammates lying nearby. At this moment, others arrived one after another. Looking at the scene before them, everyone wore solemn expressions, filled with grief. Together, they buried their fallen comrades here to prevent their bodies from being exposed in the wilderness. It was now close to evening, with the afterglow of the setting sun spreading across the land, and nightfall was about to descend. The jungle at night is extremely perilous, human vision is greatly restricted, while the beasts move with ease. The group planned to return to the beginner's village to rest, both to recover their strength and to wait for the night to pass. However, Su Rui did not intend to go back immediately. Whoosh! Having just consumed a white spirit fruit, he was full of energy and strength. He still had one white spirit fruit left. In addition, with the Eye of Insight, his observational skills far surpass those of ordinary people, and his vision remains unaffected even at night. For him, day and night are almost the same. "Su Rui, are you really not planning to return to the beginner's village with us?" Lin Xiaolu stepped forward again to confirm. "I'm not going back. I still have the white spirit fruit." Brother Su Rui is so diligent and impressive. His strength is already so great, yet he still wants to keep grinding and leveling up. Chen Shui remarked from afar. "Then you need to be extra careful tonight. The beasts are much fiercer at night," Lin Xiaolu reminded. "Don't worry, these beasts pose no threat to me now." Su Rui planned to venture deeper into the jungle to seek out higher-level beasts for a challenge. Lin Xiaolu nodded. She had just witnessed Su Rui's strength with her own eyes. "Oh, I almost forgot, this is for you." Su Rui suddenly pulled out a secondary Xian iron sword from behind and handed it to Lin Xiaolu. This sword was much lighter than the Xian iron sword, making it more convenient for Lin Xiaolu to use. "What is this?" Lin Xiaolu asked in confusion. "I mentioned before that I would give you a better sword. Now I'm fulfilling that promise." Lin Xiaolu smiled, recalling what Su Rui had said in the beginner's village. She hadn't taken it seriously at the time, but she didn't expect him to remember. "Alright, I'll accept it." Lin Xiaolu saw that Su Rui still had one in his hand, so she took the sword. Holding it in her hand, she was pleasantly surprised to find that this sword could add 8 points of attack power, which was double the attack power of her original iron sword. After the two said their goodbyes, Su Rui was about to turn and leave. At this moment, the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. "Emergency notice, Novice Village 144 has initiated a Novice Village competition against Novice Village 250. All members will be teleported to the Novice Village Square." Before the words had even faded, Su Rui felt a sudden dizziness as the world spun around him. After steadying himself, he looked around and found that he was already in the Novice Village Square. Whoosh! Surrounding him were people from Novice Village 250, all just as bewildered as he was, having been inexplicably teleported by the Heavenly Tao. "What's going on? We were still fighting the beasts, so how did we get teleported back? I was on my way back to the beginner's village when I was suddenly teleported." Heavenly Tao seemed to say something just now. "A competition? What exactly is that?" The square was abuzz with discussions, voices rising and falling. At this moment, the system released detailed instructions about the competition. Novice Village competition, initiated by Novice Village 144. The winning side will have all players' attack power and speed increased by 5 points. The losing side will have 5 points deducted from attack power and speed. What the heck? It's actually Novice Village 144 that initiated the competition? I thought it was another trick from the system. Swish, newbie village competition? Does it mean competing with other newbie villages? Oh my god, my attack is only 9 points, speed 7 points. If I lose 5 points, wouldn't I be doomed? Buzz, I just leveled up and my stats are ridiculously low. If I lose points, how will I survive? Don't be so discouraged. If we win, our stats can increase by 10 points. That's right. Who says we will lose? Just go for it. Reminder, Novice Village 144 has chosen the Team Arena Battle. Team Arena Battle. Each side sends 5 contestants to duel in the arena. Victory is achieved by defeating or knocking out all members of the opposing team. As soon as the words fell, 5 dazzling beams of light rose from the high platform in the square. Obviously, the 5 participants need to step into the light pillar. Team Arena Battle? Only 5 people can participate? I thought it would be the entire Novice Village fighting against each other. Since only 5 people can participate, we definitely have to choose the strongest 5. Ranking by the Combat Power Leaderboard would be the fairest way. The current top 5 on the Combat Power ranking are Su Rui, Li Xiu, Longwu, Joey, and Zhang Yuanshan. Their combat power is the strongest, and 2 of them even possess rare talents. There's no need to say much about Su Rui. His achievement of single-handedly slaying a giant ape speaks for itself. Li Xiu and Longwu's strength strength is equally terrifying, leaving no one behind to question them. Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan have higher levels and possess unparalleled talent. The 5 of them represented Novice Village 250 in the battle, and no one had any objections. They also consciously stepped out from their respective teams. Zhou Xiaoke cheered for Zhang Yuanshan. Brother Yuanshan, go for it. Win this for our Novice Village. Brother Su Rue, do your best. Whether your little sister can survive depends on you all. Boss Su Rue, you must win. Walking up to the high platform, Su Rue nodded to everyone, silently making up his mind. Although the 5-point attribute boost had limited impact on him, he absolutely did not want to see familiar companions weakened by the will of heaven. With me, Zhou Yi, here, this match is definitely in the bag, Zhou Yi said confidently. We'll do our best. Zhang Yuanshan responded calmly. The opponent's strength was still unknown, so it was unwise to make hasty conclusions. Swish. Li Xiu remained silent, indifferent to the commotion below the stage. Long Wu patted his chest boldly. Don't worry, if they want to beat me, they'll have to step over my dead body first. Cheers erupted from the audience below. The 5 stepped into the beam of light one after another. The beam of light shimmered and then dissipated, and the 5 standing within it vanished without a trace. A massive light screen immediately appeared on the high platform in the square. The screen displayed an arena, with 5 people standing on each side. This was the scene of the Novice Village Showdown Arena. Awesome! I didn't expect to be able to watch it live. The crowd in the square was extremely excited. Swish! The 5 people transported to the arena looked around. The arena was spacious, enough for 20 people to fight simultaneously without feeling crowded. There were no fences around, only void and darkness. Note, those knocked off the ring or who voluntarily forfeit will be sent back to the Novice Village Square by the Heavenly Dao. However, if one dies in battle, the death is real. So cruel, Su Rue sighed softly. Crack! Long Wu waved his hand and said, if you can't hold on, just forfeit. Anyway, you've got me. Zhang Yuanshan also said, that's right, don't push yourself too hard. Just do your best, it's okay if you can't win. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the opposite side. But 2 of them had peculiar builds. One was short, less than 1.6 meters tall, holding a katana taller than himself. The other was nearly 2 meters tall, with an obese figure, a waist as thick as a barrel, weighing 400 to 500 pounds, and wielding a long-handled hammer. Through their appearance, Su Rue and the others had already made a judgment. They're actually people from Sakura country, Zhang Yuanshan said with a frown. Long Wu, upon hearing this, clapped his hands and laughed. No wonder they look so punchable. So it's them. Su Rue and the others also recognized that these outfits were precisely in the style of Sakura country. That fat guy must be a sumo wrestler, Su Rue said, looking at the big man. With the hairstyle and physique, it's easy to recognize. Li Xiu nodded. That's right, the others are all holding katanas. Knowing the opponent's identity, the fight became even more motivated. Both sides have 3 minutes to prepare. 3 minutes later, the battle officially begins. A transparent defensive wall appears in front of both sides, separating them at the edge of the arena. Clearly, they can only officially engage after 3 minutes. Long Wu drew out his large machete and fiercely struck the defensive wall. The defensive wall didn't budge an inch, and the recoil left his arm numb. Really sturdy. He stepped forward to touch the spot he had struck. Since it's a rule set by the heavens, we can't break it either, Su Rue said calmly. At this moment, a burst of mocking laughter came from the other side. It was from the short man holding a knife, accompanied by taunts in the Sakura language. Damn, that shorty seems to be laughing at me. Long Wu clenched his fist, wishing he could rush over and punch him. Zhou Yi, on the other hand, raised his middle finger at the opponent. The universally recognized gesture indeed worked, provoking someone on the other side to curse back. Although only the beginning was understood, the atmosphere was intensely charged. Who are you cursing at? A hot-tempered Long Wu pointed at the other party and roared angrily. Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but pat Long Wu on the shoulder, advising, forget it, don't take them seriously. Let's focus on discussing our tactics for later. Su Rue also nodded, understanding that this was a crucial moment to use the time to strategize. Although Long Wu appears burly and hot-tempered, he knows his limits and understands that this is not the time for a clash. The short guy with the knife over there poses the greatest threat to me. Li Xiu locked his gaze on the short man, his tone steady. From such a distance, how can you be so sure? Zhou Yi asked curiously. Instinct, Li Xiu replied confidently. I have a very strong feeling that the strongest one on their side is that short guy with the knife. TCH, Zhou Yi immediately showed a disdainful smile. Li Xiu glanced at him, and a sudden murderous aura emerged. Don't doubt a killer's intuition. Feeling the chilling murderous intent emanating from Li Xiu, Zhou Yi immediately shut his mouth. The others also looked at him in surprise. This seemingly young Li Xiu turned out to be a killer. Understood, then we'll focus on guarding against that guy with the knife. Su Rue chose to trust Li Xiu's intuition. No one raised any objections, and Zhang Yuanshan spoke up. Then let's start discussing tactics. I think, on our side, we have Zhou Yi's lightning for long-range suppression, and my defensive aura excels at defense, Zhang Yuanshan analyzed. As long as we protect Zhou Yi and let him attack from the rear. The opponent won't be able to break through. Ultimately, they'll be the ones to lose. This tactic is good, steady, and reliable. Su Rui nodded in agreement. Before we understand the opponent's overall strength, defense is the wisest choice. Li Xiu and Long Wu immediately nodded, agreeing with the plan. Only Zhou Yi had a proud expression on his face. Do I even need to say it? With my sea-level lightning, I guarantee I'll shock them until their bones go soft. The power of his lightning was impressive, and he was confident that no human body could withstand his electric strikes. Don't be careless. What if the other side has a similar ability? Zhang Yuanshan couldn't help but remind. At this moment, a man on the opposite side stepped forward and shouted in Sakura Country's language. Hey, over there. Our samurai family's Santojiro is ready to take the heads of your 5 people to consecrate his blade. The short man held his katana and made a provocative gesture. Humph, daring to be so arrogant, you'll be the first one I cut down. Zhou Yi's face turned cold. The actions of Santojiro enraged Zhou Yi and Long Wu. Long Wu's fingers cracked as he clenched them, glaring angrily at the opponent. Seeing this, Zhang Yuanshan quickly reminded, don't forget the plan, focus on defense first. Su Rui secretly thought to himself that these two had most likely already forgotten the tactics they had just discussed. 3 minutes are up, the battle officially begins. As soon as the words fell, the transparent wall in front of both sides suddenly disappeared. The 5 opponents charged toward them in unison. Su Rui and the others held their formation, gripped their weapons tightly, and rushed toward the center of the arena together. They had no intention of fighting the enemy with their backs against the edge of the arena. Su Rui and the other 3 charged ahead, with Zhou Yi slightly trailing behind. Fortunately, Zhou Yi and Zhang Yuanshan did not act impulsively and continued to follow the plan. Leading the charge on the opposite side was the massive, corpulent sumo wrestler facing off against Su Rui. The big man raised his long-handled hammer and swung it fiercely at Su Rui. Su Rui had teammates covering him from behind, so he did not choose to dodge but instead directly thrust the Xian iron sword in his hand at the descending giant hammer. The Xian iron sword activated its piercing effect, greatly increasing its speed and attack power. Su Rui's sword forcefully withstood the descending giant hammer. The big guy was utterly shocked, not expecting anyone to withstand his hammer strike without falling. Li Xiu saw this and took the opportunity to charge at the big fat man, swinging his dual blades to strike. Just as the dual blades were about to hit, a katana swept across, blocking Li Xiu's attack. The big fat man took the opportunity to retreat a few steps. Sandojiro's face revealed a contemptuous smile, as if he didn't take Su Rui and the others seriously at all. What arrogance! Take this lightning strike! A thick white lightning bolt struck down from the sky, directly targeting Sandoujiro. He looked up in surprise, then quickly retreated. The lightning hit the spot where he had just been standing, instantly charring the ground black. Seeing Zhou Yi able to unleash lightning, the group from Sakura Country's expressions changed slightly, and they all stopped, temporarily not daring to attack rashly. Sandoujiro whispered a few words to his companions in Sakura language, and everyone nodded in agreement. Damn it! This guy is too fast. Zhou Yi missed his strike and was extremely annoyed. Don't rush, attack the others with lightning first. I don't believe they're all this fast. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly commanded. Sandoujiro sneered coldly and gestured to Zhou Yi. Come on, try striking me with lightning again. Alright, let's see if I can't strike you to death. Zhou Yi charged forward aggressively, clearly emboldened by the fear he saw in his opponent. Zhou Yi, come back! Zhang Yuanshan shouted loudly, but Zhou Yi was already enraged, relentlessly chasing and slashing at Santojiro. Santojiro retreated while dodging, and the remaining 4 had no choice but to follow, preventing him from being surrounded. In an instant, the previously orderly formation descended into chaos, and both sides were locked in a fierce melee. Su Rui, on the other hand, was entangled in a fight with the hefty sumo wrestler. The sledgehammer kept falling, while Su Rui skillfully dodged, the sound of strikes dong-dong echoing across the ring. The stone floor was smashed into several large pits. Having just taken a hammer head-on, though unharmed, his arm was left numb from the shock. He understood that brute force confrontation was by no means a wise choice. Dodging while looking for flaws, he tried to exploit the big fat man's weakness of being slow due to his large size, aiming to gradually defeat his opponent. He circled around the fat man, his long sword slashing continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Every attack was tightly blocked by the fat man's defense. Damn, how is this fat guy so quick? This was the most agile fat man he had ever seen. No matter where he struck, the opponent could block it precisely. A smile appeared on the fat man's face as he spoke in Sakura language. Hehe, I awakened a talent that boosts my speed. Thinking you can beat me with speed is just wishful thinking. Although Su Rui was temporarily unable to defeat his opponent, he also managed to evade the sumo wrestler's attacks firmly, making it even harder to be hit. With the eye of insight, he could even predict the sumo wrestler's next move. Suddenly, after a prolonged stalemate, Su Rui had a flash of inspiration, realizing that the rule was to knock the opponent off the ring to win, and there was no need to fight to the death. So, he began dodging toward the edge of the ring. Baka, is dodging all you can do? The sumo wrestler, who kept missing his attacks, grew increasingly furious. His assaults became more frenzied but disorganized, posing no threat to Su Rui at all. Su Rui dodged and retreated, quickly reaching the edge of the arena. At this moment, the faces of the spectators from the 250 novice village were heavy with concern. In their eyes, Su Rui had been forced into a corner and could not withstand the sumo wrestler's fierce attacks. Defeat was only a matter of time. Below the stage, Lin Xiaolu clenched her fists tightly, her gaze fixed on Su Rui in the arena, her face full of worry. Oh no, that sumo wrestler is too strong. Su Rui can't hold him off at all. It looks like he's going to be eliminated first. Sigh, this Su Rui is really embarrassing our novice village, getting beaten without even being able to fight back. He's even the top of our novice village's combat power rankings, representing the village in the battle. This strength is just too weak. I really doubt how he managed to defeat the giant ape. Could it be that the giant ape was already injured by someone else, and he just took advantage of it? On the spectator stand, most people did not think highly of Su Rui. However, Lin Xiaolu's teammates beside her firmly supported him and were naturally indignant upon hearing those words. Han Ji stepped forward to refute. If you're so capable, why didn't you go up just now? All you do is make sarcastic remarks. Shen Shui also chimed in to show support. Exactly, if you can last 2 moves up there, then you're impressive. The person being rebuked was left speechless, far inferior to Su Rui in strength. Their disappointment stemmed from the high hopes they had placed on Su Rui, seeing him as the key to victory. Now, seeing him being overpowered by the sumo wrestler, it was inevitable for dissatisfaction to arise in their hearts. However, they also understood that if they were to step up, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand even a single blow from the opponent. On the stage, Su Rui was already standing at the edge. A single step back and he would fall. The sumo wrestler in front sneered. Haha, let's see where you can run now. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his giant hammer, smashing down repeatedly. The giant hammer had a limited attack range. With the eye of insight, Su Rui accurately predicted the moves and nimbly dodged left and right. The sumo wrestler couldn't land a hit on Su Rui and grew increasingly furious. Su Rui hooked his finger at him and sneered, "Fatty, come and try again if you dare." This completely enraged the sumo wrestler. He dropped the hammer, spread his legs, bent his waist, extended his arms, and assumed a classic sumo stance, ready to use his best pushing technique to shove Su Rui off the ring. Whoosh! Su Rui was waiting for this moment, slightly moving one foot back and lightly touching the ground. On the spectator stand, some held their breath and stared, while others already anticipated Su Rui being pushed off. The sumo wrestler roared as he charged forward, his arms long and wide, completely sealing off the left and right areas. The two were extremely close, and no matter how fast Su Rui was, he couldn't dodge. But he had already anticipated it, leaping gracefully into the air, lightly jumping onto the sumo wrestler's head, and using the momentum to press down with one palm, flipping over from above. The sumo wrestler missed his target and was instead pushed toward the edge of the ring, switching positions with Su Rui. He reacted quickly, turning around to grab Su Rui and push him off. But Su Rui was faster, lifting his leg and kicking out. With a crisp sound, Su Rui kicked him off the ring. The fat figure fell off the ring and instantly disappeared without a trace. Wow! Big boss Su Rui is so mighty. Brother Su Rui is so handsome. Su Rui is too strong. He actually eliminated the most powerful opponent. I told you Su Rui is amazing. Who still doubts that he can defeat the giant ape? The spectators' stand erupted in cheers, and those who had doubted Su Rui were all stunned by the scene before them. Lin Xiaolu finally showed a smile on her face. Hanji jumped excitedly. I knew it. Big boss Su Rui definitely wasn't using his full strength. He was just baiting the opponent. On the other side, the square of Newbie Village 144 was filled with angry curses. Baka! What the hell is Yamamoto Musashi doing? Smack! To be toyed with in his best field, how stupid. Fortunately, we still have Lord Sandao Ci Lang. He will definitely chop these scumbags into pieces. At this moment, the situation in the arena had become increasingly clear. Li Xiu had already forced his opponent to retreat and forfeit, proving his formidable strength. Long Wu also held the advantage, wielding his blade to keep his opponent on the defensive. Even Sandao Jiro was pushed to the edge by Zhou Yi. Only Zhang Yuanshan was suppressed by the opponent, a master wielding a katana. The opponent's swordsmanship was clearly skilled, very likely belonging to the same samurai family as Sandao Jiro. The situation was highly favorable, and Su Rui and Li Xiu had already broken free and were on standby. As long as the two of them return to the battlefield, the fight can be swiftly concluded. In the square of Novice Village 250, smiles bloomed on everyone's faces, as if those 10 attribute points were already in the bag. Clang! Meanwhile, in Novice Village 144, angry curses erupted continuously. Baka! Who's so stupid to initiate a confrontation match? Utterly foolish. Now the overall strength of our Novice Village is going to decline. The recently eliminated sumo wrestler Yamamoto Musashi snorted coldly. A bunch of fools. Lord Mitsurugi Jiro would never be defeated so easily. He hasn't even used his full strength. Another opponent of Li Xiu echoed. That's right. Even if the entire army is wiped striked out, Lord Mitsurugi Jiro can still turn the tide. He's merely toying with the opponent. Lord Mitsurugi Jiro hasn't even used his talent yet. Sandow Jiro had been forced to the edge of the arena. I don't think you're as formidable as Li Xiu claimed. You're nothing but a coward who only knows how to run. Joey sneered provocatively. Sandow Jiro smiled calmly. Despite being cornered, his face showed no trace of panic. Let's see how you dodge this time. Joey launched another lightning attack. Crack! A white lightning bolt descended from the sky, its light aimed directly at Sandow Jiro. He had nowhere to escape, yet the cold sneer on his face grew even more pronounced. Foolish people of Long Country, let me show you true power. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and swung his blade toward the lightning. Clang! Sparks flew as the lightning struck the katana, but Sandow Jiro remained unscathed and swung his blade again toward Joey. What? Joey was utterly shocked. This was the first time his talent had been directly countered. At this moment, he had no moves left to respond. Sandow Jiro's blade was just inches away. It's over. Joey is doomed. That guy with the knife is too strong. Could he be cheating? Joey's lightning can kill a wild boar in one strike, yet it was easily neutralized. And he can immediately counterattack. Truly unbelievable. Everyone in the 250 novice village was shocked upon witnessing this scene. That short warrior was practically like a cheat. At this moment, a faint yellow light shield suddenly appeared around Joey. Clang! The samurai sword struck the light shield, momentarily blocked, giving Joey the chance to retreat. At this time, Zhang Yuanshan was in a perilous situation. The long-faced man opposite seized the opportunity and struck with a knife. I agree. No problem. Daring to be distracted in a duel, go to hell. He swung his blade straight at Zhang Yuanshan. Zhang Yuanshan hurriedly sidestepped to dodge. Although he avoided a fatal blow, his shoulder was still struck. Slash! The blade cut through his shoulder, razor-sharp, cleanly severing an arm. Zhang Yuanshan! Su Rui exclaimed, quickly approaching. Zhou Yi, who had just retreated, also witnessed the scene. His mind went blank, filled with self-blame and fear. At this moment, a hand patted his shoulder, and a deep voice said, "Don't get distracted, focus on the fight." Li Xiu gripped his dual blades and immediately charged toward Sandow Jiro. Zhang Yuanshan faced the long-faced man without relaxing, raising his blade to strike again. Prepare to die. The long-faced warrior's blade was fierce and unstoppable. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down with a thunderous roar. The long-faced man was forced to retreat, narrowly avoiding being struck by electricity. It was Joey who timely unleashed lightning, saving Zhang Yuanshan. Su Rui rushed over, shielding Zhang Yuanshan behind him, and raised his sword to face the enemy. Joey's talent entered cooldown, and he drew his sword to support Li Xiu. Leave this to me. Go help Li Xiu, Su Rui ordered. Su Rui had already witnessed the strength of Sandow Jiro. Li Xiu alone could not match him. Joey calmly obeyed this time and turned to rush to Li Xiu's side. Another one? Both of you must die, the long-faced samurai roared, brandishing his blade to face Su Rui. Clang clang, the knife and sword clashed. After just 2 exchanges, the long-faced warrior had already retreated repeatedly. His offensive power was far inferior to Su Rui's and was quickly suppressed. Dang! Su Rui did not seize the opportunity to press the attack but instead turned to Zhang Yuanshan and said, "Give up immediately and hand it over to us." Zhang Yuanshan's wound was bleeding profusely, and he had basically lost the ability to fight. Clang! If not treated urgently, his life might be in danger. The pale-faced Zhang Yuanshan showed reluctance but finally nodded and said, "It's up to you." As the words fell, the figure disappeared from the arena. Crack! Moments later, he was transported back to the novice village square by a beam of light. Gu Haitang and the others immediately surrounded him and began treatment. Smack! Zhou Shouka's eyes were filled with tears as she gazed quietly. On the arena, Su Rui gripped the Xian iron sword tightly, his gaze stern. The long-faced warrior opposite him looked grave, clearly not his match. But as long as he could stall this man, once Sandow Ci Lang was free, they could join forces to kill him. Su Rui was determined to finish the fight quickly so he could join forces with Li Xiu to counter Sandow Ci Lang. Li Xiu and Joey might struggle to hold out for long. Swish! Su Rui's figure suddenly vanished as he launched the first attack. The sword light flashed like lightning, forcing the opponent to retreat repeatedly. He saw the opponent struggling to defend, with the scratches on his body growing deeper. The moment a flaw appeared, Su Rui slashed out with his sword, striking directly at his arm. A streak of blood appeared instantly. Su Rui's attacks and speed far surpassed the opponent, making every strike difficult to defend against. Soon, the long-faced warrior could no longer hold on and wanted to forfeit and leave the arena. With a thought, Su Rui's sword momentum suddenly tightened and thrust forward swiftly, faster and more precise, leaving no room for evasion. The long-faced warrior, in panic, raised his blade horizontally to block. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade and sword collided, but the blade was deflected. The black iron sword pierced through the body, straight to the heart. Su Rui thrust the sword through the heart, causing unbearable pain. Well done, boss Su Rui. Let the people of Sakura Country witness the greatness of Dragon Country. Su Rui defeated his opponent with just 2 or 3 3 strikes, truly worthy of being an idol. This can also be considered avenging boss Zhang Yuanshan. That long-faced samurai deserved such an end. The onlooking Zhang Yuanshan let out a sigh of relief. It seemed the outcome was already decided. Zhou Xiaoke clenched her pink fists tightly, her gaze toward Su Rui growing increasingly admiring. Initially, when she saw Zhang Yuanshan's arm being severed, she felt intense hatred toward the opponent. Now, seeing him dealt with by Su Rui in a single strike, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Moreover, her perception of Su Rui underwent a significant transformation. On the arena, the long-faced warrior was struck by Su Rui's sword but did not die instantly. Instead, he chose to forfeit, and his body and weapon disappeared from the arena. However, no one in the 144 novice village had awakened any healing talents. Upon returning to the village, the long-faced warrior was met with indifferent gazes. "Help me." He clutched his wand with one hand, while the other reached helplessly toward the crowd. Someone sneered disdainfully, "Ha, it was your own idea to initiate the novice village competition, and now you've lost to a Dragon Country person. What a disgrace to Sakura Country. A true samurai should die on the battlefield, yet you fled in the face of battle. You bring shame to the samurai of Sakura Nation. You've disgraced our country completely. Not forcing you to commit seppuku was already an act of mercy." Thud. The long-faced samurai couldn't hold himself up and fell to his knees, his gaze filled with despair as he looked at the villagers of the novice village. He never expected that after fighting valiantly for them, enduring countless injuries, he would be met with such cold and harsh words. You all. He angrily pointed at the crowd, unable to endure it any longer, spat out a mouthful of blood, and then fainted. Those people, however, paid no attention, their expressions tense as they focused on the situation in the arena. At this moment, only Santo Jiro and another burly man remained on the arena. Santo Jiro, facing 2 opponents alone, showed no signs of being at a disadvantage and even appeared to handle the situation with ease. Long Wu has already suppressed the opponent, forcing them to retreat step by step. Seeing this, Su Rui quickly rushed toward Santo Jiro. Santo Jiro noticed the change in the situation, restrained his playful expression, and became serious. "I didn't expect Ito to lose so quickly. I was planning to play around a bit more, but it seems I have to go all out." As the words fell, his figure flickered, unexpectedly splitting into 2 clones. The 3 Sandao Ci Langs charged at Su Rui and Longwu with cold smiles. "My game has only just begun. Oh my god, am I seeing things? The one with the knife actually created 2 clones? That's right, he actually split 2 copies of himself from his own body." Bang, bang, bang. The onlookers in the novice village were shocked, and Su Rui and the others hadn't expected it either. Su Rui immediately used the Eye of Insight to investigate Sandao Jairu. Sea-level talent clone technique summons 2 clones with equal strength to the user to assist in battle, lasting for 5 minutes. If the true body dies, the clones disappear. Fixed talent, no growth potential. It turns out this is Sandao Jiro's talent, and it is fixed. No wonder he is so strong from the start. In contrast, Joey's lightning is a growth-type talent, with its power increasing as the level rises. Su Rui's Eye of Insight identified the location of Sandao Jiro's true body, which is moving toward Longwu. Placing the true body in a safe position is the most stable strategy to counter Longwu. Without hesitation, Su Rui turned and ran toward Longwu. Longwu was engaged in a duel with his opponent. Seeing Matsudo Jiro approaching, his expression grew tense, and his attacks became fiercer, aiming to end the fight quickly. However, the 2 sides were evenly matched, making a swift victory difficult. Su Rui took the lead, swinging his sword in a slash. "Take my sword." The black iron sword thrust swiftly from the side, its speed catching the opponent off guard. The sword tip pierced through the opponent's forearm, and blood dripped down. Longwu seized the opportunity and slashed fiercely with his broadsword. The opponent stared in terror at the descending blade, unable to dodge in time, gave up resisting, and vanished instantly. Bang! The broadsword struck the ground. "This guy runs really fast." Longwu laughed and turned to Su Rui. "Thanks a lot." Su Rui nodded, his expression still grave. 2 Santorio clones were closing in on them. "Be careful, the real battle is just beginning." With that, Su Rui took the lead in confronting the true body. Longwu was unwilling to show weakness and charged forward with his blade. Both sides clashed fiercely with flashing blades and swords. One cannot help but admire Mitsuro's exquisite swordsmanship. Every strike was perfectly executed. If not for Su Rui's Eye of Insight predicting the blade's trajectory, he might have already been defeated. Longwu appeared to struggle, as his attributes were inferior, and he faced immense pressure under the successive attacks. Fortunately, his robust physique and rich experience allowed him to maintain the battle situation. Li Xiu and Joey were suppressed by Sandao Ci Lang's long blade, forced into a defensive stance. "This won't work. Sooner or later, we'll be defeated when a flaw is found," Li Xiu said while defending. "What should we do then?" Joey also understood that they couldn't remain passive. "I'll create an opportunity for you to escape, and you take the chance to attack him with lightning." "Alright," Joey nodded. The power of lightning far surpassed close combat. Before the words had even faded, Li Xiu's attack suddenly became ferocious, focusing solely on offense without any defense. Although temporarily suppressing Santojiro, his body was covered in wounds. Joey took the opportunity to move out of the attack range and unleashed lightning. White lightning struck down, directly targeting Santojiro, but he dodged it with a swift sidestep. In the face of the strong, lightning struggles to strike directly. Joey did not lose heart and prepared to unleash a second bolt of lightning. But then, Mitsuru Sando swiftly closed the distance, instantly arriving at his side and slashing out with his blade. Joey hurriedly raised his iron sword to defend. In the chaos, the iron sword was struck down. Santojiro followed up with a horizontal slash. Weaponless, Joey was powerless to resist. If this blade landed, it would be enough to cut him in half. Abstain, Li Xiu shouted in a low voice. Upon hearing this, Joey immediately chose to abstain. Santojiro swung his blade at the air. Behind him, Li Xiu quickly pursued, striking with his dual blades. This Santojiro dared to ignore Li Xiu and directly launched an attack on Joey. Li Xiu shouted angrily, "I'll make you pay the price." The dual blades tore through Santojiro's skin, leaving 2 knife scars. But the opponent seemed unaffected, feeling no pain, and turned to continue attacking Li Xiu. What? Li Xiu was extremely shocked, never expecting such a powerful individual to exist. Even in the assassin organization, he had never seen someone who could continue fighting as if nothing had happened after being injured. What he didn't know was that the Santojiro in front of him was just a clone. The true form was an existence that neither felt pain nor tiredness. At this moment, Li Xiu was already at the end of his strength. After a prolonged battle that drained him severely, he had just exerted all his power to create an escape opportunity for Joey, leaving him gravely injured. Clang! Clang! Facing the relentless Santojiro, Li Xiu's defense became increasingly difficult. But he gritted his teeth and persevered until, when Santojiro was about to deliver a fatal strike, he resolutely chose to forfeit. His figure immediately disappeared from the arena. The clone freed itself and rushed swiftly toward the battlefield where Su Rue was. At this moment, Long Wu, fighting alone, was covered in wounds from blade strikes, his white clothes stained red with blood. Yet, his fighting spirit remained high as he took the initiative to attack. "Ha ha, come on, let me show you the might of the people of the Dragon Kingdom." The true form of Sandao Ci Lang showed a trace of admiration in his eyes and said calmly, "But this is the end. If you don't forfeit now, you'll die under my blade." Su Rue saw that Long Wu was seriously injured, with several knife wounds even exposing stark white bones, and shouted urgently, "Forfeit immediately. Leave this to me." Long Wu was stunned for a moment. Can you handle this alone?" The reason he gave it his all was to hold back at least one enemy. If he left, Su Rue would face the 3 Santojiro alone. Without time to think, the clone Santojiro launched a frenzied assault like a storm. Long Wu swung his blade repeatedly to counter, but his tiger's mouth split open, his movements grew increasingly sluggish, and he could no longer hold them off. If this continues, he will be defeated in 2 or 3 moves. He gave Su Rue a deep look and resolutely forfeited. Though he had the will to fight to the death, he was unwilling to die in vain. At this point, only Su Rue remained on the stage to face the 3 of Saburo Sandao. The cheers in Novice Village 144 were deafening. "Lord Mitsuru Tsujiro is mighty. Quickly wipe out all the Dragon Nation trash. Anyone who doubted Lord Mitsuru Tsujiro before is a fool. These 10 attribute points are guaranteed. This is the true strength of Lord Mitsuru Tsujiro." Seeing Mitsuru Tsujiro cut down 3 people in a row, they were brimming with confidence and elated. 250 newbie village residents looked solemn, most of them frowning, with only a few nervously anticipating the battle on the screen. "It's over, only that swordsman and Su Rue are left. What should we do? We're probably going to lose this match. No chance for the 10 attribute points. Ugh, my attributes are already low, and now they're going to be deducted. Heaven really doesn't want me to live." Sighs continued to echo across the square, and girls with low attributes even began to cry. Zhang Yuanshan lowered his head silently, unable to bear looking any longer. Joey stood alone in a corner, his eyes hollow, muttering softly, "It's all because I'm too weak." He was the only one who left the stage without serious injuries, yet he felt the strange gazes of the crowd. The companions who once admired him and stood by his side now no longer regard him. His status in the village has plummeted. Li Xiu clenched his fists tightly, his gaze fixed on the light screen. Although Long Wu was being treated, his eyes never left the battlefield. The entire 250 novice village had significantly less confidence in Su Rue. At this moment, a graceful figure stepped out from the crowd, her gaze firm. "Don't lose heart. I believe Su Rue will definitely win." She was none other than Lin Xiaolu, who still had absolute confidence in Su Rue. Someone sneered, "Don't be naive. Su Rue might win against that guy with the knife in a 1-on-1, but a 3-on-1 is absolutely impossible. Yeah, losing to that swordsman is acceptable. His strength is indeed formidable." "No, I don't accept it. I believe Su Rue will definitely win." Han Ji stood up. "I believe too." Immediately, many people stood up to support Su Rue. Although Su Rue could not witness this, it reignited hope in the novice village. Zhang Yuanshan looked up, a hint of radiance added to his pale face. Long Wu opened his mouth to speak but found himself at a loss for words. Crack! He had just faced off against Sandaojiro, and reason warned him that Surue's chances of victory were slim. Can we win? Joey stared blankly at the screen. We have to win, he muttered to himself. He never expected that Surue, whom he had mocked in the past, would now become the only hope of the novice village. On the arena, Sandaojiro's true form distanced itself from Surue. Although it consumed a lot of energy, especially maintaining the clone in battle, his true body was no longer at its peak. But he didn't care at all, as the clones had already arrived, forming a triangular encirclement around Surue. He did not rush to attack but instead gave a thumbs up, then flipped it downward in a humiliating gesture towards Surue, clearly full of confidence. Cheers erupted in the 144 novice village. Lord Sandaojiro, well done. Let them know that the Sakura nation is truly the strongest. The 250 novice village was furious upon seeing this. That shorty is so infuriating, how dare he make such a move? Really hope Big Boss Surue gives him a harsh lesson. Sigh, the gap in strength is obvious, sarcastic remarks won't help. At this moment, just focus on cheering for Surue. On the stage, Surue showed no weakness, raised his middle finger, and responded with a cold smile, defeating you only takes one sword. Although Mitsutojiro couldn't understand Surue's mocking words, he undoubtedly knew the other party was provoking him. You're courting death. His face suddenly darkened, determined not to give Surue any chance to forfeit, preparing to launch a fierce attack with all three bodies at once. Although the clone technique only lasted for 5 minutes, with half the time already passed, he was confident that he could completely defeat Surue in just 2 or 3 rounds. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to strike, instead waiting for the perfect opportunity. After multiple clashes, Surue had sensed that his own attributes were slightly superior, but the opponent's exquisite blade techniques consistently gave him the upper hand. Now, facing 3 equally skilled 3-blade Jiro, he touched the silver bracelet on his wrist, knowing that the berserk power had not yet been activated. He had been searching for a moment when 3-blade Jiro could not dodge, preparing to launch a triple attack. The 3-blade Jiros had already surrounded Surue, determined to launch a fierce assault simultaneously. Even though Surue was powerful, it was difficult to deal with attacks from 3 sides at the same time. At this moment, Surue recalled the secret of the doppelganger technique: simply kill the true body, and the clones would vanish. This thought flashed through his mind. Sandao Ci Lang no longer waited. The 3 figures simultaneously swung their blades towards Surue. The clones' long blades struck in unison, forming an impenetrable encirclement. Surue could hardly dodge or defend. On the square, the 250 villagers of the novice village held their breath, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Lin Xiaolu felt a surge of the thought to give up. Although she had once firmly believed Surue could win, she now soberly realized it was nothing but her own naivety. The others felt the same, as if they were already prepared for Surue to vanish from the arena and return to the square. At this moment, forfeiting seemed to be the most rational choice. However, Surue would never give up easily. He gripped his sword and counterattacked, the bracelet on his wrist glowing as the blade was enveloped in white light, thrusting straight forward. If you dare, take my sword. This strike not only activated the berserk power but also carried the piercing effect of the Xian iron sword, unstoppable in its momentum. Sandao Ci Lang sensed the overwhelming force. Although he couldn't understand why Surue suddenly unleashed such terrifying power, he knew his true form couldn't recklessly advance. He held the long blade horizontally in front of him, fully defending. He knew that if he blocked this sword, Surue would surely be killed by the pincer attack. But he underestimated Surue's strength. With triple attack power combined with the piercing effect, this sword was already lethal. He refused to retreat. Evasion would mean the encirclement breaking, giving Surue a chance to break through. Moreover, the honor of a warrior did not allow him to back down. Santojiro roared and swung his blade to block. As the blade and sword clashed, the knife in Santojiro's hand was deflected, leaving his arms numb. Surue's sword momentum did not diminish, striking directly at the vital point. The sword tip pierced the heart, penetrating the body. An expression of disbelief appeared on Sandaojiro's face. Why hadn't he blocked even a single strike? Why had Surue suddenly unleashed such immense power? Life swiftly passed by, and he unhesitatingly chose to forfeit. The figure vanished, and immediately the 2 clones dissipated as well. At the same time, Sandaojiro appeared in the 144 novice village square. The blood hole in his chest was still bleeding. He took a snow lotus flower out of his pocket and swallowed it, and miraculously, his wounds healed rapidly. Before long, the bloody hole in his chest disappeared, and his body returned to its original state. Ding ding ding. However, his strength was indeed greatly depleted. His gaze was sharp as he stared at the leaderboard and muttered in a low voice, "Surue, I'll remember you. Sooner or later, you'll die by my blade." At this moment, the 144 novice village was in complete chaos, with curses and shouting everywhere. "Bakayaro, you idiots actually lost to the people from the Dragon Country. Fools, now we're about to lose 10 attribute points because of you. Letting the Dragon Country ride on top of our Sakura Country. How can we tolerate this?" The square was filled with endless curses. In contrast, at the 250 novice village, after Surue struck Sandao Ci Ci Lang 3 times, the scene fell into a dead silence for several seconds. Then, the square erupted in thunderous cheers. Wow! Su Rue, the hero of our novice village. Brother Su Rue, my Superman, I love you. Could it be an illusion? Did we really win? Su Rue defeated Santojiro. Lin Xiaolu also felt as if she were dreaming. Su Rue actually won, just as she had hoped. Damn, Su Rue, you're the real boss. Long Wu jumped excitedly. It's all my fault. If only I had listened to Zhang Yuanshan back then. Joey lowered his head in self-blame, but was quickly pulled back to reality by the cheers. Wait, we won? He looked up in surprise, his reaction no different from Long Wu's. Holy crap, Su Rue, you're amazing. Zhang Yuanshan revealed a smile, feeling that his sacrifice had not been in vain. Su Rue, you didn't let everyone down. Li Shou murmured, it truly was a one-strike kill. If I were in his position, I probably wouldn't be able to withstand it either. At this moment, only Su Rue remained on the arena, standing with his sword. Successfully defeated Sandao Ci Lang, inheriting his rookie ranking of number 97. Put, rookie ranking? Su Rue was still confused when the Heavenly Dao had already teleported him back to Village 250. Announcement: Village 250 has won this round of the Rookie Village Contest. All members' attack and speed are increased by 5 points. Participants have received the Heavenly Dao's blessing. As the words fell, everyone immediately felt their attributes improve. Ha ha, it increased. It increased. My attributes went up. Me too, a whole 10 points. This is amazing. I used to be as weak as a kitten, but now even an average man is no match for me. Not only that, 5 green beams of light descended from the sky, shining directly on Su Rue and the other 5 participants. They were astonished to find that their injuries healed instantly, knife wounds disappeared completely, their lost strength quickly recovered, and their spirits were revitalized, returning to peak condition. Could this be what is called the blessing of the heavens? The most astonishing of all was Zhang Yuanshan, whose lost arm visibly grew back before their eyes. Zhang Yuanshan was first shocked, then couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. Zhou Xiaoke pointed at his arm with one hand, covered her mouth with the other, and said in disbelief, Yuanshan, your arm actually grew back? Zhang Yuanshan moved his arm around and said with a smile, yeah, it's exactly the same as before. At this moment, the entire 250 novice village erupted in cheers. Many people even wanted to toss Su Rue high into the air in celebration, but he politely declined. Meanwhile, the square of Novice Village 144 was filled with wails and cries. Baka, my stats have been reduced, now I only have 5 attack points and 2 speed points. Same here, damn it. Now my movements are much slower, and I'm afraid even a random monster could take my life. That bastard Santojiro got us killed, we must settle the score with him. Exactly, it's all his fault. Let's go find that scumbag and demand justice. Those who once praised Santojiro now harbor deep hatred. After all, it was he who initiated this novice village showdown, and after inciting public outrage, he quickly fled the novice village. Humph, a bunch of foolish beings. Once my strength improves, anyone who dares to offend me will meet their end with a single strike. Sandao Jiro sneaked into the forest outside the novice village under the cover of night. The people of Novice Village 250 gradually grew weary after their victory celebration. After a day of battle, night had fallen, and the land was shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, the Novice Village square and streets were lit with torches, illuminating the surroundings and preventing complete darkness. Taking advantage of the crowd's celebration, Su Rue quietly checked the rookie leaderboard after defeating Sandao Jiro. Rookie leaderboard, top 100 rankings of strength in the novice villages of the northern region of the Eastern Continent. Eastern Continent? Su Rue's heart stirred. So there are many novice villages here. No wonder Sandao Jiro could rank 97th. The only way to climb the rookie leaderboard, challenge and defeat a listed opponent to inherit their rank. Challenge qualifications can be obtained through tasks or treasure chests. Rookie leaderboard rewards, daily rewards based on ranking. Currently ranked 97th, reward, bronze treasure chest ×1. What the heck? A bronze treasure chest? Su Rue remembered that the second place on the novice village power ranking only got a bronze treasure chest in the end. Now, the 97th place on the rookie ranking can claim one every day. It's absolutely thrilling. A bronze treasure chest icon appeared on the system interface, accompanied by a 24-hour countdown. It turned out that staying on the ranking for 24 hours was all it took to receive a treasure chest. Overjoyed, Su Rue had no intention of lingering in the novice village. He had already received the blessing of the Heavenly Dao, reaching peak condition. Not leveling up at this moment would be a complete waste. After all, there was only one day left for the novice village's collective mission. He had no idea what awaited him next and could only strive to enhance his strength. The other 4 who were blessed felt the same. In peak condition, staying in the novice village to recuperate is not a wise choice. At this moment, Joey walked toward Zhang Yuanshan, his gaze lingering on his severed arm, and softly asked, "Why did you save me back then?" Zhang Yuanshan had given the defensive aura to Joey, fully aware that this act would put himself in danger. "You have the talent for lightning. Staying on the field will allow you to contribute more and help us win the match," Zhang Yuanshan replied. replied seriously. At that time, he was only thinking about winning this competition. Zhou Xiaoke stood nearby, pouting as she looked at Zhou Yi, her hostility visibly reduced. If Zhang Yuanshan's arm hadn't healed, she would never have forgiven Zhou Yi. Zhou Yi himself found it hard to let go. He clenched his fists and said, "I, Zhou Yi, owe you a life." After saying this, he turned and walked toward the darkness outside the novice village. After the arena battle, he deeply understood the gap between himself and his opponent. Only by striving to level up could he aim for the top of the power rankings. Fairly sincere. Zhou Xiaoke's expression softened. Zhang Yuanshan smiled, not placing all the blame on Zhou Yi. It was his own choice at the time to give the defensive aura to Zhou Yi. Su Rui glanced at them, then turned and walked toward the outskirts of the novice village. A graceful figure appeared ahead. Our rookie village's big hero, off to level up again? Lin Xiaolu asked with a smile. Su Rui returned the smile. Yes, there's only one day left until the rookie village's group mission. Heavens will definitely won't let us off easily. Lin Xiaolu nodded. The group mission hung over them like a sword, constantly reminding them to work hard to improve their strength. So that's why you fought with all your strength in the ring? She suddenly asked. At that time, Li Xiu and the others held on until the end, risking their lives to stall Sandao Ci Lang. Zhang Yuanshan even lost an arm because of it. If Su Rui hadn't defeated the true body, there would have been no chance to forfeit, as the two clones were already wielding knives and slashing toward him. If it weren't for Sandao Ci Lang's urgency to protect himself, the two clones would have already struck him. Before the battle ends, no one knows which side will receive the blessing of the heavens. Yet they fight desperately, as 10 attribute points mean a great deal to them. For a powerhouse like Su Rui, it may not matter much, but for them, it is a matter of life and death. This not only shocked Lin Xiaolu but also greatly increased the admiration of the novice village residents for Su Rui and his team. I just don't want to lose, and I especially don't want to lose to people from Sakura country. Su Rui said firmly. Exactly. If I lose to those Sakura country scumbags, I would feel terrible. Longwu's carefree voice came from behind. At this moment, Longwu was fully armed again, holding a torch in his hand, which was obviously taken from the roadside in the novice village. With a smile on his face, he looked at Su Rui and Lin Xiaolu and said, "Alright, I'm just passing by. I won't disturb you. I need to hurry and level up." Lin Xiaolu responded with a smile. "I didn't expect you to be so hardworking, brother Longwu." Although everyone had received the blessing of Heaven's Way and was full of energy, the fatigue from a whole day of intense battles was still unavoidable. If I don't work hard, it won't do. That kid Li Xiu slipped away without me knowing. Even if I can't match Su Rui, I should at least be better than him, right? Let's go. After saying this, Longwu hoisted his broadsword, whistling as he quickly walked out of the novice village. Lin Xiaolu watched his figure disappear, then turned to Su Rui and said, "Alright, I won't hold you up any longer. Be careful on the road." "Don't worry." Su Rui nodded, turned around, and left. Lin Xiaolu watched Su Rui's figure gradually fade into the distance, then returned to her wooden cabin to rest. System reminder: the novice planes has switched to night mode, and some beasts have undergone mutations, greatly enhancing their combat power. Su Rui had just stepped out of the novice village when a notification popped up. Nighttime beasts actually mutate, which made him curious about what they would look like. He proceeded along the same grassland path as during the day, with a cool breeze sweeping over him. The novice plains at night were exceptionally cold, but for Su Rui, whose physique and attributes far surpassed ordinary people, this bit of chill was nothing at all. However, the darkness made him hesitant to move forward boldly. Although he possessed the Eye of Insight, its level was still low, and his vision remained limited, unable to completely disregard the darkness. Just as he was heading deeper into the forest, he suddenly saw two glowing points appear ahead. Su Rui drew his sword in alertness. Subsequently, red dots multiplied continuously, their number impossible to count. Upon closer inspection, they turned out to be pairs of red eyes, approaching him menacingly. Level 1 mutated beast bloodthirsty gnawing rat, ferocious and bloodthirsty by nature, with greatly enhanced abilities. Sure enough, they are mutated gnawing rats. As night fell, they appeared one after another. Su Rui charged into the swarm of rats with his sword, slashing one after another. His figure moved like the wind, and his long sword swung like a shadow. Each strike split a gnawing rat in half. The ground quickly piled up with the corpses of the bloodthirsty gnawing rats. Bloodthirsty gnawing rat killed, EXP plus 20, multiple notifications scrolled continuously. With Su Rui's current strength, he easily slaughtered these gnawing rats, causing his experience points to skyrocket. Although the gnawing rats were numerous, they were cunning. Upon sensing the strength of their enemy, they all burrowed underground, running quite fast. Su Rui pierced the last rodent with his sword, pinning it to the ground. The rodents burrowed into the ground, leaving Su Rui helpless, but they brought him abundant experience. Just a dozen or so yielded 340 experience points. Level increased to 6, 580/1600. It seems that although the novice planes are dangerous at night, it's a great time to level up. Afterward, he devoured the attributes of 3 rodents. Devouring successful. Speed plus 2, devouring successful. Speed plus 2, devouring successful. Speed plus 2. A total of 6 points of speed were added, twice that of an ordinary rodent. Quite gratifying, inspiring him with full fighting spirit. He continued advancing deeper into the jungle, and the rodents no longer dared to show themselves easily. Entering the jungle, the night appeared even more eerie. If not for the eye of insight, he could hardly see anything. He couldn't help but think of Li Xiu and the others. Do they have to light torches during battles? That would be too troublesome. Everyone has their own skills. Long Wu attaches a torch to his back, while Joey can release lightning, which has a similar effect to a torch. Li Xiu, on the other hand, is a top-notch assassin, skilled in blindfolded combat and nighttime assassinations. But in any case, it is not as practical as Su Rui's eye of insight. Relying on this talent, he resolutely stepped deeper into the jungle. Suddenly, a black shadow darted out from the bushes ahead, charging toward him. Level 1 mutated beast Phantom Grey Wolf. Su Rui raised his sword to counter, slashing down directly at the Grey Wolf's hard skull. Crack! Blood splattered as the skull shattered. The Phantom Grey Wolf instantly collapsed to the ground, completely dead. Phantom Grey Wolf killed. EXP plus 50. Devouring successful. Speed plus 4. Nowadays, such beasts are like useless trash before him. Even mutations are of no avail. He continued deeper into the jungle. The enhancement brought by level 1 beasts was now negligible. Before long, he saw a faint blue glow ahead, extremely conspicuous. Accelerate forward without hesitation. At this moment, Su Rui was no longer cautious. His strength and confidence allowed him to act freely on the outskirts of the jungle. The light source was a cave, with its entrance covered in blue-glowing blue luminous grass. Tier 1 spirit herb blue luminous grass grows at night, hides underground during the day. Consuming it can enhance attributes or gain experience. Attribute enhancement? Experience rewards? This spiritual herb is truly a blessing. Crack! The entrance was lush with blue-glowing grass, with dozens of stalks standing tall. Su Rui excitedly picked them. Then he wanted to try his luck with super transformation. He once tried to transform the white spirit fruit but failed due to insufficient level. However, transforming spirit grass might be easier. He activated super transformation. The blue glow grass withered under the power of his talent, turning into dried grass. A bright blue light gathered in his hand. Transformation successful. Blue glowing grass transformed into blue glowing grass essence. Wow, it worked. Su Rui, full of energy, quickly transformed all the dozen blue glowing grass plants, then began taking it. Consumed blue glow grass essence. Attack plus 5. Dang. Consumed blue glow grass essence. Speed plus 5. Consumed blue glow grass essence. Experience points plus 50. The successive effects stacked up, and the essence of over a dozen blue glow herbs increased his attack power by 25 points, speed by 15 points, and experience points surged by 300. Utterly exhilarating. It seems the jungle is full of opportunities, yielding abundant rewards. After consuming all the blue glow herb essence, Su Rui's gaze fell on the pitch-black cave entrance before him. The blue glow herbs at the entrance had been completely harvested, making it appear particularly dark, and the interior of the cave was even more unfathomable. Should I go in and take a look? Su Rui stroked his chin, pondering. Since the entrance was covered with blue glow grass, there might be more treasures hidden inside. Fortune favors the bold, so he decisively decided to venture in and investigate. After all, this was still the outskirts of the jungle, so encountering particularly powerful beasts was unlikely, and he was confident in his own abilities. Stepping into the cave, Su Rui became even more cautious, his eye of insight fixed on the path ahead. The ground bore clear drag marks, indicating that a large beast resided here. As he continued forward, a blue light flickered ahead, causing Su Rui's heart to leap with joy as he guessed it might be more blue glow grass. But as he approached, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes. A massive blue-scaled giant lizard, as large as a crocodile, lay sprawled on the ground, devouring the corpse of a wild boar. The blue light emanated from the scales on its back. Level 3 beast blue-scaled giant lizard, entire body covered in tough scales, tail thick and powerful, with extremely strong bite force. This was the first level 3 beast Su Rui had encountered. Its strength was unknown, but just from its appearance, one could sense the extraordinary hardness of its scales. Brute force alone would likely be ineffective. He could only look for its weak points or use the berserk attack bracelet. After observing in secret, he discovered that there was only this one giant lizard in the cave, and its attention was entirely focused on the wild boar's corpse. Su Rui silently circled around to its back. Crunch, crunch! The giant lizard was engrossed in devouring its meal, completely unaware of the figure behind it. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a missing scale on the giant lizard's forehead, clearly its fatal weakness. Swish! Su Rui suddenly erupted with force, leaping into the air and thrusting his longsword straight at the giant lizard's forehead. Slash! The piercing effect of the black iron sword activated, with the sword tip penetrating the forehead and going straight into the mouth. The giant lizard's movements came to an abrupt halt and it fell to the ground lifelessly without any resistance. Killed level 3 demonic beast, blue-scaled giant lizard, experience points plus 150. Su Rui squatted on the giant lizard's back and slowly drew out his longsword. Only 150 experience points? points? He seemed slightly dissatisfied. This level 3 beast strength is similar to the sharp-legged spider he killed earlier, but it provided 50 fewer experience points. It was essentially a free gain. Next, he activated Devour on the giant lizard's corpse. Put. He gained a precious defense attribute, making him feel increasingly robust, to the point where level 1 beasts could hardly harm him. Jumping off the giant lizard, Su Rue continued exploring the cave. The cave wasn't tall, which eliminated the threat of hidden beasts from above. This is the end of the cave, scattered with the white bones of beasts, clearly the lair of the blue-scaled giant lizard. In the corner of the cave, he discovered a wooden treasure chest. What the heck? A wooden treasure chest? He rushed over excitedly, recognizing it as the wooden treasure chest he had seen before. He hadn't expected a treasure chest to be hidden in the cave. Tried to open it, but couldn't open it no matter what. Could it be that this treasure chest isn't meant for me? Su Rue wondered in confusion. He swung his sword to hack at the treasure chest, but received a system prompt. Please do not damage the treasure chest. Requires completing the cave exploration to unlock. Current progress, 1/2. Exploration complete? What does that mean? Su Rue was completely puzzled. At that moment, a noise came from behind. He turned around and saw a new blue-scaled giant lizard blocking the cave entrance. He suddenly understood that the 1/2 progress meant there was still one more giant lizard to eliminate. The giant lizard roared and charged at him. Su Rue raised his sword to confront it. The giant lizard launched a bite first. Su Rue sidestepped to dodge, then swung his sword to slash. Clang! Clang! The blade struck the hard scales, sparks flew everywhere, and his arm went numb from the shock. The scales are really hard. It seems I can only attack the forehead, Su Rue thought. Although the giant lizard had extremely strong defense, it was slow in movement. Seizing the moment as it lunged to bite, Su Rue leaped onto its back and thrust straight at its forehead. The giant lizard thrashed wildly, trying to throw Su Rue off, but with quick reflexes, he pierced its forehead with a sword. Defeated level 3 demonic beast, blue-scaled giant lizard, experience points plus 150. The giant lizard collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from its forehead. The enemy's back is undefended, becoming a fatal weakness. Su Rue jumped down and devoured the giant lizard's corpse again. His defense increased slightly, boosting his confidence further. He returned to the treasure chest and tried to open it again. This time, it opened smoothly, revealing a brown cloth garment inside. Congratulations on obtaining the ice silk cloth armor. Defense plus 4. The cloth armor is delicate and durable, far superior to the current clothing. Su Rue did not rush to put it on, planning to first initiate a transformation. The quality of the cloth armor is comparable to the refined iron sword, and based on his level, it is sufficient for transformation. Activate talent, the cloth slowly changes, and fine threads turn into steel wires. Transformation successful. Ice silk cloth transformed into ice silk soft armor. Defense plus 10. Wow! Defense plus 10. Su Rue was overjoyed. His current defense is 8 points, which increases to 18 points after equipping the soft armor. Eagerly putting on the soft armor, he found it slightly heavy but not a concern. After wearing it, he felt a strong sense of security, covering the blind spots in battle and protecting him from being scratched by beasts. After confirming there was nothing else in the cave, Su Rue strode out, ready to face the next leg of his journey. After leaving the cave, Su Rue continued to advance deeper into the jungle. The experience gained from the beasts on the outskirts was quite limited, and with his current strength, he was confident enough to challenge level 4 beasts. Although he encountered many level 1 beasts along the way, he did not linger, acting swiftly and decisively. These low-level beasts, seeing his astonishing speed, all avoided him from afar. Before long, Su Rue passed through the dense forest, and his view suddenly opened up to reveal a small grassland. Not far away lay another area of even denser jungle. System reminder: you have stepped out of the beginner beast zone and are about to enter the intermediate beast zone. Primary beast zone, level 1 to 3 beasts. Intermediate beast zone, level 3 to 6 beasts. Su Rue learned for the first time that beasts were also divided into zones, thinking this must be a rule to protect low-level beasts and humans. After all, high-level beasts are overwhelmingly powerful, and if they appeared in low-level zones, no one would stand a chance. Without hesitation, Su Rue drew his sword and charged into the intermediate beast zone. Just stepped in, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in my mind. Player detected entering the intermediate beast zone, regional chat system activated. Immediately, a group chat window appeared next to the chat box, with only over 20 people, their avatars and names real. Ah, a newcomer is here, come out and say hello. Yo, this is quite a handsome guy, rare to see. A stunningly beautiful woman with an air of elegance and bright, pearly teeth spoke. Her name was Qin Lon, one of the few women in the group. Su Rue tentatively sent a message. Unexpectedly, stepping into the intermediate beast zone automatically added him to this mysterious group chat. Through their conversations, he gradually understood that this group consisted of members from 100 nearby novice villages, all of whom had entered the intermediate beast zone. 100 novice villages, with a population of 200,000, yet only about 20 people can step into the intermediate beast zone within a day. day, truly the cream of the crop. Shinlan revealed that the intermediate beast zone is much larger than the primary beast zone, and so far, no one has been able to leave it. Moreover, it is interconnected with the 100 novice villages, allowing encounters. By the way, I haven't asked which novice village you're from. Shinlan asked. I'm from novice village 250. 250? Quite a special number, someone joked. You're the first in the 250 novice village to enter the intermediate beast zone. You must be ranked first on your combat power leaderboard, right? Most of the group members were top experts from their respective novice villages. Shinlan asked again, Surue, little brother, have you made it onto the rookie leaderboard? Someone couldn't help but complain. Alright, Shinlan, stop asking. Everyone knows you made it to the list. Hee, I just wanted to ask. If you have the ability, make it to the list and show me. Surue replied, I'm ranked 97th on the rookie list. Upon hearing this, the group was filled with exclamations of surprise. Out of more than 30 people, only 3 made it to the rookie list. Including you, that's 3. Just luck, Surue responded calmly. Shinlan added, I'm ranked 89th. 89th. Surue's heart was shaken. San Daoxilong ranks 97th, and he has personally witnessed his strength. Shinlan is ranked even higher, clearly indicating greater power. It seems that there is more than one strong individual from Blue Star, and he absolutely cannot focus on just one novice village. Realizing that there is no shortage of talented awakened individuals here, Surue wasted no time, exited the chat, and resolutely headed deeper into the intermediate beast zone. The environment here is noticeably more dangerous than the beginner zone, especially at night when it feels even more eerie. Me too. He was as cautious as entering a jungle for the first time, his heart filled with tension. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted out from the sky ahead, and Surue drew his sword and looked up. It turned out to be a swarm of bats. Level 3 demonic beast blood-sucking bats, active at night, moving in groups, ferocious and bloodthirsty. The bats moved at an extremely fast speed, forming a black cloud that enveloped him. So many? Surue exclaimed in shock, swinging his sword to protect his head. Slash, slash, slash. Defeated a vampire bat, experience points plus 100. Bats fell one after another under his sword, but sharp claws and fangs also left scars on his body. The ice silk soft armor sparkled with sparks, deflecting the damage. Before long, the dark clouds were dispersed. The neck and wrists not covered by soft armor showed traces of blood. If not for the strong defense, the flesh might have been torn apart. After the black clouds dispersed, they regrouped behind, ready to attack again. Coming again. Surue was shocked and immediately drew his sword to retreat. A single bat is weak, easily slain by Surue. But when gathered together, their combat power multiplies, forcing him to avoid their edge. He ran while glancing back, the bats relentlessly pursuing him. He quickened his pace, heading toward the dense forested area. The bat refused to detour and closely followed. Fortunately, the dense branches hindered its flight. Surue twisted and turned repeatedly, finally shaking off the pursuer. The bat circled the area several times, and after failing to find any trace, it turned and left. Surue hid behind the boulder and let out a sigh of relief. He closed his eyes and sat against the wall. Days of traveling and the recent escape had drained much of his strength. At this moment, being able to enjoy a moment of peace was a great blessing. When he opened his eyes, he found a massive brown bear, as large as a small mountain, standing before him without him knowing when it had appeared. The panel appears. Level 4 Beast Furious Bear, enormous strength, astonishing defense, easily angered, with a strong territorial sense. Level 4 Beast, a strong territorial sense. Could this be its domain? The next second, the enraged bear suddenly swung its massive paw, slamming it fiercely towards Surue's head. Surue swiftly ducked and rolled to the left, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. The large rock he had just been leaning against was smashed into a deep crater by the enraged bear, with fragments scattering everywhere. If that paw had hit, Surue's head would have undoubtedly been crushed to pieces. He immediately drew his sword and leaped up, thrusting it fiercely into the raging bear's back. The long sword sank deeply into the bear's back, and blood gushed out. The raging bear let out a furious roar and turned to launch a frenzied counterattack. It raised its massive paw and lunged at Surue once more. Surue relied on his agile movements and keen insight to decisively flip backward and evade the attack. The bear paw slammed heavily onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble and crack. This power is just too terrifying. Surue's heart tightened, knowing he absolutely couldn't let that paw hit him, or he would surely die. At that moment, the sound of wings flapping came from behind. A swarm of vampire bats, drawn by the commotion, arrived and formed a black cloud, completely surrounding Surue. He was caught between the raging bear and the swarm of bats, facing an extremely dangerous situation. Surue remained calm and composed, pondering a strategy to counter. The raging bear gave him no time to breathe, suddenly launching an attack. Go to hell! The swarm of bats followed closely, diving down to strike. The enraged bear's massive paw missed again, striking the hard ground. This time, Surue did not retreat but leapt up, stepping onto the bear's paw and slowly climbing to its shoulder. His movements were fluid and seamless, leaving the enraged bear bear greatly shocked, thinking that this human was far too bold. Su Rui steadied himself on the shoulder, gathered momentum, and leapt behind the bear, turning midair to slash out with his sword. Screech! A bright red bloodstain tore through the thick fur on the back of the giant bear's neck, exposing raw flesh. At this moment, bloodthirsty bats, drawn by the scent of blood, swarmed toward the wound and gnawed frantically. The giant bear, attracted by the scent of blood, swung its paw wildly, smashing at the black cloud of bats. The black cloud moved nimbly like dough, sinking to evade each strike of the bear's paw while continuously surrounding and attacking the giant bear. The giant bear roared in anger, its offensive thwarted, and its wounds constantly gnawed by the bats, leaving it exhausted and struggling. Su Rui sighed, "What a foolish giant bear, strong but slow in movement." The scattered bats, seeing Su Rui alone, formed a small black cloud and charged at him. "With just this number, you dare to come to me?" Su Rui showed no fear and swung his sword to meet the enemy. Swish, swish, swish. With several sword strikes, a few bats instantly fell to the ground, turning into corpses. Defeated vampire bat, EXP plus 100. Continuous notifications flashed. Killed 5 in a short time, gained 500 experience points. Congratulations to the player for leveling up to level 7, attack plus 35, speed plus 35, defense plus 3. During the battle, Su Rui's experience skyrocketed, and the level rose directly to 7. Come on! Immediately, the system prompted. Reminder, level upgraded to 7, endless devouring talent enhanced, now able to devour talents of players at the same level. Clang! As soon as these words were spoken, Su Rui's whole body trembled, nearly losing grip of his sword. Able to devour others' talents? If encountering the corpse of someone with a talent, wouldn't it be easy to inherit it? Thinking of this, Su Rui was extremely excited. But after the upgrade, his strength became even greater, and the bat swarm was repelled and scattered, fleeing toward the main force for reinforcements. He took the opportunity to devour the attributes of the 3 bats he had just killed. Devouring successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. 3 notifications appeared in succession. Although the individual strength of the bats was low, they still provided significant assistance to Su Rui. View panel attributes. Attack 258, defense 21, speed 218, level 7330/3000. Much stronger than during the novice village competition. On the other side, the fierce battle between the furious bear and the bat continues. The bear's stamina is gradually depleting due to excessive blood loss. Although some bats were injured, many were still killed by the giant claw. Roar! The enraged bear let out a furious roar, driving the bats back. Seizing the opportunity, it dropped to all fours and sprinted away to save its life. Still trying to run? Su Rui pursued relentlessly, vowing not to let this fat prey escape. Although the bats followed closely behind, the complex terrain hindered their flight, causing them to quickly fall behind. Su Rui continued the chase alone. Before long, the giant bear reached the entrance of a massive cave. The cave entrance was spacious, and the interior was clearly visible, evidently its lair. The giant bear stopped in its tracks, turned around, and bit at Su Rui. Due to excessive blood loss, its movements were sluggish, and its body swayed. Su Rui leaped onto its back, thrusting his long sword straight into the wound on the back of its neck. The piercing effect activated, and the sword tip deeply penetrated the neck. At this moment, Su Rui's strength increased significantly, with the upgrade bringing a qualitative leap. Blood kept gushing out. The giant bear struggled to hold on, its vision darkened, and it collapsed heavily to the ground. Killed level 4 demonic beast, furious bear, experience points plus 500. Su Rui stood on the bear's back, drew his sword, and activated Endless Devour with his left hand. Devour successful. Attack plus 8. Attack power increased by 8 points. After finishing the devour, Su Rui jumped off the bear's body, looked around the cave, and prepared to search for more treasures. Su Rui followed the drag marks on the ground and quietly arrived behind a large rock in the cave. To his surprise, there lay a human corpse. A human corpse here? Su Rui frowned and thought. After all, aside from him, no one from the 250 novice village had yet entered the intermediate beast zone. This corpse must belong to someone from another novice village outside his own. The chest of the corpse was deeply caved in, with its internal organs almost destroyed, clearly the result of a single strike from an enraged bear. Su Rui sighed inwardly. Although his own defense was strong, if he were to take a direct hit from an enraged bear, the outcome would likely be tragic. Sigh, you really are unlucky, running into a level 4 beast just after entering the intermediate zone. He thought to himself with a hint of self-mockery. In truth, he wasn't much better off, having not only encountered the enraged bear but also been chased by blood-sucking bats. Fortunately, with the help of the bat, it would have been difficult to easily kill the giant bear otherwise. After a brief moment of silence, Su Rui activated Endless Devour on the corpse. This time was different from before. A green glow slowly rose from the corpse. Devour successful. Player has obtained E-level talent, Teleportation. Whoa! Su Rui's eyes lit up. The Endless Devouring had just leveled up, and it immediately absorbed a talent. His luck was simply off the charts. He immediately checked the talent details. E-level talent Teleportation teleportation, allows instant movement within a small range once, with a 30-second cooldown. Note, fixed talent, no room for growth. Only a 30-second cooldown, so fast. Su Rui thought to himself. He couldn't wait to try it out. With a single thought, his body suddenly vanished. The next moment, he appeared 4 or 5 meters ahead. As soon as the cooldown ended, he tried a few more times. The farthest is only 5 meters. It seems it can only be used in combat and isn't much help for escaping. But a smile appeared on his face. However, this is extremely advantageous for combat. With the Eye of Insight, he can predict his opponent's moves, teleport to defensive gaps, and deliver a fatal blow. This talent greatly enhances combat power, and he can't wait to find an opponent to test it out. Suddenly, the voice of the heavens echoed. Reminder, someone has issued a rookie ranking challenge to you. Do you accept? You have 3 chances to refuse. If you accept and win, you will receive a wooden chest ×1. Someone is challenging me? Su Rui accepted without hesitation. With his strength, he had no fear of challenges, especially with the reward of a chest. After accepting, his figure flickered and disappeared into the cave. The next second, he appeared in the ring. This time, the ring was noticeably smaller than the last, only allowing space for 2 people to duel. Newcomer ranking challenge rules: knock your opponent off the ring or force them to forfeit to win. As the figure on the opposite side appeared, Su Rui's face showed astonishment. It turned out to be Santo Jiro from the last encounter. He had once been pierced through the heart by Su Rui's sword. How could he still be standing there perfectly fine? Santo Jiro crossed his arms, with his katana held upright in front of him. Seeing Su Rui, he sneered, and said, "Unexpectedly, we meet again." Sakura language. Su Rui restrained his emotions, brimming with fighting spirit. Humph, a defeated opponent dares to court death again. With that, he raised his middle finger provocatively. Santo Jiro shouted angrily, "Baka, this time, I'll make you understand the price of offending me." The moment the blade was drawn, 2 clones swiftly split off and charged at Su Rui. The true body remained steadily in place, observing the battle. Su Rui raised his sword to face the enemies, engaging in a fierce clash with the 2 clones. Amidst the flashing blades and swords, he was held back by the 2 clones, leaving no opportunity to counterattack. The true form of Sandao Jiro observed the scene and noticed that Su Rui's strength had greatly increased. If it were a one-on-one fight, he no longer had any chance of winning. Damn it! He's improving too fast. This time, I must eliminate him. His killing intent was intense, and he had no intention of allowing Su Rui to forfeit. The true body slowly approached, preparing to deliver a fatal blow at the critical moment. Su Rui had already noticed and was waiting for Santao Jiro to come closer. The teleportation distance was limited, and being restrained by the clones made it difficult to approach the true body. Clang! Clang! Sword strikes clashed, while keeping an eye on Santo Jiro's position. As long as the distance was right, Su Rui would unleash a thunderous strike. Santo Jiro was unaware of Su Rui's newly acquired talent and remained full of confidence, gripping his blade in vigilance. Learning from the last lesson, he kept his distance, ready to evade the triple attack. Weak people of the Dragon Nation, prepare to die. He had already moved into a position to attack Su Rui. The corners of Su Rui's mouth lifted into a cold smile, and his body suddenly vanished. Ping! Ping! The blades of the 2 clones missed their target and struck the ground. 3-blade Jiro froze, puzzled as to why the opponent suddenly disappeared. Could it be a forfeit? Suddenly, he felt a chill at the back of his neck, followed closely by the sound of something slicing through the air. Sandao Jiro wanted to turn around and look, but it was all too late. A flash of cold light streaked by. Sandao Jiro's vision spun violently, completely out of control. Before his eyes, he saw his own headless body standing upright. And this fatal strike was precisely delivered by Su Rui from behind. How is that possible? How could Su Rui appear behind him? This question remained unanswered until the very last moment of his life. As his head hit the ground, the 2 clones also vanished with a loud crash. This time, you should be dead for sure. Su Rui coldly stared at Mitsuto Jiro's severed head and said. At the same time, Su Rui's heart stirred, and he immediately walked toward Mitsuto Jiro's corpse, initiating the endless devouring. He wanted to see if he could absorb Mitsuto Jiro's talent from here. As he devoured, a ball of yellow light emerged from the corpse. Devouring successful. The player has acquired a Grade C talent, Clone Technique. Grade C talent, Clone Technique, summon 2 clones with strength equivalent to the user to assist in combat, lasting for 5 minutes. Whoa, it actually worked. And it's a Grade C talent. Su Rui was overwhelmed with joy. He had just personally experienced the power of the Clone Technique. Hadn't had time to try more. The Heavenly Tao transported him back to the cave of the Furious Bear. As soon as he landed, the voice of the Heavenly Tao rang out. Winner of this challenge, Su Rui. Rankings remain unchanged. Reward, a wooden treasure chest. Before the voice faded, a wooden box appeared in front of Su Rui. He eagerly opened it, only to see a bright red spiritual fruit lying inside. It's actually a spiritual fruit. Crimson blood fruit. Consuming it can enhance mental strength. The level has been raised to level 7, and Su Rui discovered that his super conversion skill could now convert spirit fruits. Without hesitation, he directly activated super conversion on the scarlet blood fruit. Conversion successful. The scarlet blood fruit has been converted into a premium scarlet blood fruit. Premium scarlet blood fruit. The effect after consumption is twice that of an ordinary scarlet blood fruit. Su Ruwei immediately swallowed the premium scarlet blood fruit. A surge of spiritual energy rushed from his mouth straight to his brain, making his mind more ethereal and his vision clearer. Consumed premium scarlet blood fruit, mental strength greatly enhanced. In the past, although Su Ruwei could rely on the eye of insight to capture his opponent's movements and enhance his observational skills, but all of this required a great deal of effort, and he always felt utterly exhausted after the battle. Now that his mental strength had improved, he could accomplish these tasks with ease. It seemed this was the benefit of enhanced mental strength. After consuming the scarlet blood fruit, Su Ruwei suddenly remembered that he still had a white spirit fruit hidden in his chest. Since the scarlet blood fruit can be transformed, the white spirit fruit should be no exception. So he took out the white spirit fruit and began to try. Transformation successful. The white spirit fruit has been transformed into a 100-year white spirit fruit. Sure enough, centennial white spirit fruit. Consuming it can enhance physical fitness and self-healing ability. Enhance self-healing and physical fitness? As expected of the centennial white spirit fruit. Improved physical fitness not only boosts defense but also increases stamina. The self-healing ability is incredibly powerful. After the transformation was complete, Su Ruwei swallowed 200 or 300-year-old white spirit fruits in one go. Consumed 100-year-old white spirit fruit, physique and self-healing ability enhanced, defense +2. An incomparably refreshing sensation quickly spread throughout the body, and stamina was rapidly restored. It didn't take long for his strength to recover fully as before. What surprised him even more was that the wounds on his body caused by the bats miraculously began to heal. Although not obvious, it was enough to prove the enhancement of his self-healing ability. Not bad at all. Su Ruwei nodded in satisfaction. Then he began to attempt the art of duplication, and with a single thought, two figures split off from his body. These two duplicates could not speak and were both controlled by Su Ruwei. Although controlling them consumed a great deal of physical and mental energy, fortunately, Su Ruwei's mental strength had improved, allowing him to barely sustain it. He experimented with controlling the duplicates and discovered that although they wielded Shin iron swords, wore berserk power bracelets on their wrists, and looked identical to the original body. However, there is no equipment bonus. The clone cannot unleash the attack power of the Shin iron sword, the bracelet cannot be activated, and other talents cannot be used either. Their only advantage is that their attributes are the same as the original body. It seems the power of this cloning technique is also limited. Even so, Su Ruwei was already satisfied. The addition of two brand new talents had undoubtedly greatly enhanced his strength. Now, he felt that his ranking on the rookie list had every reason to climb higher. Unfortunately, he had not yet obtained the qualification to challenge, so he was temporarily unable to challenge the players on the list. Suddenly, a commotion came from outside the cave. Du Chong, are you sure it's in here? I'm sure. Li Yao was killed by the giant bear in this cave. You two stay outside. I'll go in and take a look. Hearing someone approaching, Su Ruwei quickly retracted the two clones. Brother Zongwu, you must be careful. This giant bear might be a level 4 demonic beast, a male voice reminded. A light and graceful female voice responded. So what if it's a level 4 demonic beast? Brother Zongwu is ranked 85th on the rookie list. He can even take down a level 5 demonic beast. At this moment, a man holding a tang blade walked into the cave. Su Ruwei sheathed his sword and stepped forward to greet him. He did not have the eye of insight, and his observational skills were far inferior to Su Ruwei's. He only heard the approaching footsteps, which did not seem to belong to a beast. Who's there? The man spoke first. Su Ruwei replied, it's me, Su Ruwei. The giant bear has been slain by me. Hearing it was a human, Bai Zongwu's expression relaxed slightly, but he still gripped the tang blade tightly in his hand. Su Ruwei, are you the one who just entered the intermediate beast zone? At this moment, Su Ruwei had already walked into his line of sight. That's right, it's me, Su Ruwei answered calmly. Seeing Su Ruwei sheath his sword, he also returned his tang knife to its scabbard. Bai Zongwu nodded and then shouted outside the cave, Du Chong, Unknown, you can come in now. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures swiftly darted into the cave. Brother Zongwu, you took down the giant bear so quickly? Yeah, Brother Zongwu, we didn't hear any commotion outside. Bai Zongwu said with a smile, it wasn't me, it was Brother Su Ruwei who did it. The two turned their gaze to Su Ruwei. Su Ruwei? Du Chong looked slightly puzzled. Xiaonan, however, recognized him and said with sudden realization, oh, so it's you, the Su Ruwei who just came from the 250 novice village. Did you really kill that giant bear all by yourself? Du Chong was extremely surprised. When he and Li Yao faced the giant bear, they could only take a beating, and Li Yao unfortunately lost his life. But now, Su Ruwei had actually killed the giant bear on his own. Su Ruwei pointed in a direction. The giant bear's corpse is over there. Du Chong immediately ran over to check and confirmed that the giant bear was indeed dead. His astonishment became even more evident. Turns out it's true. Xiaonan said, what's so surprising about that? After all, Su Ruei is a contestant on the rookie rankings. It was only then that Du Chong realized that Su Ruei was a contestant on the rookie rankings. He hadn't been paying attention to the group chat information before. Swish, swish, swish. Du Chong quickly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much. We came here to avenge Li Yao, but we didn't expect you to have already avenged him for us. Du Chong and the deceased Li Yao belonged to the same novice village. After Li Yao was killed, he encountered Bai Zhongwu and Xiaonan, the strongest members in the group chat. After learning about his situation, Bai Zhongwu was also willing to help him seek revenge. Unexpectedly, the giant bear had already died at Su Ruei's hands. You're welcome. It was only after killing the giant bear that I discovered the body here, Su Ruei said, then turned to leave the cave. Bai Zhongwu suddenly called out to him. Su Ruei turned around, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Bai Zhongwu approached and explained, and I previously discovered a spirit fruit tree in a certain place. There's a group of spirit monkeys guarding it. I was just thinking of finding someone to help compete for the spirit fruits. Are you interested? A spirit fruit tree? Su Ruei immediately thought of the white spirit fruit tree he had seen before, with quite a few white spirit fruits still hanging on it. However, the value of the white spirit fruit is highest upon the first consumption. Subsequent uses only increase stamina. After his strength improved, Su Ruei no longer bothered to pick the white spirit fruit. He thought for a moment and then agreed. Alright, where is that spirit fruit tree? Anyway, there's no clear goal at the moment, and he doesn't know where to go next. Bai Zhongwu nodded. Alright, I've already posted the location in the group chat, and several people have expressed their willingness to come. Let's meet up first, then head to the spirit fruit tree together. Su Ruei glanced at the group chat and saw that the location had indeed been posted, and 4 people were already nearby, making their way over. Among them was Qin Lan, who had spoken with him earlier. Bai Zhongwu took the lead, walking ahead to guide the way, while Su Ruei and the other 2 followed closely behind. People here are not procrastinators, they leave as soon as they decide to go. On the way, Su Ruei asked, is that fruit tree big? Xiaonan immediately replied, big, very big. There are dozens of monkeys guarding it. Bai Zhongwu added, not only are there many monkeys, but there are also plenty of spiritual fruits. Su Ruei immediately understood. No wonder so many people were needed to help. Seeing that Su Ruei was easy to talk to, Xiaonan asked again, Su Ruei, what level are you at now? Level 7, Su Ruei replied. In fact, his attributes far exceeded those of an ordinary level 7 human. If talent is taken into account, he alone could probably rival 4 or 5 level 7 humans. Wow, that's amazing. Xiaonan nodded in admiration. Du Chong, standing nearby, was full of shock. He considered himself quite strong, ranking in the top 3 in the novice village, but he hadn't expected to be left so far behind in terms of level. By the way, what's your talent? Xiaonan asked again. She never thought Su Ruei would lack talent. After all, anyone who could reach such a level and strength in a short time must have powerful talent to back them up. Moreover, most people who come to the intermediate beast zone during this period have already awakened their talents. Su Ruei was momentarily stunned by the question. He currently had 5 talents but didn't know which one to reveal. Coincidentally, Bai Zhongwu, who was leading the way ahead, immediately said, talent is everyone's secret. Don't ask randomly. You'll see soon enough. Su Ruei didn't say much more. Along the way, Xiaonan kept asking questions, and Su Ruei couldn't help but marvel at how talkative she was. At the same time, he also learned from her that Bai Zhongwu and Xiaonan were from the same novice village and were teammates. Soon, Bai Zhongwu led the 3 of them to the agreed meeting point. 3 people have already gathered here. Just one more and the team will be complete. Bai Zhongwu stepped forward to greet the others. They came from different novice villages. Each of them is considered one of the strongest in their respective novice villages. However, upon meeting Bai Zhongwu, everyone remained humble and courteous. After all, Bai Zhongwu was ranked 85th on the rookie list, far stronger than them. Is everyone here? I'm not late, am I? A gentle female voice came from behind. Qin Lan was seen holding a sheath-long sword, standing valiantly behind the crowd. Not late, we just arrived as well, Bai Zhongwu responded. That's good. Ha, why is there one more person? Qin Lan noticed the number of people was off, her gaze shifting to the extra Su Ruei. Her face immediately lit up with a smile. Oh, it's you, little brother Su Ruei. Su Ruei felt awkward upon hearing this form of address. It would have been fine if it were in a chat box, but being called little brother to his face made him a bit uncomfortable. Just call me Su Ruei. I'm not that young anymore, he said, a little embarrassed. Don't be shy, little brother Su Ruei. Qin Lan smiled as she walked up and patted him on the shoulder. Su Ruei's expression stiffened slightly, and he quickly turned his head to the side. Perfect timing. Ah, this must be the trouble that comes with being handsome. Xiaonan covered her mouth and chuckled quietly, while the others all gave Su Ruei a meaningful glance. Bai Zhongwu also glanced at him, then said to everyone, alright, everyone is here. Let's set off. Yes, let's hurry and set off. Su Ruei took the opportunity to escape Qin Lan's enthusiasm. Bai Zhongwu walked at the front to lead the way, with the others following closely behind. They discussed discovered that the spiritual fruit tree guarded by the monkey group was not far from here. Thanks to everyone's swift pace, they arrived at the destination in no time. Seeing the spirit fruit tree before them, everyone except Bai Zhongwu and Xia Anan showed expressions of shock. This tree is extremely massive, likely requiring 10 people to encircle its trunk. Though the tree is not tall, its roots are intertwined, and its branches and leaves are lush, blocking out the sky and sun. The branches and leaves cover a vast area, and beneath the tree lies an open grassy field. Millennium Monkey Fruit Tree grows for over 1,000 years, bearing monkey fruits all over the tree, a sanctuary for spirit monkeys. On several branches of the large tree, a few red spirit fruits, resembling peaches, still hung sporadically. Everyone could clearly see all this in the dark night, thanks to the faintly glowing blue lake in front of the tree. The lake illuminated the area, making it look like a fairyland. This is also the reason why Su Rue and the others were so surprised. The scenery here is pretty nice, isn't it? When Brother Zhongwu and I came here for the first time, our expressions were quite similar to yours, Xia Anan said softly. Under the big tree, several spirit monkeys were standing guard vigilantly, while the group quietly hid behind the bushes. Level 3 demonic beast spirit monkey possesses a certain level of intelligence, capable of using weapons and tools, agile and able to move freely between trees. Level 3 demonic beast? Su Rue noticed that those spirit monkeys were actually holding sharpened wooden sticks in their hands, indicating that they indeed had some intelligence. How do we pick the spirit fruits? Xin Lan asked. Previously, when Bai Zhongwu gathered everyone, he did not reveal the specific plan. At this moment, Bai Zhongwu whispered, "My plan is to first send a group to distract these spirit monkey guards. While they are asleep, another group will quietly pick the spirit fruits. There are still quite a few spirit monkeys sleeping soundly in the trees. Why not just go up and grab them directly?" Su Rue asked. In his view, these level 3 spirit monkeys have limited combat power. While they are all experts, more than capable of handling dozens of spirit monkeys with ease, and could even gain some experience in the process. Xin Lan also agreed. That's right, little brother Su Rue is right. No one can withstand my sword. The others also nodded one after another, believing that the spirit monkey was not a strong enemy. Bai Zhongwu immediately shook his head in opposition. No, there aren't just level 3 spirit monkeys in the trees. I've seen level 4 ones, and I suspect there's even a monkey king. Upon hearing about a level 4 demonic beast, everyone immediately fell silent. Although there is only a 1-level difference between level 3 and level 4, the strength increases exponentially. Alright, let's go with your plan. But who will distract these spirit monkeys? Xin Lan asked in return. After all, they were all strangers. If she went to distract them, what if someone else took the spirit fruit and ran away? Su Rue and the others had the same concern in their hearts. Bai Zhongwu had already anticipated this and said boldly, "I'll organize this. I'll go distract the people, and you handle the picking. Don't forget to share some with me." Hearing this, the crowd's eyes showed a bit more admiration. "Du Chong, you come with me," Bai Zhongwu suddenly said. Du Chang's expression changed. "I'm afraid I can't attract many spirit monkeys on my own. It'll work better with you." Alright, Du Chong had no choice but to agree. After finalizing their plan, the two emerged from the bushes and circled to the other side of the big tree. Bai Zhongwu picked up a stone and accurately hurled it at a spirit monkey. A stone hit the spirit monkey on the head, startling the dozing guard awake. Chirp 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 chirp. The spirit monkeys immediately made noises, and the one that got hit kept pointing at Bai Zhongwu, chattering loudly. Bai Zhongwu threw another stone. This time, the spirit monkey dodged, but it kept chirping incessantly. Du Chong, standing to the side, didn't stay idle and mocked, "Come on, stupid monkeys, chase your grandpa." 6 or 7 spirit monkey guards, unable to bear it any longer, brandished their wooden spears and charged forward. Seeing this, Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong immediately turned and ran. It wasn't that they couldn't win, but if a fight broke out here, the noise would surely alert the other spirit monkeys. Moreover, once the guards are defeated, they will awaken more spirit monkeys. Their strategy is to silently take out the guards without alarming the other spirit monkeys. They've been lured away, now it's our turn. Su Rue saw many guards chasing after them and prepared to take action. Others quietly approached the monkey fruit tree. Su Rue walked at the front, sword in hand. "Brother Su Rue, later the two of us will each deal with 1 spirit monkey guard, no problem, right?" Xin Lan leaned in and whispered. After Bai Zhongwu's diversion, there were now only 2 spirit monkey guards left under the tree. As long as they solve them, the spiritual fruits on the tree will belong to them. "I alone am enough," Su Rue replied. "Ha!" Xin Lan was stunned, not expecting Su Rue to be so confident. Then, Su Rue charged out with his sword. "Hey, why did he rush over there alone? That's too risky. What if he wakes up the other spirit monkeys in the trees?" Everyone questioned one after another. The 2 spirit monkeys under the tree saw the humans approaching, raised their spears, and bared their teeth as they glared at Su Rue. Su Rue got closer and closer, and suddenly his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. At the same time, 2 figures appeared behind him simultaneously. Swish, swish. 2 long swords pierced into the back of the heads of 2 spirit monkeys, with the sword tip lips emerging from their foreheads. The spirit monkeys fell to the ground without uttering a single scream. Killed level 3 Demon Beast Spirit Monkey, EXP plus 150. Killed level 3 Demon Beast Spirit Monkey, EXP plus 150. Afterward, Su Rue devoured their attributes. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 5. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 5. Whoa, what kind of move was that? So fierce. Unbelievable. The two spirit monkeys were instantly killed. Even Shinlan was surprised. Su Rue, little brother, truly deserves to be a top expert on the rookie list. Amidst their amazement, everyone did not forget their mission and quietly ran toward the monkey fruit tree. At this moment, the spirit monkeys on the tree were fast asleep, making it the perfect time to pick the spirit fruits. Su Rue split into three, and the three him climbed the tree simultaneously. The scene left the people behind astonished. The three dispersed, each climbing toward the nearest spiritual fruit. It must be said, this 1,000-year-old monkey fruit tree is indeed massive. Even after climbing the tree, looking up reveals only the tangled giant branches. This tree resembles a towering building, home to countless spirit monkeys. Before long, others also climbed the tree and began picking. However, the spirit fruits on the tree were scarce and scattered, mostly eaten by the spirit monkeys over time. Su Rue found several beast corpses on a tree branch, clearly prey hunted by the spirit monkeys. He did not hesitate and devoured the attributes of these corpses. Devouring successful. Attack plus 4. After devouring, Su Rue continued searching for spirit fruits. The others were also racing against time to pick them. Standing on the tree, Su Rue suddenly noticed the small lake emitting a faint blue glow. Standing higher, he could see more clearly. The faint blue radiance on the lake's surface seemed to conceal extraordinary secrets. He immediately used the Eye of Insight to investigate the lake's surface. Hidden copy, one of the entrances to the mystical realm of heaven and earth. Secret realm of heaven and earth? Underneath the small lake, there was unexpectedly a hidden entrance to a secret dungeon. Su Rue was greatly shocked. Devouring successful. Defense plus 1. Suddenly, the sound of monkeys' cries came from nearby. Bai Zhongwu hurriedly typed in the chat box, "Retreat quickly. 2 spirit monkeys have returned." Seeing this, Su Rue ignored the Qian Kuan secret realm and immediately controlled both his avatar and main body to retreat together. So soon? Those spirit monkeys are already back? Damn it! I just picked 2 spirit fruits. Although everyone felt unwilling, they did not dare to linger and retreated from under the tree. Su Rue gained the most, as 3 clones acted in coordination. He placed the harvested spiritual fruits into his main body's pocket while retracting the clones. After all, maintaining the clones consumed too much energy, which was unfavorable for escaping. Just as he got down from the tree, he saw 2 injured spirit monkeys rushing over furiously. They were stunned for a moment upon seeing their nest invaded, then immediately erupted into deafening roars. The roar reverberated across the lake, stirring up ripples, and chaos instantly broke out among the monkey fruit trees. The startled cries of the spirit monkeys echoed from the trees. Everyone knew that the spirit monkeys had all awakened and rushed madly toward the exit. Suddenly, a loud noise came from the trees, as if a massive creature had jumped down. Thud, thud, thud. 3 massive monkeys leaped down from the trees, blocking Su Rue and the others' path. Bang, bang, bang. These 3 monkeys not only have a physique far surpassing ordinary spirit monkeys, but their arms are also snow white. Level 4 demonic beast Iron Arm Spirit Monkey possesses incredibly hard arms, agile movements, and astonishing strength. Damn it! Get out of my way. A burly man saw the Iron Arm Spirit Monkey blocking the path and raised his machete to charge forward. Take this slash of mine. The blade swung by the man was blocked by the iron-armed monkey's arm. Immediately after, the opponent threw a punch. A heavy blow landed on the man's abdomen. Blood spurted out as the man was jolted back several steps. As expected of a level 4 demonic beast, Shinlan murmured in awe. The 3 iron-armed spirit monkeys did not charge directly but waited patiently for the other spirit monkeys to encircle. What should we do? Xiaonan was so anxious she was almost in tears. More monkeys climbed down from the trees, approaching Su Rue and the others. We must break through. We absolutely cannot be surrounded, Shinlan said in a deep voice. Charge with me. Before the words had even fallen, Su Rue had already drawn his sword and charged forward. An iron-armed spirit monkey clashed its arms together, producing a dull clanging sound. It then took 2 steps forward, preparing to face the battle. But Su Rue's figure suddenly vanished. In the next moment, he appeared behind the iron-armed spirit monkey, the Xian iron sword already slashing down. A cold flash gleamed, and the head of the iron-armed spirit monkey fell to the ground. Defeated level 4 beast, iron-armed spirit monkey, experience plus 400. With one sword strike, the iron-armed spirit monkey was instantly killed, leaving everyone stunned. Su Rue, little brother, you're incredible. Shinlan stared ahead in a daze, her eyes unable to hide her shock. The other 2 iron-armed spirit monkeys roared in fury and charged at Su Rue upon seeing their companion slain. Xiaonan suddenly shouted, Su Rue, I'll boost your attack power. With that, she activated her talent, and an attack aura appeared. A red circle enveloped the ground beneath Su Rue. Rue. Su Rue instantly felt a surge of power throughout his body, with his attack strength greatly enhanced. It turned out that Xiaonin's talent was like this, somewhat resembling Zhang Yuanshan's defensive aura. An iron-armed spirit monkey came whistling towards him, already in front of Su Rue. He swung his sword in a slash, utilizing attack berserk mode, unleashing triple the power. The iron-armed monkey raised its sturdy arm to defend. The sword's edge struck the iron arm. With the blessing of Xiaonin's aura and the berserk attack bracelet, the sword's momentum was unstoppable, instantly severing the iron-armed monkey's arm. Ah whoa, ah whoa. The one-armed iron-armed spirit monkey fled to the side, wailing miserably. Another iron-armed spirit monkey saw this and its eyes were filled with fear. Devouring successful. Defense +1. The others rushed to Su Rue's side and joined forces to attack the remaining iron-armed spirit monkeys. Clang, clang, clang. The iron-armed monkey hastily blocked a few moves before ultimately giving way and fleeing into the distance. The road ahead was clear, and the group sped away. Behind them, the troop of monkeys continued their relentless pursuit. Each of the monkeys was burning with rage, wishing they could skin Su Rue and his companions alive. Su Rue and his group each displayed their unique skills, fleeing in different directions through the jungle. The group of spirit monkeys split into several teams, pursuing different targets. Su Rue and Xiaonin traveled together. With his speed, shaking off the pursuers was effortless. But Xiaonin was slightly slower, and Su Rue couldn't bear to leave her behind, so he had to slow down to stay with her. As a result, the two of them were never able to shake off the spirit monkey behind them. After running a certain distance, Su Rue suddenly stopped, drew his sword, and turned around. Xiaonin, panting heavily, asked, Su Rue, are you tired? Su Rue raised his sword, his gaze firm. I'm short on experience lately. How can I let this opportunity slip by? Ha! Xiaonin looked utterly surprised. Although there weren't many pursuers, just a dozen or so spirit monkeys, but for the two of them to handle, it would be somewhat challenging. The spirit monkeys stopped as the two halted, baring their teeth and growling. Then, a strong spirit monkey wielding a wooden spear stepped forward, leading the charge towards Su Rue. Su Rue raised his sword to meet the attack, the aura of assault reappearing beneath his feet. His body brimmed with power as he struck with a single slash. The spear-wielding spirit monkey raised its spear to block. The wooden spear was cleaved in two by a single sword strike, and the sword's momentum continued unimpeded, slashing the spirit monkey. The spirit monkey fell to the ground with a thud. Killed level 3 spirit beast spirit monkey, EXP +150. At the same time, the remaining spirit monkeys rushed towards Su Rue. In the next instant, Su Rue's figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. He suddenly appeared behind several spirit monkeys, splitting into three. The three Su Rues simultaneously drew their swords, thrusting the long swords into the surrounding spirit monkeys. 3 spirit monkeys were instantly pierced by the sword tip, dying on the spot. Killed level 3 demon beast spirit monkey, experience +150. Killed level 3 demon beast spirit monkey, experience +150. Killed level 3 demon beast spirit monkey, experience +150. Wow, so cool. Xiaonin's eyes lit up, amazed by Su Rue's innate fusion skill. Then, the 3 Su Rues stood in 3 different positions, launching attacks in different directions. Relying on the defensive aura, Su Rue fought more and more valiantly, cutting down the spirit monkeys one after another with his long sword. It didn't take long before the pursuing spirit monkeys fled in panic. Su Rue did not recklessly pursue, as the time limit for his split body state was approaching. Who knew how many spirit monkeys and iron-armed spirit monkeys were still on the monkey fruit tree, possibly lying in ambush at any moment. After merging the 3 bodies into one, Su Rue sheathed his longsword. Afterward, he summoned a spirit monkey and devoured its attributes. Devouring successful. Attack +5. Previously, he didn't have time to devour when killing the iron-armed spirit monkey, so he naturally wouldn't waste this opportunity. After this fierce battle, Su Rue gained nearly 1,000 experience points and reaped abundant rewards. Su Rue, was that your talent just now? So cool. Xiaonin exclaimed as she walked forward. Not bad, mainly because those spirit monkeys aren't very strong, Su Rue responded modestly. The advantage of these spirit monkeys lies in their teamwork and intelligence. Their individual combat power is even inferior to some level 2 beasts. Too bad you're not my teammate. I can't share in all this experience, Xiaonin said regretfully. She previously fought beasts with Bai Zhongwu, only needing to use auxiliary attack auras without taking action herself, and she could still gain experience. Su Rue smiled and said, it's fine, I'll give you an extra spirit fruit later. The easy victory in seizing the spirit fruit just now was largely thanks to Xiaonin. Really? Xiaonin immediately brightened with joy. Su Rue nodded, of course, but let's meet up with Bai Zhongwu first. Alright, I'll hurry over. Mentioning the spiritual fruit, Xiaonin's spirits lifted, and the two hurried toward the agreed location. In front of the Furious Bear Cave, Bai Zhongwu and Duchong were waiting. This place is the pre-arranged meeting point. Didn't expect the monkeys to be so alert. After seeing us kill a few spirit monkey guards, they actually fled directly, Duchong said. The two attracted the guards and planned to eliminate them in one go. Unexpected Unexpectedly, the spirit monkeys sensed something was wrong and turned to flee. Despite the pursuit, 2 guards ultimately escaped back to the nest. The spirit monkeys aren't very strong, but their advantage lies in their wits. They probably saw through our intentions, Bai Zhongwu said with a worried expression. I'm afraid their side might not retreat in time and could get trapped. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinlan jumped out from the pile of rocks. Looks like I'm the first to arrive, she said cheerfully, clapping her hands. You didn't come together? What about Anan and the others? Bai Zhongwu asked anxiously. Xinlan smiled and said, don't worry, Xia Anan retreated with Su Rue, absolutely safe. Su Rue? Mentioning Su Rue, Xinlan's face lit up with excitement. This time, we really have to thank him. Not only can he teleport, but he also has clones. He's practically as amazing as Sun Wukong. Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong listened with some skepticism. At this moment, Su Rue and Xia Anan arrived. Look, they're here. If you don't believe me, just ask them, Xinlan said with a smile, arms crossed. Anan, are you guys okay? Bai Zhongwu stepped forward with concern. I'm fine. Xia Anan shook her head and looked at Su Rue again, this time, thanks to Su Rue, otherwise we wouldn't have had a chance to turn things around. She and Xinlan took turns recounting the fierce battle at the spirit monkey's lair. Bai Zhongwu and Du Chong were utterly shocked as they listened. A single sword strike instantly killed a level 4 iron-armed spirit monkey, and 3 clones fought fiercely against over a dozen spirit monkeys, leaving everyone in awe. It's just relying on talent and equipment, Su Rue said modestly. That is still your strength. It seems you truly deserve to be the number 1 in the intermediate beast zone, Bai Zhongwu said with a smile. Previously, he was hailed as the number 1, as he had the highest ranking on the rookie list. Su Rue smiled faintly. The goal was far beyond this. The group waited in front of the cave for a long time, but there was still no sign of the other 3. At this moment, the sky gradually brightened, and the darkness receded like the tide. Strange, why haven't they come yet? Could they have run into trouble? Xia Anan frowned. Bai Zhongwu's expression was heavy. They are still in the group chat. If they were in trouble, they would definitely ask for help. If they had truly perished, their names would have disappeared long ago. The fact that they're still there means they are safe. His meaning was very clear. Those 3 had already fled after picking the items. Su Rue glanced at the sky. It seems they really won't be coming back. It's been a long time. Even if crawling, they should have arrived. These 3 are such bastards. Xinlan gritted her teeth. Xia Anan looked thoroughly displeased. The 3 then took out the spiritual fruits they had picked, bright red and glistening, exuding a tempting fragrance. Monkey fruit. Consuming it strengthens the body, significantly enhancing attack and speed. Su Rue picked 3, Xinlan picked 2, and Xia Anan picked 1. How annoying. Those 3 who ran away each had at least 2 in their hands. Xia Anan pouted. They put in the least effort but took the most fruits, which was very frustrating. Don't be upset, just because they ran off with it doesn't mean they'll gain more than us, Su Rue said with a smile. What do you mean? Xia Anan asked, puzzled. Everyone turned to look at Su Rue. He reached out toward a bright red spiritual fruit and activated the super transformation. The monkey fruit appears even more vibrant and enticing under the activation of innate abilities, exuding a richer fruity aroma. Transformation successful. The monkey fruit has been upgraded to premium monkey fruit. The effect of the premium monkey fruit is twice that of an ordinary fruit. Wow, that's amazing. What kind of technique is this? I feel like the energy in this spiritual fruit has doubled. Bai Zhongwu and the others looked at the scene before them, marveling in astonishment. At the same time, they were full of confusion, wondering what kind of technique this was. If it were a talent, hadn't Su Rue already demonstrated the clone talent before? But they knew very well that this opportunity was extraordinary and not something to inquire about casually. Even Xia Anan suppressed her curiosity. Su Rue transformed the spiritual fruits he and the others had picked one by one, then handed his 2 spiritual fruits to Bai Zhongwu and Xia Anan respectively. Xinlan gave a spiritual fruit to Du Chong. No, you've helped so much, I can't accept the spiritual fruit anymore. Xia Anan pushed away the spiritual fruit Su Rue handed over. Although he had previously said he would give her an extra one, she now felt embarrassed to accept it. In the end, Su Rue became the only person to possess 2 spirit fruits, while everyone else received 1 each. With the distribution settled, everyone was preparing to consume the spirit fruits. Suddenly, a sharp whistle came from the sky. Everyone looked up in unison, only to see a giant black eagle diving down. Level 5 demonic beast Gale Eagle, exceptional vision, sharp beak and claws, adept at aerial ambushes. Its primary target was Xinlan, its sharp claws aiming straight for her head. Xinlan reacted swiftly, jumping off the large rock. Screech! The swift-winged eagle's sharp claws scraped across the boulder, sparking flames. Failing to strike, the dark figure immediately soared into the sky. Everyone quickly gathered, readying themselves to defend against the next wave of attack. It's after the spiritual fruit in our hands, Bai Zhongwu immediately analyzed. With so many people here, the Gale Eagle wouldn't attack for no reason. It's just a level 5 demonic beast. Next time it comes, we'll take it down together, Su Rue said decisively. The Gale Eagle circled in the air but hesitated to launch an attack. It obviously realized realized that snatching the spiritual fruit from so many people was extremely risky. Seeing this, Su Rue took the initiative to leave the crowd, walked to the side, and raised the bright red monkey fruit in his hand. Su Rue, this is too dangerous, that's a level 5 demonic beast, Xinlan said anxiously. Everyone grew even more worried as they saw him acting as bait. No one is confident they can withstand the attack of a level 5 beast. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. If it dares to come, it will never return. Su Rue held a fruit in one hand and rested the other on the sword hilt. The Gale Eagle's sharp eyes adjusted its posture and swiftly dove down. Astonishing speed, in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Su Rue. If not for the aid of his talent, Su Rue would have absolutely no power to evade. Just wait and see. Su Rue retrieved the fruit and drew his sword to face the battle. The swift Wind Eagle's claws were about to reach him. Su Rue suddenly vanished and instantly appeared behind the swift Wind Eagle. Three figures appeared simultaneously, slashing down with long swords in hand. The Su Rue in the middle unleashed a burst of white light from his wrist. Three swords struck simultaneously, causing flesh and blood to fly from the back of the Gale Hawk, leaving 3 deep sword marks. The heaviest strike nearly split its body in half. The Gale Hawk let out a mournful cry and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Rue pressed the advantage, his 3 bodies acting in unison, thrusting the Xian iron sword together. The 3 swords pierced into its body, and the Gale Eagle was completely slain. Defeated level 5 demonic beast Gale Eagle. Experience plus 600. Dropped a rookie ranking challenge token. The token emitted a radiant glow with the character new on it. Rookie ranking challenge order. Players on the rookie ranking list can challenge others within a 10 rank difference from their own position. Finally obtaining the qualification to challenge, Su Rue was secretly delighted and couldn't wait to improve his ranking. He stepped forward to collect the token while devouring the attributes of the Gale Eagle. Devouring successful. Speed plus 6, attack plus 4, jumping ability enhanced. Jumping ability greatly increased, legs stronger, jumping higher and farther. Whoosh! Level upgraded to 72530/3000, just a step away from level 8. Su Rue turned around and found an unusual silence behind him. Bang! Looking back, Xinlan and the others had shocked expressions in their eyes. You just actually killed a level 5 demon beast all by yourself. Du Chang's eyes widened in disbelief. That was amazing, brother Su Rue. Incredible, Bai Zhongwu murmured softly. Earlier, he thought Xiaonan and Xinlan were exaggerating. But now it seems they hadn't even fully described Su Rue's strength. The swift eagle, though agile in flight and fast in attack, has weak defense. For this reason, it was quickly defeated by Su Rue. Su Rue, was that your talent just now? So cool. Xiaonan's face was full of admiration. This move was improvised by Su Rue, using teleportation to evade the enemy's defensive gaps, then employing the clone technique to launch a fierce attack from 3 directions, leaving the enemy completely unable to defend. Bang! That's right, this is my talent, Su Rue admitted frankly. Since his true identity had been revealed, there was no need to hide it. He could tell that Xiaonan and the others were all good people and trustworthy. Crunch! Xinlan took a big bite of the monkey fruit, her cheeks slightly puffed up. Hurry up and eat it. Don't let any more accidents happen. Everyone nodded one after another, took out the spiritual fruit, and devoured it in big bites. Su Rue swallowed one in just 2 bites. Soon, 2 premium monkey fruits were digested by him. Consumed premium monkey fruit. Physique enhanced, attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Consumed premium monkey fruit. Physique enhanced, attack plus 18, speed plus 10, defense plus 2. Awesome. Attributes skyrocketed, as if directly leveling up. This harvest is truly immense. The spiritual fruit not only boosts attributes but also greatly replenishes stamina. Bang! Now Su Rue's physical strength has returned to its peak. The other 4 also had smiles on their faces, all having gained significant attribute boosts. At this moment, Xinlan suddenly said, "Oh, our beginner's village has another task. I'll head out first." Just now, the voice of heavens will echoed in her mind. Okay, goodbye, Sister Xinlan. Xiaonan waved at her. The others also nodded in acknowledgement. Goodbye. After saying goodbye, Xinlan immediately left the place, looking very anxious. I need to continue fighting monsters to level up. See you all if fate allows. With that, Du Cheng turned around and left the place. Subsequently, Bai Zhongwu also said, Su Rue, we need to return to the beginner's village as well. See you again if fate allows. Alright. Su Rue nodded. Goodbye. Xiaonan waved at him. For a moment, only Su Rue was left outside the cave. He did not rush to leave. Instead, he took out the rookie ranking challenge token that had dropped earlier when he killed the swift wind eagle. He was ready to start the challenge. After all, with his current strength, he should be able to advance his ranking a bit. And the higher the ranking, the more generous the rewards would surely be. You can only challenge players within a 10 rank difference, Su Rue muttered to himself. These are the rules of the challenge order. If a player is not on the rankings, they can only challenge players ranked after 90th place. Su Rue opened the rookie rankings and began searching for a target within the range he could challenge. Jing Yang, Ruan Wei, Zhao Wuji, one name after another appeared before Surue's eyes. At the same time, he also saw Qinlan, ranked 89th. Soon, his gaze stopped at the 87th position, which was the highest rank he could challenge. Moreover, this name was Fuji Ichiro, a name belonging to someone from Sakura country. Alright, it's you then. Surue immediately decided to challenge him. After activating the challenge token, the voice of heaven resounded. Challenge invitation sent. Awaiting the opponent's response. Please don't refuse. Ichiro Fuji has accepted the challenge. The rookie rankings challenge officially begins. Great. Surue felt a surge of joy in his heart, and then he was teleported to the arena of the challenge match. The next second, the figure of Fuji Ichiro appeared on the opposite side. He was a middle-aged man with a square-shaped face, and his eyes exuded a fierce and chilling murderous intent. He fixed his gaze on Surue and said, "You foolish guy, how dare you challenge me? Are you ready to face death?" Surue was not intimidated by his imposing manner. Instead, he sneered contemptuously, "I hope you can withstand a few more moves from me." The next moment, the challenge began. Fuji Ichiro drew a broad machete from his back and charged directly at Surue. Surue likewise drew his Shen iron sword and raised it to meet the attack. This time, he still planned to use his signature innate combo technique. This would not only catch the opponent off guard but might also prevent them from using their own innate ability in time. As the two moved swiftly, the distance between them continued to close. Prepare to die. Fuji Ichiro roared ferociously, baring his teeth and claws. Seeing that the two were about to clash, the next second, Surue disappeared from where he stood. Fuji Ichiro's vision instantly went blank, and he lost track of Surue. At the same time, he felt a chill on his back. Without hesitation, Fuji Ichiro immediately chose to roll forward. Put! Behind him, the three Surue simultaneously thrust their long swords forward. However, it was precisely because of Ichiro Fuji's timely dodge and roll that he avoided a fatal blow. One sword completely missed, while the other two pierced into his shoulder blades on either side. Put! Ichiro Fuji rolled forward and quickly turned his head to face Surue. But at this moment, he was facing three Surues. How is this possible? What kind of trick is this? Ichiro Fuji raised his blade, his gaze shifting constantly among the three Surues. At this moment, two bloody holes on his back were continuously oozing fresh blood. The intense pain kept stimulating his nerves. Not bad, you actually managed to dodge this move of mine. Surue was indeed a bit surprised. He hadn't expected this guy to react so quickly. However, this is the end of it. Even without using this move, just the clones alone would be enough to defeat him. In the next second, one Surue retreated, while the remaining two Surue advanced with their swords. Swish! The two Surue launched an attack directly from the left and right. Ping! Ping! Clang! Ichiro Fuji held a broadsword, defending repeatedly, but was still beaten back step by the two Surue. At the same time, every time he raised his arm to swing the blade, it would pull at the wound on his back. His wound had already bled quite a bit, and he was grimacing in pain, sweating profusely. The arrogance and ferocity he had earlier were completely gone. The true Surue prepared to activate the power bracelet at any moment to kill him here. But in the next second, Fuji Ichiro, who was about to be overwhelmed, suddenly turned red all over and began fiercely slashing at Surue. Clang! 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 In his reddened state, Fuji Ichiro fought more valiantly, with both his attack and speed doubling. The two Surue could only retreat and defend. Why has this guy suddenly become so fierce? Could this be his talent? Surue speculated. Ha, useless trash. Now you've witnessed how powerful I, Fuji, am. Fuji Ichiro forced the two Surue to retreat, laughing loudly with his blade in hand. The next moment, he directly slashed toward the Surue who hadn't joined the fight at the back. Surue immediately raised his sword to engage in battle. Seeing this, the other two Surue also quickly rejoined the battlefield, swinging their swords toward Fuji Ichiro. However, upon seeing this, Fuji Ichiro launched an even fiercer attack against the Surue in front of him. As his attack power increased significantly, every strike he made became difficult for the Surue before him to withstand. Meanwhile, the other two Surue struggled to block his attacks, as his speed had also greatly improved. While attacking, he can also defend effectively. Ping! Ping! As his continuous attacks progressed, it became increasingly difficult for Surue to defend against them. Finally, Surue made a defensive mistake, which he seized upon. Put! He directly slashed off Surue's sword-wielding arm with one stroke. Go to hell! Afterward, he ignored the attacks from both sides by Surue and directly swung his blade at the head of the Surue in front of him. Slash! This stroke split the Surue in front of him into two halves from head to toe. However, his face showed no sign of joy. Instead, it revealed endless confusion. Because, after the Surue in front of him was split in half, the bloody scene he expected did not appear. Instead, it disappeared directly before his eyes, and even the arm of Surue that had fallen to the ground vanished. How could this happen? Fuji Ichiro was shocked. The person in front of him turned out to be fake. Meanwhile, from his side, the blades of two other Surues were already thrusting toward him. One of Surue's hands was still emitting a white glow. Ichiro Fuji took advantage of the fact that his talent hadn't timed out yet, immediately leaping out of the pincer attack, then holding the broad machete horizontally in front of him. Clang! Clang! The two swords struck the blade of the broadsword, and the one infused with berserk power carried immense force. It directly knocked the broadsword out of Fuji Ichiro's hands, sending his body flying backward. Fuji Ichiro fell heavily to the ground, and at the same time, the red on his body quickly faded away. A wave of weakness and powerlessness swept over him. Bang! These are the symptoms after the talent ends, which will reduce his combat power to about 10%. Seizing the opportunity, Tsurue pressed the attack, thrusting his sword toward Fuji Ichiro's throat on the ground. As long as he kills him, he can devour his talent. Just as Tsurue's sword was about to pierce him, Fuji Ichiro's body disappeared from the ground in the next second. Clang! The sword tip struck the arena, sparking a burst of fire. Damn it! Just a little more. Challenge succeeded. Ranking swapped with Fuji Ichiro. The next moment, Tsurue's other avatar merged with himself, and was then teleported away. Winner of this challenge, Tsurue. Tsurue's body reappeared in front of the cave. By now, the sky was already bright, dispelling the surrounding darkness. Currently, his ranking on the rookie leaderboard had risen to 87th place, and he saw that his rewards had become a bronze treasure chest and a wooden treasure chest. Swish! After advancing 10 ranks, an additional wooden treasure chest was awarded. Not bad. The only pity is that Fuji Ichiro wasn't killed. His talent seems to be of the explosive type, and it looks pretty good. After consecutively acquiring 2 talents, Tsurue felt the tremendous boost in combat power that talents could bring to himself. This made him eager to continue devouring talents. At this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in his mind. Detected that 2 people in Novice Village 250 have already reached level 6. A random task will be assigned to Novice Village 250. Oh, it seems that Li Xiu has reached level 6, and Tsurue is about to reach level 8 soon. I wonder what kind of task Heavens will assign to us. Task matched for Newbie Village 250. Beast Killing Challenge. Challenge rules: be the first to achieve any of the following criteria to win. 1. Kill 100 level 2 beasts. 2. Kill 50 level 3 beasts. 3. Kill 20 level 4 beasts. 4. Kill 10 level 5 beasts. 5. Kill 1 level 6 beast. Reminder, a total of 10 novice villages are participating in this challenge. Each winner will receive 200 experience points, while each loser will lose 100 experience points. The winning side will also receive additional rewards. Rewards will be distributed based on each individual's kill contribution. Whoa, this isn't a mission, this is clearly making us compete with others. What are we afraid of? We have the big boss Tsurue. With him around, how could we possibly lose? Exactly, we have the big boss Tsurue. We're definitely winning this challenge. Tsurue has now become the faith of the 250 beginners village. It seems that as long as he's there, the 250 beginners village won't lose. Reminder, during the challenge, a public chat channel will be established, allowing all members of the participating novice villages to speak in it. As soon as the voice of Heavens will fell, Tsurue noticed that an additional chat channel had appeared in the chat function. At this moment, the chat in this channel was already in full swing. Yoshi, the victory of the challenge belongs to our 149 novice village. Humph, what does your novice village amount to? Our novice village has samurai from the Miyamoto family. What Miyamoto family samurai? They're all trash. Let me tell you, our novice village's Lord Fuji is a powerhouse on the rookie rankings. Victory belongs to our 146 novice village. You wouldn't know until you look, but once you do, it's shocking. The other 9 novice villages participating this time are all from Sakura Nation. The Heavenly Tao even feared their language differences, so it considerately translated every statement into the Dragon Kingdom's language. Meanwhile, the chat box in their own 250 novice village had already exploded. Oh my god, what's going on? They actually put us in the heart of the Sakura Nation's territory. I bet this is the Heavenly Tao's doing, deliberately placing us among these Sakura Nation people. Even Tsurue couldn't help but secretly sigh, this Heavenly Tao is really a bit absurd. Longwu directly said in the chat box, what are you afraid of? We should compete with these Sakura country scumbags and let them know the power of our dragon country. That's right, our dragon country is not afraid of their Sakura country. Exactly, it's just a tiny place. Our dragon country is a vast and mighty nation. How could we fear them? For a moment, the entire 250 novice village was once again filled with confidence and fighting spirit. Regardless of whether the opponents were from Sakura country or not, just looking at the 200 experience points, everyone would strive to win. At this moment, someone in the chat channel of the challenge noticed the entry of the 250 novice village. The serial numbers of these novice villages ranged from 141 to 149 very systematically. This number 250 novice village seems out of place. Hey, why is no one speaking in this number 250 novice village? At this moment, the people in number 144 novice village noticed this number, and their emotions instantly became agitated. Baka, last time it was this number 250 novice village. They're those damned Dragon Country people. We should target them. Oh, Village 250 is from the Dragon Kingdom, how did you know? Village 144 immediately recounted the events of the last competition. Baka, a bunch of fools. You actually lost to the Dragon Kingdom. This is simply a disgrace to our Sakura nation. That's right, you are simply unworthy of being part of our Sakura nation. For a moment, the chat channel was filled with voices scolding the 144 novice village in return. They were scolded so harshly that they couldn't lift their heads. However, despite the scolding, none of them slacked off, and each began slaying monsters in their respective novice villages. At the same time, the people in the 250 novice village did not relax either. They also started working harder to slay monsters. At the top of this chat channel, the progress of defeating monsters in the 10 beginner villages was recorded. Su Rue did the same. He exited the chat channel. He began searching for level 5 beasts in the intermediate beast zone. These were the highest level beasts he could currently handle. As long as he defeated 10 level 5 beasts, he would win the challenge. But next, he searched in the mid-level beast area for over half an hour, and not to mention a level 5 beast. He didn't even encounter a level 4 beast, only managing to kill a level 3 bird, with pitifully little experience gained. It seems I have to go deeper. This area could only be considered the outskirts of the mid-level beast zone, where high-level beasts were extremely rare. Half an hour later, Su Rue walked out of the jungle and saw a sizable desert ahead. This shouldn't be considered the outskirts anymore, right? Su Rue continued toward the desert, intending to search for some high-level demonic beasts. As he stepped into the desert, a small sand mound nearby suddenly extended a black scorpion tail. The scorpion tail charged straight at Su Rue with incredible speed. Seeing that Su Rue could no longer dodge, he immediately activated his teleportation ability. Boom! His figure vanished from the original spot and reappeared 5 meters behind. The scorpion tail struck the ground directly. Swish! At the same time, a giant black scorpion burst out from the sand pile. Bang! Its body was enormous, and its scorpion tail was even thicker than Su Rue's thigh. Level 5 demonic beast desert venom scorpion, skilled in camouflage, often hides beneath the sand, has strong defense, and its tail carries potent venom. Finally encountered a level 5 demonic beast, but this guy is really cunning, actually hiding under the sand. If Su Rue didn't have teleportation, he might have fallen for it just now. But that was also because Su Rue was too eager to find high-level demonic beasts and didn't carefully observe the surroundings. The desert venomous scorpion, failing its sneak attack, charged directly at Su Rue. When it was at a sufficient distance, it swung its tail again, striking towards Su Rue. This time, Su Rue, who was prepared, directly thrust his sword forward. Clang! Whoosh! The black iron sword struck directly on the venomous hook of the scorpion's tail, sparking a burst of fire and emitting the sound of metal clashing. Swish! Su Rue's arm felt slightly numb, and the scorpion immediately retracted its tail. The next moment, a stream of green liquid suddenly shot out from the tip of its tail. The green liquid was incredibly fast, but fortunately, Su Rue's eye of insight had detected it in advance. He dodged the green liquid with a quick sidestep. SSSSSS. The area behind, covered by the liquid, emitted the sound of corrosion. Whoosh! What it sprayed turned out to be a corrosive toxin. If it had hit me just now, even the soft armor on my body would probably have been corroded with a hole. Su Rue did not dare to be careless. He split his body into 3 and went all out to face the scorpion. Su Rue did not intend to give it another chance to spray poison from a distance. The 3 of them simultaneously charged at the scorpion with their swords raised. The scorpion also encountered such a situation for the first time. Wasn't it supposed to be 1-on-1? How did it turn into 1-on-3? But it still swung its pincers and charged into the fight. The 2 sides were about to clash, and Su Rue suddenly disappeared from where he was. The next moment, he had unknowingly appeared behind the scorpion. Clang! Clang! 2 clones were already fighting the scorpion at the front. The true form of Su Rue at this moment discovered that the scorpion's tail was segmented. Swish! And at the joints, it was the weakest point of its defense. Seeing this, Su Rue slashed his sword down at the joint of the scorpion's tail. Squelch! This sword cleanly severed the scorpion's tail. Hiss hiss! A painful cry came from the scorpion's mouth. At the same time, green venom gushed out from its severed tail. The true body of Su Rue once again leaped onto the back of the scorpion. At this moment, the scorpion's 2 pincers were fully engaged in fending off the attacks of the 2 clones. It had no time to pay attention to Su Rue on its back. Su Rue, now on its back, thrust a sword toward its head. Swish! Put! The black iron sword plunged deeply into the scorpion's head, and green fluid dripped from the tip of the sword onto the ground. The scorpion's body went limp and collapsed heavily onto the ground. Defeated level 5 demonic beast, Desert Scorpion. Experience points plus 700. Kill the Desert Scorpion. Speed boots dropped. Congratulations to the player for reaching level 8. Attack plus 40, speed plus 40, defense plus 5. Bang! Wow! An item actually dropped. And leveled up. He didn't rush to check the equipment that dropped. Instead, he first opened his panel to take a look. Attack, 3 369, defense 32, speed 290, level 8430/6000. Name Su Rue. Talents: Endless Devour, Super Conversion, Eye of Insight, Teleportation, Clone Technique. Su Rue is now very satisfied with his attributes, as they have far surpassed the attributes expected at the same level. However, it cannot be ruled out that others might have had fortuitous encounters and consumed some kind of divine spiritual fruits or herbs. After reaching level 8, Su Rue found it even easier to handle level 5 demonic beasts. He approached the scorpion's corpse again and activated Endless Devour. Not bad. Devour successful. Attack +6, speed +4, defense +1. Then, he picked up the boot next to the scorpion's corpse. It was a smooth brown leather boot with no decorations. However, it was still countless times better than the cloth shoes that everyone, including Su Rue, was wearing. Boots of speed, speed +10, movement speed +25%. Su Rue had another thought and directly activated the super transformation on the speed boots. Transformation successful. Speed boots have been transformed into speed leather boots, speed +15, movement speed +50%. With the successful transformation, the leather boots changed from brown to dark brown, appearing more rustic and textured. Su Rue immediately put on the speed leather boots. This made him feel incredibly light and agile, walking as if he were flying. The increase in movement speed was still quite important for Su Rue. He now needed to search everywhere for level 5 demonic beasts, and walking slowly would waste a lot of time. At this moment, the chat channel of the challenge competition was already filled with mocking voices. Ha, those trashy Dragon Nation people have only managed to kill 10 level 2 beasts so far. They're doomed to lose. Weak Dragon Nation people, how can they possibly compare to our great Sakura Nation? The victory in this competition is definitely ours, belonging to Sakura Nation. Meanwhile, in the chat channel of Novice Village 250, everyone was working together to form teams and search for level 2 beasts. Although killing level 2 beasts requires the highest number, most people in the Novice Village can only kill level 2 beasts. Moreover, in the primary beast area, the number of level 2 beasts is greater than that of level 3 beasts. Therefore, other Novice villages also choose level 2 beasts as the standard. At this moment, the Novice Village of Sakura Country, which has killed the most level 2 beasts, has already slain more than a dozen. 250 Novice Village only killed 10 beasts, but it wasn't the worst. Among the 10 Novice villages, it was already considered quite good. However, many people overlooked one point, which is among the 10 Novice villages. During this period, apart from 250 Novice Village, not a single Novice village had killed a level 4 or higher beast. Only 250 Novice Village killed a level 5 beast. After all, everyone's attention is focused on the number of level 2 beasts killed, believing that this is the key to victory. Sigh, level 2 beasts are so hard to find. We've been searching for so long and haven't found a single one. Yeah, if the number of level 2 beasts were the same as level 1 beasts, our Novice Village would have been far ahead by now. Exactly, I really don't know what those Sakura Nation people are so arrogant about. It's not like we can't kill level 2 beasts, we just can't find them. Nowadays, most of the teams in their Novice Village are already capable of dealing with level 2 beasts. There's nothing we can do about it. After all, their Novice Village has someone with a talent awakening that allows them to locate the beasts. No way. That's insane, isn't it? At this moment, they all realized where the problem lay. People from Sakura Country are already boasting in the chat channel about the gifted individuals in their Novice Village. It turns out that in the Novice Village with the highest number of level 2 beast kills, someone has a talent for detecting surroundings, making all beasts unable to hide under their investigation. This is why they are able to kill beasts so quickly. This is bad. There's no way we can compete with them now. Zhang Yuanshan stepped forward to stabilize morale. Don't be discouraged, everyone. Stay united and don't give up until the very end. That's right. I refuse to admit defeat so easily. We must fight until the last moment. Exactly, they may have scouting talents, but I have lightning powers. If they find quickly, we can kill quickly, can't we? For a moment, the people of 250 Novice Village regained their spirits and continued searching and hunting the beasts. Su Rue also closed the chat window after seeing the progress in other Novice villages. He knew he had to move faster. Currently, the others had already killed at most over a dozen level 2 monsters, while he had only killed one level 5 monster. However, he had finally reached the heart of the intermediate beast zone, where there should be quite a few level 5 beasts. Not long after he started walking, Su Rue saw a mound of earth ahead rapidly moving toward him. This scene felt strangely familiar. Su Rue had encountered such a mound of earth before on the Novice grassland. The mound of earth stopped less than 5 meters away from Su Rue. A giant sand-colored rat burst out of the ground, extending its long, sharp claws to grab at Su Rue. Level 4 demonic beast long-clawed sand rat, skilled in burrowing, highly sensitive sense of smell. Its long claws can easily crush rocks. Su Rue had already drawn his long sword, and in the next second, his body appeared on the back of the giant rat. He thrust his sword down toward the back of the long-clawed sand rat. The sword struck true, and blood splattered everywhere. Su Rue stepped on the plump body of the sand rat and landed directly. Bang! The pain caused the sand rat to let out a sharp cry. The next second, Surue gripped the black iron sword embedded in the sand rat's body and slashed forward with force. The plump body of the sand rat was split in half from the middle all the way forward. Defeated level 4 beast, long-clawed sand rat. Experience plus 400. Devouring successful. Speed plus 4, attack plus 3. Surue immediately devoured the attributes of the long-clawed sand rat and then left the area without delay. Time was pressing, and he was unwilling to waste too much time on this level 4 beast. Not long after walking, Surue saw the corpse of a massive tawny lizard ahead. It was much larger than the blue-scaled giant lizard Surue had seen before. Its neck had been bitten through by something, and there were several bite marks on its body, which had already started to rot. It seems that battles also occur between demonic beasts. Surue wanted to walk over and devour the attributes of this giant lizard, but at that moment, the giant lizard's corpse suddenly twitched a few times, and a large blackbird jumped out from behind the lizard. Level 5 demonic beast vulture, scavenger, extremely fast, strong attack power. Great! Another level 5 demonic beast. Surue was not startled but delighted. What he was looking for now was a level 5 demon beast. The vulture stood on the giant lizard's corpse, its eyes coldly fixed on Surue in front of it. It seemed to be warning him not to approach its food, but Surue paid no heed to its warning and directly charged at the vulture with his sword. The vulture was also angered by this action, immediately spreading its wings to stir up a fierce wind and flying swiftly towards Surue. Its flying speed was indeed very fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was right in front of Surue. Sure, the vulture let out a sharp cry and directly extended its two steel-like claws, aiming to grab at Surue's chest. Surue directly swung the Xian iron sword, cutting out to neutralize the vulture's claw attack. At the same time, his body split into three, with the other two clones simultaneously wielding swords and stabbing toward the vulture's body. At this moment, the vulture was blocked by the frontal Surue and had no time to dodge. Swish! Two long swords pierced through the vulture's feathers, directly stabbing into its body. The vulture let out a mournful cry, flapping its wings forcefully as its body rapidly ascended. The real Surue immediately used teleportation, appearing above the vulture's head. Clang! A flash of cold light swept by, and the vulture's bald bird head was directly severed. The headless vulture plummeted straight from mid-air. Killed a level 5 beast, vulture. Experience points plus 600. Put. Devouring successful. Speed plus 6, attack plus 5. With these two talents, Surue found it much easier to kill beasts. Still trying to run? Afterward, he approached the corpse of the brown giant lizard. Slash. Devoured successfully. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Ha! The attributes of this giant lizard are not bad. It seems to be a level 5 beast. Just as Surue thought of this, a series of heavy footsteps came from nearby. A giant lizard of the same appearance stepped heavily, walking toward this side. Level 5 demonic beast desert giant lizard, massive in size, astonishing strength, covered entirely in thick, heavy skin. It really is a level 5 demonic beast. Surue held his sword and observed the giant lizard. Its movements were very slow, but its skin looked extremely tough just at a glance. Surue had no confidence in breaking through the giant lizard's defense. The giant lizard slowly approached the corpse of its kind, opened its massive mouth, and began preparing for a feast. Thud, thud, thud. The giant lizard is also a scavenger. Moreover, judging from the bite marks on the corpse of this giant lizard on the ground, it is very likely that it was killed by one of its own kind. Smash it, smash it. At this moment, the giant lizard buried its head in the food, completely ignoring Surue, who was standing nearby. Perhaps in its eyes, this inconspicuous human posed no threat to it whatsoever. Moreover, this single human wasn't even enough to fill the gap between its teeth. The ignored Surue was quite angry. Alright, so you're not taking me seriously, huh? He immediately circled to the back of the giant lizard, preparing to launch a sneak attack. However, the giant lizard's entire body was covered in thick skin, leaving him at a loss for where to strike. Beast, taste my sword. Surue thrust his sword directly into the side of the giant lizard's belly. This strike carried a piercing effect. As soon as the sword tip touched the giant lizard's skin, he felt a tremendous resistance. After all, Surue's attack power wasn't low anymore. The black iron sword pierced through the thick skin of the giant lizard, with the tip shallowly embedding into its belly. The giant lizard felt the pain, immediately stopped eating, and turned its head around at once. Its eyes revealed anger and surprise. This human could actually break through its defenses? Swoosh! It swung its massive tail, sweeping directly toward Surue. Surue pulled out the long sword embedded in the giant lizard's body and leaped up from the ground. Swish! He successfully dodged the sweeping tail. The giant lizard twisted its body, turned its head, and lunged directly at Surue to bite him. However, its speed was very slow. Before its gaping mouth could reach Surue, he had already dodged it. While dodging, Surue was also searching for the giant lizard's weak points. The giant lizard opened its massive mouth again and lunged at Surue. This time, Surue did not choose to retreat but instead leaped directly onto the giant giant lizard's head. Swish! He stood atop the giant lizard's head and thrust his sword toward its eye. The eyes are the weak point of most demonic beasts. If no other weaknesses can be found, attacking their eyes is the best option. This is also the only part of the giant lizard not covered by its thick skin. The long sword moved with incredible speed, aiming straight at the giant lizard's eye. The sword pierced directly into the giant lizard's eyeball and sank deeply. The giant lizard roared toward the sky as a stream of yellow liquid flowed out from its punctured eye. Standing atop the giant lizard's head, Tsuruo gripped the Shin iron sword and exerted force once more. The black iron sword directly pierced into the giant lizard's skull this time. The giant lizard was still roaring and desperately shaking its head, trying to throw Tsuruo off. Meanwhile, Tsuruo grabbed the giant lizard with one hand and pulled out the black iron sword with the other. Blood gushed out from the giant lizard's pierced eye. After pulling out the long sword, Tsuruo gripped it again and thrust it toward its other eye. The sword once again pierced through the giant lizard's other eye and stabbed into its skull. This time, the giant lizard became much more subdued. After staggering forward 2 steps, it directly collapsed heavily to the ground. The heavy body caused the surrounding ground to tremble slightly. Killed level 5 demonic beast, desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Not bad. 3 level 5 demonic beasts have already been slain. Tsuruo sat on the giant lizard's head and began checking the progress of other novice villages. Bang! The village that has slain the most level 2 demonic beasts is still Novice Village 146, with 25 level 2 demonic beasts killed. Meanwhile, Novice Village 250 has slain 19 level 2 demonic beasts. Tsuruo's current speed barely surpassed Novice Village 146, but he couldn't afford to be careless. To maintain this speed, he had to keep looking for level 5 beasts to kill. Tsuruo jumped down from the giant lizard's corpse and continued walking deeper into the desert. After walking for a while, Tsuruo saw the surroundings covered with massive footprints. Tsuruo immediately recognized that these were the footprints of desert giant lizards. So many footprints, just how many giant lizards are there here? Looking at the ground covered in footprints, Tsuruo couldn't help but sigh. But instead, a smile appeared on his face. If there are really many giant lizards here, then he can save a lot of time. Tsuruo followed these footprints forward. Whoosh! Soon, he saw a place ahead surrounded by huge rocks, and the footprints led directly there. It seems that must be the giant lizard's lair. Tsuruo gripped the black iron sword tightly and quickened his pace toward the giant lizard's lair. With teleportation and clone techniques at his disposal, Tsuruo had grown bolder. Most importantly, the giant lizards moved very slowly. Even though there were many of them, their threat to Tsuruo was very limited. Arriving at the edge of the giant lizard's nest, Tsuruo leapt up directly and landed on a large boulder. He climbed onto the boulder and looked toward the interior of the nest. However, the scene inside the nest was not as he had imagined, with giant lizards everywhere. Instead, there were only 2 giant lizards lying on the ground, sleeping. Generally speaking, when a beast is sleeping, it is the best opportunity to launch a sneak attack. However, when the giant lizard sleeps, it closes its eyes, and its entire body is covered with thick skin. This left Tsuruo with no way to start. Could it be necessary to use the power of the Berserk bracelet once? Whoosh! Previously, when dealing with the giant lizard, Tsuruo hadn't found the right opportunity to use this move. After all, if he couldn't kill the giant lizard in one strike, it would be even harder to kill it later. But now the giant lizard was lying there asleep, completely exposing its weak spot. Tsuruo flipped over and jumped down from the boulder, landing directly inside the nest. Tsuruo, like an assassin, approached the sleeping giant lizard step by step with his sword in hand. Reaching the side of the giant lizard, Tsuruo immediately activated the power of the Berserk bracelet. A white light instantly enveloped Tsuruo's sword-wielding arm. Tsuruo thrust his sword toward the giant lizard's neck, one of its vital points, and less defended than its head. This sword directly pierced deeply into the giant lizard's neck, penetrating it from the side. Blood gushed out from the gaps of the wound. At the same time, the giant lizard woke up from its slumber, suddenly opening its eyes and realizing that its neck had been pierced by a sword. Swish! It opened its mouth wide and let out a powerful roar, but blood immediately surged into its mouth. At the same time, its vitality was rapidly fading away along with the flow of blood. However, its roar just now also woke up another giant lizard nearby. Wow! This giant lizard opened its eyes and saw its kind lying in a pool of blood, with a human standing nearby. Swish! Tsuruo also noticed that the other giant lizard had awakened. He stepped on the giant lizard's neck and pulled out his longsword. Put! After the longsword was drawn, a bloody hole appeared on the giant lizard's neck, continuously oozing blood. SSS! The giant lizard fell into a frenzy and began charging madly towards Tsuruo. Tsuruo had no intention of continuing to fight it. This creature had suffered a fatal injury and wouldn't live much longer, so there was no need to waste energy on it. Roar! Facing the giant lizard's charge, Tsuruo flipped onto its back. Then, he jumped high into the air and thrust toward the head of another giant lizard. This giant lizard was not to be outdone. Immediately immediately opening its massive mouth to bite at Tsurue, who was mid-air. But in the next second, Tsurue's body suddenly moved forward several meters, appearing directly in front of the giant lizard's eyes. Then, his body split into two, with two Tsurues wielding swords simultaneously stabbing toward the giant lizard's eyes. But this sudden change caught the giant lizard completely off guard. The two swords pierced into the giant lizard's eyes and directly stabbed into its brain. Tsurue's true form pulled out the longsword and flipped over, landing on the giant lizard's head. Another clone also returned to his body. At the same time, the massive desert monitor lizard collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Killed level 5 demon beast, desert monitor lizard. Experience plus 700. Tsurue stood atop the lizard's head and reached out to devour its attributes. Swish. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. The other giant lizard also lay weakly on the ground due to excessive blood loss. But that was its final struggle just now. Wow. Defeated level 5 desert giant lizard. Experience points plus 700. Great. That's already 5. Bang. Just need to kill 5 more level 5 beasts, and their novice village will secure victory in the challenge. At this moment, someone in the challenge chat channel noticed that Novice Village 250 had already killed 5 level 5 beasts. Baka, what's going on here? The people from Long Country actually killed 5 level 5 beasts? Impossible. Those despicable people from Long Country must have cheated. How could they possibly have the ability to kill level 5 beasts? That's right. We don't even have level 4 monsters here. How could anyone possibly kill a level 5 monster? Cheating like this is truly despicable. A group of inexperienced people from Sakura Nation began to engage in heated discussions in the chat channel. They even foolishly wanted to protest against the Heavenly Tao. Their discussion was also noticed by the people in Village 250. The people in Novice Village 250 were also somewhat puzzled. What's going on? When did someone in our Novice Village kill 5 level 5 beasts? Yeah, I'm confused too. Has someone in our Novice Village already become capable of killing level 5 beasts? Not only them, but even Zhang Yuanshan, Joey, and the others were equally shocked. Although they had all killed level 3 beasts, they had never seen level 4 or level 5 beasts. Now, someone in the Novice Village had actually killed level 5 beasts, and 5 of them at that. How could this not be shocking? It must have been Tsurue who killed them. With his strength, those level 5 beasts were definitely taken down by him. Exactly, we still have Tsurue. I was wondering why he hadn't shown up recently. He must have been secretly hunting beasts in the shadows. Boss Tsurue, was this level 5 beast really killed by you? However, some voiced their doubts. How is that possible? No matter how strong Tsurue is, it's impossible to kill 5 level 5 beasts in such a short time. The people of Novice Village 250 were all speculating whether it was Tsurue who killed the level 5 beasts. Tsurue also noticed the content in the chat channel at this moment, and he immediately admitted it frankly. That's right, the level 5 monster was killed by me. As soon as these words came out, Newbie Village 250 instantly erupted. Wow, it really is you, Big Boss Tsurue. The boss truly lives up to being my idol. So amazing. Haha, this is great. With Boss Tsurue here, our beginner village is sure to win. Tsurue spoke up again to remind them, but don't let your guard down. Keep working hard to kill level 2 beasts, as this will also help you improve yourselves. Got it, Boss Tsurue, we won't slack off. Don't worry, Boss Tsurue, we also need to kill monsters to level up. Tsurue's appearance just now was like injecting them with adrenaline. Now, each of them was full of energy and motivation. In the chat channel of the challenge competition, there were still many people questioning whether Novice Village 250 was cheating, but someone in the 250 Novice Village stood up to refute. TCH, that's because you losers can't kill a level 5 monster, so you think others can't either. Exactly, cheating? Do you think this is a game where you can just call it cheating? Meanwhile, the people from Sakura Nation in the chat channel were surprised to see someone from the 250 Novice Village actually stand up to refute. Immediately became displeased, and for a moment, the argument was heated and unending. A person from Sakura Country said, "You must have cheated. Our Lord Fuji Ichiro is so powerful, yet he has never slain a level 5 demon beast. How could you people from Dragon Country possibly do it?" Tsurue saw this familiar name and couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his mouth. He directly said in the channel, "Fuji Ichiro? Are you talking about my defeated opponent? If he hadn't surrendered quickly enough back then, he would already be a soul under my sword." Tsurue's words caused the chat channel to explode instantly. Ha, so this Ichiro Fuji is actually a defeated opponent of Big Boss Tsurue. What nonsense are you Dragon Country people spouting? How could Lord Ichiro Fuji possibly lose to you? Utter nonsense. Lord Ichiro Fuji is a warrior bearing honor. How could he surrender so easily? Tsurue immediately stated, "If you don't believe me, you can ask him. I have already replaced his ranking on the rookie list." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone started questioning Fuji Ichiro, wanting to know if what Tsurue said was true. Fuji Ichiro, under pressure, came forward and said, "Humph, one loss means nothing. Tsurue, don't get cocky. I'll win it back sooner or later. Seeing this, the people in Newbie Village 250 instantly became excited. Previously, many people were boasting in the chat channel about how formidable Ichiro Fuji was. As a result, everyone now discovers that such a powerful figure turned out to be defeated by Surue. It's actually true. Big Boss Surue really defeated Ichiro Fuji. Big Boss Surue is truly amazing. Those so-called Sakura Country warriors are just trash. Didn't you guys from Sakura Country boast about your samurai before? Why are you all silent now? Come out and say something. For a moment, the people of 250 Novice Village, who had endured for so long, finally felt vindicated. They directly took over the challenge channel. Many people from Sakura Country were left speechless, while secretly cursing Fuji Ichiro in their hearts for truly disgracing their country. Damn Ichiro Fuji, you are truly the disgrace of our Sakura nation. Ichiro Fuji, you should leave our Sakura nation. You don't deserve to be a citizen of Sakura nation. That's right, as a samurai, surrendering is disgraceful. You should have committed seppuku directly. For a moment, the attitude of the people of Sakura nation towards Ichiro Fuji underwent a dramatic change. Those who previously praised him have now turned around to scold him. Even the people in 250 Novice Village were secretly clicking their tongues at such a change. Surue no longer paid attention to the chat channel and directly exited. He still needed to continue hunting level 5 monsters. Only 5 more were needed to complete the challenge goal. This is the habitat of monitor lizards. There should be many of them, so why are there only 2? Surue felt a surge of doubt in his heart. At that moment, roars echoed from the distance. For Surue, who had just fought with the giant lizard, this sound couldn't be more familiar. It's the cry of the giant lizard. Could it be that someone is battling the giant lizard? Surue immediately ran toward the direction where the sound was coming from. He needed to seize the time to kill the level 5 demon beast. Having discovered its traces, he certainly couldn't let it go. At the same time, several kilometers away from Surue, yellow sand covered the earth and sky. For humans dressed in cloth garments were surrounded here by several giant lizards. Judging from the marks on the ground, the two sides had already clashed just now. Damn it! Why is their skin so tough? We can't break through their defenses at all, a square-faced man wielding a long-handled broadsword said anxiously. A petite girl cried and said, "Wah, I told you not to come here, but you just wouldn't listen. Now look, we're all going to die here." Stop crying. Who said we're going to die here? The tall beauty holding a spear revealed determination in her eyes. Judging by the looks of it, they're all level 5 demonic beasts with extremely strong defenses. We can't fight them head-on. We need to find a way to break through. Among the 4, the man holding a bow and arrow spoke calmly. At this moment, the giant lizards surrounded them but did not launch a direct charge. Instead, they kept closing in on the 4 of them. The encirclement kept shrinking as the giant lizards' massive heads slowly approached, their tongues flicking in and out of their mouths. We can't wait any longer. Break through together. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 feathered arrows swiftly shot out from his bow, aiming straight at the eyes of a giant lizard ahead. The giant lizard quickly turned its head to dodge. Snap, snap. The 2 feathered arrows hit its thick skin. At this moment, the other 3 had already charged in this direction. Each of the 3 wielded a weapon, launching attacks at the giant lizard's head. Clang, clang, clang. The trio's attacks were not weak. Although they didn't break through the giant lizard's defenses, they managed to leave it momentarily dazed. Let the encirclement here have a gap. Now's the chance. Let's charge out together, the square-faced man shouted. These giant lizards move slowly. If they can break out of the encirclement, the lizards won't be able to catch up with them. However, just as they reached the side of the giant lizard's body, the lizard regained its senses. It twisted its body directly, swinging its tail toward the 4 people. The giant lizard's tail swept across, flinging the square-faced man at the front backward. It also forced the other 3 to retreat again. The giant lizard let out a roar, and the movements of the other giant lizards immediately sped up. Damn it! The tall woman looked at the surrounding scene, panic appearing in her eyes. The square-faced man got up from the ground and asked the man holding the bow and arrow, "Jiang Chuan, what should we do now?" Jiang Chuan frowned deeply. Facing such a dire situation, even he, usually calm, couldn't help but feel flustered. Not to mention the girl crying beside them. Just as the 4 were in despair, 2 figures suddenly appeared atop the giant lizard's head in front of them. The 2 simultaneously thrust their swords toward the giant lizard's eyes. The swords pierced deeply into the giant lizard's eyes. Whoosh! Then, the 2 figures simultaneously withdrew their swords, and blood immediately gushed out from the giant lizard's eye sockets. And the 2 figures miraculously merged back into one. Roar! The giant lizard let out a wail, and then its massive body collapsed directly onto the ground. As its enormous body hit the ground, the surrounding yellow sand was stirred up, spreading in all directions. Through the yellow sand, they could only make out a dark figure standing atop the giant lizard's head. Defeated level 5 beast, desert giant lizard. Experience plus 700. Swish! The 6th one. Surue's lips curved slightly. Put! At this moment, the 4 of them were utterly shocked as the level 5 demonic beast, which seemed invincible and overwhelmingly powerful, rifle in their eyes. Wow! Had actually been instantly killed by the person before them. Not only them, but even the surrounding giant lizards were stunned by this sudden turn of events. Aren't you planning to leave here? Su Rue asked. Bang! These words reminded the four people that they were still surrounded by giant lizards. The four immediately ran in Su Rue's direction. As they passed by Su Rue, Jiang Chuan said, "Thank you." The other three also cast grateful looks toward Su Rue. At this moment, the surrounding giant lizards also reacted, each charging toward the three people. But Su Rue, with just one sword, blocked all these giant lizards. Swish, swish. He continuously utilized his agile movements and enhanced jumping ability, walking back and forth among several giant lizards, dodging their attacks, and looking for opportunities to stab their eyes with a long sword. The four people who had just run not far away stopped in their tracks when they heard the commotion behind them. Did we just run off like that, leaving him alone there? Isn't that a bit disloyal? Xu Yon, holding a large knife, said. The tall woman, Li Ying, put down her spear and said, "We all saw his strength just now. He's someone who can take down a giant lizard in an instant. Are you still worried about his safety?" Tong Xian glanced at the two of them. "But they just saved us. We should properly thank them." "You're not afraid of those giant lizards anymore?" Li Ying asked. Tong Xian wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "With that hero around, what's there to fear about those dumb lizards? Could it be that you've taken a liking to them? Are you planning to offer yourself in marriage?" Li Ying teased. Tong Xian immediately lowered her head and said shyly, This doesn't seem very appropriate." This made Li Ying roll her eyes involuntarily. At this moment, Jiang Chuan stepped forward and brought the conversation back on track. "Alright, since he saved our lives, we really can't just leave like this. Let's go back and see if there's anything we can do to help. If it's too dangerous, then all we can do is pray that he can fend for himself." The other three immediately agreed to the decision and headed toward the place where Su Rue was battling the giant lizards. At that moment, the area was filled with swirling yellow sand, accompanied by deafening roars. When the four returned to the scene, they realized that their worries had been completely unnecessary. Su Rue was effortlessly toying with several giant lizards, continuously teleporting and leaping across their backs and heads. At this moment, another giant lizard fell into a pool of blood, and one more had already been severely injured by Su Rue's stabbing. No matter how strong their defense was, as long as Su Rue stabbed the same spot several times, he could pierce through their skin. That's already 7. Just 3 more, and the victory in the challenge will be ours. Su Rue felt a surge of joy in his heart, not expecting to achieve the challenge's goal so quickly. There were also 4 giant lizards nearby, one of which was seriously injured. It was only a matter of time before they became souls under Su Rue's sword. Su Rue teleported once again, landing on the back of the seriously injured lizard. Its nape had already been pierced repeatedly by Su Rue, leaving a bloody hole. Just 2 more strikes would be enough to finish it off completely. It was at this moment that the surrounding ground suddenly began to shake. Su Rue quickly bent down and steadied himself on the back of the giant lizard. The 4 spectators nearby also hurriedly thrust their weapons into the ground to stabilize themselves. A massive worm emerged from the sand. Its body resembles cow intestines, entirely red in color. Its head is like a massive meat grinder, countless teeth distributed all around, ferocious and terrifying. Level 6 demonic beast desert worm, enormous in size, capable of swallowing massive objects, and can spray highly corrosive stomach acid from its mouth. Level 6 demonic beast. Even Su Rue was taken aback by this sudden scene. Swish! The 4 people beside him, Jiang Chuan and the others, were even more terrified out of their wits. The desert worm twisted its massive body, opening its ferocious and terrifying mouth to bite directly at a nearby giant lizard. The giant lizard's tough skin was no match for the desert worm. The large chunk of flesh on its back was instantly swallowed by the worm, and the giant lizard's life came to an abrupt end. Goodness, it's treating the giant lizard as its food supply, Su Rue remarked with emotion. Bang! At this moment, the surrounding giant lizards were so frightened that they scattered and fled in all directions. Of course, this also included the one under Su Rue's feet. Seeing this scene, Su Rue became a little anxious. As long as he killed these giant lizards, he could complete the challenge task, but given the current situation, he could only choose to chase one giant lizard. Su Rue immediately decided to deal with the one under his feet first. He thrust his weapon forcefully into the wound on the back of the giant lizard's neck. With one strike, the giant lizard's movements immediately came to a halt. Afterward, Su Rue delivered another strike, directly finishing off the giant lizard. Boom! Defeated level 5 demonic beast, desert giant lizard. Experience points plus 700. Put. 8 down. Just 2 more level 5 demonic beasts to win. And Su Rue's experience points have reached level 8, 5630/6000, soon to be upgraded to level 9. At this moment, the desert worm bit another giant lizard to death and began devouring it. The other giant lizard had already run far away. Damn it! This monstrous worm is really ruining my plans. Originally, Su Rue was about to finish killing enough, but a worm suddenly appeared halfway, and now he has to search for level 5 beasts again. Su Rue jumped down from the corpse of the giant lizard, ready to leave this place. This place is still quite dangerous. Who knows if the desert worm will launch an attack on him. Here, we're here. Tong Xian stood up and waved to Su Rue, signaling him to come over. Put. Seeing this, Su Rue ran toward them. The four waited for Su Rue to run over, said nothing, and likewise turned to run into the distance. This was not the place to talk. If they were targeted by the worms, it would be disastrous. Fortunately, their size couldn't compare to the giant lizards and wasn't even enough to fill the gaps between the desert worm's teeth. Otherwise, they would definitely be the primary targets. A few people ran all the way to a large boulder before stopping. Roar! Before Su Rue could speak, he saw messages popping up continuously in the chat channel. He immediately clicked to check. Haha, victory is ours, Sakura Nation. You Dragon Nation trash. Even if someone from the Dragon Kingdom can slay a level 5 monster, what's the use? Aren't you still going to lose to us from the Sakura Kingdom? Wow! Long live the Sakura Kingdom. Our Sakura Kingdom is always the strongest. Seeing these comments, Su Rue was a bit puzzled. He had already killed 8 level 5 monsters. Victory should belong to their 250 novice village, so why are these people from the Sakura Kingdom boasting? Then, he glanced at the progress of other novice villages. When he saw the progress of the highest-ranked novice village, Village 146, he was instantly shocked. At this moment, Village 146 had already killed 81 level 2 beasts. How is that possible? In such a short time, where could they find a level 2 demon beast? Su Rue was greatly puzzled. He glanced at the records above once again. Only then did he understand that the person in their novice village who had awakened the detection talent had actually discovered a massive snake cave. Inside are all level 2 venomous snakes, and they have killed a large number of level 2 beasts there. And now they are still exploring inside, continuously killing the level 2 venomous snakes. It's over. It's really over this time. The kill progress in Newbie Village 146 is skyrocketing. Damn it. I think the heavens are favoring those Sakura Nation people, actually letting them find such a nest of level 2 beasts. Don't be afraid, everyone. Their speed is indeed fast, but Su Rue's speed isn't slow either. He's already killed 8 level 5 beasts. That's right, as long as Su Rue kills 2 more, then victory is ours. The people of Novice Village 250 had now placed all their hopes on Su Rue. With just their speed at killing level 2 beasts, there was no way they could compete with Novice Village 146. Su Rue felt a tightness in his chest upon seeing this. Only he knew that the reason he had been able to kill so quickly just now was because those level 5 beasts were all gathered together. If he wanted to kill more level 5 beasts now, he would have to search for them again, which would take more time. But looking at the progress of Novice Village 146, it was clear he no longer had the time to search for level 5 beasts. Damn it! Are we really going to lose to those Sakura country people? Su Rue clenched his fists. But at this moment, he suddenly thought of a solution. In this challenge, killing 10 level 5 beasts is required, while only 1 level 6 beast is needed. As long as he takes down that desert worm, they will also secure victory in the challenge. But, that worm is clearly much harder to deal with than the giant lizard. A slight mistake and it could swallow you whole. That would mean certain death. But now he has a reason he must go. The Dragon Nation cannot lose to the Sakura Nation. For the Dragon Nation, let's do this. Su Rue thought for a moment, then immediately drew his sword and walked toward the position of the desert worm. Jiang Chuan and the other 3 had just stopped to lean against a giant rock, catching their breath when they saw Su Rue turning back again. They were instantly filled with confusion. Li Ying hurriedly asked, "Hey, where are you going?" "Go kill that bug," Su Rue said without turning his head. "Are you crazy?" Xu Yong exclaimed in shock. Li Ying even doubted her ears had heard wrong. Tong Xian covered her mouth in surprise. Just the appearance of that bug was enough to give her nightmares at night, let alone fighting it. After Jiang Chuan's initial shock, he calmly analyzed, "That worm is no ordinary beast. I estimate it's a level 6 beast, extremely powerful." Before he could finish speaking, Su Rue interrupted, "I have a reason I must go. Our novice village is competing against the novice village from Sakura country. Only by killing that worm can we win, otherwise, they'll defeat us." After saying this, Su Rue stepped forward, ready to run back directly. Jiang Chuan's voice rang out again. Su Rue stopped impatiently and turned his head. He had already explained clearly enough. Were they still going to stop him? Jiang Chuan took off his bow and arrow and said, "I'll go with you. I'm a ranged attacker, and combined with my talent, I can definitely be of help to you." His talent is Eagle Vision, which, when activated, enhances his eyesight tenfold, allowing him to see even the tiniest details. This greatly improves his archery skills. Upon hearing this, Su Rue gave him a deep look, presumably understanding that he was aware of the dangers of this journey. Unexpectedly, upon hearing it was for the honor of the Dragon Kingdom, he resolutely chose to assist Su Rue without hesitation. "I'm going too. Let's take down Sakura country," Xu Yong said, raising his broadsword. Immediately after, Li Ying raised his spear and said, "Since it's for the honor of our Dragon country, how could I be left out? I want to go too." "You can't just leave me here alone," Tong Xian said pitifully. Although she was very afraid of the desert worms. There was no other choice now. Surui looked at them and nodded. Alright, let's do something big together. In the desert covered with yellow sand, a ferocious and terrifying worm was devouring the corpse of a giant desert lizard. Wait, its delicate and smooth body was completely exposed. Meanwhile, half of the giant lizard's corpse had already been swallowed. Not far away on the mound, Surui and the other four were crawling there. Wow, this is way too scary. Tong Xian was so frightened that she directly covered her eyes. Then you can stay here and just watch us fight, Liang said. I'll circle around to its back later to launch a surprise attack. You guys stay here and draw its attention. After speaking, Surui directly ran toward the direction of the worm with his sword. They simply didn't have time to devise any battle plan, and Surui had no intention of involving them in such a dangerous fight. With their abilities, if the worm targeted them, they probably wouldn't even be able to escape. Surui jogged all the way and used the corpse of a giant lizard as cover. The worm, focused on eating, didn't notice at all that someone had stealthily approached its long body. Upon getting closer, Surui discovered that the worm's outer defense was also very strong. Although it might not be as exaggerated as the giant lizard, it still looked very tough. Is this a level 6 demonic beast? A level 6 beast not known for its defense already has a defensive power comparable to a high defense level 5 beast. In the next moment, Surui suddenly sprang up, raising his sword and thrusting it toward the worm's body. The long sword plunged directly into the worm's crimson body. At this moment, Surui activated the berserk power bracelet, enveloped in white light. Surui gripped the sword and dragged it horizontally through the worm's body. The Shin iron sword tore a long gash across the worm's body. This strike severely injured the desert worm. The feeding worm felt intense pain and raised its head, letting out two strange cries. Then, it immediately turned its head and opened its ferocious, terrifying mouth toward Surui. Surui quickly drew his long sword and retreated swiftly. The desert worm twisted its massive body, wildly chasing from behind. It's our turn to step in. Swish! Jiang Chuan immediately raised his beast-hide bow, knocking the feathered arrow. His eyes became deep and focused at this moment. Then an arrow was shot out. A feathered arrow swiftly flew toward the worm's wide-open mouth. This arrow was shot after he activated the eagle eye, and it precisely pierced into the worm's mouth. The feathered arrow plunged into the worm's mouth, successfully halting its advance. The worm's head twitched a few times before spitting out a bloodied arrow that had been broken in two. This arrow had clearly injured it. It let out another angry screech and then changed direction, charging toward Jiang Chuan and the others. Jiang Chuan immediately gave an order. The four of them instantly ran in different directions. The desert worm moved its body, chasing in Jiang Chuan's direction. The wound on its body, inflicted by Surui, continued to ooze blood as it moved violently. Seeing this, Surui immediately circled to the back of the worm and pursued it. Whoosh! Soon, the desert worm noticed Surui following behind. It immediately turned its head and lunged at Surui, who was running on the ground. Surui's body vanished directly, evading its terrifying giant mouth. Put! At the same time, he reappeared on the worm's body and split into three. The three Surui figures simultaneously thrust their swords downward. Three bloody holes instantly appeared on the worm's body. Subsequently, Surui drew his long sword and successfully leaped off the worm with a flip. After landing, the three Surui merged into one and sprinted wildly in one direction. Behind him, the desert worm was furious, twisting its body and chasing after Surui once again. Quick, run! At this moment, Jiang Chuan's arrow shot over once more. This arrow once again shot precisely into the desert worm's wide mouth. Hiss! The desert worm let out a strange cry and chased after Jiang Chuan again. At this moment, Surui circled around to its back, preparing to launch a surprise attack. The worm, noticing this, turned around to chase after Surui. However, Surui was wearing speed boots and was already quite fast, making it difficult for the worm to catch up. Meanwhile, Jiang Chuan was attacking from a distance, so the worm couldn't directly reach him either. In this way, the two of them kept the worm running in circles, leaving no room for others to intervene. Swish! Snort! Finally, the desert worm was completely enraged by them. Put! With a roar, it stopped and spewed a highly corrosive acid directly at Surui, who was running ahead. Seeing this, Surui hurriedly dodged to the side. Wow! Crash! Although Surui dodged in time, some of the acid still splashed onto his back. It even corroded his ice silk armor, leaving a black patch. What a powerful acid! Whoosh! If it weren't for the ice silk soft armor, Surui would have been in serious trouble. Seeing the acid spray hit Surui, the worm burrowed directly into the ground. In an instant, they lost track of the worm. Surui immediately flipped back to his feet, tightly gripping the black iron sword in his hand and staying ready ready to use teleportation at any moment. And Jiang Chuan held a beast-hide bow, standing on a rock, his eyes constantly scanning the surroundings. Boom! Suddenly, the area around Jiang Chuan began to shake violently. The next second, a desert worm burst out of the ground right in front of him. Jiang Chuan, who was already prepared, immediately drew his beast-hide bow and shot an arrow. The arrow once again hit the worm's mouth, preventing it from spitting out the acid. Sizzle! But the worm, with its giant mouth, tried to swallow Jiang Chuan in one bite. Jiang Chuan reacted very quickly, leaping off the rock and rolling to the side. The worm bit into empty air but swung its massive body toward Jiang Chuan. Faced with the worm's enormous body, Jiang Chuan had no room to dodge and was flung heavily into the air. When Jiang Chuan hit the ground, he felt as if his body was about to shatter, with his internal organs nearly displaced. The worm wriggled its massive body, approaching Jiang Chuan, intending to swallow him whole. At this moment, Jiang Chuan had temporarily lost his ability to move and struggled immensely to get up from the ground. However, the worm was already nearing his side. But just then, Xu Yong, wielding a large blade, and Li Ying, gripping a spear, arrived. They charged toward the worm from both sides, forming a pincer attack. Big worm, take my blade. Xu Yong swung his broadsword fearlessly, slashing toward the worm. Bang! But the worm wouldn't just stand there and let him cut it. It twisted its body and swung its tail toward Xu Yong. Whoosh! Before Xu Yong could get close to the worm, he was sent flying by its tail. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Ying had already gripped her spear, leaping forward to stab at the worm. The spear's tip pierced directly into the worm's body, but it did not advance any further. The worm let out another cry of pain and turned its head to bite at Li Ying. Li Ying hurriedly withdrew and retreated swiftly. But how could her speed compare to the worm's? She was about to be caught and swallowed in one bite. Bang! Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong had both already lost their combat ability, while Su Rui was still rushing over. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Tong Xian couldn't help but shout, "Sister Ing!" She forced down the fear in her heart, put down the long sword, and raised her hands in front of her. Ugly monster! Stop chasing my sister Ing! Then, a dazzling light surged out from her hands. The light transformed into a glowing sphere and rushed toward the worm. The glowing sphere instantly struck the worm, smashing its raised body down onto the ground. Li Ying also took the opportunity to distance himself from the worm. The power is actually this strong? Su Rui, who was rushing over here, couldn't help but be greatly shocked when he saw this. Bang! This should be the little girl's talent, but the power of it surprised Su Rui a bit. The spot where the worm was hit by the light sphere showed large scorch marks. Put! After recovering, it raised its head again, shook it a few times, and then looked toward Tong Xian. Snort! The worm then let out a strange cry and suddenly burst forward at an incredible speed, crawling toward Tong Xian. Its violent movements stirred up the surrounding yellow sand. This momentum scared Tong Xian so much that her little face turned pale. Don't come after me. I didn't mean to. She picked up the iron sword on the ground and started running. The worm was obviously enraged by her earlier talent, and its speed was much faster than before. But Tong Xian wasn't running fast, and the worm was about to catch up to her soon. Swish! Hearing the noise behind her getting closer, Tong Xian was so scared that she started crying. Bang! Woo! Don't come any closer. At this moment, Su Rui was about to arrive. He immediately shouted to Tong Xian, "Hold on a little longer. I'm coming to save you." But just then, an accident happened. Tong Xian tripped over a stone buried under the sand. Woo! It hurts. She had fallen hard, and her palms were pierced by many tiny pebbles. The most terrifying thing was that the worm was still wriggling its body and heading straight for her. Lying on the ground, Tong Xian saw the worm charging toward her aggressively, and her face instantly showed a look of panic and fear. Don't come closer. If you come any closer, I'll fight you to the death. Tong Xian threw away the iron sword in her hand, placed her hands in front of her again, and assumed a threatening posture. But the worm couldn't understand any of this, nor did it believe that a weak human could cause it any fatal harm. However, in the next second, a dazzling white light gathered once again in Tong Xian's hands. This time, it was even larger than before and continued to condense. The worm kept crawling toward Tong Xian, while the light sphere in her hand had already grown larger than a wash basin. Her forehead was covered in sweat, and her face had turned extremely pale. The worm was about to reach Tong Xian, and the light sphere in her hand was launched. The light sphere actually hit the wound on the worm's body that Su Rui had slashed with his longsword. The light sphere penetrated the worm's body, emitting a loud noise, and dazzling white light filled the surroundings. Xiao Xin! Li Ying couldn't help but shout loudly. The hearts of the other three were in their throats as well. The final scene was simply too terrifying. An enormous worm of unimaginable size lunged toward Tong Xian. They could already foresee the worst possible outcome in their hearts. But soon, the white light gradually faded, and everyone's vision slowly returned. They saw the massive body of the desert worm collapse directly in front of Tong Xian. Its body had been blasted with a large hole, almost splitting it in two. At this moment, the worm lay on the ground, extremely weak, and Tong Xian fell to the ground, unconscious. Although the worm did not attack her, the excessive use of her gifted ability just now directly caused her body to be overexerted. The worm endured the pain in its body, raised its head, and prepared to swallow Tong Xian lying on the ground in one bite. Whoosh! But in the next second, Su Rui appeared above the worm's head, and his body split into three. Su Rui thrust their swords towards the worm's head, the weakest point of its defense. Three long swords simultaneously pierced into the worm's head. The desert worm raised its body and collapsed directly, with red-yellow liquid flowing out of its head, accompanied by a pungent stench. Bang! It's finally dead. Boom! Su Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Defeated level 6 beast, desert worm. Experience plus 1,500. Congratulations! Player level increased to 9. Attack plus 45, speed plus 45, defense plus 8. Endless talent upgraded. Each type of beast can now be devoured 6 times. Eye of insight upgraded. Vision doubled. The experience from killing the desert worm directly leveled up Su Rui. Moreover, both talents were enhanced due to the level up. More importantly, their Dragon Kingdom won this time. Su Rui felt a surge of joy in his heart. Before this, the chat channel of the challenge match in 146 Novice Village had already become lively. We've already killed 98 level 2 monsters. We just need to kill 2 more, and victory will belong to our 146 Novice Village. That's right, victory is ours. You people from Long Country will never surpass us from Sakura Country. Wow! Weak Longwa people, you are destined to fail. Swish! The people in the 250 Novice Village remained silent as they looked at the kill panel. Their own level 5 beasts had only killed 8, so they knew they were bound to lose. But, after all, it was already difficult for them to encounter even a level 3 beast here, let alone a level 5 beast. Bang! Sigh, what a pity. We were just 2 level 8 beasts away from winning. Damn it! Big Boss Su Rui is already amazing. If we just had a little more time, we could definitely win. All I can say is that luck wasn't on our side, and those Sakura Nation brats found a large beast nest. They were already prepared to calmly accept defeat. But at this moment, the voice of the heavenly Tao echoed in the minds of everyone in the 10 Novice Villages. Notification: Su Rui from Novice Village 250 successfully killed a level 6 beast. Novice Village 250 has won this kill challenge. When this news spread, everyone was stunned. They even doubted their ears, as the final victory turned out to belong to Novice Village 250, a Dragon Country native. The other party actually directly killed a level 6 demon beast and claimed victory. All of this happened so suddenly, delivering a heavy blow to the hearts of the Sakura Nation people. Oh my god, the winner is actually someone from the Dragon Nation. Baka, what on earth is going on? The victory isn't ours, the Sakura Nation's? This must be cheating. That's right, those despicable people from Dragon Country must have used underhanded methods to win. Now, the people from 250 Novice Village couldn't hold back anymore. A bunch of losers. Can't beat us, so you claim cheating? Can you have a bit of dignity? Can't you see it was our big boss Su Rui who defeated a level 6 monster to win? And you still dare to say we cheated? And the most domineering speaker has to be Long Wu. Sakura Nation brats, listen up. Your Sakura Nation is nothing but trash and will never compare to our Dragon Nation. These words left the Sakura Nation people in the chat channel fuming with rage, their faces turning red, yet unable to find words to refute. Announcement: Newbie Village 250 wins this kill challenge. Each person receives 200 experience points. 100 experience points will be deducted from each person in the other Novice Villages. As soon as the words fell, beams of light shone on everyone in Novice Village 250. Wow, they directly added 200 experience points. That's more than what I earned after half a day of killing in the squad. With these 200 experience points, I've leveled up to level 3 right away. Boom! This is wonderful. My strength has improved again. I really have to thank brother Su Rui. Although these experience points are pitifully small for Su Rui, for those with lower levels, they can't level up as quickly as Su Rui. Meanwhile, in other Novice Villages of Sakura Country, each person had 100 experience points deducted. What the heck? After deducting the experience, I actually dropped from level 2 back to level 1. Baka! All my hard work for half the day was wasted. A Sakura Nation girl player cried directly. Woo-woo. My experience points weren't enough to deduct, and they actually turned into a negative number. Announcement: in this kill challenge, Su Rui's kill contribution reached 100%, and a special reward will be given to Su Rui. Su Rui directly killed a level 6 beast, and no one from the 250 Novice Village participated. Therefore, this reward belongs solely to Su Rui. In front of Su Rui, a spinning roulette appeared, displaying various accessories, weapons, spiritual fruits, and elixirs. This was the reward granted by the Heavenly Tao, allowing him to draw a prize from the lucky roulette. The pointer on the spinning will quickly stop at a sword. In the next moment, a beam of light shone down, and a sword with a sheath appeared in Su Rui's hand. Fine grade tier 1 weapon Xingfeng sword. The blade is extremely sharp, attack power plus 30, and comes with armor piercing effects. Fine grade tier 1 weapon? Su Rui used the Eye of Insight to scan the black iron sword in his hand and found that it was an ordinary tier 2 weapon. As for the previous iron sword, it was a weapon without any grade. At this moment, an introduction to weapon grades appeared before Su Ruei. Weapon grades, from highest to lowest, are ordinary, fine, and excellent. Each grade is further divided into first and second tiers, and the gap between them is also immense. Swish, swish, swish. He drew the Qingfeng sword and swung it a few times forward. It must be said, a fine weapon is indeed handy. However, Su Ruei would not be satisfied with this. With a thought, he used super transformation on the Qingfeng sword. As the super transformation was initiated, the Qingfeng sword gradually began to emit a faint glow. Transformation successful. Qingfeng sword has been transformed into Qingguang sword, attack power plus 50, with armor penetration and bleeding effects. Qingguang sword, excellent tier 2 weapon. Not bad, it even added a bleeding effect. In this case, when the demonic beast is hit by the Qingguang sword, its wounds cannot heal and the beast's injuries will continue to worsen. This counts as sustained damage. Swish, 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 swish. Su Ruei wielded his sword and swung it forward once again, the azure light sword emitting a brilliant blue glow. He placed the black iron sword on his back. This sword could be used by his clone later. Although the clone possessed the same weapon as him, it would not receive the weapon's enhancement. Therefore, there was still a certain gap in combat power between the clone and the main body. Now, this black iron sword can enhance a clone with attack power and piercing attributes. The kill challenge has ended, and the challenge chat channel will soon be disconnected. Next time, our Sakura Nation will definitely win it back. Next time, even if you're given the chance, you still wouldn't be able to do it. Yeah, lousy Sakura country, go home. At this moment, the crowd in Novice Village 146 suddenly fell into a frenzy. Ah, damn it. What's going on? A snake. It's an incredibly huge snake. This is the Snake King in the cave. We've killed so many little snakes, and now it's here to avenge them. Afterward, there was another round of angry curses and wails, but soon, this chat channel completely disappeared. Ah, those Sakura country brats finally got what they deserved. So satisfying. I thought it was heaven's favor that let them discover a snake nest, but not only did they fail to win, they were also avenged by the Snake King. The reason we were able to win is all thanks to Big Boss Su Ruei. That's right, Big Boss Su Ruei single-handedly led our Novice Village to victory. In the 250 Novice Village, everyone kept praising and complimenting Su Ruei. However, Su Ruei's attention was not on the chat channel. He sheathed the azure light sword and ran toward Tong Xin. Just now, being able to kill the desert worm was all thanks to Tong Xin, otherwise, he would have had to fight another fierce battle. At the same time, the talent skill Tong Xin used earlier surprised Su Ruei. The rating of this talent is definitely not low, even stronger than Zhou Yi's lightning. Truly, you can't judge a book by its cover. At this moment, Liang had already rushed to Tong Xion's side and shook her awake. It's just that her face was still a bit pale, and her gaze was unfocused. How is she? Are her injuries serious? Su Ruei asked. Liang raised her head and said, she's fine, just severely exhausted, no external injuries. Then, she glanced at Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong, who were hurrying over, and said, in our current situation, we can only return to the Novice Village to recover. Su Ruei nodded and said, I'll escort you out. The beasts in this desert are generally at levels 4 and 5, which are quite dangerous for them at the moment. He planned to escort them out of the desert. After all, they ended up like this because they helped him deal with the worms. At this moment, Tong Xian, lying weakly in Li Ying's arms, asked feebly, Did our Dragon Nation win? Victory! Thanks to you, we managed to win. Su Ruei didn't expect that Tong Xian was still thinking about this now. Upon hearing Su Ruei's words, a smile immediately appeared on Tong Xian's face. Soon, Jiang Chuan and Xu Yong also hobbled over. Upon hearing that their Dragon Kingdom had won, smiles spread across their faces. Great! This injury of mine wasn't in vain. After their excitement, Su Ruei said, wait for me here for a moment, I'll escort you out of the desert later. He hadn't forgotten that he still needed to devour the desert worm, and his endless devour ability had been upgraded, now allowing him to devour the same beast 6 times. Standing before the worm's corpse, Su Ruei extended his hand. Devouring successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8, defense plus 3. Afterward, Su Ruei devoured the attributes from the nearby giant lizard corpses. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Devouring successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After devouring the attributes, Su Ruei glanced at the attribute panel. Attack 469, defense 50, speed 369, level 91130/10,000. Upgrading later requires so much experience. Su Ruei was somewhat stunned. It seemed that relying solely on killing monsters was not enough to quickly improve his strength. There also needs to be enough opportunities to obtain spiritual fruits and herbs. These can directly enhance strength, and some can even grant experience. Currently, with the attribute boost, Su Ruei feels his strength has grown even stronger, and his defense attribute has reached 50 points. Those lower-level beasts can no longer cause any harm harm to Su Rue. Moreover, he also discovered that his eye of insight could observe even farther, clearly perceiving the movements of grass and wind hundreds of meters away. It seems that with the level upgrade, the talent has also been enhanced. Unfortunately, both the clone technique and teleportation are fixed talents and cannot be improved. Otherwise, the ratings of these two talents wouldn't be so low. The higher the rating of the talent, the stronger the power will be compared to those with lower level talents. After finishing these tasks, Su Rue walked toward Jiang Chuan and the others and escorted them to the edge of the desert. Alright, we can handle the rest on our own, Jiang Chuan said proactively. They were the strongest individuals in their novice village. Although injured now, they could still handle some level 3 or level 4 beasts. Su Rue was about to nod, but suddenly noticed 3 pairs of brown-yellow eyes staring in this direction from the bushes several hundred meters away. I'd better escort you into the jungle. With that, Su Rue took the lead and walked at the very front. As he approached the bushes, 3 black shadows simultaneously leaped out from the undergrowth, lunging toward Su Rue. These turned out to be 3 black panthers, but their size was much larger than that of an average tiger. Su Rue was already prepared. He drew the Qingguang sword and thrust it toward the shadow in the middle, his speed as fast as lightning. The sword directly pierced through the panther's skull. Killed level 4 demon beast Shadow Panther. Experience points plus 500. Then, he swiftly drew the azure light sword and slashed horizontally at another shadow leopard nearby. The long sword sliced through the neck of the shadow leopard, severing its head completely. Killed level 4 beast Shadow Leopard. Experience points plus 500. The last shadow leopard had already leaped into the air, about to pounce on Su Rue. Su Rue's figure vanished from the spot, and the next second, he appeared directly in midair behind the shadow leopard. A sword pierced straight through the back of the shadow leopard's head into its mouth. Killed level 4 demon beast Shadow Leopard. Experience plus 500. It truly is a fine sword. Su Rue had just pierced through the shadow leopard's hard skull, as if stabbing into a sponge, without any resistance. It seems this is the effect of armor penetration. However, it is mainly because Su Rue's attack power was high enough, and the shadow leopard's defense wasn't very strong. So amazing. Tong Xian's face was full of admiration. Although the other 3 didn't say anything, their expressions were full of astonishment. Even though Su Rue had already demonstrated absolute strength before, witnessing him effortlessly take down 3 shadow leopards up close, they couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion in their hearts. After entering the jungle, we probably won't encounter any more level 5 beasts. Let's part ways here, Jiang Chuan said. But Su Rue spoke up. Wait a moment. Put. After speaking, Su Rue walked toward the 4 of them and, under their astonished gazes, used super transformation to upgrade all their weapons. All of their weapons were elevated by 1 level. The expressions of shock on the 4 people's faces grew even stronger. Screech. This is? Jiang Chuan was at a loss for words. Not only was Su Rue's strength astonishing, but his methods were also equally impressive. Su Rue said, "You've helped me so much. Consider this as my way of repaying you." Swish. Without them, it would have been very difficult for Su Rue to kill the level 6 beast before completing the kill challenge in the 146 novice village. Put. Moreover, converting these weapons is nothing more than a simple task. Then, while the others were still recovering from their shock, Su Rue directly said, "We'll meet again if fate allows." After speaking, Su Rue turned and walked toward the depths of the desert. He once again embarked on his solo monster-killing journey. Currently, it is already afternoon, and the time for the rookie leaderboard rewards is drawing closer. Meanwhile, the chat channel in the intermediate beast zone has grown from over 20 people to more than 200. During this period, people have been continuously stepping from the beginner beast zone into the intermediate beast zone. Moreover, Su Rue was surprised to find that Li Xiu was also among them. It seems he had also arrived in the intermediate beast zone. However, very few people ventured into the desert, as they lacked Su Rue's level of strength. In this unexplored desert, the number of beasts was indeed quite high. Su Rue hadn't walked far before he saw a mound of earth moving quickly in the distance. Su Rue, without saying a word, grabbed the Qingguang sword and charged forward. Upon reaching the dirt mound, Su Rue leaped and thrust his sword into it. Following the sound of a mouse's cry, blood seeped out from the dirt mound. Killed level 4 demonic beast, Long-clawed sand rat. Experience plus 400. The long-clawed sand rat hadn't even had the chance to break through the ground before Su Rue slew it with a single sword strike. Then, he extended his palm toward the sand pile. Devouring successful. Speed plus 4, attack plus 3. At this moment, the sound of something scraping against the ground came from the surroundings. Su Rue glanced around and discovered that not far away, a massive earth-yellow python was slithering in this direction. Level 5 demonic beast yellow-scaled python, enormous in size, immense strength, possesses strong defensive scales, a predator of the desert. There are indeed quite a few beasts here. Su Rue pulled the Qingguang sword from the ground and walked toward the giant python. As he got closer, he discovered that the giant python's body indeed had small reflective scales. However, this was nothing to Su Rue. At this point, he was confident he could break through the defenses of the giant lizard. Not to mention the scales of this giant python. After approaching the giant python, Su Ruwei suddenly accelerated. With his speed-enhancing boots, he moved like the wind. The giant python immediately raised its head, ready to launch an attack. But Su Ruwei leapt straight into the air, wielding the Qingguang sword and slashing down at its head. With one slash, green light erupted, and the scales on the giant serpent's head were struck, sending sparks flying. At this moment, the armor-piercing attribute of the green light sword also took effect, directly shattering the serpent's scales. Swish! The long sword left a ferocious scar on its snake head. Put! Blood gushed out from its head, further enhanced by the bleeding effect of the green light sword. The giant python's head slammed back onto the ground, its massive body continuously coiling on the ground, stirring up the yellow sand. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for it to bleed to death, but Su Ruwei wasn't going to waste time waiting. He wanted to give the giant python a swift end. Su Ruwei used teleportation to reach the 7-inch spot on the python's body and thrust his sword down. This sword directly pierced through the scales of the giant python, deeply stabbing into its body. As the sword was thrust in, the previously frantically writhing body of the giant python immediately stopped moving. Killed level 5 beast yellow-scale giant python. Experience plus 700. Devour successful. Attack plus 5, speed plus 3, defense plus 1. Su Ruwei immediately drew the Qingguang sword and continued walking deeper into the desert. Now, even if he encountered a level 6 beast, he wouldn't be afraid. There was nothing to fear in the intermediate beast zone anymore. After walking a short distance, Su Ruwei noticed a water source ahead. It was a small lake with a limited area. The water was very shallow, as if it would completely dry up before long. The ground was covered with footprints of demonic beasts, surrounded by scattered rocks and hills. It seems this is where the demonic beasts come to drink water, and water sources in the desert are extremely scarce. Su Ruwei immediately decided to wait here for a while to see if any demonic beasts would show up. Swish! He hid behind a giant rock. Before long, a figure really did appear. However, it wasn't a demonic beast, it was actually a human, carrying several weapons on his back. Put! He stealthily approached a rock. Then he took all the weapons off his back and hid them one by one. Then, he took out a necklace with an orange gemstone from his pocket. Swoosh! A smile unconsciously appeared on his face, and he even couldn't help but laugh out loud. Bang! What are you laughing at? So happy. Su Ruwei appeared behind him at some point. The sudden voice behind him startled him, and he immediately tucked the pendant in his hand back into his pocket. Then he immediately turned around and looked at Su Ruwei. Who are you? What do you want? Swish! Su Ruwei, with his arms crossed in an indifferent expression, said, Nothing much, I just want to ask you where I can find any beasts around here. Put! This guy has already come deep into the desert, so he must have encountered quite a few beasts. Meng Chang saw that Su Ruwei indeed had no intention of attacking him, so he relaxed his guard. However, after hearing Su Ruwei's words, he was somewhat puzzled. He had previously come to the desert with his teammates. They couldn't even avoid the beasts, yet this guy actually wanted to go looking for them. After sizing up Su Ruwei from head to toe, he was immediately drawn to the Qingguang sword in Su Ruwei's arms. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted sword with its sheath, Meng Chang's eyes lit up with excitement. He clapped his hands and said, Hey, if you're looking for beasts, then you've asked the right person. I've been wandering around here for a long time, and I happen to know where there are beasts. Oh, really? Su Ruwei became interested. Meng Chang grinned, revealing 2 large yellow teeth, and said with a laugh, Yes, I know a beast's lair. It's full of weak beasts, and there are plenty of them. I guarantee you'll have a great time hunting them. I was just worried about not having anyone to hunt those beasts with, and then I ran into you. Isn't that a coincidence? It is quite a coincidence, Su Ruwei said with a slight smile. Let's go, hurry, and follow me. After saying that, he couldn't wait to lead Su Ruwei over, not even planning to take the weapons hidden behind him. These weapons of yours, Su Ruwei reminded. Carrying them is a hassle, so just leave them here for now, Meng Chang said with a wave of his hand. Seeing Su Ruwei still standing in place, he quickly urged, Hurry up, or someone else might discover it if we're late. Only then did Su Ruwei follow along. On the way, Su Ruwei also learned that this guy's name was Meng Chang. The teammates were all killed by the beasts, leaving only him. The weapons he carried on his back earlier were proof of this. After walking for a while, he actually reached the cave that Meng Chang had mentioned. From the other side, this place looked like a small sand dune. The entrance to the cave was not large, just enough for one person to pass through. This is the place, Meng Chang said, pointing at the cave. Su Ruwei glanced around. There were quite a few footprints on the ground, which definitely couldn't have been made by just one person. Moreover, Meng Chang had previously mentioned that there were quite a few monsters inside, yet now he dared to walk straight in. After arriving at the entrance of the cave, Meng Chang waved to Su Ruwei, Hurry up and come in. Su Ruwei nodded and followed, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The two walked through the dim passage and arrived at a relatively spacious area. It turned out to be an open-air space, with fine sand continuously sliding down from above. Huge boulders were scattered all around, and the path ahead had come to an end. This place didn't seem to have any signs of a demonic beast. Meng Chang, where is the demonic beast you mentioned? mentioned?" Su Rui asked. "Right ahead, behind that rock." Meng Chang pointed to a huge stone in front. He stopped in his tracks, pretending to be scared, not daring to move forward. Su Rui raised his sword and stepped forward, passing in front of Meng Chang. At that moment, a trace of ferocity flashed across Meng Chang's face. A dagger slid down from his sleeve and was gripped in his hand. Now, the two were separated by no more than the distance of one person, and Su Rui had his back completely turned to him, with all his attention focused on the large rock ahead. He believed that launching a sudden attack from this position would leave Su Rui absolutely no time to react. He raised the dagger and thrust it toward the back of Su Rui's neck, aiming to pierce through his nape. Clang! A flash of green light streaked by, and the dagger in Meng Chang's hand was knocked away. How could this be? Meng Chang's face was full of confusion. He still had no idea what had happened. The dagger in his hand was already out of his grasp. "Your acting is terrible, and your skills are even weaker," Su Rui commented. Just now, he deliberately exposed this flaw to see how Meng Chang would react. If his methods were impressive, Su Rui still had teleportation. With that, Su Rui raised his sword and walked toward him. Meng Chang gritted his teeth and swung the straight blade in his hand toward Su Rui, but Su Rui was far too fast for him, and another flash of green light streaked by. Meng Chang's hand, still gripping the hilt of the blade, was sent flying. Blood spurted from Meng Chang's severed wrist. Meng Chang fell to his knees, clutching his bleeding wrist and screaming in pain. Get ready to say goodbye to this world. When dealing with people like this, Su Rui never showed mercy. Seeing this, Meng Chang was so frightened that he quickly said, "Ah, you can't kill me. I still have teammates. If you kill me, they won't let you go." "You have teammates?" Su Rui was somewhat surprised. Meng Chang saw Su Rui stop and quickly nodded. "That's right. If you kill me, you won't survive either. They're very strong. They'll definitely find you." And then, Su Rui silenced him with a sword to the throat. He could no longer speak, only a gurgling sound of blood flowing from his throat. He widened his eyes in disbelief as he looked at Su Rui. "I hate being threatened the most," Su Rui said coldly. Swish! Then, he drew his long sword, and Meng Chang met his end. Su Rui unleashed Endless Devour on Meng Chang's corpse. Devouring successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 8. It seems this guy's level isn't low, which isn't surprising. After all, anyone who can explore this far wouldn't have a low level. However, in front of Su Rui, he stood no chance. During this time, Su Rui had devoured quite a few attributes. Su Rui stepped forward, took the straight blade from his hand, and transformed it. Transformation successful. Ordinary Tier 1 straight sword has been transformed into Ordinary Tier 2 Tang sword. Tier 2 Tang sword, attack plus 18, speed plus 4, straight slashes will increase power. Not bad. Su Rui remembered that Bai Zhongwu was using this weapon. He placed the Tang sword on his back, prepared to leave it for the clone to use. A person can only receive the enhancement of one weapon attribute, so even if Su Rui holds this knife, it won't increase the attribute unless the Qingguang sword is replaced. Then, he looked at Meng Chang's corpse and noticed that the pocket on his chest was bulging. Su Rui stepped forward and took an orange pendant out of his pocket. Defense pendant, activate with mental focus to release a defensive light screen anywhere around the body. Great, it's actually a defensive item. During the earlier fight between the two, Meng Chang didn't even have time to use it before being killed. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides was too great, and even if he used it, the result wouldn't be any different. Su Rui put the defensive pendant around his neck. But at this moment, a strong smell of blood reached Su Rui's nose. Following the scent, he looked toward the large rock, and the smell was coming from behind it. Su Rui held the scabbard of the Qingguang sword and walked toward the large stone. When he reached the stone, the scene before him filled him with anger. Screech! Several human corpses were piled together here, their blood already dried and turned black. It seemed that they had all been lured here and killed by Meng Chang and his teammates using various schemes. Although Su Rui had anticipated this earlier, he still felt a surge of anger upon seeing such a scene. Meng Chang's death was not undeserved. At this moment, a commotion came from the cave entrance. Seriously, this trip was a waste. These people are either too strong and numerous, or overly cautious to the point of absurdity, a burly man carrying an iron rod said with a face full of dissatisfaction. The shrewd man holding an iron sword said, "Yeah, I've talked until my lips are dry, and they still don't want to come with us." The man in the middle with a fierce expression said, "Alright, stop complaining. Haven't we gained enough? Just those weapons alone, I bet they'll fetch a good price later." The boss is still the smartest. All these treasures are much faster than us working hard to kill monsters to improve our strength. The group of three, chatting as they went, arrived directly at the open area of the cave. After they arrived here, they discovered that a stranger was standing in the place that originally belonged to them. The three of them immediately drew their weapons, ready for battle. "Who are you? What are you doing on our turf?" the burly man shouted. The fierce-looking boss grinned and revealed a smile. "This is a fat sheep delivered to our door, and it seems like he's carrying quite a few treasures." Su Rui not only held a delicate Qingguang sword in his hand but also wore soft armor and a power bracelet on his wrist. He even had a defensive pendant he he had just obtained hanging around his neck, practically covered in treasures. Before Su-Rue could speak, the shrewd man nudged the boss and said, "Boss, look at the ground, that seems to be its old third." Boss Yang Hai immediately raised an eyebrow. "You actually killed old third. You've got some skills, kid. It seems the beasts I need to kill today are you lot," Su-Rue said as he slowly drew the Qingguang sword. "These people slaughter their own kind in the reincarnation world, making them even more despicable than the beasts. You don't think that killing Meng Chang alone means you can handle us, do you?" Yang Hai sneered coldly. "Brothers, let this kid witness our strength." With that, the three of them grabbed their weapons and surrounded Su-Rue. Facing the encirclement of the three, Su-Rue took the initiative and charged directly at the shrewd man. Su-Rue's speed was incredibly fast. A flash of green light streaked by, and a sword thrust forward. The shrewd man saw Su-Rue charging toward him, and his speed suddenly increased, his body even producing afterimages. He retreated explosively backward, successfully dodging the sword thrust by Su-Rue. Even Su-Rue couldn't help but marvel. If you think I'm an easy target, then you've miscalculated." The shrewd man let out a cold laugh. At this moment, the burly man holding an iron rod and the boss, Yang Hai, were already charging forward with their weapons. Su-Rue brandished his sword to counter. Clang! Clang! With two strikes, Su-Rue deflected their attacks. The two were repeatedly forced to retreat by the azure light sword, their hearts filled with shock at Su-Rue's terrifying attack and speed. It was simply an overwhelming force crushing them. After driving the two back, Su-Rue seized the opportunity to press the attack, swinging his sword toward Yang Hai. This strike was incredibly fast. A flash of azure light passed, and the long sword slashed directly across Yang Hai's chest. The blade tore through the cloth on his chest, leaving a long scar on Yang Hai's chest. "Ah!" Yang Hai grimaced in pain, clutching his wound as he retreated backward. Su-Rue ignored him and used teleportation to appear in front of the burly man holding the iron rod. A sword slashed across his throat. The burly man's neck was directly severed. His eyes widened in shock. The iron rod in his hand fell to the ground, and he knelt down clutching his throat with both hands. At this moment, the swift and cunning man had just arrived behind Su-Rue, ready to launch an attack. However, when he saw his teammate being killed by Su-Rue with a single sword strike, fear appeared on his face, and the thought of retreat arose in his heart. Because Su-Rue's strength was too overwhelming, even a sneak attack would not succeed. Knowing he was no match, he turned and ran. With his talent for speed enhancement, his escape was indeed very fast. However, Su-Rue's speed was equally impressive, having absorbed numerous speed attributes and possessing speed boots. He quickly caught up with him and thrust his sword. A sword directly pierced through the back of his head, with the tip emerging at the center of his forehead. Swish! Su-Rue pulled out the long sword and immediately walked toward Yang Hai, who had fallen to the ground. At this moment, Yang Hai was on the ground clutching his bleeding wound, his face twisted in pain, and his forehead covered in sweat. Swish! He saw Su-Rue approaching him, carrying the blood-dripping Qingguang sword. Such incredible speed! Yang Hai gritted his teeth and took out a scroll from his pocket. In the next second, blue light flickered all around, and Yang Hai's body vanished from where he stood. Not far away in the desert, Yang Hai's body reappeared here, accompanied by a blue glow. "Damn it! Ran into a tough one, but luckily I have this treasure." At this moment, although Yang Hai had escaped the cave, the long wound on his chest was still gushing blood. This was the bleeding effect caused by the Qingguang sword. Yang Hai's face was extremely pale, and he immediately took out the healing spiritual herb he had seized earlier and consumed it. The situation finally improved a bit, and he immediately dragged his severely injured body away from here. Slash! Inside the cave, Su-Rue was all too familiar with this blue glow. It was the beginner-level teleportation scroll he had used before. "I didn't expect this guy to have one of these. If I had known earlier, I would have dealt with him first." Su-Rue felt a pang of regret. He is the leader of the four, so he definitely has the most treasures on him. However, even so, his harvest this time will undoubtedly be very abundant. Slash! The bodies of these three bandits are all bulging, so they must have looted quite a lot. Su-Rue walked to the corpse of the shrewd man he had killed and found two yellow spiritual fruits on him. Su-Rue transformed and consumed it directly. Successfully consumed. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 5. Swish! Successfully consumed. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 5. At the same time, a warm current spread throughout Su-Rue's body from his mouth, replenishing his stamina. Two spiritual fruits directly restored Su-Rue's stamina to its peak. Afterward, Su-Rue transformed the iron sword on the ground into a secondary black iron sword and placed it on his back. Currently, Su-Rue already had several weapons on his back, which was somewhat cumbersome. Slash! However, these weapons were of no help to Su-Rue. But for others, these weapons are treasures, especially after being modified by Su-Rue. After all, most people without opportunities are still holding basic weapons without any grade. After looting the items from the shrewd man, Su-Rue didn't forget to absorb his attributes. Devouring successful. Player has acquired F-grade talent. Speed enhancement. Speed enhancement. Fixed talent. Double speed after use. Duration 1 minute. Cooldown 1 hour. Another talent. Su Rue felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had just been wondering how this kid's speed could be so fast, and it turned out to be due to a talent. Reminder, F-level speed enhancement and E-level talent teleportation belong to the same type of talent and can be fused. Would you like to choose fusion? It can actually be fused? Su Rue immediately chose to fuse. With teleportation, Su Rue felt that the speed enhancement was somewhat redundant. Fusion successful. E-level talent teleportation distance increased from 5 meters to 10 meters, and upgraded to top-tier E-level talent. 10 meters. This significantly enhances his strength, allowing Su Rue to attack enemies more unexpectedly from a greater distance. Originally, Su Rue thought this fixed talent could not be improved. Now it seems that as long as he absorbs talents of the same type, he can achieve an upgrade through fusion. Of course, those who do not possess the endless devouring ability definitely cannot enhance this type of fixed talent. Su Rue came to the corpse of the burly man once again. This guy also had a yellow spiritual fruit on him. Su Rue transformed and put it away for later use. After all, this thing could restore stamina, and eating it now would be a waste. Afterward, he extended his hand and used endless devour on the burly man. Devouring successful. Attack plus 18, speed plus 6. Not bad. This is higher than the attributes of those level 5 beasts, almost catching up to the attributes of level 6 beasts. After completing the devouring, Su Rue looked at the iron rod in the burly man's hand. This is also a basic iron rod without any grade, which Su Rue turned into a regular first-tier weapon after holding it. However, it is long and heavy. If carried around, it would be too cumbersome, but leaving it here would be a waste. Although there is currently no shop or trading system in the novice village, based on Su Rue's experience, these features will soon be available. By then, such unused weapons can be sold. Su Rue placed it back again and walked toward the corpses behind the rocks. The items on these corpses had all been looted by those people. The weapons Meng Chang had been carrying on his back earlier were probably theirs. Moreover, the reason Meng Chang carried all those weapons out, Su Rue guessed, was likely because this guy wanted to keep the stash for himself. After encountering Su Rue, they planned to kill him and make him take the blame. I have already avenged you. You can rest in peace now. Su Rue stepped forward and absorbed the attributes of these people. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 8, speed plus 4. Devouring successful. Attack plus 9, speed plus 6. Devouring successful. Attack plus 11, speed plus 6. The attributes of these people are generally not high. It seems Meng Chang and his team are picking easy targets. After devouring, Su Rue's attributes increased significantly again. At this moment, he began to worry again about having no place to store the weapons. Moreover, Meng Chang had hidden 5 or 6 weapons near the water source. If Su Rue carried all those weapons on him, it would greatly affect his combat effectiveness. But at this moment, the voice of Tian Dao sounded in Su Rue's ear. Reminder, rewards will be issued to players who have maintained their ranking on the rookie leaderboard for 24 hours. The next second, a beam of light appeared in front of Su Rue, and a brass chest and a wooden chest emerged simultaneously. This was the reward Su Rue received for ranking 87th. He first glanced at the brass chest, then at the wooden chest, and said, "Let's start with you." Su Rue stepped forward and opened the wooden treasure chest, revealing a pair of brown leather bracers inside. Basic protective gear leather bracers, defense plus 3 upon wearing. Su Rue then used the super transformation on them. Transformation successful. The leather bracers have been transformed into rustic leather bracers, defense plus 6. The color of the rustic leather bracers became darker, noticeably thicker, and had a few more straps. Su Rue put on the bracers. Not bad. He was quite satisfied. Although this thing didn't add much to defense, it did make the appearance look much better. Moreover, it can also protect the wrist, which is probably its greatest function. After opening the wooden treasure chest, Su Rue turned his attention to the brass treasure chest. Hopefully, this brass treasure chest will bring him a surprise. After Su Rue stepped forward and opened the treasure chest, a silver patterned ring appeared inside. Basic spatial ring, used for storing items, contains 5 cubic meters of space. It's actually a spatial ring. Isn't this perfect for Su Rue to store all those weapons? Su Rue took the ring out of the treasure chest and put it on his hand. With a single thought, he saw the storage space inside the spatial ring. The shape of this 5 cubic meter space can change according to Su Rue's thoughts. Su Rue immediately transformed the space into an oval shape, placing the weapon on his back and the iron rod on the ground inside. This made Su Rue feel unburdened. Then, with another thought, a tang knife appeared in his hand. Not bad. This makes it more convenient to retrieve weapons during battle. After trying to freely retrieve items from the spatial ring, Su Rue also placed the Qingguang sword in it. Now, Su Rue felt even lighter. He walked out of the cave and headed toward the place where he had previously discovered the water source. There were also weapons hidden by Meng Chang, but when he arrived near the water source, he was stunned by the scene before him. He saw that a herd of elephants had unexpectedly appeared around this water source. The area was filled with massive elephants, which seemed to have chosen this water source as their habitat. Moreover, there were several giant elephants wandering wandering around the place where Meng Chang hid the weapons. It seems the weapons can only be left there for now. Su Ruwei immediately used the Eye of Insight to scan the nearest giant elephant. Level 5 beast, wild giant elephant, massive size, astonishing strength, thick skin, slow movement. These giant elephants are taller and larger than ordinary elephants, and their skin is obviously very tough. However, Su Ruwei is not worried about being unable to break through their defenses now. After all, Su Ruwei's attack power is currently very high, and he also possesses the Qingguang sword with armor-piercing effects. But the number of these giant elephants is simply too large. If they are startled and charge together, Su Ruwei definitely won't be able to withstand it. However, the experience that such a number of elephant herds can provide is immeasurable. But if you want to kill these giant elephants, you have to carry out an assassination carefully without alarming the entire herd. Su Ruwei crouched down, using the boulders as cover, and approached a lone giant elephant that was some distance away from the herd. When he got close to the giant elephant, Su Ruwei had already taken out the Qingguang sword and held it in his hand. Although this giant elephant was alone, it wasn't far from the herd by the small lake. Great! Su Ruwei knew that trying to kill it without alerting the herd would be no easy task. It had to be done with a single fatal strike. For others at a similar level to Su Ruwei, this would be an impossible feat. After all, they would probably struggle to deal with a giant elephant, let alone take it down in one hit. However, Su Ruwei had just acquired an upgraded teleportation talent. This talent is perfect for assassination. Su Ruwei moved behind a large boulder, which was about 15 meters away from the giant elephant. He tightly gripped the azure light sword and dashed out from behind the boulder. The giant elephant, hearing the commotion, raised its massive head and glanced over. It saw a human holding a sword emitting green light, charging toward it. The giant elephant was instantly startled, but before it could react, Su Ruwei's body suddenly vanished into thin air. This made the giant elephant wonder if it was hallucinating. But in the next moment, Su Ruwei appeared beneath its head, thrusting the azure sword in his hand. The sword pierced through the giant elephant's throat with precision, and with a flick of Su Ruwei's wrist, he slashed its throat open. After feeling the pain, the giant elephant wanted to roar, but blood kept gushing from its throat, making it unable to produce any sound. It didn't even have much of a reaction before being killed by Su Ruwei. Defeated level 5 demonic beast, wild giant elephant. Experience plus 800. The giant elephant's body immediately collapsed to the ground, making a loud noise. A few giant elephants not far away looked over, but this one's body was blocked by the huge rock. Those giant elephants couldn't see anything at all. Not bad. It actually gave 800 experience points. After gaining these 800 experience points, Su Ruwei's level reached 9,40,30/10,000. Then he extended his hand and devoured the attributes of the giant elephant. Devouring successful. Attack plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After finishing the devouring, Su Ruwei did not hear any other movements around. It seems that this assassination was successful. Su Ruwei climbed onto another large rock, exposing only his head as he scanned the surroundings, searching for his next prey. Soon, he locked onto another lone giant elephant. Su Ruwei crouched again, cautiously approaching the giant elephant. Arriving beside the giant elephant, Su Ruwei's teleportation ability had already finished cooling down. This time, the distance was sufficient. He directly used teleportation to appear beneath the giant elephant's neck. The green-glowing sword in his hand thrust forward. The giant elephant's neck was pierced, blood gushed out, and it couldn't make any sound before collapsing directly. This sound is far from enough to alarm the elephant herd. Killed a level 5 beast, wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Another one. Swish. Su Ruwei felt a surge of joy in his heart. If he could kill all these giant elephants, it would greatly enhance his strength. However, there weren't many lone giant elephants left. At the moment, Su Ruwei only saw one elephant that was relatively far from the others. As for the other giant elephants, although they weren't in the herd, they were still grouped in 3s or 5s. But if he killed one of them, it would definitely alert the other elephants. Forget it. Let's deal with this lone one first. Su Ruwei crouched down again and used the same method to sneak near the giant elephant. Once again, the same technique, a flash of green light. The giant elephant collapsed directly to the ground, blood gushing from its neck. Killed level 5 beast, wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Bang! Su Ruwei drew the Qingguang sword, climbed onto a large rock, and secretly observed the surrounding giant elephants. The giant elephants in the middle of the water source were frolicking in the water, while the scattered ones around were grouped in 3s and 5s, and they were closer to the elephant herd, so any noise they made could be detected by the elephants. But now Su Ruwei had no other choice, either retreat directly or take the risk to kill a few more. After observing for a while, Su Ruwei sneaked toward the place where Meng Chang had previously hidden the weapons. There were now 3 giant elephants wandering nearby. These 3 it is. Su Ruwei planned to kill them, grab the weapons there, and run. After arriving behind a large rock near the three giant elephants, Su Rui's body split into three. He gave the azure light sword in his hand to one of the clones and handed the black iron sword to another clone. Holding a Tang sword in his hand, he also wore a power berserk bracelet on his wrist. No matter what weapon is used, it can deliver a fatal blow to the giant elephants. After distributing the weapons, Su Rui began looking for an opportunity. The three giant elephants were now not far from this rock, only about 5 meters away, which was why Su Rui chose to act against them. At this moment, only one giant elephant was facing this direction, while the other two had turned their heads in different directions. But this was a perfect opportunity. Bang! The three Su Rui simultaneously charged out, rushing toward the three giant elephants. The giant elephant facing the rock saw the three humans charging toward it. It was instantly startled. It prepared to cry out to alert its companions. Unfortunately, Su Rui's true target was it. The next second, Su Rui, holding a Tang knife, had already arrived beneath the giant elephant's neck. At the same time, a brilliant white light erupted from his hand, and with one slash, he struck at the giant elephant's neck. This strike, enhanced by the berserk strength bracelet, directly sliced through the giant elephant's throat, severing half of its neck. The giant elephant ultimately made no sound and collapsed straight to the ground. Killed level 5 beast, wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. After killing the giant elephant, Su Rui immediately devoured its attributes. But the other two giant elephants naturally heard the commotion and quickly turned their heads to look this way. But at this moment, Su Rui's two clones had already arrived, both under Su Rui's control. The two of them each charged toward a giant elephant, their speed equally swift. Splat! The clone wielding the azure sword directly pierced through the giant elephant's throat with a single strike. It collapsed without making a sound. Defeated a level 5 demonic beast, wild giant elephant. Experience plus 800. On the other side, the clone holding the black iron sword similarly thrust the long sword in its hand into the giant elephant's throat. This sword also pierced into the giant elephant's throat. However, the attributes of the Xian iron sword are far inferior to the azure light sword, not to mention that the azure light sword also comes with an armor-piercing effect. Thus, the Xian iron sword only penetrated halfway into the giant elephant's throat and did not go all the way through. The intense pain made the giant elephant roar out loud. This roar caused Su Rui's heart to sink. At the same time, the giant elephant swung its massive trunk directly toward Su Rui. The clone of Su Rui was flung away, and fresh blood continued to flow from the giant elephant's throat as it turned its head and tried to rush toward the main group. The true Su Rui quickly controlled another clone and, along with his original body, charged toward the giant elephant. The giant elephant was already slow, and now, heavily injured, it became even more sluggish. The two Su Rui quickly caught up and each delivered a finishing blow to the giant elephant's throat. With one knife and one sword, the giant elephant was directly finished off. Slayed level 5 demonic beast, wild giant elephant. Experience points plus 800. Devour successful. Attack power plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Su Rui immediately absorbed the attributes of the giant elephant. When he looked up, he found that some of the nearby giant elephants and the herd near the water source were all looking in this direction. But they were stunned by the scene before them. A human actually dared to hunt one of their kind right in front of them. In the middle of the elephant herd, an unknown giant elephant let out a thunderous roar. The other elephants, upon hearing this roar, immediately charged toward Su Rui. In an instant, dozens of giant elephants rushed toward Su Rui, causing the surrounding yellow sand to fly into the air. This momentum made Su Rui feel as if he were facing an army of thousands. However, he did not panic but immediately turned around and walked toward the corpse of a giant elephant. Devouring successful. Attack plus 10, speed plus 2, defense plus 1. Previously, there was still one attribute of the giant elephant left unabsorbed. After completing the devouring, the giant elephant's attributes were fully absorbed. Meanwhile, another clone stepped forward and grabbed the weapon that Meng Chang had hidden earlier, then ran toward the main body. Su Rui immediately stored these weapons in his spatial ring. At this moment, the giant elephants were already very close to Su Rui. But at this time, Su Rui did not retrieve the two clones back into his body but instead controlled them to run off into the distance. The true body also ran over and, upon passing a large rock, directly used teleportation to arrive behind the rock. Meanwhile, the two clones continued running forward. Boom! Boom! The enraged elephant herd charged aggressively after the two clones. But as they kept chasing, the two figures of Su Rui in front suddenly disappeared. Bang! This left the wild giant elephants at the front completely baffled. They stopped one by one, shaking their massive heads as they searched everywhere for Su Rui's figure. At this moment, Su Rui, who was hiding behind a large rock, immediately fled from another direction. If these giant elephants can't find him, they will surely return. If they discover him, then it would be disastrous. So many giant elephants, they would probably trample him to death. After a burst of running, Su Rui distanced himself from the herd of elephants and arrived at the slope of a hill. He took out all the weapons he had just acquired. These weapons included knives, swords, and bows, but they were all basic weapons without any grade. Su Rui used super conversion to transform them all into ordinary first-tier weapons. Then, Su Rui stored them back into his spatial ring. Now, he had quite a few weapons on him, and the lowest grade among them was still an ordinary first-tier weapon. At this moment, most of the members in the novice village were still using basic weapons, with only a few holding weapons of any grade. Su Rui could be said to be very wealthy. Of course, this was all thanks to Meng Chang's gang of bandits, as all their loot ended up in Su Rui's hands. The only pity was that the leader managed to escape. As the leader of the quartet, he surely had the most treasures on him. After putting away all the weapons, Su Rui continued walking deeper into the desert. Nowadays, the sky has already turned to dusk, and the afterglow of the setting sun has painted the corners of the sky red. It is estimated that it won't be long before this place shifts into nighttime mode. But now Su Rui is no longer afraid of these things. After the enhancement of his eye of insight, his vision has become stronger than before. Even at night, his vision will not be affected. Just after taking a few steps into the depths of the desert, Su Rui saw 3 people walking toward him. Upon closer inspection, Su Rui's face immediately lit up with joy, because the person in the middle, clutching his chest and walking hunched over, was none other than Yang Hai, who had previously escaped from Su Rui's grasp. Well, what a coincidence. This time, I won't let you escape from me. Su Rui took out the Qingguang sword from his spatial ring and strode toward them. This group consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. Apart from Yang Hai, the other 2 appeared quite young, resembling a couple. The woman, named Qi Jinxiu, had a petite and charming figure with delicate features. The man, named Zhao Heng, had a tall and upright build and looked decent. Brother Yang Hai, how far is that seriously injured demon beast you mentioned from here? Qi Jinxiu asked, standing beside Zhao Heng. The 2 of them had encountered Yang Hai while exploring the desert and found him seriously injured at the time. So, the 2 gave him a healing spiritual herb they had with them. In return, Yang Hai was extremely grateful and even shared a secret with them, saying that he had discovered a severely injured and dying level 6 demon beast in the desert. He was injured and unable to kill the level 6 beast, so he planned to take the 2 of them to kill the level 6 beast. The 2 of them, upon hearing this, gladly followed Yang Hai. Not far now, it's just ahead, Yang Hai said, clutching his chest and panting heavily. The expression on his face looked extremely uncomfortable, but in fact, the injuries on his body had already mostly healed with the help of 2 healing spiritual herbs. The current weakness was all an act, meant to make these 2 lower their guard. Moreover, from the earlier interaction, he learned that between the 2, only the man had awakened a powerful talent and was quite strong. The woman, on the other hand, was just a pretty face with no combat ability. When the time comes, just ambush this man and stab him to death with 1 sword. As for this woman, she really looks quite good. When the time comes, enjoy her for a while and then kill her. Just thinking about it feels great. Yang Hai was calculating in his mind, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Alright, then let's hurry up. Zhao Heng naturally had no idea what Yang Hai was thinking. Right now, he just wanted to quickly kill the level 6 beast. After all, he had never killed a level 5 beast before, at most only level 4 beasts. The experience from a level 4 beast was already plenty for him, so how much experience would a level 6 beast provide? Zhao Heng had already begun to envision it in his heart. But as the 3 of them walked, a young man holding a sword appeared ahead. Hey, there's someone up ahead. Qi Jinxiu pointed forward and said. Yang Hai, who had been lowering his head, immediately looked up. He definitely didn't want anyone to ruin his plans. As a result, at that moment, it felt as if all the blood in his body had frozen, and his heart had temporarily stopped beating. It's him. This was a fear that came from the depths of Yang Hai's heart. Brother Yang Hai, do you know him? Qi Jinxiu noticed that something was off with Yang Hai. Yang Hai stared intently at Su Rui, his Adam's apple moving up and down, and nodded. Quick, let's go quickly. At this moment, his face had turned pale with fright, and he turned around to run. Why? We still have to go kill the level 6 demon beast. Zhao Heng asked in confusion. Unable to kill a level 6 beast, he was unwilling to leave just like that. Yeah, is that person really that terrifying? Yang Hai's mind turned quickly, and he immediately said, you don't understand. That person is a bandit. My teammates were all killed by him, and the injuries on me are also thanks to him. The 2 were shocked simultaneously. But at this moment, Su Rui had already arrived here. His speed was too fast. Yang Hai, realizing he couldn't escape, simply stopped running. He planned to use these 2 people to maneuver against Su Rui, and perhaps even find an opportunity to counterattack and kill Su Rui. He shouted at Su Rui, is killing my teammates not enough for you? Now you want to kill me too. Someone like you doesn't deserve to live, Su Ruwei said coldly. Looking at the aggressive Su Ruwei, Shi Jinshou's sense of justice immediately surged. What are you trying to do? We're all compatriots. Is it necessary to strike so ruthlessly? Shi Jinshou said angrily. Zhao Heng stepped forward and said, Xiu is right, we're all compatriots. How can you do such a thing? Su Ruwei glanced at the two of them. If he hadn't realized they weren't Yang Hai's teammates, he would have already made his move. Before Su Ruwei could speak, Yang Hai immediately put on a pitiful expression and said, I'll give you all the items I have on me. Just spare me, please. Hearing this, Shi Jinshou immediately said, Brother Yang Hai, don't be afraid. With us here, we won't let you be in any danger. Zhao Heng followed up, that's right. If he wants to kill you, he'll have to deal with the spear in my hand first. Hearing the two's words, Yang Hai showed a grateful expression on his face. Great, with you here, I can rest assured. At the same time, he also gave Su Ruwei a provocative look. If Su Ruwei started to fight with these two in order to deal with him, that would be entertaining. He knew that this man named Zhao Han was not weak and also had talent on his side. When the two of them fought, he would launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the situation like a fisherman profiting from the fight between the snipe and the clam. Yang Hai was calculating smugly in his heart, the smile on his face growing even wider. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng gripped his spear tightly, staring at Su Ruwei with extreme vigilance. But in the next second, Su Ruwei's body disappeared from where he stood, causing the three to tense up. Yang Hai suddenly felt a chill at the back of his neck, and alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to dodge to the side, but unfortunately, it was all too late. Swoosh! A flash of blue light streaked by, and Yang Hai's head was separated from his neck. Yang Hai's head fell directly to the ground, his eyes wide open, finding it hard to accept the situation. He never expected that, in the face of his maneuvering, Su Ruwei would choose to act without a second thought, and he couldn't even withstand a single encounter before being finished off by Su Ruwei. Not only him, Zhao Heng and Qi Jinsi were even more shocked, and it was the first time the two had seen such a scene in the reincarnation world. Shi Jinshou's pretty face turned pale, her trembling finger pointing at Su Ruwei as she said, You actually killed brother Yang Hai. Su Ruwei looked at Yang Hai's corpse and said coldly, I told you, people like him don't deserve to live. What? As he spoke, he reached out and absorbed Yang Hai's attributes. Devouring successful. Attack plus 17, speed plus 8. Afterward, he directly, in front of Qi Jinshou and the other person, took the sword from Yang Hai's hand and stored it in his spatial ring, beginning to loot the items on Yang Hai's body, as if he regarded the two of them as air. At this point, Qi Jinshou became even more furious. She didn't know where she got the courage to say, You're really too much. To obtain someone else's belongings, you actually resorted to murder. People like you. He didn't think he could escape. Right now, he just wanted Su Ruwei to take Yang Hai's belongings and leave quickly. Even he hadn't expected that Qi Jinshou would still dare to criticize Su Ruwei. After glancing at Qi Jinshou, Su Ruwei lowered his head and continued collecting Yang Hai's belongings. The reason I killed Yang Hai and his teammates is because they wanted to kill me. Why did they want to kill you? Qi Jinshou asked innocently. Because they are bandits, they wanted the items I have, and before this, they had already killed several people. Upon hearing this, Qi Jinshou couldn't help but retort, How is that possible? Brother Yang Hai isn't that kind of person. Why should I believe you? At this moment, Zhao Heng even wanted to cover her mouth to stop her from speaking any further. If this continues, the two of them might end up being ruined by her. Su Ruwei had already taken all the items from Yang Hai. He stood up and said, You don't have to trust me, so if you want to avenge him, just go ahead. Su Ruwei completely ignored the two of them. If they were chosen as targets by Yang Hai, their strength must not be that great. Qi Jinshou clenched her fists, ready to charge forward, but Zhao Heng stopped her just in time. Xiu, don't be impulsive, he said to Qi Jinshou in a low voice. Then, he turned to Su Ruwei and said, We believe in you. After collecting all of Yang Hai's belongings, Su Ruwei did not linger here and directly turned around to leave. Watching Su Ruwei's departing figure, Qi Jinshou couldn't help but say, Brother Heng, are we really just going to let this robber leave like this? Boom! Zhao Heng glanced at Qi Jinshou and said with a bitter smile, If he were truly a robber, the two of us would already be corpses by now. Qi Jinshou looked at Zhao Heng in disbelief. Brother Heng, you're already so powerful, are you still no match for him? Zhao Heng shook his head. The strength Su Ruwei had just displayed far surpassed his own. At this moment, Qi Jinshou also understood. So, that means Yang Hai really is a robber. After walking some distance, Su Ruwei finally took out the items he had scavenged from Yang Hai. This guy indeed had quite a lot of things on him. There were 3 spiritual fruits alone, as well as a silver white necklace. Basic attack necklace. Attack power plus 10 when worn. Necklace? Su Ruwei already had a pendant around his neck, unsure if wearing 2 would cause the effects to overlap. He first used super conversion on the necklace. Conversion successful. The basic attack necklace has been converted into an ordinary tier 1 attack necklace. Attack power plus 20. After the conversion, Su Ruwei directly put the necklace around his neck. Reminder, only one accessory of the same type can be worn. Additional accessories will no longer provide effects. As expected, it doesn't work. Su Ruwei took off the necklace from from his neck, although 20 points of attack power were quite significant. However, for Su Ruwei, the defensive pendant was more important. After all, Su Ruwei currently didn't lack those 20 points of attack power, whereas the single defense provided by the defensive pendant could be very useful at critical moments. Su Ruwei also converted all 3 spirit fruits, but the quality of these spirit fruits was inherently low. Even after the transformation, the effects it can bring are very limited, with the main function being to restore stamina. Successfully consumed. Attack power +8, speed +8. Successfully consumed. Attack power +8, speed +8. After Su Ruwei consumed 2 spiritual fruits, his stamina was restored to its peak. He put away the remaining spiritual fruit, and along with the ones he had kept earlier, Su Ruwei now had 2 spiritual fruits in his possession. At this moment, Su Ruwei's gaze fell on a black disc which he had also taken from Yang Hai. The black disc was about the size of a plate, with 3 indentations on its surface. What is this thing? When Su Ruwei got it earlier, he felt it was strange, so he immediately used the Eye of Insight to look at the disc. Basic Element Fusion Device. Collect the Forest Mark, Desert Mark, and Snowfield Mark to obtain any one elemental ability. Basic Element Fusion Device? What is this elemental ability? Just as Su Ruwei was puzzled, the voice of the Heavenly Tao sounded again. Basic Elemental Ability. The ability strength is not inferior to a sea-level talent and can be upgraded later by acquiring more elements. Not inferior to a sea-level talent, and it can still be upgraded later. Su Ruwei was overjoyed. This was truly a great treasure. Elemental ability sounds really powerful. Task reminder. The locations for obtaining the marks have been marked on the map. Players can go to the marked locations to acquire the marks. Su Ruwei quickly opened the map to check, and sure enough, the locations for obtaining the 3 marks were all marked. But the location of the desert mark is way too close to him. Wait, isn't this the water source where the wild elephant herd resides? So the desert mark is here. Since it's so close to him, Su Ruwei immediately turned around and went back. Now, the collective mission of the novice village will begin after tonight. Su Ruwei wanted to gather this element before the group mission started and acquire an elemental ability. For Su Ruwei now, this was far more powerful than the combat strength gained from leveling up. Soon, Su Ruwei was about to return to the elephant herd's location, but before that, he saw 2 figures appear ahead. It was none other than Qi Jinxiu and Zhao Hong, whom he had just encountered. Hong, we've come so far and still haven't seen the level 6 beast Yang Hai mentioned. It seems he really lied to us. Qi Jinxiu and the other person came here with the purpose of verifying whether the severely injured level 6 beast Yang Hai mentioned actually existed. Now it seems Yang Hai was indeed deceiving them. Yes, you can know someone's face but not their heart. I never thought Yang Hai would plan to set us up, Zhao Hong remarked with emotion. Then, he said with relief, luckily, we ran into that person earlier, otherwise we might have really been tricked by this Yang Hai. So, we misunderstood him. Qi Jinxiu lowered her head in shame. If I get the chance, I'd like to apologize to him in person. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hong nodded. Yes, I think so too. Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Hong stopped abruptly. His gaze was fixed in one direction, and he froze on the spot. Qi Jinxiu followed his gaze and saw Su Ruwei walking toward them. Immediately, her face turned pale with fright. Could he be coming to kill us and seize the treasure? After all, with Su Ruwei's strength, killing them would be a piece of cake. Moreover, in this desert, if he killed them, no one would ever know. The two had just said they wanted to apologize to Su Ruwei in person, and now they saw that Su Ruwei had really returned. Instead, they were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. But Su Ruwei is a person with principles and boundaries. As long as the other party hasn't wronged him, he wouldn't commit such acts of killing and looting. Su Ruwei held the Qingguang sword, glanced at the two, said nothing, and continued on his way forward. Zhao Hong tightened his grip on the spear, his face tense, his whole body ready to fight. But Su Ruwei treated them as if they were air and walked right past them. Zhao Hong immediately let out a sigh of relief, his back already drenched in cold sweat. At this moment, Qi Jinxiu spoke up. Hey, we misunderstood you about what happened earlier. Sorry. She sincerely apologized to Su Ruwei. This left Su Ruwei a bit stunned. He hadn't expected her to apologize over this matter. He stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said, "You'd better leave here as soon as possible. It will be very dangerous here later." Because Su Ruwei might have to confront the elephant herd soon, and when the herd goes berserk, the area within a few kilometers won't be safe. Seeing that Su Ruwei actually responded, Qi Jinxiu was no longer so afraid. She turned to ask, "Why? Are you going to fight the beasts? Our strength is also very strong. We can help you." "Not necessary." Su Ruwei turned his head and continued walking toward the elephant herd. With the boost from the speed boots, he quickly disappeared from the two's sight. "Hong, let's follow and take a look too." Saying this, Qi Jinxiu directly ran after them. "Sai, Xiao Xiao." Zhao Hong shook his head and helplessly followed. At this moment, the sky had gradually darkened, and specks of stars appeared in the heavens, with moonlight spreading over the desert. The visibility here was much better than in the jungle, and with the enhancement of the Eye of Insight, Su Ruwei's vision was not affected at all. He climbed onto a hill near the water source and looked down. At this time, the giant elephants were near the water source, lying on the ground together and falling asleep. Seeing this scene, Su Rui was delighted. All these giant elephants were asleep, making it much easier for him to take the desert mark. In Su Rui's view, the desert mark must be hidden in this small lake. However, when he opened the map to compare the location of the desert mark, he discovered that the marked location on the map was actually in the center of the elephant herd. Su Rui immediately looked toward the center of the elephant herd. A gray-white wild elephant, significantly larger than the other giant elephants, was lying in the very center of the herd. Level 6 Beast Wild Elephant King, leader of the wild elephant herd, with attributes far surpassing ordinary giant elephants. Killing it will grant the desert mark. Su Rui gasped, realizing that the desert mark could only be obtained by killing this elephant king. What happened? This is troublesome. Not to mention the strength of the elephant king, Su Rui can't even handle so many giant elephants around. Moreover, the elephant king is now surrounded by layers upon layers of giant elephants. At this moment, Su Rui can't even get close to the elephant king, let alone kill it. Fortunately, it's nighttime now, and these giant elephants' vision is definitely limited, plus they are still asleep. He can quietly approach the elephant king, kill it, and then sneak away. At that time, he could use his speed and the teleportation ability to escape, possibly leaving the elephant herd completely bewildered. However, this plan is very risky, but he can't worry about that now and has no choice but to proceed. Hey, what are you doing here? The voice from behind interrupted Su Rui's thoughts. Shi Jinxiu and Zhao Hong had actually caught up. The two of them weren't fools either. They could tell that Su Rui wasn't the kind of person who killed the innocent indiscriminately. Moreover, his strength was so formidable that the two wanted to follow Su Rui to see if there was a chance to pick up some scraps. Didn't I tell you that it would be very dangerous here soon? Su Rui glanced at the two of them. We're not afraid of danger. Earlier, Hong and I teamed up and even took down a level 5 vulture, Shi Jinxiu boasted. Zhao Hong chimed in. That's right. We mainly wanted to see if we could be of any help. Su Rui saw through their little thoughts, but he didn't pay them any mind and instead stepped forward, heading down the hill. As Su Rui walked down the hill, Shi Jinxiu and the other person came to the spot where he had just been standing and looked down. Wow, there are so many elephants here, Shi Jinxiu exclaimed with her mouth wide open in amazement. There were about 30 or 40 giant elephants, all lying together and sleeping at the moment. Zhao Hong, upon seeing this, also widened his eyes. Could he be planning to do something to these elephants? Oh my, these elephants look even more formidable than the giant lizards we encountered before. He's going alone. Shi Jinxiu could hardly believe that Su Ruinan was going to face these giant elephants by himself. Su Ruinan swaggered over to the vicinity of the elephant herd. These giant elephants were all sound asleep, completely unaware of Su Ruinan's arrival. After all, their wild elephant herd was considered a top-tier group in this desert. Usually, no other beasts dare to attack them, so these giant elephants haven't developed the habit of keeping watch at night. Su Rui held the Qingguang sword in his hand, moving like an assassin, weaving through the bodies of the giant elephants. This made the two people on the hill's hearts race wildly, thinking to themselves, this guy is way too bold. If he wakes the giant elephants, they could probably crush Su Rui flat with a single stomp. At this moment, Su Rui was still leaping and weaving across the giant elephant's body. His light frame, even when landing on the elephant, wouldn't wake it up. After a series of movements, Su Rui arrived at the center of the elephant herd and saw the wild elephant king sleeping soundly in the middle. This was even smoother than he had imagined. These giant elephants showed no signs of vigilance. Of course, this was also thanks to the arrival of night, which had lulled these giant elephants into deep sleep. Swish! Su Rui drew the azure light sword, its blade emitting a faint blue chill. He stood on the body of a giant elephant nearby, aiming carefully, ready to strike and kill the sleeping elephant king in one blow. Hiss! He had only this one chance. If he failed, it would be much harder to kill it again. Impossible. Is he really going to take action against the largest elephant? On the hill, Shi Jinxiu and the other person were once again shocked by Su Rui's actions. Since this was the only opportunity, Su Rui naturally had to give it his all. His body split into three, and the three Su Ruis simultaneously leaped from the giant elephant's body, thrusting their swords toward the elephant king's neck. However, at this moment, the sleeping elephant king suddenly sensed danger. It abruptly opened its eyes and saw three dark figures attacking it. The elephant king was instantly shocked. It immediately swung its massive trunk, sweeping toward the three Su Rui. In midair, Su Rui had no leverage and no way to dodge. Bang! Bang! Two clones were flung away by the giant elephant's trunk, while the remaining true body teleported directly to the elephant's neck. A brilliant white light erupted from Su Rui's hand as the berserk attack bracelet was activated. At the same time, the long sword in his hand had already thrust forward. The armor-piercing effect of the azure light sword, combined with triple attack power, is enough to break through even the toughest defenses of the wild elephant king. The azure light sword plunged directly into the elephant king's throat, silencing the cry that was about to escape its mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. Blood gushed continuously from the wound. But the elephant king truly lives up to its name. It did not die but struggled to stand stand up directly. Su Ruwei also pulled out the Qingguang sword and performed a backward somersault to avoid being trampled by the Elephant King. As the massive Elephant King of the Wild just stood up, the two clones attacked again. Both of them simultaneously stabbed toward the Elephant King's neck. Poochie, Poochie. Although the clones did not have the support of the Qingguang sword and the bracelet, their attacks were not weak. They left two bloody holes on the giant elephant's neck, hastening the death of the Elephant King. After being stabbed with two more swords, the Elephant King had no chance of survival left. It furiously stomped directly toward Su Ruwei in front of it. Boom, boom. However, its speed was far too slow for Su Ruwei, who easily dodged it. But the Elephant King's footfall created a massive noise as it hit the ground, startling the surrounding giant elephants awake. Damn it! Why isn't this guy dead yet? Su Ruwei was a bit anxious. If it were an ordinary giant elephant, having its throat pierced would have already killed it. Unexpectedly, the Elephant King's vitality was so tenacious. As the surrounding giant elephants continued to awaken, they saw the Elephant King being attacked and let out deafening roars one after another. At the same time, they also launched attacks toward the three Su Ruwei in the center. Su Ruwei hurriedly retracted the two clones. Then, he jumped onto the back of a giant elephant to evade the trampling of these elephants. But what followed were massive elephant trunks swinging toward him. Su Ruwei could only rely on his agile movements, continuously leaping and dodging on the giant elephant's body. This was all thanks to the enhanced jumping ability he had gained earlier from killing the Gale Eagle. Otherwise, he would be completely unable to weave back and forth among the elephant herd. But this is like dancing on the tip of a knife. If he's not careful, he could be flung away by a giant elephant's trunk. What follows would be the relentless trampling attacks of the elephant herd, so he cannot afford to make a mistake. However, in such a situation, his stamina is rapidly depleting, and he won't be able to hold on for long before his speed slows down. Before he could hold on any longer, the wild Elephant King had already collapsed to the ground first. As expected, no matter how tenacious the Elephant King was, with its throat pierced and the bleeding effect added, it finally couldn't hold on any longer. Killed level 6 beast Wild Elephant King, experience points plus 1600. Hearing this notification sound, Su Ruwei was overjoyed. Wow! He leaped and bounded, arriving beside the Elephant King's corpse, and indeed saw a special mark emitting a yellow glow. He stepped forward, picked up the mark, and placed it in his spatial ring. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the desert mark. Put. Afterward, Su Ruwei extended his hand and activated Endless Devour on the Elephant King's corpse. Devouring successful. Attack plus 20, speed plus 4, defense plus 4. Huff, huff. Just after devouring the attributes and preparing to leave, Su Ruwei suddenly saw two massive elephant trunks appear above his head. Like enormous iron rods, they smashed down toward Su Ruwei. It was already too late for him to dodge. At the critical moment, Su Ruwei's mind stirred, and he immediately activated the orange pendant on his chest. A pale yellow defensive disc appeared above Su Ruwei's head. Bang! Bang! Two massive elephant trunks smashed directly onto it, causing the disc to be covered with dense cracks. Su Ruwei also took the opportunity to leap to the side. Crash! The next second, the defensive disc shattered directly, but the two elephant trunks also lost their power. After Su Ruwei leaped to dodge and had just landed, an incredibly thick elephant leg stomped down toward him. Su Ruwei dodged the kick with extreme agility and, taking advantage of the elephant leg not yet landing, climbed directly onto it. The kick caused the surrounding ground to tremble. Reaching the back of the giant elephant, Su Ruwei determined his escape route and began leaping back and forth among the herd toward the outer edge. He unleashed his fastest speed and quickly reached the edge of the elephant herd. He made another leap and landed on the back of a giant elephant. As soon as he landed, an elephant trunk swung toward him from the side, and Su Ruwei quickly jumped in another direction to dodge. But another elephant trunk swung toward him from that direction as well. Su Ruwei didn't even have the chance to use teleportation and was directly struck by the elephant trunk. Although Su Ruwei was very fast and extremely agile, he was still attacked by the giant elephant. Fortunately, the elephant's trunk threw him outside the herd. After landing, Su Ruwei felt dizzy and his whole body ached. This was despite Su Ruwei wearing soft armor and having extremely strong personal defense. Swish! If someone of the same level were thrown like this by the giant elephant, many of their bones would probably be shattered. The attack power of the giant elephant is truly no joke. After Su Ruwei landed, several giant elephants on the edge immediately charged toward him. Before he had time to get up, one of the giant elephants had already rushed over at full speed. The giant elephant stomped directly toward Su Ruwei on the ground. In his current state, Su Ruwei was no longer able to immediately get up and leap to dodge. The elephant's leg stomped down directly, causing the surrounding ground to tremble, and yellow sand was shaken into the air. Bang! However, there was no sign of Su Ruwei dodging out. Shi Jinxiu, on the distant hill, gasped sharply, covering her mouth with both hands, her eyes fixed on the spot where the giant elephant had stomped. It's over. He was crushed flat by the elephant. Zhao Heng's eyes were also filled with shock as he looked at the earlier scene. He thought Su Ruwei would kill the Elephant King among the herd and leave calmly. Unexpectedly, this was the outcome. Zhao Heng sighed and said, "Alas, alas, if you often walk by the river, how can your shoes not get wet? His actions were too risky. At the same time, the giant elephant stepping on Su Rue moved its foot away, and the other elephants also gathered around. However, there was no trace of Su Rue under its feet, not even a single hair. A few meters away, behind a large rock, Su Rue leaned against the rock, panting heavily. That was really close. If it weren't for having so many life-saving tricks, I might have really met my end here. At the critical moment just now, Su Rue used teleportation and directly arrived behind this rock to hide. Thus, it also gave Qi Jinsho and the giant elephants an illusion of being crushed themselves. However, it was really dangerous just now. He was almost crushed for real. But successfully collecting the desert element made all the effort worthwhile. He took out the black disc, where the desert element was already embedded in its designated position, emitting a faint yellow glow. At this moment, his gaze caught the pendant on his chest, and he noticed that his orange pendant had developed a slight crack. No way! This pendant is actually consumable and can get damaged after use. During the battle just now, the defense created by the pendant was shattered by the giant elephant, which was probably the reason for its damage. Boom! However, this pendant should be quite special, just like the space ring on Su Rue's finger. There is currently no way to perform super conversion. It is estimated that conversion will only be possible after Su Rue's level increases and the super conversion ability is enhanced. Swish! Su Rue opened the map and began checking the locations of the remaining two elements. Whoosh! Among them, the forest element is located in the forest Su Rue passed through earlier, but it is still quite far from his current position. Whoosh! And the ice field element is deeper in the desert, closer to Su Rue. Bang! He immediately chose to retrieve the ice field element first. Afterward, he would return to retrieve the forest element and then head straight back to the novice village. By then, the group mission would probably be about to start. Bang! Time was pressing, and Su Rue immediately set off toward the ice field. Behind him, the elephant herd was still going berserk due to the death of the Elephant King, trampling the surrounding ground into continuous tremors, with roars echoing incessantly. Bathed in moonlight, Su Rue sprinted all the way, and soon he saw the snow-covered land and mountains ahead. The snowfield was actually bordering the desert, something impossible in the real world. Boom! 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 But here, no matter what Su Rue encounters, he wouldn't find it strange. Su Rue took out the Qingguang sword from his spatial ring and headed toward the snowy plains. Based on past experience, the snowy plains are definitely more dangerous than the desert, and the level of beasts here is certainly higher. After all, this area is deeper into the intermediate beast zone. Boom! As soon as one foot stepped into the snowfield, Su Rue felt a wave of coldness sweep over him. The temperature here was indeed much lower than in the desert. However, Su Rue had consumed numerous spiritual fruits, which enhanced his physique, and his defensive attributes also provided assistance. This bit of cold posed no harm to Su Rue. As soon as Su Rue stepped into the snowfield, several gray-white giant wolves lying on the ground nearby immediately opened their eyes. They caught the scent of prey. At this moment, Su Rue was still running toward the location of the icefield element, but he quickly noticed a few pairs of glowing eyes behind him, following closely. Didn't expect to encounter beasts right after arriving. Well then, let's deal with you first. Su Rue stopped in his tracks, turned around, and drew the azure light sword, and the speed of these snowfield wolves was very fast. As Su Rue stopped in his tracks, the snowfield wolves immediately caught up. Level 5 demonic beast snowfield wolf, extremely fast, highly sensitive sense of smell, and exceptionally strong skeletal defense. Starting off with a level 5 demonic beast looks like the overall strength of the demonic beasts in this snowfield is indeed greater. Swish! Swish! Two snowfield wolves charged directly at Su Rue. Su Rue's body split into three, with two clones wielding swords and slashing at each snowfield wolf respectively. Meanwhile, the other two snowfield wolves circled around to Su Rue's side, launching attacks from the left and right. Su Rue's main body gripped the Qingguang sword and thrust it toward the snowfield wolf on the left. This sword directly pierced into the open mouth of the snowfield wolf, penetrating its throat from within. Defeated level 5 demonic beast snowfield wolf. Experience plus 700. Congratulations! Player level has risen to level 10. Attack plus 50, speed plus 50, defense plus 15. Super conversion talent has been upgraded. Special items can now be converted. Upgraded. Su Rue felt a surge of joy, but he didn't have time to check, because at this moment, the snowfield wolf on the right had already lunged at Su Rue, its sharp claws about to tear through his back. But in the next second, Su Rue's body vanished and reappeared directly at its side. Su Rue swung his sword once again. This strike directly slashed the belly of the snowfield wolf, splitting it open. Since this creature's bones had strong defenses, Su Rue simply avoided the areas protected by the bones. The snowfield wolf immediately let out a cry of pain, its body crashing heavily to the ground, with its internal organs beginning to spill out. Su Rue stepped forward once again and ended the snowfield wolf's suffering with a sword to its neck. Defeated level 5 demonic beast snowfield wolf. Experience points plus 700. At this moment, the battle between the two clones and the snowfield wolves had also reached a fever fever pitch. The two snowfield wolves were about to collapse. Su Rui first devoured the attributes of the two snowfield wolves. Devouring successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Devouring successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Soon, the two clones killed the two snowfield wolves, ending the battle. Defeated level 5 beast snowfield wolf. Experience +700. Defeated level 5 beast snowfield wolf. Experience +700. Su Rui retracted his clone and then opened the attribute panel. Attack 698. Defense 82. Speed 490. Level 9 2430/20000. After the previous devouring and item enhancements, Su Rui's attributes had already reached a terrifying level. Nowadays, dealing with level 5 demonic beasts has become effortless for him, and he can even handle level 6 demonic beasts. Now, he can single-handedly kill the level 6 desert worm he previously encountered. Therefore, he is very confident about obtaining the Snowfield Elemental Mark. Although this is a snowfield, it is also an intermediate demonic beast zone, so higher-level demonic beasts are unlikely to appear. Devouring successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Devouring successful. Attack +6, speed +6. Su Rui did not forget to devour the attributes of the remaining two snowfield wolves. Then, he looked at the space ring on his finger. After the recent upgrade, his super transformation had improved, and he could now transform the space ring. Su Rui focused his thoughts, and the ring on his finger began to change, with the patterns on it gradually becoming more intricate and refined. Transformation successful. Basic space ring has been transformed into an ordinary space ring, capable of holding 10 cubic meters. Put, not bad. The space has actually doubled. Originally, it was packed with so many weapons that the space seemed somewhat insufficient. Now it has become much more spacious inside. Afterward, Su Rui also discovered that the pendant on his neck could be transformed as well. He immediately transformed the defensive pendant. Transformation successful. The defensive pendant has been transformed into a defensive crystal pendant, with enhanced defensive capabilities. After the transformation, the orange defensive pendant became even more translucent, but the crack still remained. Swish! Placing the pendant inside his clothes, Su Rui continued walking toward the location of the snowfield mark. According to the markings on the map, Su Rui twisted and turned his way into a mountain range. Screech! I wonder what kind of monster needs to be slain to obtain this snowfield mark. Su Rui certainly wouldn't naively believe that the snowfield mark would just be sitting at the marked location waiting for him to take it. Bang! There is bound to be a fierce battle. Arriving at the marked location on the map, Su Rui discovered a mountain hollow, with massive footprints scattered across the surrounding snow. Deep within the hollow, a snow lotus emitting a faint blue glow bloomed in a crack in the mountain. Precious ice crystal snow lotus, a sacred healing medicine that can rapidly recover injuries after consumption. The lower the consumer's level, the better the effect. The grades of spiritual herbs and fruits are as follows: ordinary first grade, ordinary second grade, precious, rare. It turned out to be a precious grade spiritual herb. This was the first precious spiritual herb Su Rui had ever encountered. Back then, when Mitsurugi Saburo was gravely injured and on the brink of death, he consumed an ice crystal snow lotus, which shows the effectiveness of the ice crystal snow lotus. However, although Su Rui was excited, he did not walk over directly to pick the snow lotus, because, beneath the growing snow lotus, three giant beasts as large as small mountains were lying below, sleeping. Su Rui hurriedly used the Eye of Insight to scan over. Level 5 demonic beast Frost White Bear, possesses immense strength, thick skin, and a violent nature, prone to berserk rage. Name, Su Rui. Su Rui then looked at another white bear nearby, and it was also a level 5 Frost White Bear. The two white bears were sleeping outside, while inside there was an even larger bear with glowing ice crystals on its back. Level 6 Beast Ice Crystal Bear King, dedicated to guarding the ice crystal snow lotus, with parts of its body covered in highly defensive ice crystals. Upon defeating, you can obtain the snowfield mark. As expected, it's a level 6 beast. Su Rui drew the Qingguang sword and walked toward the three giant bears, all of which were sleeping. It was the perfect opportunity for him to make his move. But just as he stepped into the bear's den, the slumbering Bear King at the back suddenly opened its two massive, bell-like eyes. The Bear King, upon opening its eyes and seeing a human intruding into its territory, immediately let out a furious roar. At this moment, the two white bears sleeping nearby were also awakened. They quickly got up from the ground and looked down at Su Rui in front of them. The three massive beasts stood upright, glaring at Su Rui with eyes as large as bronze bells. However, Su Rui showed no fear or hesitation. Holding the Qingguang sword in his hand, he walked resolutely toward the three giant bears. The Ice Crystal Bear King looked at the tiny human approaching it, not taking Su Rui seriously at all. It took 2 steps back, sat down directly, leaned against the massive boulder, and lazily looked at Su Rui. The two white bears nearby also didn't take Su Rui seriously, such a small human. With one slap, they could turn him into a meat patty, while at most, he could only scratch their itch. The two white bears stood upright and swaggered toward Su Rui. Their paws hit the ground, producing a tremendous tremendous noise. The weight of this polar bear is estimated to be almost as heavy as a wild giant elephant. Moreover, they have more muscles, are more agile, and possess a greater variety of attack methods. In just a few steps, the two polar bears walked up to Su Rue. One of the polar bears directly swung a paw at Su Rue, who was on the ground. Su Rue jumped up immediately, dodging the attack. The polar bear's paw struck the ground, causing it to crack. At this moment, the other polar bear clenched its paw into a fist and punched at Su Rue in midair. The polar bear's punch was full of force, and the accompanying gust of wind was extremely fierce. However, Su Rue's body vanished directly into thin air, and the polar bear's punch struck nothing but air. Su Rue's body appeared at the back of the polar bear's neck, thrusting a sword directly. The sword pierced through the polar bear's neck from back to front, with the long blade tip emerging from its throat. Su Rue pulled out the long sword. At the same time, he kicked the white bear's back, using the force to perform a backflip and landed gracefully. The white bear, whose throat had been pierced, swayed left and right a few times, its paws creating a massive commotion on the ground. Then, it directly collapsed to the ground. Defeated level 5 Frost White Bear. Experience points plus 800. Seeing this scene, the previously lazy Ice Crystal Bear King suddenly widened its eyes. One of its subordinates was actually killed just like that? Still defeated by a seemingly weak and insignificant human. As for the other Frost White Bear, upon seeing its companion's death, it immediately let out a roar and charged at Su Rue, vowing to avenge its companion. It extended its massive bear paw and swiped horizontally at Su Rue, but Su Rue turned over to dodge and directly jumped onto its arm. On the white bear's arm, Su Rue jumped again, this time heading straight for the white bear's front. In the white bear's eyes, Su Rue's body was rapidly approaching. A streak of green light flashed, and blood splattered all around. At the same time, a massive bear head was severed. Su Rue, without any hesitation, swiftly decapitated the white bear. Afterward, Su Rue landed gracefully. Behind him, the enormous body of the white bear slowly collapsed to the ground. The ground shook again slightly. Defeated level 5 Frost White Bear. Experience plus 800. Not bad. Gained another 1,600 experience points. On the way to collect the elemental mark, encountering so many beasts to kill is truly great. Moreover, this is even more efficient than Su Rue searching everywhere to hunt and kill beasts. While Su Rue was feeling pleased, the angry roar of the Bear King sounded from behind him. This roar seemed to shake the entire mountain range, showing the extent of the Bear King's fury. Its two subordinates were killed by a mere human. How could it not be enraged? After a furious roar, the Bear King strode directly toward Su Rue, causing the ground to tremble. Thud, thud, thud. Its body was a size larger than a polar bear, with glowing ice crystals on its back and arms. Reaching Su Rue, it struck down with a punch. Su Rue jumped up again, dodging the strike. The Ice Crystal Bear King's fist left a deep pit-like imprint on the ground. Whoosh! This was far stronger than the marks left by the two white bears. Leaping into midair, Su Rue swung his sword directly at the Bear King's neck. Bang! However, the Bear King's speed was astonishingly fast as well, and it shielded its front with its other arm. Clang! Whoosh! The azure sword struck the ice crystals on the Bear King's arm, sparking a burst of fire around. These ice crystals were harder than steel, and the sword only left a mark on them without breaking through. Swish! Instead, Su Rue's arm was slightly numbed by the shock, and he quickly retreated backward. Put! The hardness of the ice crystal left Su Rue astonished. After retreating and barely steadying himself, the Bear King charged at him again, giving Su Rue no chance to catch his breath. It struck down with another palm, but Su Rue dodged it once more. Bang! But after Su Rue dodged this palm, another punch came smashing over, continuous and unrelenting. Bang! Bang! Thud! Bang! What was unexpected was that the Bear King's speed was surprisingly fast, his palms continuously striking toward Su Rue. Su Rue could only keep dodging repeatedly, falling into a passive position. Very quickly, he was forced into a narrow corner by the Bear King, with no room left to dodge. The Bear King's ice crystal-covered arm had already swung over. Su Rue immediately raised his sword to block. In just an instant, Su Rue was flung away and then heavily slammed into the rocky wall of the mountain. Su Rue, who had crashed into the stone wall, slid down immediately. Whoosh! At this moment, his arms were in severe pain, and it felt as if his internal organs were about to be shaken out. Swish! However, fortunately, his defense was strong, and his physique was good, so he wasn't directly flung into serious injury. Swish! He just needed a moment to recover. However, the Bear King had no intention of giving Su Rue a chance to recover. It charged at Su Rue once again. Crack! With a thought, Su Rue's body split into three. Two clones, each wielding a sword, attacked the Bear King from the left and right. Bang! Clang! Thud! The two clones directly engaged in battle with the giant bear, causing the ground to tremble and sparks to fly. Smack! Su Rue bent over, clutching his chest as he got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on the Bear King. As long as it showed a defensive flaw, Su Rue would immediately take action. Boom! Although the ice crystal defense on its body was very strong, the parts not covered by ice crystals were similar to an ordinary white bear. As long as Su Rue seized the right moment, he could also kill the Bear King with a single strike. However, this guy is really hard to deal with. Not only does he know how to use ice crystals for defense and attack, but he's also very fast. In a one-on-one situation, Su Rue finds it quite difficult to make a move. But now, the two clones are enough to hold the Bear King in check. Roar! Soon, the Bear King became somewhat irritated as the two clones attacked him from both sides. Each time it was about to launch a full-force attack on one clone, another clone would appear, forcing it to defend. Its attacks became frenzied and fierce, but they revealed numerous flaws. Su Rue, standing to the side, had been waiting for this opportunity. He raised the Azure Light Sword and directly joined the battle. Seizing the moment, Su Rue leaped into the air and slashed down at the Bear King with his sword. And the Bear King, having just repelled two avatars, could only hastily raise his arm to block Su Rue's attack. Thud, thud, thud. Meanwhile, Su Rue, leaping in midair, wielded a long sword that emitted a dazzling white light and slashed downward with it. Su Rue's strike was aimed at the Bear King's elbow joint, as this area was not protected by ice crystals. With a flash of white light, the Bear King's arm was cleanly severed and fell to the ground. The Bear King immediately reached out to cover his severed arm and roared toward the sky. Bang! As soon as Su Rue landed, he directly activated his teleportation ability. His body flickered and instantly appeared in front of the Bear King. The Bear King, seeing Su Rue suddenly teleport right in front of his face, had his pupils widen noticeably. It wanted to extend its palm to strike at Su Rue, but it was already too late. A flash of green light streaked by as the long sword in Su Rue's hand slashed across the Bear King's throat. SSS. Blood instantly spurted out, and Su Rue flipped over to land behind the Bear King. The Ice Crystal Bear King extended its intact arm, clutching its throat that was gushing blood, but it was already too late. It first fell to its knees, and then its entire body collapsed to the ground. Its body hit the ground with a tremor, and blood flowed out along with it. Bang! Killed level 6 Beast Ice Crystal Bear King. Experience points plus 1800. Su Rue's level has also reached level 105A30/20,000. At the same time, Su Rue reabsorbed the two clones into his body and reached out to devour the attributes of the Ice Crystal Bear King. Devouring successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 10, defense plus 5. The combat power of this Ice Crystal Bear King was very strong, so it provided a lot of attributes. After devouring, Su Rue saw a blue mark appear next to the Bear King's corpse, and he immediately stepped forward to pick it up. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the Snowfield mark. Su Rue placed the Snowfield mark in his hand into the black disc. Bang! Now, only the forest element is missing. Once all three elements are gathered, the elemental power can be obtained. Boom! He could hardly wait to witness the power of elemental abilities. Afterward, he approached the corpses of the two frost-white bears and devoured their attributes. Devouring successful. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Devouring successful. Attack plus 8, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Roar! Not bad. I've gained so many attributes again. After completing the devouring, Su Rue's gaze suddenly turned to the ice crystal snow lotus above the stone wall. This snow lotus grew on a smooth cliff with no protruding rocks around it for climbing. However, this was no challenge for Su Rue. He quickly walked to the bottom of the stone wall, then took a running start and dashed upward for 5 or 6 meters. Afterward, just as his body was about to fall, he used teleportation. In an instant, he appeared beside the snow lotus. With sharp eyes and quick hands, Su Rue swiftly scooped the snow lotus into his arms. At this moment, his body began to plummet rapidly. He held the snow lotus in one hand, drew the Qingguang sword with the other, and thrust it into the stone wall. Sizzle! A spark burst out. Roar! The Qingguang sword left a long sword mark on the stone wall, and Su Rue also reached a sufficiently safe position. He stepped on the rock wall, drew the Qingguang sword, performed a backward somersault, and landed gracefully. After landing, he raised the snow lotus, which was the size of a plate, and a smile appeared on his face. The sacred healing medicine can quickly restore injuries and can also be taken during battle. Swish! When severely injured and almost unable to hold on, taking it not only restores injuries but also catches the opponent off guard. Su Rue carefully placed the snow lotus into his spatial ring and set it aside in a separate corner. Afterward, he immediately set off, embarking on the road back to the forest. Under the moonlight, a figure was moving swiftly. This person was Su Rue. He had already returned to the desert and was not far from the forest. Suddenly, a giant scorpion tail emerged once again from the nearby mound of earth. Slash! The scorpion tail lunged directly at Su Rue's head, and Su Rue took out the Qingguang sword from the spatial ring and slashed with one strike. Crack! The scorpion tail was directly severed into 2 pieces, and green liquid sprayed out from the break. Su Rue leaped forward again and thrust his sword into the mound of earth. Put! The Qingguang sword pierced through the sand pile, directly impaling the scorpion's body, leaving it no chance to emerge from the sand. Defeated level 5 demonic beast, Desert Scorpion. Experience points plus 700. Devour successful. Attack plus 6, speed plus 4, defense plus 1. Su Rue killed and devoured, then pulled out his sword and sheathed it, continuing on his journey. One by one, these little level 5 demon beasts dared to provoke him. They must have been tired of living. As Su Rue hurried on with all his strength, his stamina was rapidly depleting. During his journey, he consumed one of the 3 spiritual fruits he had left. Soon, he returned to the jungle, where the level of magical beasts was generally lower than in the desert and the snowfield. He wondered whether the forest mark would be easier to obtain compared to the other 2 marks. Following the hints on the map, he quickly arrived at a place where the trees were extremely dense. Towering trees were everywhere, their massive branches completely blocking the sky, leaving no trace of moonlight able to shine through. The ground was interwoven with various massive tree roots. After Su Rue arrived here, he looked around and saw that these big trees all grew in abstract and twisted shapes. The bark resembled wrinkles on a human face, and the crooked branches on the trees looked like their arms, giving off a somewhat eerie vibe. The map clearly marks this place, so why are there no demonic beasts here? Su Rue was a bit puzzled. He opened the map again to confirm. At this moment, a large tree behind him stirred. The wrinkles on the bark lifted, revealing a pair of dark green eyes, and the branches of the tree extended towards Su Rue. At the same time, Su Rue also heard a rustling sound coming from behind him. Wow! He immediately drew his azure lightsword and spun around sharply. As he turned, he saw 2 thick branches winding toward him. Su Rue was shocked. He quickly swung his sword to slash at the branches. Swish, swish. 2 tree branches as thick as thighs were directly cut off by Su Rue, and he also saw those dark green eyes on the big tree. Level 6 demonic beast twisted tree spirit, parasitic in towering trees, capable of freely manipulating and traversing through trees. Its true form is a tree-dwelling spirit creature. Level 6 demonic beast? It seems I was overthinking before. To seize the forest mark, I actually have to kill a level 6 demonic beast, and it's even a parasitic demonic beast. So, this means the real body is inside the tree trunk. While Su Rue was observing, the tree spirit once again controlled the roots on the ground to launch an entangling attack on Su Rue. Swish, swish. These tree roots seemed to come alive, winding towards Su Rue's legs. Su Rue swung his sword in all directions, cutting off the roots that were wrapping around him with the long sword in his hand. However, these tree roots stretched endlessly, and the branches on the big trees also surged towards Su Rue like vines. No, I need to find an opportunity to attack this tree spirit. Trees were everywhere, and even if Su Rue exhausted himself, he wouldn't be able to cut them all down. The only solution was to deal with the culprit. Swish, swish. He slashed the branches in front of him with 2 strikes and thrust his sword toward the center of those dark green eyes. These eyes saw Su Rue being so fierce and immediately abandoned the big tree, leaping out directly with incredible speed. Whoosh! Its body turned into a green light and directly burrowed into another nearby big tree. Put! Meanwhile, the long sword in Su Rue's hand pierced straight through that big tree. On the nearby big tree, a pair of dark green eyes opened once again. At the same time, the branches on the tree regained consciousness and reached out toward Su Rue. Swish! Swish! Su Rue swung his sword again, cutting off these branches, then directly slashed toward the pair of eyes. Put! The green glowing sword left a deep mark on the tree, but the tree spirit inside had already fled. Its speed was too fast, leaving Su Rue no chance to use teleportation to kill it outside the tree. Crash! The tree spirit burrowed into the large tree and once again controlled the branches to attack Su Rue. Damn it! This guy was really too cunning, hiding behind and manipulating these branches to attack Su Rue. In a place filled with intertwining roots and branches like this, Su Rue found it difficult to use the clone technique. After all, the space was already cramped, and having 2 additional clones made movement even more inconvenient. However, the first 2 attacks also allowed Su Rue to notice the tree spirit's flaws. Swish, swish. He slashed away the obstructing branches with 2 strikes, preparing to launch a third attack. Swish! He leaped directly into the air, slashing toward the 2 pairs of eyes on the tree. The tree spirit within the tree had been prepared long ago. The moment Su Rue leapt, it immediately darted out from the tree. Transforming into a streak of green light, it directly burrowed into another nearby tree. Swish! Meanwhile, Su Rue's body vanished midair and reappeared behind this tree. At this moment, the tree spirit that had entered the tree had just opened its eyes, but Su Rue's figure had already disappeared from its sight. This is the flaw Su Rue found. After the tree spirit enters the big tree, it cannot open its eyes and take control of the tree immediately. He intends to use this moment to deal with both the big tree and the tree spirit together. Wow! Behind the big tree, Su Rue's hand emitted a dazzling white light, and at the same time, he swung his sword. Crack! With the enhancement of the Berserk power bracelet, the green light sword effortlessly sliced the big tree in half. half. Put. Along with the large tree being cut down, the tree spirit hiding within the trunk was also severed. Screech. The tree spirit, resembling a monkey, let out a strange cry and was split in two. Boom. The massive tree, which required 3 people to encircle it, was cleanly cut down and crashed to the ground with a thunderous noise. Frightened the distant flock of birds. Killed level 6 demonic beast, twisted tree spirit. Experience points plus 1600. Half of the tree spirit's corpse was still within the trunk. Su Rui extended his hand and activated Endless Devour on the half corpse. Devour successful. Mental power enhanced. Mental power? Su Rui was a bit puzzled when a refreshing and clear sensation swept through his mind. This made Su Rui feel incredibly comfortable, as if his mind had become clearer. If he were to control his clone, it would definitely be much more effortless. It seems that the tree spirit's strong point is mental power, so it absorbed this attribute. Moreover, Su Rui could feel that this mental power attribute was far more precious than the defense attribute. Unfortunately, he has only encountered this one beast capable of providing the mental power attribute. After his mental power increased, Su Rui looked at a green mark beside the tree spirit's corpse, the last forest element mark. A smile appeared on his face. After picking up the mark, Su Rui took out the element fusion device from his spatial ring. He placed the forest mark in his hand into it. The moment it was placed, the 3 elemental marks emitted a dazzling light. Blue, yellow, and green 3 lights began to spin rapidly within the disc, gradually merging into one. Buzz. A panel suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of Su Rui. Please select the elemental ability you wish to combine. Swish. Forest element. Elemental ability is the source of life, healing the target unit's injuries upon release. Desert element. Elemental ability is the protection of sand, creating a defensive sand wall around the body upon use. Snowfield element. Elemental ability is frost freezing, freezing enemies and causing damage upon use. Note, using elemental abilities consumes mental energy, and the effects are comparable to sea-level talents of the same type. Su Rui looked at the introduction and began to ponder. This forest element ability doesn't provide much enhancement to combat power. Moreover, he currently has the healing sacred medicine, Ice Crystal Snow Lotus, so this element ability doesn't hold much appeal for him. The desert element ability turns out to be summoning a defensive sand wall, which overlaps with the defensive pendant he already has, so it's not within his consideration. That leaves only the frost freezing ability, which significantly enhances combat effectiveness. Moreover, it can be used not only in battle but also against pursuers when escaping. Soon, Su Rui decided to choose Frost Freeze. After confirming, the black disc spun once again. Finally, the 3 colors completely merged into blue, and the blue light directly entered Su Rui's mind. Su Rui closed his eyes, carefully sensing the elemental power of frost freezing. Buzz. Moments later, the blue light disappeared, and Su Rui opened his eyes. He extended his right hand, and one by one, crystal clear snowflakes appeared in his palm, continuously spreading outward. Then, he reached his palm toward the tree in front of him. Ka. The center of this big tree instantly formed a layer of ice, which continued to spread outward. After just a few seconds, Su Rui immediately withdrew his hand and rubbed his forehead. In such a short moment, Su Rui had consumed quite a bit of mental energy. It seems that the strength of this elemental ability is linked to mental power. If Su Rui's mental power were strong enough, he could completely freeze the entire tree in front of him. Unfortunately, Su Rui's mental power is still relatively weak at the moment, making it impossible to achieve such a strong freezing ability. However, this has already greatly enhanced his combat power, allowing him to freeze opponents out of thin air. Even if it can't be directly frozen, it can still significantly reduce the opponent's combat power. After obtaining the elemental ability, Su Rui couldn't wait to find a monster to test its effects. He walked toward the edge of the forest, planning to return to the beginner's village first. After all, there were only a few hours left until the group mission began. It would take him quite some time to rush back. After walking in the forest for a while, a dark cloud suddenly appeared in front of Su Rui. Again, it's you. Su Rui took a closer look and saw that the dark cloud was made up of the level 3 demonic beasts, the blood-sucking bats, which had previously provoked him. However, this time upon seeing the vampire bats, his face was filled with joy, and he directly drew his sword and charged forward. The vampire bats were not to be outdone either, swarming toward Su Rui in groups. Today, I'll show you what true strength is. Slash, slash, slash. Green light flickered all around, and the broken corpses of vampire bats kept falling from the black cloud. Every sword strike from Su Rui on the black cloud caused 2 or 3 vampire bats to lose their lives. Killed level 3 beast vampire bat, experience plus 100. Killed level 3 beast vampire bat, experience plus 100. Kill level 3 beast bloodsucking bat, experience points plus 100. With just one encounter, more than a dozen bloodsucking bats were killed by Su Rui. Su Rui also gained over 1,000 experience points, which was truly exhilarating. This was equivalent to the experience of killing a level 6 beast. It seems that after reaching a higher level, killing these low-level beasts in groups is indeed quite satisfying. These vampire bats quickly sensed sensed Su Rui's terrifying strength and realized the gap between them and him. Immediately, these vampire bats began to flee. Still trying to run? Perfect, I'll use you to test the power of frost freeze. Su Rui's raised palm instantly revealed a layer of crystalline blue frost. He extended his hand forward with a backhand motion. Crack, crack, crack. Wow! A layer of frost immediately appeared on the vampire bats, and one by one, they fell from the sky. The vampire bats flying ahead paid no attention to the commotion behind them and continued flying forward one after another. The vampire bats lagging behind were continuously frozen and fell from the sky. In just a few seconds, more than 20 vampire bats had fallen from the sky. Killed level 3 demonic beast vampire bat, EXP plus 100. Kill level 3 beast bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. Some of the bloodsucking bats were directly frozen to death. As for the remaining bats still struggling on the ground, Su Rui stepped forward and finished them off with a strike. Kill level 3 beast bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. Kill level 3 demonic beast bloodsucking bat, experience plus 100. In a short period of time, Su Rui had killed over 30 bloodsucking bats, gaining more than 3,000 experience points. Frost freeze is indeed useful. Su Rui was quite satisfied with the effect of frost freeze just now. Without this ability, he estimated that killing a dozen fewer bats would mean losing the experience equivalent to a level 6 beast. Afterward, Su Rui devoured the attributes of 3 vampire bats. Devouring successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Devouring successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Devouring successful. Attack plus 2, speed plus 2. Previously, endless devouring could only devour 3 beasts, but now it has been upgraded to 6. After completing the devouring, Su Rui picked up his sword and left the place. Not far after leaving, a commotion of shouting came from ahead. Chase! Chase him! Don't let that kid get away! He just took the treasure our boss Lu had his eyes on. He must be tired of living. When we catch up to him, we must teach that kid a lesson. Upon hearing these words, Su Rui immediately understood the situation ahead. Baby, there's actually a treasure. What, Lu Yi? That belongs to your Su Yi. Su Rui immediately gripped his sword and rushed toward the direction of the commotion. With his current strength, he was very confident he could dominate this intermediate beast zone. After walking forward not too far, Su Rui saw a figure flipping out from the bushes ahead. His cloth robe was already stained with a lot of blood, and his clothes were torn in many places, making him look utterly disheveled. Yet despite this, he still did not show any sign of panic. Instead, his gaze was cold, like that of a fierce wolf. What surprised Su Rui the most was not these things, but his identity. This disheveled man turned out to be Li Xiu. Seeing Li Xiu, Su Rui immediately ran toward him. Li Xiu's strength at night was far inferior to Su Rui's. When he noticed someone approaching him, he instinctively changed direction and ran the other way. Su Rui immediately called out, Li Xiu, it's me, Su Rui. Hearing Su Rui's voice, Li Xiu stopped, glanced in Su Rui's direction, and said, hurry up, they're about to catch up. He didn't have time to explain much to Su Rui, nor did he want to drag Su Rui into trouble, so he ran off in another direction. At this moment, the pursuers behind Li Xiu also caught up, and one of them directly hurled the spear in his hand at him. The spear turned into a streaking shadow, flying rapidly toward Li Xiu. Li Xiu hurriedly dodged to the side. Although he avoided it in time, he was still grazed by the spear. The spear tore through the outer side of Li Xiu's thigh and directly pierced into the ground ahead. Li Xiu stumbled and fell to the ground. Whoosh! The 3 people chasing behind immediately rushed forward, with the leader of the 3 moving very quickly. Swish! Taking advantage of the fact that Li Xiu hadn't gotten up yet, he directly placed a knife against his neck. Put! You're quite the runner, aren't you, kid? The burly man holding a large axe said, panting heavily. Bang! The leader of the 3, holding a large knife, pointed at Li Xiu on the ground and said, hand over the goods. Otherwise, I'll take your life with one slash. Big brother, kill him, the treasure will still be ours, said the skinny man, as thin as a stick. Subsequently, he took the spear back into his hand. Well said. The leader nodded and raised the broadsword in his hand. Meanwhile, Li Xiu placed his hand on the Gale twin blades, ready to launch a counterattack at any moment. A sudden abrupt voice sounded behind the 4 people, only to see Su Rui's figure slowly emerge from the darkness. Damn, where did this kid come from? Trying to play the hero and meddle in others' business, huh? Truly overestimating yourself, the knife-wielding leader said disdainfully. Wait, the burly man holding a battle axe beside him spoke up. Big brother, let me teach this kid how to behave. Saying that, he lifted his large battle axe and walked toward Su Rui. Meanwhile, Li Xiu, lying on the ground, looked at Su Rui with some tension, even though he knew Su Rui could kill a level 6 beast. However, the strength of these 3 people was also not simple, and he had never witnessed the power of a level 6 beast. In this forest, even level 5 demonic beasts are rarely seen, so he had no concept of the strength of a level 6 demonic beast. Seeing the man with the battle axe walking toward Su Rui, he also prepared to launch a counterattack. Unfortunately, the leader of the 3 was extremely cunning, keeping his broadsword at his neck the entire time, leaving leaving him no chance to fight back. The burly man holding the battle axe was named Manhwa. With an arrogant expression, he walked towards Su Rue. The three of them were the top 3 on the combat power rankings in their novice village. The 3 working together in this intermediate beast zone forest could pretty much dominate without opposition. Moreover, Manhwa was very confident in his own strength. In his view, one swing of his axe would be enough to take Su Rue's life. Kid, be smarter in your next life and don't meddle in everything. As he spoke, his body suddenly accelerated, swinging an axe fiercely towards Su Rue. Su Rue simply drew the Qingguang sword from his hand and swung it forward. A flash of green light passed, and the axe handle in Pang Hu's hand was directly split in two. Pang Hu's movements also froze in place. Subsequently, Su Rue effortlessly sheathed the Qingguang sword. Blood immediately spurted from Pang Hu's neck. He dropped the axe handle to the ground, clutching his neck with both hands, his face filled with terror. Crack! Soon, he collapsed to the ground. Su Rue stepped over his corpse and walked toward the 2 individuals. But at this moment, the 2 of them were stunned. They still hadn't figured out what was going on, and Pang Hu was already dead. Put! Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill him with one slash. Bang! The boss, who had come to his senses, immediately threatened. Hearing this, Su Rue's footsteps indeed came to a halt. The boss holding the knife finally had his pale face ease a little. It seemed this guy was here to save someone. He was about to open his mouth to talk to Su Rue, hoping to turn hostility into friendship and end the matter just like that. But in the next second, Su Rue's figure disappeared from where he stood. The boss's heart trembled, and he wanted to turn his head to look for Su Rue's figure. But at this moment, a sharp pain came from his neck, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch it. He discovered that a long sword had pierced his neck, and his hand was covered in blood. Su Rue pulled out the long sword and slashed directly at the other man, who was as thin as a reed. Swish! The reed-thin man, holding a long spear, hastily placed the spear in front of him to block. The blue light sword sparked against the metallic shaft of the spear, leaving a sword mark on it. The thin man's arm was numbed from the shock, and the spear in his hand almost slipped out of his grip. Put! With just one exchange, he realized the gap in strength between himself and his opponent. He knew he was no match for Su Rue. If the fight continued, he would be killed within 2 moves. Clang! He immediately chose to turn around and flee. But just as he took 2 steps, Su Rue caught up with him and pierced him through with a sword. Oomph! Pathetic! Su Rue pulled out his long sword and said disdainfully. And behind him, Li Xiu had already been so shocked by the scene before him that he couldn't speak. Swish! When did Su Rue become so strong? This is a completely different person compared to when he participated in the novice village competition. Originally, Li Xiu still had the thought of wanting to reclaim the top spot on the power rankings. It seems unlikely now. Su Rue's strength is clearly far superior to his. Su Rue did not forget to absorb the attributes of these people, and he also stored the spear in his hand into the space ring. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 12, speed plus 5. These guys are dirt poor. Aside from their weapons, they had nothing else on them. Then, Su Rue walked toward Li Xiu and reached out to pull him up from the ground. How are you? Are your injuries okay? Li Xiu only had superficial wounds and hadn't hurt his muscles or bones, so it wasn't a big deal. It's nothing. Back when I participated in hellish training, I got hurt much worse than this. He had previously revealed that he was a professional assassin on Blue Star. Su Rue nodded and began collecting the spoils of war. He didn't ask what treasures Li Xiu had on him. Arriving at the boss's corpse, Su Rue squatted down and discreetly absorbed his attributes. Devouring successful. Attack plus 15, speed plus 7. Afterward, he stored the boss's weapon in his spatial ring. Finally, Su Rue came to the spot where Pang Hu's corpse lay at the beginning, glanced at the battle axe that had been broken into 2 pieces, and shook his head regretfully. Next time, I need to be more careful. A perfectly good weapon ended up being ruined by me. A broken weapon cannot be converted, it's just a piece of scrap metal. Su Rue could only absorb its attributes. Devouring successful. Attack power plus 14, speed plus 3. At this moment, Li Xiu couldn't help but say, I didn't expect you to have become this strong. It's alright, mainly because these 3 are too weak, Su Rue said modestly. This was nothing compared to the combat power of the level 6 demonic beasts he had encountered. Li Xiu's mouth twitched slightly upon hearing this. These 3 had beaten him so thoroughly that he couldn't fight back at all. Su Rue hadn't yet had the chance to ask Li Xiu why these people were trying to kill him. The voice of heaven resounded once again. Announcement: Novice Village 250 is about to commence the Novice Village Showdown. All members will be teleported to the Novice Square. Duel? A duel at this moment? Su Rue hadn't expected it. The collective mission was about to begin, yet the Novice Village was still so restless. In the next second, Su Rue and Li Xiu's bodies simultaneously disappeared from where they stood. 250, Novice Village Square. All members of the Novice Village, just like last time, were teleported here. Why is it a Novice Village competition? I thought it was a collective mission starting. Damn it! I was sleeping in the wooden cabin, and they teleported me to the square. Yeah, I'm also conserving energy and preparing for the group mission. Swish! Announcement: the winner winning side of this competition will grant all players in the novice village an additional 20 attack points and 15 speed points. The losing side will have the corresponding attributes deducted. Damn! The rewards and penalties this time are so much higher than last time. Oh my god, I barely have any attack power. If I lose, won't that be like going back to square one? What are you afraid of? Did you forget we have the big shot Su Rue in our newbie village? Exactly, Su Rue can even take down level 6 beasts. We're definitely going to win this competition. Reminder, this newbie village competition is initiated by Village 146. The opposing side has chosen a teen relay battle format. What? It was initiated by this 146 novice village? These Sakura country people really can't be trusted. Just defeated opponents. This time, our dragon country will definitely win again. Don't be too optimistic. Since the other side launched the novice village challenge, it proves they must be very confident. 5 beams of light appeared in the sky, once again illuminating the high platform. And 5 figures also stepped out from the crowd one after another. They were still the same 5 who participated in the last competition. After all, they were still the top 5 on the power ranking. The only change was that Joey had risen to 3rd place on the ranking. This pushed Longwu down to 4th place, as the advantage of his sea-level growth talent had already begun to show. Meanwhile, Zhang Yuanshan remained in 5th place. His talent grade was relatively low, and it did not contribute much to improving his efficiency in slaying beasts. When everyone saw Su Rue's figure, the crowd instantly erupted. Wow! Big brother Su Rue, you must lead our novice village to victory. Brother Su Rue, my attribute points are all counting on you. Big brother Su Rue, show these Sakura country losers how powerful we are. Unlike the last competition, this time the audience was all shouting Su Rue's name. After all, in the previous 2 rookie village competitions, Su Rue had turned the tide. They believed that this time Su Rue could still lead them to victory. As for Su Rue himself, he was naturally very confident. He smiled and nodded to the crowd before walking toward the light pillar. 5 beams of light directly transported the 5 people to the arena. In the novice village square, a light screen appeared, allowing the people there to see the scene on the arena. The 5 people who arrived at the arena also began observing their surroundings. This arena was the same as the previous one. In front of the 5 people, there was still a transparent wall blocking them here. Joey stretched his arms, yawned, and sighed. Ah, it's the same familiar place again. But this time, the opponent we face might be stronger, Zhang Yuanshan analyzed rationally. Swish! After all, both sides had just participated in a kill challenge match. Knowing that they could defeat a level 6 monster, the other side still dared to initiate a confrontation match. It can only mean they are truly confident. They're strong? Well, we're no pushovers either. Since they dare to challenge us, let's make them pay the price. Longwu said, clenching his fist. Li Xiu didn't say a word. He glanced at Su Rue beside him, having just witnessed Su Rue's terrifying strength. With him here, his heart felt at ease. That's right. This time, let's show them that Sakura country will always be defeated by our dragon country. Su Rue's speech made them even more confident, as he was undoubtedly their biggest trump card for victory. At this moment, 5 figures appeared on the opposite side. These 5 were none other than the participants from the 146 novice village, including the familiar Fuji Ichiro. Once everyone had arrived, Tiandao announced the rules once again. The meaning of a relay battle is also very simple. 5 people take turns to go on stage and fight. Being knocked off the stage, killed, or forfeiting all count as elimination. The winner can choose to stay on the stage and continue fighting against the remaining members of the opposing team. Both sides have 3 minutes to determine the order of appearance. After hearing the rules, the 5 of them looked at each other, indifferent to the order of appearance. Su Rue was the first to speak. Let me go first. He wanted to single-handedly defeat all the opponents, thus avoiding any accidents where Zhang Yuanshan and the others might die on stage. However, the other 4 shook their heads upon hearing this suggestion. Sui Rue, you are our biggest trump card. How can you be the first to appear? You should be saved for the grand finale. Exactly, if you go first and something unexpected happens, that would be disastrous. Let us pave the way for you. The 3 expressed their opinions one after another, and even Li Xiu silently nodded. Seeing this, Su Rue had no choice but to agree, if viewed from the perspective of winning. Him being the last to appear was indeed the most secure option. Alright, I'll go last, but if you can't hold on, you can just forfeit. I've got your back. Alright, let me go first then, Long Wu volunteered. His strength is considered average among the 5, neither strong nor weak, making him the most suitable to take the lead. Soon, they discussed and decided on the order of appearance. Long Wu would go first, followed by Li Xiu, Joey, Zhang Yuanshan, and Su Rue as the finale. Afterward, they confirmed the lineup with Heaven's Will. At this moment, Su Rue pointed to Fuji Ichiro among the opposing crowd and said, the one holding the knife over there is quite strong. His talent allows him to burst out in a short period of time, so be careful. Upon hearing his reminder, the other 4 nodded one after another. Earlier, Su Rue had mentioned in the chat channel that this Fuji Ichiro was someone he had defeated before. before. So now that he knows this, they are not surprised. Note, the winning side this time will still enjoy the blessings of the heavens. Blessings of the heavens? This means that no matter how severe the injuries are, they can be instantly healed. In that case, there's no need to worry about getting hurt during the competition and affecting subsequent group tasks. This also allows them to fight without holding back. However, the losing side won't be so lucky. 3 minutes passed quickly, and a beam of light teleported Longwu upward. On the other side, the combat personnel from Novice Village 146 were also teleported up. This person was wrapped in a black robe, covering their body completely. It was impossible to discern their figure, and only their extremely pale face could be seen. All wrapped up like this, are you too afraid to show yourself? Longwu sneered, holding his broadsword. The other party ignored his mockery and directly took out a flaming magic orb from his robe. What kind of weapon is this? Why is it on fire? Joey asked with a frown, puzzled. It wasn't just him. The other people in 250 Novice Village were equally confused upon seeing this object. Meanwhile, Su Rue had already scanned it with the Eye of Insight. Special item Fire Spirit Orb contains incredibly powerful fire energy, which can be activated to unleash various flame attacks. Note, the Fire Spirit Orb is a consumable item and will disappear once its contained energy is exhausted. Fire Spirit Orb? It's actually a consumable item. Generally, items like this have extremely powerful functions. The defensive pendant on Su Rue's neck is a consumable item, and its defensive capability is quite strong. On the arena, Longwu noticed something was amiss as soon as the opponent took out the Fire Spirit Orb. He immediately raised his blade and charged toward the opponent. Meanwhile, the black-robed man on the opposite side moved his thoughts, and the Fire Spirit Orb directly floated in front of him. The next second, the Fire Spirit Pearl released a sky full of flames, directly attacking Longwu. These flames were like a wall of fire, aiming to completely envelop Longwu. Longwu fearlessly wielded his blade and slashed toward the flames. Seeing his actions, the 4 spectators from Sakura Country burst into laughter. Ha! Such foolish people from the Dragon Kingdom, actually trying to cut through flames with a knife. Yeah, are all people from the Dragon Kingdom as stupid as him? TSK TSK TSK. Well, you can't say that entirely. After all, they don't have any means to resist the Fire Spirit Orb. I think Master Kongshan alone is enough to deal with all 5 of them. On the arena. Wow! Swinging his blade toward the flames, Longwu was instantly engulfed by the fire. The flames began to scorch his body. Come on! The searing pain made Longwu clench his teeth, yet even so, he did not cry out. He turned into a man of fire, brandishing his machete as he slashed toward his opponent. The 4 people on the opposite side couldn't laugh anymore. They had originally thought that Longwu would be rolling on the ground in agony from the flames, but the result was that Longwu directly ignored the flames on his body, enduring the intense pain to continue fighting. This required terrifying willpower, something no one on their side could probably achieve. On Su Rue's side, everyone's hearts were clenched, their faces extremely tense as they watched the battle on the stage. Boom! Kong Xianyi, dressed in a black robe, directly drew a refined iron sword from his robe to face Longwu. The clash of their weapons sparked bursts of fire, and Kong Xianyi's close combat skills were in no way inferior to Longwu's. Meanwhile, Longwu was still being scorched by the flames on his body. Let's see how much longer you can hold on. A cruel smile appeared on Kong Xianyi's face. A faint smell of roasted meat could already be detected on the arena. Longwu's body had actually been severely burned. This is the gap between those with abilities and those without. If Longwu had a talent, he might have been able to turn the tables. But since he had neither talent nor ability, he could only swing the machete in his hand toward his opponent. Moreover, he didn't want to give up without doing anything. At worst, he would drag the opponent off the ring together. Clang! Clang! Thinking of this, Longwu's attacks became even fiercer. Ping! 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 But his attacks were completely defended by Kong Xian, and his injuries became increasingly severe. If it weren't for Kong Xianyi conserving the energy in the Fire Spirit Pearl, he probably wouldn't even be able to get close to Kong Xianyi. Concede! Longwu! Su Rue immediately shouted toward the arena. Longwu, leave this guy to us. That's right, let me electrocute this brat. The others also chimed in one after another. Longwu could hear their voices and knew that he was incapable of posing a threat to Kong Xianyi. If he continued to drag it out, he would only die in vain here. He wasn't a stubborn person, so at this moment, he could only forfeit. Subsequently, he was directly teleported back to the square of Newbie Village 250. When he arrived at the square, his entire body was covered in burns, with large areas of his skin scorched. Seeing this scene, the people in Newbie Village 250 felt as if their hearts were weighed down with sorrow. Some girls, upon seeing Longwu's injuries, even began to sob softly. Even Gu Haitan's eyes turned red, and she immediately used healing on Longwu. Unfortunately, her healing talent was limited and couldn't fully heal Longwu's severe injuries. She could only prevent his injuries from worsening. At this moment, the 146 Novice Village Square was filled with laughter. Swish! Ha! This Fire Spirit Pearl is truly powerful. This time, we're sure to win. Last time, those people from the Dragon Nation were so arrogant. arrogant. This time, we'll show them the might of Sakura Nation. This Fire Spirit Pearl is their greatest reliance for daring to challenge the 250 novice village. Previously, Kong Xian had already demonstrated the power of the Fire Spirit Pearl to them. If he goes all out, even a dozen people wouldn't be able to get close to him. On the stage, Li Xiu had already been teleported up. The injuries on his body had already been treated by Gu Haitang back at the square. At present, they basically don't affect his ability to fight. At this moment, his eyes concealed a hidden fury. The recent ordeal of Longwu had left them all seething with anger. Li Xiu had just been teleported onto the arena when he unleashed his full strength and charged straight at Kong Xuani. He had no means of long-range attacks, so if he wanted to defeat Kong Xuani, he could only engage in close combat. His speed was a notch faster than Longwu's, and the Gale twin blades in his hands were already drawn. Kong Xuani, upon seeing this, once again activated the Fire Spirit Pearl. Once more, flames filled the sky, enveloping Li Xiu completely, leaving him with nowhere to escape. Facing the overwhelming flames, he chose to roll directly onto the ground, minimizing the surface area of his body that came into contact with the flames. This method is indeed very effective. The flames only burned on his back. Swish! After rolling up from the ground, he gripped his dual blades and leaped directly toward Kong Xian, arriving right in front of him. Li Xiu's movements were fluid and seamless, even dazzling to the eye, truly worthy of being a professional assassin. Standing in front of Kong Xian, Li Xiu's dual blades instantly slashed out. Kong Xian was also startled by Li Xiu's actions. In a panic, he immediately drew his longsword to block. Wow! Kong Xian was beaten into a continuous retreat. Swish! Li Xiu not only surpassed Longwu in speed and attack, but his blade techniques were also exceptionally skilled. Seeing this, the faces of the people in Novice Village 250 lit up with smiles. Master Li Xiu! Well done, Master Li Xiu! You must teach the scumbag a harsh lesson. The people in Novice Village 146, including the 4 watching from the opposite side, not only did their faces show no signs of worry, but they even revealed cold smiles. Kong Xian on the arena faced Li Xiu's relentless attacks, his face showing a fierce expression. Alright, you forced me into this. He took a step back and once again brought out the Fire Spirit Orb. Seeing that he was about to activate it, Li Xiu immediately swung his twin blades, but Kong Xian's speed was still faster. Suddenly, flames surged out from the Fire Spirit Pearl, sweeping toward Li Xiu. He immediately crossed his twin blades in front of him and lowered his head. The scorching flames surged directly onto Li Xiu, accompanied by intense burning pain. However, Li Xiu was not affected by this. After resisting the wave of flames, he gripped his dual blades and charged toward Kong Xian once again. But in the next second, the Fire Spirit Orb released flames again, spraying toward Li Xiu. Seeing this, Li Xiu rolled on the ground once more and rushed toward Kong Xian. But this time, Kong Xian also retreated rapidly while once again activating the Fire Spirit Orb. The Fire Spirit Orb unleashed a sky full of flames once more. Seeing the flames surging again, Li Xiu realized that these flames could not be completely blocked. He chose to ignore the flames directly, deciding to attack Kong Xian first to prevent him from continuing to release the flames. Wow! The flames surged directly onto his body, and he emerged through the fire, charging toward Kong Xian. But Kong Xian had already retreated far back while he was fending off the flames. Boom! Moreover, he had discerned Li Xiu's intentions, so he no longer conserved the energy within the Fire Spirit Orb and activated it with full force. The Fire Spirit Orb seemed to contain endless energy, forming waves that surged toward Li Xiu. Wow! But Li Xiu, facing such fierce flames, couldn't possibly ignore them directly. He could only immediately crouch down, placing his dual blades in front of him, trying to withstand this wave of flame attacks. Damn! What the hell is this thing? Are these flames unlimited? This is way too unfair. Wow! If that's really the case, how can we even win? This is practically cheating. Done. It's over now. No wonder the other side dared to challenge us to a confrontation match. Turns out they have such a treasure. Kong Xian continuously unleashed flames on the arena, making the people of 250 Novice Village feel that victory was out of reach. Boom! This is practically like a cheat code. Even Joey's lightning couldn't maintain constant release like this. On the arena, the overwhelming flames continued unabated, forcing Li Xiu to keep his head down. Soon, his body disappeared from the arena. He had already resisted to his limit. Boom! However, the flames still showed no signs of weakening, so he could only choose to forfeit and leave it to the remaining brothers. As soon as Kong Xian saw Li Xiu forfeit, he immediately stopped activating the Fire Spirit Orb. The energy of the Fire Spirit Orb, after the previous activation, had been significantly consumed, and its color had dimmed slightly. Damn it! That little bastard! I'm definitely going to make them taste my lightning. Joey clenched his fists, already prepared. Su Rue reminded, if you're not confident, just forfeit. He now deeply regretted not being the first to fight, otherwise, he could have taken this guy down with one strike. Joey nodded. Alright, but I definitely have to strike this guy down with lightning. Currently, they have already eliminated 2 people, while all 5 members of the opposing team are still alive. If he doesn't take this guy down with electricity, it will be difficult for their novice village to win. After 30 seconds, Joey was teleported to the arena. As soon as his body appeared on the arena, he immediately used his thunder talent. A thick white lightning bolt struck down from midair. This unexpected attack caught Kong Xuani off guard, but he had been controlling the fire spirit orb all along, so he reacted immediately. Flames surged once again from the fire spirit orb, but these flames were not directed at Joey. Instead, it formed a protective shield above his head. The lightning struck the protective shield formed by the flames, scattering the flames in all directions, but it did not harm Kong Xuani. Joey was shocked. He hadn't expected these flames to also serve as a defense. Swish! At this moment, his talent fell into cooldown. Kong Xian once again activated the fire spirit orb, this time exerting his full strength. Crack! Waves of flames, like ripples in water, surged continuously toward Joey. Seeing these flames, Joey felt fear in his heart. He crouched down like Li Xiu, shielding himself from the flames. The flames quickly reached him, and the moment Joey came into contact with them, he felt unbearable pain. Boom! The intense pain forced him to immediately forfeit and choose to leave the arena. The four people opposite him finally saw someone acting normally, and they immediately began to mock him. Boom! Ha! Is this the level of people from Long Country? Master Kong Xian alone can defeat all of you. Weak Dragon Country people, do you really think that just because you beat us once, you've completely won? Now you see the gap, don't you? What? On the side of Novice Village 250, with Joey's forfeiture, their hearts sank to the bottom. Joey was their best hope of standing against Kong Xiani. After all, he could also attack from a distance, but now, even he has been eliminated. Boom! Although they all knew Su Rue was very strong, he lacked talent and could only, like Li Xiu and Long Wu, be forced by the flames to stay far away from the opponent. Zhang Yuanshan's talent was of the defensive type, posing no threat to the opponent. Boom! The people of 250 Novice Village felt a wave of despair at this moment, even more hopeless than when they saw Sandao Ci Lang last time. On the arena, Zhang Yuanshan was about to take the stage. Su Rue suddenly said to him, "If you trust me, you can just forfeit and leave the rest to me." Zhang Yuanshan looked at Su Rue with some astonishment and nodded, "I trust you." Then, he gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "However, I will still give it my all." Even though he knew full well that he was definitely no match for Kong Xiani, he still had to fight on. His body was teleported upward. Upon arriving at the arena, he likewise chose to charge toward Kong Xiani immediately. Kong Xiani also stopped testing and activated the fire spirit orb with full force right away. Waves of flames surged out from the fire spirit orb. The flames were about to engulf Zhang Yuanshan, but at that moment, a protective shield appeared in front of him. The first wave of flames surged forward, but they were all blocked by the defensive aura. Then came the second wave, and the third wave. The defensive aura quickly began to falter. Bang! Finally, under the relentless barrage of fierce flames, the defensive aura shattered. The flames directly engulfed Zhang Yuanshan, causing his movements to freeze for a moment. Swish! A fierce burning sensation instantly surged on his skin. Only by experiencing it firsthand could one understand the terror of these flames. Zhang Yuanshan was a man of determination. He gritted his teeth, raised his long sword, and prepared to charge toward Kong Xian. But the opponent didn't give him any chance to get close, fully activating the fire spirit orb. Wow! Waves of flames continued to attack Zhang Yuanshan, and he found it hard to resist any longer, directly choosing to forfeit. His body disappeared from the arena. Boom! With his withdrawal, only Su Rue was left in the 250 Novice Village. The people of the 250 Novice Village were in complete despair, with only a few still holding out hope for Su Rue. Meanwhile, the four people from the 146 Novice Village in the preparation area of the arena had already started laughing arrogantly. Wow! Haha, is this the strength of you Dragon Nation people? Our master Kong Xian alone can handle all of you. Trash is just trash. Your Dragon Country deserves to be trampled under our feet. Not only that, they each started making various mocking gestures at Su Rue. This infuriated everyone in the 250 beginner village. Boom! Damn it! Su Rue, big boss, it's up to you. Teach them a harsh lesson for us. These bastards, they're really pissing me off. Isn't it just because of that fire orb? Without that fire orb, what are they even worth? Sigh, but just that one fire orb is enough to leave us helpless. I wonder if Big Boss Su Rue can handle him. Now they no longer hoped for Su Rue to win, they only wished for him to defeat the guy holding the fire orb. Facing the mockery, Su Rue sneered coldly, "Humph, laugh all you want. Let's see if you can still laugh later." He drew the Qingguang sword, looked at the countdown above his head, and prepared to act. Kong Xuani on the arena watched Su Rue, ready at any moment moment to activate the Fire Spirit Pearl. Only one left. He planned to fully activate the Fire Spirit Pearl the moment Tsurue stepped onto the stage. Previously, Ichiro Fuji had mentioned that this kid's strength is not simple and that he seemingly possesses two talents. There's also teleportation, so he must not be allowed within a 5-meter range, otherwise, it will be difficult to defend against Tsurue's attacks. The Fire Spirit Orb in his hand, after the previous battles, is almost depleted of energy. However, it should be enough to sustain this final battle. The 30-second countdown quickly ended. Under the tense gazes of everyone in the 250 novice village, Tsurue's figure was teleported up. As soon as his body appeared on the arena, he charged rapidly toward Kong Xian, his speed incredibly fast. It was several times faster than Li Xiu's earlier. Kong Xuani was instantly shocked. He had already activated the Fire Spirit Pearl at the first moment. Flames filled the sky, rushing toward Tsurue, but unfortunately, the distance between them and Kong Xuani was already very close. A gust of fire swept through, and Kong Xuani did not see Tsurue emerge from the flames, letting out a sigh of relief. But in the next second, a long sword directly pierced through his neck from behind. Kong Xuani's eyes widened as he struggled to lower his head, only to see half a bloodstained sword blade piercing through his neck. Tsurue withdrew the sword. Kong Xuani fell to his knees and collapsed directly to the ground, with blood spreading from his body. The Fire Spirit Pearl in front of him also rolled away. Tsurue swiftly stepped forward and took the Fire Spirit Pearl into his hand. The energy within the Fire Spirit Pearl was already running low. Tsurue decided not to continue using it and put it into his pocket. Swish! Dealing with these people didn't require the use of the Fire Spirit Pearl, especially since he also had the elemental ability of Frost Freeze. Afterward, Tsurue immediately turned around and used Endless Devour on Kong Xuani. An incredibly refreshing aura entered Tsurue's mind. Boom! Devouring successful. Mental strength enhanced. Wow! Great! It's mental strength again. It seems that this guy's mental strength is his forte, no wonder he can release so much fire. Put. Fully activating the Fire Spirit Orb requires very strong mental power, something that ordinary people simply cannot achieve like he does, continuously exerting full force. Slash! At this moment, all the spectators were stunned by the scene that had just unfolded. Bang! Kong Xian-yi, who was invincible on the arena, was unexpectedly defeated in an instant by Tsurue. This was a true instant defeat. Kong Xian-yi probably never imagined that he wouldn't even be able to block a single strike from Tsurue. Holy crap! Tsurue is awesome. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This is what a true master looks like. Tsurue. 1 versus 5. Take them down. The newbie village at 250 instantly erupted in excitement. Even Longwu, who had been badly burned, stood up and cheered. The 146 novice village was dead silent. They were all speechless. Even the 4 people on the preparation bench had stiff expressions on their faces at this moment. Just a second ago, they were mocking Tsurue and mocking Dragon Country, but in the next second, Kong Xian-yi died right in front of them. Although his close combat ability wasn't the strongest, he shouldn't have been killed in one strike, right? It must be that Kong Xian was too careless, which allowed this guy to take advantage. Everyone, don't be afraid. Someone immediately stepped forward to stabilize morale. They couldn't lose courage before the battle even began. That's right, watch closely. I'll go up there and take his head right now, a burly man said. The next second, his body was teleported onto the arena. Everyone focused their attention on the arena, wanting to see if Tsurue's strength was truly as formidable as rumored. As soon as his body appeared on the arena, Tsurue charged toward him. The burly man, unwilling to show weakness, dragged his long-handled broadsword and charged at Tsurue. When the distance was sufficient, Tsurue directly used teleportation to appear behind him. He also learned from Kong Xian-yi's lesson and knew that Tsurue had this talent. At the moment Tsurue disappeared, he swung his blade toward his rear. Tsurue's sword struck the incoming great blade. The burly man instantly felt a tremendous force coming from his hand, causing the large knife in his grip to involuntarily fly out of his hand. With this strike, Tsurue directly sent the burly man's large knife flying. Just as the knife was still airborne, Tsurue swung another sword strike. This strike sliced across the man's throat, leaving a gruesome bloodstain, and blood gushed out immediately. He stared with wide-open eyes, fell to his knees, one hand clutching his neck and the other supporting himself on the ground. Then, while he was still conscious, he immediately chose to forfeit. Swish! The next second, his body vanished from the arena. The 3 people in the spectator seats were filled with shock on their faces. Swish! This was another instant kill. Even the strongest fighter among them was defeated in just 2 moves. At this moment, a wave of fear spread among them, sending chills down their spines. What terrified them was not the inability to defeat Tsurue, but the strength Tsurue displayed, which left them no chance to surrender. Clang! Unless they chose to forfeit right from the start, giving Tsurue no opportunity to make a move. But in that case, not only would they be ridiculed by the other party, but they would also be despised by the people in their own novice village, and it would bring shame to their Sakura nation. However, in their hearts, staying alive was still the most important thing. The next one about to take the stage, Onoda had a face full of fear and panic. At this moment, Su-Rue on the stage revealed a cold smile and beckoned him with a finger. Su-Rue remembered that this guy had been the most mocking one earlier, but now he was scared out of his wits. Seeing Su-Rue beckon him with a finger, Onoda became even more terrified. He immediately lowered his head and decided to forfeit as soon as he stepped onto the stage. Who cares about honor or reputation? Staying alive is the most important thing. The people in the 250 novice village felt quite satisfied after witnessing this scene. Ha, those brats from Sakura country can't laugh now, can they? Exactly, keep laughing. Let's see if Su-Rue can take all of you down. On the preparation bench, only Onoda, Ichiro Fuji, and Nakano Kimura remained. Kimura Nakano was the strongest among them and saw Su-Rue's arrogant provocation. He was instantly furious and immediately said to Onoda, "You'd better force out all his talents when you go up later." Onoda glanced at him and nodded helplessly. However, in his heart, he had already decided to go up and forfeit directly. He's definitely not foolish. He wouldn't risk his life to test Su-Rue's strength, nor does he have the ability to force Su-Rue to use his clone talent. The next second, the countdown ended, and Onoda was teleported onto the arena. As soon as he arrived on the arena, he saw Su-Rue transforming into a blur and continuing to close in on him. The distance between them was rapidly shrinking. He was shocked and prepared to surrender immediately. If he delayed and Su-Rue teleported over to kill him with a single sword strike, it would be disastrous. But at this moment, he saw Su-Rue extend a hand, emitting blue ice crystals. Crack, crack. At this moment, Onoda felt an intense chill above his head. At the same time, it was as if his thoughts were frozen, leaving him completely unable to even conceive the idea of surrendering. Moreover, his brain could not control his body, and he could only watch helplessly as Su-Rue approached with a sword. Damn it! What's that little Onoda doing? Standing still and waiting to die? Kimura Nakano couldn't help but curse angrily. No, it seems his head has been frozen. Fuji Ichiro noticed the problem. At this moment, a thin layer of frost had already appeared on Onoda's hair, a layer of ice crystals covered his face, and even his eyeballs could no longer move. Su-Rue did not use teleportation, he simply rushed to his face right in front of him. Let him watch as his death approached. With one sword strike, Onoda's frozen head was directly severed. Swish! The head fell to the ground, knocking off quite a bit of the ice crystals on it. He never even thought that, when facing Su-Rue, he wouldn't even have the ability to surrender or concede. Has the gap between them already become this wide? What? He actually has such a method. Why didn't you mention it earlier? Kimura Nakano looked at Fuji Ichiro. How would I know? This must be a method he acquired not long ago. And Ichiro Fuji was also quite frightened at this moment because he was next. After seeing Onoda's fate, a feeling of fear also surfaced in his heart. Cheers erupted across the 250 newbie plaza. Originally, they all thought they were bound to lose this match, but they didn't expect Su-Rue's strength to be so formidable, turning the tide once again. Simply ridiculously strong, and they also noticed some clues from the previous battle. They found out that Su-Rue is the fourth talent awakener in the novice village. Ha! Su-Rue is truly a hidden master, possessing such a powerful talent. Indeed, in the last competition, Su-Rue didn't even use his talent. But one can only say that Sandao Jiro's strength is not enough to make Su-Rue use his talent. Bang! Of course, at that time, Su-Rue had not yet acquired the teleportation talent. On the arena, Su-Rue directly devoured Onoda's attributes. Devouring successful. Attack plus 16, speed plus 9, and stored his weapon in the spatial ring. The people of Novice Village 250 were filled with envy upon seeing this. A pro is truly a pro, even having something like a spatial ring. That sort of Master Su-Rue is really cool. I wonder how much attack power it adds. I think it might add 20 points of attack power. After all, a weapon like that is clearly extraordinary. 20 points? I think it has at least 25 points. Soon, the next contestant, Ichiro Fuji, was teleported onto the arena. Su-Rue sneered, "We meet again, defeated foe. Are you still not going to surrender?" Although Fuji Ichiro couldn't understand what Su-Rue was saying, he knew the other party was definitely insulting him. This ignited his desire to keep fighting, and he did not choose to surrender directly. Bakayaro. Today, I'll show you what a samurai of Sakura country is. Ichiro Fuji held the knife, and his entire body turned incomparably red in an instant. He directly chose to use his talent, even though it wouldn't last long. However, if he didn't use his talent, he was afraid he would be instantly killed by Su-Rue. Then, holding the knife, he charged straight at Su-Rue. Su-Rue gripped his sword and faced the battle. The swords and blades of both sides clashed continuously, with flashes of weapons all around. Fuji Ichiro, who had unleashed his talent, saw his combat power soar to a terrifying level. He also became the first person on the arena to exchange two moves with Su-Rue. This gave the people of Novice Village 146 a glimpse of hope for victory. Being able to exchange a few moves was already quite impressive. Swish! Previously, the strength Su-Rue displayed made them feel that he was invincible. Of course, this was also because Su-Rue hadn't used any special techniques, purely relying on brute force in the fight. This was because he wanted to kill Fuji Ichiro in the arena and thereby absorb his talent. However, after Ichiro Fuji used this talent, both his attack power and speed surged to a very formidable level. This made it impossible for Su Rue to achieve a one-hit kill, so he needed to find a good opportunity to prevent Ichiro Fuji from surrendering. Clang! Clang! The blades of the two clashed again, but Ichiro Fuji was clearly no match. The tiger's mouth on his hand had already been cracked from the impact, and his body was retreating step by step. After just a few moves, he was already struggling to withstand Su Rue's attacks. Su Rue struck again with his sword, forcing Fuji Ichiro to retreat several steps backward. However, instead of pressing the attack, he directly used teleportation to appear behind Fuji Ichiro. Clang! 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 Because at this moment, Fuji Ichiro would surely think that Su Rue was going to launch a frontal attack, focusing his defense on the front and neglecting the defense behind him. Sure enough, after being repelled, Fuji Ichiro immediately placed his blade in front of him. But at this moment, he realized that Su Rue was no longer in front of him. Instantly, he was greatly alarmed and wanted to forfeit and leave the area. However, an incomparably chilling coldness descended from the top of his head, almost freezing his thoughts. The Qingguang sword had already slashed in from the side, about to sweep across his neck and sever his head. But his talent effect was not yet over, and the frost freeze had frozen the thoughts he wanted to act upon. However, it could not stop the thought of forfeiting conveyed by the heavenly will in his heart. His body instantly disappeared from the arena. The azure sword only struck the air in front, and in the end, Ichiro Fuji managed to escape. Damn it! This guy's willpower is really tough. The most crucial factor was that Ichiro Fuji's talent played a key role. Clang! His talent allowed every aspect of his body to reach its limits in a short period of time. This is what made him entertain the thought of surrendering. Although he felt a wave of disappointment in his heart, the 250 novice village was already rejoicing. On the other hand, over at the 146 novice village, the people from Sakura country had already started cursing Kong Xian and the others. Damn it! We're about to lose 35 attribute points. Who on earth initiated this confrontation match? That idiot Kong Xian, having such a treasure and still getting instantly killed. The group mission is about to start soon. By then, everyone will lose 35 attribute points first and will just be waiting to die. However, not everyone had lost hope. We might not necessarily lose. Don't forget, we still have Lord Kimura who hasn't entered the fray yet. Swish. That's right, Kimura Nakano is the #1 on our novice village's power ranking. Once he steps in, he'll definitely defeat this dragon country person. Kimura Nakano has been ranked first on the power ranking ever since it was announced, but he has always been incredibly low-key. Outsiders all think that the strongest in their novice village is Ichiro Fuji, who used his talent. As for Sora Geniki, he only happened to acquire a treasure like the Fire Spirit Pearl by chance, which is why he has such strength. If it weren't for the Fire Spirit Pearl, his strength would only be at a top 5 level. As for Kimura Nakano, he had never revealed his talent, leaving people completely unaware of whether he had awakened any talent at all. Yet, he had always been ranked first on the combat power list. At this moment, Su Rue on the arena also looked toward Kimura Nakano in the preparation area. A trace of a serious expression finally appeared on his face. In Su Rue's impression, this guy had never shown a hint of panic from beginning to end after witnessing his strength. Just this mindset alone made Su Rue feel that this guy was not simple. He was either extremely confident in his own strength, believing he could face Su Rue, either have the confidence to forfeit directly before Su Rue makes a move, ensuring the ability to save one's life. And since he was the last one chosen to appear, his strength is certainly not weak. Kimura Nakano felt Su Rue's gaze and also raised his head, fearlessly meeting Su Rue's eyes. It seems this guy is very confident in his own strength. Su Rue became interested. The previous opponents hadn't required him to use his full strength. He wondered if this guy had the ability to give him a proper fight. 30 seconds passed, and Kimura Nakano's figure appeared on the ring. His weapons were 2 steel claws attached to the backs of his hands. He crossed his hands in front of him, fingers tightly clasped. 2 steel claws suddenly extended from the back of his hands. Let me see your strength. Su Rue raised the Qingguang sword and charged toward Kimura Nakano. And Kimura Nakano also rushed toward Su Rue. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed, and Su Rue directly swung a sword down at Kimura Nakano. Kimura Nakano crossed his hands, using 2 steel claws to block Su Rue's sword. But his arms sank downward, and his expression turned unpleasant. It was evident that he caught Su Rue's sword with extreme difficulty. From this exchange, he realized the gap between himself and Su Rue. However, he also had his own way to achieve victory. Su Rue withdrew his sword and continued his attack. This sword thrust straight towards Kimura Nakano's chest. What amazed Su Rue was that Kimura Nakano actually chose not to defend. Swish! He directly lowered his blocking claws and attacked Su Rue. What's going on? Is this guy not afraid of death? Could it be that he just wants to injure me? These 2 claws definitely wouldn't take Su Rue's life, at most causing some injuries. Moreover, Su Rue was wearing soft armor, so the injuries wouldn't be severe. Seeing this scene, Su Rue didn't choose to withdraw the Qingguang sword in his hand but directly thrust it toward Kimura Nakano. Su Rue's Qingguang sword was ultimately faster, directly piercing Kimura Nakano's chest. What was unexpected was that Su Rue's sword not only failed to pierce through but also emitted a sound of metal clashing. He was instantly shocked. Could this guy be wearing some kind of extremely strong armor underneath? Ping! But when he looked closely, the spot on Kimura Nakano's chest where the sword had struck revealed a patch of golden yellow skin. At this moment, Su Rue had no time to think further as Kimura Nakano's claws were already reaching out toward him. Because Su Rue did not choose to defend or dodge earlier, the claws were now very close to him. He no longer had time to evade. Su Rue immediately used teleportation, dodging the claws while appearing behind Kimura Nakano. Su Rue swung his sword down toward Kimura Nakano's back. Slash! The blade swept across his back, slicing through his cloth garment, but it did not cut into his skin. Instead, it sparked a burst of fire. Kimura Nakano absorbed the force, rolled forward, and created some distance from Su Rue. This time, Su Rue saw clearly that it wasn't any kind of armor that had blocked his attack. It was Kimura Nakano's skin, but how could his defense be so ridiculously strong? Su Rue immediately used the Eye of Insight to examine Kimura Nakano and discovered that he was currently using his talent. Talent, Golden Body, allows parts of one's skin to become indestructible like gold and stone. Golden Body? As expected, it's a talent. Slash. Haha, Lord Kimura Nakano is indeed formidable. That person from the Dragon Country can't even break through his defense. Clang. Go, Master Kimura. Take down this Dragon Country person. What? This time we're sure to win. Master Kimura will avenge us and restore our honor. The people of Novice Village 146 saw hope for victory once again, and their expressions changed once more. Novice Square 250. How could this happen? Why is this person's body so tough? I can't even move him. This must be his talent. If we can't even hurt him, how can we win? Swish. Don't worry, I believe Big Boss Su Rue will definitely defeat this guy. Slash. On the stage, Kimura Nakano once again swung his claws and charged toward Su Rue. Clang. Su Rue discovered that he wouldn't use his talent before engaging in a fight. Only during the battle would a part of his body turn golden. It seems that this talent cannot be activated continuously and must have some limitations. Since that's the case, Su Rue decided not to hold back anymore. His body directly split into three. The three Su Rues stood in three positions and launched an assault on Kimura Nakano. Seeing this scene, everyone in Novice Village 250 was dumbfounded. My gosh, isn't this the talent of that Sakura Nation player from last time? How does Boss Su Rue know it too? Damn, this is way too strong. Boss Su Rue actually has so many talents. That's incredible. How can Su Rue possibly lose now? Our beginner's village only has 4 talents in total, and he alone has several of them. Zhou Yi and the others were also stunned when they saw this scene. Although Zhang Yuanshan had already guessed correctly when he saw Su Rue use teleportation earlier, this was within his expectations. However, seeing him possess so many talents still left his heart unsettled. 146. The Novice Village was once again filled with cries of lamentation. On the arena, the strength of the three Su Rue was all above that of Kimura Nakano, forming a siege against him. Ping, ping, ping. Facing such an onslaught, Kimura Nakano had no chance to counterattack and was completely overwhelmed. And after a fierce battle, his body was already covered in sword marks, and his cloth robe had been slashed in many places, revealing the golden skin underneath. If not for this talent, he wouldn't even know how many times he would have died by now. Facing Su Rue's three-pronged attack, Kimura Nakano knew that if he didn't launch a counterattack, he would have no choice but to forfeit once his talent ran out. Ah, come on, I'll fight you to the end. He let out a furious roar and charged madly at Su Rue at the front, completely ignoring the opponent's attacks. Clang, clang. The longsword struck his body repeatedly, but he paid no attention to his injuries, even though these attacks couldn't harm him at the moment. But when the talent ends, he will still suffer part of the damage sustained during the duration of the golden body. Someone like Kimura Nakano, who acts recklessly, will definitely be seriously injured when his talent ends. Faced with Kimura Nakano's attack, the Su Rue in front chose to retreat backward, allowing the Su Rue on both sides to attack him. Kimura Nakano's speed couldn't match Su Rue's, which made him extremely annoyed. Coward, is running all you know how to do? Su Rue noticed his exasperation and also spotted a flaw in his golden body. Although most of his body was in a golden state, his steel-clawed hands were not covered in gold. He must have thought that with these steel claws for protection, there was no need to waste his talent on his hands. Alright, then as you wish, take my sword. At this moment, Su Rue did not continue to retreat. He directly gripped the Qingguang sword and activated the Berserk attack bracelet on his wrist. A burst of white light emanated from his wrist, and along with the white light, Su Rue's sword slashed down. Meanwhile, Kimura Nakano also realized that this sword from Su Rue was no ordinary strike. He immediately raised his steel claws, attempting to block the sword. A flash of light streaked by, and the azure light light sword directly sliced through the steel claw on Kimura Nakano's hand, severing one of his hands entirely. Kimura Nakano clutched his severed arm, unable to stop himself from letting out a roar. Surue continued to wield the sword, slashing forward. I want to see just how tough this turtle shell of yours really is. For a moment, three Surue launched attacks simultaneously, although his attacks could not break through Kimura Nakano's defense. But Surue could feel that it still caused him harm. After losing one hand, Kimura Nakano lost the will to continue fighting and chose to forfeit and leave directly. Running away really fast, huh? Surue, who slashed through the air with a single sword, reabsorbed the two clones back into his body. He had already predicted such a result. After all, this guy's defensive talents were maxed out. Surue had no way to catch him off guard and kill him, even by using frost to freeze him. It would only slow down his thoughts and movements, but wouldn't cause him fatal damage. On the contrary, it would accelerate his decision to forfeit. With Kimura Nakano's withdrawal, there were no participants left from Novice Village 146. Novice Village 250 also secured victory in this confrontation. Surue even achieved the remarkable feat of defeating 5 opponents in a row. Although it sounds incredible, it was not difficult for Surue. Buzz. After the victory, the Heavenly Dao transported him back to the Novice Square. Haha, Surue is awesome. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. 1 versus 5. Crack. That's great. Our Dragon Country won again this time. Surue is truly incredible. Ah. The Novice Village 250 erupted in cheers, and Surue once again became the hero of their Novice Village. His reputation in the 250 Novice Village had also reached its peak. Many people wanted to rush onto the stage and lift Surue high in celebration. At this moment, heavenly blessing descended from the sky, and the injuries of the other 4 were rapidly healing. The burned skin on their bodies quickly returned to normal, and even their cloth garments became exceptionally new. Swish. Haha, Lord Long is back to full health again. Longwu got up from the ground, bouncing around energetically, and then decided to join the group lifting Surue. As for Surue, he wasn't injured at all, just a bit drained of energy, which was quickly replenished by the Heavenly Dao. At this moment, facing such enthusiastic members of the Novice Village, he felt a bit hesitant yet welcoming. Fortunately, at this moment, the heavens granted everyone the attributes earned from the victory in the competition. This made them all start to feel the improvements these attributes brought to themselves, and Surue took the opportunity to slip away from the crowd. I actually gained 20 attack points and 15 speed points all at once. This is more than the attribute points I get from leveling up. With such a sudden increase in attribute points, I think I can already take on a level 2 monster on my own. Yeah, my strength has skyrocketed too. This feels amazing. Swish. This time, the rewards are even more generous, greatly enhancing the overall strength of Newbie Village 250. At this moment, everyone is brimming with confidence for the upcoming group mission. The victories in the 2 competitions have made their collective strength much stronger. Surue naturally also gained these 35 attribute points. He opened the panel and took a look at his attributes. Attack, 793. Defense, 90. Speed, 555. Level, 101143/20,000. Elemental ability, Frost Freeze. His strength has already far surpassed others in the beginner's village, and he is very confident about the upcoming group mission. What's more, he has also obtained the Fire Spirit Orb, although its energy is already running low. But this is a powerful group attack weapon, in case Surue encounters swarms of rodents and bats again. As long as the Fire Spirit Orb is activated, it can burn them all to death. Reminder, the group mission is about to begin. All personnel in the Novice Village, please prepare. The distribution of the combat power ranking rewards will now begin. 10 beams of light suddenly descended from the sky, illuminating the 10 members on the combat power ranking. A silver-white treasure chest appeared in front of Surue. Is this the silver treasure chest? I wonder what it will contain. Surue felt a surge of anticipation. This was the highest quality treasure chest he had ever encountered. The silver treasure chest was opened, and a burst of light shone out. When the light faded, Surue saw a brown pill lying inside the chest. Supreme Mind Condensing Pill. Consuming it can cause a qualitative transformation in the player's mental power, with a chance to become a revered mental power mage. Top grade elixir, and it enhances mental power. Surue reached out and picked up the elixir from the treasure chest with his fingers, and a refreshing fragrance immediately spread. Just the aura of the elixir alone was enough to invigorate and clear the mind. A chance to become a mental power mage? What is a mental power mage? Talents, Endless Devour, Super Conversion, Eye of Insight, Teleportation, Clone Technique. Surue was completely confused. Never mind. Since it enhances mental strength, it must be something good. Surue directly swallowed the pill in one gulp. But to his surprise, not only did his body not feel comfortable, it actually felt extremely uncomfortable. A strong force surged through Surue's mind and chest, causing his brain to swell and his chest to be repeatedly impacted. What intense medicinal power! Surue's expression twisted as he supported himself with one hand on the ground, half kneeling. This This discomfort came from within, even worse than when he was severely injured. However, this feeling quickly dissipated, replaced by another strange sensation that Su Rue experienced. This sensation made him feel as if everything around him was within his control. His perception ability had greatly improved. Even across a street, Su Rue could sense people moving on another street. In the dark corners, a few rats were rummaging through boxes, and he could clearly hear the discussions among the crowd in the novice square. This was something Su Rue never possessed before. It seems to be the change brought about by the qualitative transformation of his mental power. Wow! He felt an improvement in his perception ability. Su Rue eagerly began experimenting with his frost freezing ability. He extended his hand toward a few mice in the corner, and a blue, crystalline glow appeared in his palm. Kaka! Several mice, along with the abandoned box, were instantly frozen into ice blocks. The power of frost freeze is indeed greater than before, and it doesn't seem to consume as much mental energy. It might be because my mental energy has changed. If Su Rue were to use frost freeze on Fuji Ichiro, who possesses the talent now, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape. As time went by, the villagers in the novice village gradually calmed down. They had already returned to their wooden huts to recover their strength and prepare for the collective task in their best condition. Meanwhile, the sky had completely brightened. They had been transported here the morning before yesterday, and now 2 days were about to pass, with the collective task about to begin. This is now their most pressing concern and the reason they are striving to improve their strength. After all, the consequences of mission failure are something they cannot afford. Amid everyone's tense and uneasy mood, the Heavenly Tao finally initiated the novice village's collective mission. Reminder, the difficulty levels of collective missions are easy, normal, hard, hell, nightmare. Each beginner's village will randomly be assigned a difficulty level. Oh my god, there are so many difficulty levels, and it's randomly assigned. Now I'm even more nervous. Amit Ba, Bodhisattva, please bless us. Please let us get an easy difficulty group task. Judging by the nature of the Heavenly Tao, even an easy task won't be that easy. If we get assigned a hard difficulty, we might as well just call it a day and go to bed early. Oomph, bring it on. I, Lord Long, am not afraid. Let me fight to my heart's content. Long Wu, filled with battle spirit after receiving the blessing of the Heavenly Tao. In the chat channel, everyone was already chatting enthusiastically, with many praying to draw a relatively simple group task. Su Rue, on the other hand, didn't pay much attention. As long as it wasn't hell or nightmare difficulty, the rest were manageable for him. This confidence stemmed from his belief in his own strength, and they had also won the novice village confrontation twice, proving their overall strength was not weak. Announcement, initiating the collective task draw for Novice Village 250. Upon seeing this announcement, everyone held their breath, nervously awaiting the draw results. Soon, the Heavenly Tao announced the draw results. Congratulations to Novice Village 250 for drawing the Hell level collective task, defend against the monster invasion. Damn it! Congratulations, my foot. You actually gave us a Hell level difficulty task. Screw you. Damn heaven's will. This must be intentional. We're doomed. Hell level difficulty. Are we really going to hell? In the chat channel, many people started cursing outright, not caring whether heaven's will could hear them, as this task was a matter of life and death for them. At this point, Su Rue's expression also darkened. What you fear most often comes true, and they actually drew a hell level difficulty group task. Joey also joined in cursing the Heavenly Tao. Immediately after, the Heavenly Tao announced the task details. Task objective: eliminate all demon realm soldiers and creatures emerging from the spatial rift, and defend the anti-magic crystal in the novice village from being destroyed. Soldiers and creatures from the demon realm, what are these things? And the anti-magic crystal in the beginner's village? Why have I never seen any crystal in the beginner's village? There's no spatial rift either. Could it be that the Heavenly Tao made a mistake? At this moment, many people walked out of the wooden houses and started wandering around the beginner's village. At this moment, a large hole appeared in the square of the beginner's village. A blue crystal, taller than a person, slowly rose from the hole, emitting a warm glow. Whoa! Is this the anti-magic crystal? Someone exclaimed in awe. Where's the spatial rift? The sound of space tearing echoed through the skies. Suddenly, a 7 to 8 meter high, 3 meter wide purple-black crack appeared at the entrance of the novice village. It's here! The spatial rift has appeared at the novice village entrance. Upon discovery, someone immediately relayed the information to the chat channel, and he curiously walked cautiously toward the oddly shaped crack. Li Quan, be careful, monsters might come out from there, someone behind him warned. The man named Li Quan turned his head and smiled at him. It's fine, I, Li Quan, can be considered a strong fighter here. But at that moment, a long tongue shot out from the crack at lightning speed, heading straight for Li Quan. Li Quan heard his companion's exclamation and quickly turned around. Unfortunately, it was still too late. The tongue had already wrapped around him and swiftly pulled him back into the crevice. In the blink of an eye, Li Quan was dragged into the crevice by the tongue. As for his companion, upon witnessing this scene, he was so terrified that he immediately ran back to the novice village. A more than 3 meter tall, entirely purple, armor-clad, ferocious-looking fat man stepped out of the rift. On his belly, there was also a huge mouth constantly chewing on something. It was this large mouth that had just swallowed Li Quan. Boom! After stepping out of the crack, he sniffed with his nose and then looked toward the novice village ahead. The two mouths immediately curved into a shocking arc and laughed. Ha! There's so much fresh blood here. From the crack behind him, one by one, small demon soldiers emerged. These small soldiers belonged to the same tribe as the chubby figure at the front. Screech! Their skin is also purple. They wear armor on their bodies and hold machetes in their hands. Their eyes and nose on their faces are very small, but their mouths are incredibly large, taking up most of their faces, with long tongues hanging out from their mouths. The mouth on the big fat man's belly grinned ferociously and said, "Ha, this rift actually opened right at the doorstep of the human race. It's simply a gift from the great demon god to us. Attack! Devour them all!" The big fat man raised the spiked club in his hand and shouted. The sound of footsteps echoed as dozens of demon soldiers roared, raising their weapons and charging toward the novice village. On the side of the novice village, everyone had already started gathering at the village entrance. Some of the people who were closer had already arrived, holding their weapons and defending at the village entrance. Whoosh! Watch out! At the village entrance, a small demon soldier charged the fastest and was the first to enter the novice village. An arrow shot like lightning, piercing straight through the soldier's head. Swish! Well done! Seeing this scene, many people clapped and cheered. Originally, these ferocious and terrifying demons instilled fear in many people. This arrow significantly boosted the morale of the novice village. The one who shot through it was none other than Su Lang, ranked 9th on the combat power leaderboard. Already possessing impressive combat strength, he received an even more powerful bow and arrow as a reward from the leaderboard. These demons aren't that impressive. As he spoke, he quickly drew a second arrow and shot it swiftly. With one shot, another demon fell. By this time, the demon soldiers had already charged forward, and the villagers of the beginner's village were brandishing their weapons, engaging in battle with them. Wow! For a moment, flashes of blades erupted at the village entrance as dozens of demon soldiers clashed with dozens of humans. Of course, people from the novice village were still rushing over continuously. Players with weaker abilities, clearly unable to match the demon soldiers, retreated to the back, letting the stronger ones take the lead. The strength of these demon soldiers was comparable to some of the stronger level 2 beasts, but they were clad in armor, giving them high defense. Su Rue was far from the village entrance, but his speed was fast. After sprinting all the way, he was about to reach the village entrance. However, the demon clan leader was the first to join the battlefield, and its strength far surpassed that of ordinary demon soldiers. A novice village member wielding a broadsword had already slain several demon soldiers in succession, growing braver with each battle. Knock knock knock. He was about to choose his next target when he was locked onto by this demon fatty. Hee, go to hell. He strode forward, swinging the massive spiked club in his hand. Chen Gang saw the giant charging toward him and quickly raised his broadsword to slash at it. Whoosh! Ugly freak! Take this! The spiked club instantly knocked the broadsword away and continued smashing toward Chen Gang's head. With a loud explosion, Chen Gang's head shattered like a watermelon, leaving a crimson scene all around. After killing Chen Gang, it began searching for its next target. At the moment, no one here could withstand a single blow from it. Soon, it had already killed several members of the novice village in succession. Su Lang, who was hunting down the demon soldiers, noticed the scene and immediately raised his bow and arrow to shoot at the guy. An arrow flew toward him, and the fatty dodged it once. However, due to its massive body, the arrow ultimately struck its belly. The big fatty let out a roar of anger as it felt the pain. Whoosh! It immediately reached out to pull the arrow from its belly and directly hurled the wolf-tooth club in its hand toward Su Lang. The speed of the wolf-tooth club was extremely fast, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound in the air. Clang! 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 Su Lang had never expected the opponent to use such a move. As the wolf-tooth club rapidly closed in on him, he had nowhere to dodge. Su Lang's pupils dilated, his body trembled slightly, as if he could already see the scene of his body shattering after being struck by the wolf-tooth club. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A flash of green light streaked by, and the wolf-tooth club was directly slashed away. Su Rue. Looking at the figure's back, Su Lang couldn't help but call out his name. At this moment, Su Rue's expression was extremely grim. He had just witnessed this guy slaughtering his compatriots, and anger still burned within him. The fat man's face showed confusion. This skinny fellow was actually able to deflect the wolf-tooth club he had thrown, truly puzzling. Moreover, he had appeared here in an instant. What kind of technique was this? Before he could think further, Su Rue had already turned into a blur and charged toward him. Good timing. Watch me swallow you whole. The big fat man opened his huge mouth and extended his long tongue toward Su Rue. Bang! Seeing the tongue flying toward him, Su Rue swung his sword. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere. Its tongue was directly severed. Ah! The large mouth on the demon leader's stomach let out a wail, and its body began to twist uncontrollably. Su Rue approached the demon leader and delivered a leaping slash. Whoosh! Su Rue's speed was incredibly fast, and his sword even faster, severing the the head atop its body with a single strike. Put. At the same time, his body also appeared behind the demon leader. The demon leader's head rolled directly to the ground, its face full of disbelief. Its large mouth let out a roar, and its two arms spread wide. Whoosh! After landing, Su-Rue immediately flipped over and thrust his sword toward its back. A sword pierced through its body, the long sword directly emerging from its large mouth at the front. This strike also silenced its roar, and the movements of its two arms froze in place. Swish! Afterward, its massive body collapsed straight to the ground, producing a thunderous noise. Clang! Killed level 5 demon leader. Experience points plus 1000. The surrounding demon soldiers were terrified out of their wits when they saw their leader had been slain. Those who could still move retreated one by one into the rift. But how could Su-Rue let them retreat so easily? Gripping the Qingguang sword, he charged directly at the demon soldiers and slashed at them. Slash! 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 Streaks of green light flashed, and these demon soldiers were harvested by Su-Rue as if they were cabbages. With one swing of his sword, the demon soldiers' armor and weapons were all cleanly severed. Defeated level 2 demon minion. Experience plus 100. Defeated level 2 demon minion. Experience plus 100. Whoosh! Defeated a level 2 demon minion. Experience points plus 100.